Chen Xian crouched before the funeral basin, the brass bell in his hand, its corner chipped, scraped through the ashes. Its sound was bright and thin, like tapping an empty bowl. His movements were clean and brisk, like frying last night's rice. Paper money in the brazier hissed. Incense smoke spread, carrying the smell of scorched paper and old cloth. Voices in the morning hall rose and fell like tide's whispers, tallying, catching breaths. Someone muttered the numbers from an IOU. Someone else used the tips of their shoes to shove the ash into a little heap. He had helped his master conduct many rites of deliverance. None had felt as heavy as this. His face, at 18, still held a boyishness. His robe had been washed almost white. The cuffs were smudged with black ash, his knuckles a little pale. He looked out at the crowd, and his heart felt as if something had closed around it. Most of the mourners weren't family, not long-lost disciples, not neighbors bringing flowers. They were the ledger carrying sort creditors come for money. There was a calculating blade in every eye. In life, his master had run the temple like a shop. IOUs plastered the gate. He used to laugh that he was taking in business. People at the foot of the mountain all knew the debts he owed. Before dawn, each day the master would call people, one by one. To come that night was no different. Xian, his master's voice still whispered in his ear, thin but with its usual cadence, "What we owe will have to be paid by someone. A person without credit can't stand. Same with cultivating the way. I haven't refused to repay in my life, only been slow. Now I leave this work to you." Chen Xian remembered that night. The room had been dim. The master had gripped his hand, his jaw slack. Chen Xian had stamped his feet in panic. "Master, don't go." "Wait, what do you mean what we owe?" The master had suddenly laughed, a laugh with helplessness in it and a touch of mischief. "That half slab of pork from Old Lu in East Village, did you eat it?" "Yes," Chen Xian said. "That bed we traded for last winter, did you sleep on it?" "Yes." "My debts are your debts," the master said, syllable by syllable. Then he closed his eyes. No extra struggle. Just gone. His voice went out like a lamp snuffed by the wind. Chen Xian knelt at the temple's threshold. Inside, someone slapped a ledger onto the table. The pages rustled like dry leaves. Someone else counted unpaid interest, buzzing like flies. Wind slipped through a cracked window and lifted a few pieces of paper money. Their edges made a fine, scraping sound. The master had left a letter, a ledger, in a ramshackle Taoist temple so remote it seemed almost swallowed by the mountain. The halls were mottled, the beams groaned, the incense holder leaned crooked. The temple had no reputation. The business had lost money for years. Most important was the ledger, a book as thick and heavy as a stone. He hadn't opened the letter or the ledger. Under the dim ash light, his hands trembled and no words came. He watched the crowd, the faces reaching for payment, the familiar faces his master once tended, and felt utterly hollowed out. His chest was cold as a winter well. He lifted a hand and pressed it to his knee. His knuckles were white. Outside, the brass bell rang again, a sound as sharp as a blade. In the ashes, a spark leapt, like someone laughing softly in the distance. "Master, you've made my life miserable. How could your disciple ever repay all these debts?" His words snapped like a broken string. The youth lunged forward and clutched the coffin. The wood was ice cold. His knuckles left white marks along the rim. Warm tears ran down the back of his hand and soaked his sleeve. "Master, don't leave me alone." He lay over it, burying his face in the lid dusted with sandalwood powder. His howl was like an awl, stabbing again and again. "Master, take me with you." "Master," his voice tore and rasped, as if something were stuck in his throat. Among the mourners, whispers spread. "Isn't that Taoist Chen's disciple?" "Right, Shuren." Taoist Chen picked him up as an abandoned infant when he was wandering the Jianghu and kept him with him ever since. "He's pretty young, right?" "Only 18. 18 and running the temple? Can he handle it?" The voices were low, like footsteps on dry leaves. Some shook their heads. Some felt sorry for him. Some sighed. Chen Shuren didn't look up. His eyes were fixed on the coffin and the seams slowly closing. White hair lay on the pillow like snow left by a broom. The gap narrowed until only a sliver of light remained. That light, as if sliced by a knife, was swallowed by the heavy lid. The sound of the wood settling was deep, like a distant landslide, like an iron hammer striking a grieving heart. When the sound fell, he jolted as if kicked, snapped back from his trance to the present. No one would push open the door at dawn anymore and say, "Time to copy the scriptures." No one would, when he missed a step, lean on a cane, hum an old song, and leisurely correct him. No one would tuck the little brazier into the bed at night and say, "Don't get cold." Those small habits were like threads being cut one by one. Chen Shuren felt his chest gripped tight by a hand. His breathing grew shallow, as if pushed by a rising tide, and he couldn't draw in air. His eyes burned, as if scorched by the hot smoke from the censer. Hot tears swelled up, but they seemed stuck in his throat. He couldn't cry out, only weak, helpless sobs. His master's words echoed in his head. Life and death were like day and night. The world made no concessions. He had understood that clearly before. But once the coffin closed, those words turned into a mouthful of bitter sand. He couldn't swallow them, couldn't spit them out. There was an empty space in his chest, as if the warmth had been pulled away. The man who had been able to wail a moment ago couldn't make a sound now. His throat felt clogged. Tears hung in the rims of his eyes like frozen drops. Everyone in the mourning hall held their breath. The noisy talk died away. Only the stubby flames in the censer and the cold smoke remained. Rings of smoke rose slowly, struck the cobwebs on the beam, and scattered into fine mist. Water still dripped from the eaves, the plip-plop like a pendulum. The hinge of the east hall door creaked in the wind. Chun Shan steadied himself. He stood in the courtyard, back straight. His movements were, as his master had taught, slow and courteous. He guided the guests who were about to descend the mountain, extending his hand with a palm steady enough to be an oar. "Xian, my condolences." Uncle Lu patted his shoulder. His palm was rough, smelling faintly of cooked pork grease. "Thank you, Uncle Lu. I'm all right." His voice was calm. The words were short, like a cut thread. Uncle Lu went on, advising lightly. "Your master used to say you were someone who walked out of a book. Don't stay on the mountain all the time. Things change fast out there. You should go see for yourself." He spoke as if saying it to himself. Chen Shan gave a slight nod. There was no smile at his mouth. His gaze began to roam among the mourners. More than age, he watched details. The eyes, the gestures, worn spots on clothing, the corner of an account book peeking from a pocket. Some were in new clothes, sleeves neatly rolled, a shiny little booklet held in the hand. Others had lapels patched again and again, knuckles black as cold dust, palms with coarse lines. One man stood off to the side, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, his gaze fixed on the strip of cloth by the grave platform, as if calculating something. He noticed the small sounds. Someone sniffed short, with a hint of a smile. Someone shifted their weight a boot, heel left a faint scrape on the stone. A middle-aged man had a red cord showing at his collar and rope marks on the back of his hand. There was a cold light in that man's eyes, the kind that counts debts down to the last detail. Those details turned in Chen's mind like pages in a book, each one clear. Where others saw only a group of mourners, he saw a string of claims, favors, calculations, and silent apologies. As his master had taught him to read scripture, he read people, movements, expressions, breaths, all footnotes. He drew his gaze back and continued to see people off with the simplest courtesy. He spoke little, but every sentence was steady. The wind moved through the courtyard again, bringing the scent of damp earth, smoke, human sweat, and the mildew of old cloth mingled. Under the night, everything was pressed low, leaving only the unpaid accounts and unspoken regrets rolling in the air. On the day of the funeral, the creditors, who came to pay their respects, didn't wear the usual anger. There was instead a heavy, rueful sadness. Some wiped at the corners of their eyes. Some stood with their heads bowed, as if tallying up past debts. Chen Shuren stood in the crowd and blinked. A small question formed in his mind. Were the creditors really more sorrowful than family and friends? These people were not shabby. Wool coats, well-tailored suits, polished men's shoes. Each carried a sort of urban refinement. The mountain road was muddy, and the cars couldn't make it up. They had walked from the foot of the hill. Clods of mud clung to their soles, the dampness smelling faintly of earth. Still, they'd come, their steps steady. Chun brushed the rain from his sleeve. His master's ledger turned over in his head. Many had come, but he didn't know who owed what. He treated them all with courtesy, intending to go back and sort the accounts later, to trace who owed whom and how much. Someone had been waiting at the gate a long time. The door opened, and a young man came in. His eyes behind his glasses swept coldly across the shabby temple, like an appraiser inspecting an antique. Finally, he stopped at Chun. "Hello, Taoist Chun," he said, in a voice that sounded like reading an official notice, with a touch of bureaucracy. "I'm Yang Yao, a clerk with the Yunqi City Taoist Association. By regulation, inheriting a temple requires paperwork. I'm here to help you through the process." So soon, Chen's voice was a little dazed. He had planned to handle the paperwork himself one day. He hadn't expected the official to come knocking. Yang pulled out a stack of forms with brisk efficiency. "Old Abbot Chun instructed us before he passed," he said. Silence fell in the room. Chun smiled wryly. His master had fussed over this, and that while he was alive, and now that he was gone there seemed to be even more attention. He went back into the inner room and took out his papers, his Taoist priest certificate, his ID card, and that old slip, the certificate of transmission, proof of the master-disciple relationship and succession rights. The paper's edges were worn glossy, the ink had faded. Yang stood by the table. "We'll also need proof of academic qualifications." Chen fumbled in his robe. His fingers brushed the corner of a book. He drew it out and set it on the table. A Tao Te Ching, read soft and limp, its cover curled, pages yellowed. The book hit the wood with a small, steady thud. The clerk and Chun met each other's eyes. The only sound in the room was rain on the eaves. For a moment, the air felt as if someone had hit pause. "Sorry, this can't count as proof of education. The system won't accept it. By national regulations, you'll need—" "Wait." Chun Xian cut him off, dropping his palm on the desk until his knuckles went white. "I inherited my master's Taoist temple. Why would I need a diploma? I never went to school. Where am I supposed to get a certificate?" "Check again." The clerk gripped the papers, eyes flicking to the screen. "It's not that I don't want to help. The nature of a Taoist temple is special. It isn't private property. To register the temple master identity in the system, you need qualifying documents. If there aren't any, it'll be treated as unclaimed and handed over to the association." His voice was dry. The room smelled faintly of photocopier paper. Chen's brow tightened, and a cold little laugh twisted his mouth. A man who had been reciting sutras, leading worship, and keeping the incense burning for 20 years was being held up by a single sheet of paper. "So what kind of education is required?" The clerk bent over the form and read, careful, "A diploma from a nationally recognized top-tier university. Only at that level will the system approve it." He sounded as if he couldn't quite believe his own words. There was an oddly misplaced surprise in his eyes. Chen laughed again, short and harsh. "Didn't you say my master had already contacted you? Did he know about this?" The clerk nodded and produced an envelope from his briefcase. The flap was sealed with candle wax. The paper's edges carried the faint scent of sandalwood. He knew. "Don't worry. When old Chun had us handle the paperwork, he asked us to give this to you." The envelope made a soft rustle as it was handed over. Chen took it and felt a chill at his fingertips. The handwriting on the front, his master's, was crooked but unmistakable. Chen Shuren looked up. The clerk flipped open his briefcase and pulled out a stiff red card. He blinked. A warmth rose in his chest. Master would pity his disciple, of course. Could he really have managed to get him a diploma? The card was handed to him. Gold-embossed letters gleamed on the red paper. Chun Shuren stood frozen. The characters were big and bright. "Admission notice, Yunqi City, number 1 high school." He froze again. The diploma he'd wanted had turned into an admission notice. It was absurd, like a scene from a play. He turned the paper over and over, as if to make sure it wasn't a hallucination. "Are you sure this is what Master told you to give me?" he asked. His voice was calm but tinged with disbelief. "The right one," the clerk said, looking down to confirm. "Old Taoist Chin's always been particular about rules. He said you have good aptitude. Getting into university shouldn't be a problem. He told me to go by the proper procedure." Chen Shuren read the small lines. "Please report to grade 11, class 5 on September 1st. For a moment, he saw his master's look at the end. It didn't seem like worry for the temple. It looked like he was entrusting some kind of arrangement to him. He had never imagined Master had foreseen he'd be sent to grind through books. "Where did this come from?" he asked, his voice softening. "Old Taoist Chun said it's a borrowed spot," the clerk replied. "Borrowed? That meant it would have to be given back one day." The clerk rummaged in his backpack and pulled out a set of books. The covers were familiar. The titles stood out. 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of mock tests. "He borrowed these from me," the clerk said, handing them over. "You can use them. You don't have to return these." Chen Shuren took the books. The paper smelled faintly of pencil shavings and sweat. Silently, he wanted to say thank you, but no sound came out. Night fell. The Jingxin temple, lively by day, grew still. The last wisp of smoke in the censer trembled and faded. The ever-burning lamp on the offering table flickered, its light wavering like a heartbeat. On the table lay a yellowed account ledger, and a letter master had left him. The edges of the paper were brittle, the ink had been dampened by tears. Chen Shuren clenched the ledger and the letter in his hands. He could feel the paper's warmth in his palm, a trace of warmth that hadn't yet had time to cool. The boy sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion. The low hum of insects and the mountain wind moved along the eaves. His fingers turned the pages, the paper edges made a soft rubbing sound. He read page by page. The ink ranged from dark to faint, the pen paused sometimes finished in a quick stroke. The air smelled of dust and a faint incense. Every time he turned a page, a name appeared in front of him, an item, a debt. Lu Lin East Village. In the 12th month delivered about 12 pounds of pork. West End Pharmacy. Poria, Codenopsis, white atractylodes, astragalus, licorice. Later entries got more trivial. Wang the carpenter repaired 3 window lattices in the East Hall. Tile workerly replaced 20 tiles in the West Wing. All people from the villages and small towns down the mountain. Most paid with goods. Beside the handwriting were addresses and phone numbers. Easier to find someone when it was time to repay. He turned another page. The paper looked newer. Entries became cash amounts. July 16, 2013 loan to Xiang Kuan, 6,000 yuan. He remembered that year's heavy rain. The instant the west wall gave way, the earth split open like a wound. After the storm, they brought in stone and mortar. Gray work gloves, the sound of hammers on bricks, his master's face outlined in dust as he pointed and instructed. He could see those scenes. The ledger didn't say repair wall, but he knew where that money had gone. He kept going. March 6, 2018 loan to Lin Ming, 8,000 yuan. That spring the temple swapped its old books for new ones. New pages had that crisp paper smell. Kids stuffed bright pencil cases into their pockets. Laughter rang down the corridor. That entry matched those images. For each sum, he could piece together how the money had been used. The ledger didn't spell it out, but he could see it. His fingertips stopped on the most recent lines. The handwriting was clear, the dates fresh. The ink wasn't fully dry. August 9, 2023. Last week. Loan to Lin Ming. 1 school placement, 2 years tuition and fees, 8,000 yuan. His breath tightened, as if a thin rope had been drawn across his throat. The wind outside picked up. The pages trembled between his fingers. Most of the names he didn't recognize. Yet beside every entry there were contact details. There was a way to collect. For 18 years he had shadowed his master almost every day. To him the master had always been a gruff old man. Now, watching the ledger and letting his fingers trace each entry, the old man's life came alive in these words. He was not an isolated figure, but the hub of a net that reached out to many people. Chen Shan hadn't known Lin Ming at first. Seeing those things, he immediately understood who the man was. He stood there stunned for a long time. It felt like a stone was pressing on his chest. His palms were slightly sweaty, his breaths a little shallow. Thick ledgers were piled on the table, page after page densely filled with names and numbers. Most of the entries were for him, and for this run-down Taoist temple. The records felt like chains, looping round and round over his shoulders. He lit another stick of incense. Ash drifted down, and the room filled with the smell of old wood and sandalwood. He sat down, holding the letter his master had left behind. The paper was a little yellowed, but the ink was still clear. He could feel the texture of the envelope under his fingertips. He wanted to open it, but his hand wouldn't lift, as if opening that last door would make the old man truly leave. At that moment, a soft meow came from outside the main room. The old black cat had arrived. The cat was like a lump of live coal black, glossy, sleek. Usually too lazy to move, it could vanish for days on end. Now it stepped on his robe, leapt up, and burrowed into his lap. Its body was warm, its fur smelled of pine needles from the mountain. Its belly pressed against his leg, and it purred low, like a little machine. His master wasn't much of a proper master, and the cat wasn't much of a well-behaved cat. The master had taken him in, and the cat had been taken in by the master. Both their names included the character meaning to pick up. Maybe the master simply liked that character, or maybe it was the only one he could think of. The cat's name was Shimo. By Chunxian's memory, the cat was older than him when he had been a wailing baby. The cat was already full grown. Now its back was still dotted with pine needles and grass seeds, clearly just back from the hills. He reached out to scratch the cat's chin. The cat squinted and resumed its comfortable purr. He could feel the coarse whiskers and the soft fur under his fingertips. Outside, the wind moved the door lattice and it creaked in the distance. The bell's toll was stretched thin by the wind. "You didn't go and steal Master's offerings, did you?" He half joked, his voice low and dry. The cat blinked and replied with a meow. Chunxian looked at the small body in his arms as if it were mute evidence. He patted the cat's side. A brown smudge of pine needles marked his palm. Then he looked back up at the letter and the stack of ledgers. "Shimo, Shimo." He drew the name out, as if talking to himself. "It's just the two of us now. In a few days I'm going down the mountain to study. You coming with me?" The black cat was silent. Its tail curled around his wrist like a warm rope. Amber eyes fixed on the unopened letter, gleaming. Chunxian slid the flap open. The paper was a little rough. The smell of ink hit his nose. The ink bled along the fibers, the edges just slightly haloed. The characters were written with a brush strokes with force, but trembling. It looked like an old man who didn't write much, laboring over each line. He read aloud, a whisper that sounded almost like talking to himself. The phrasing was old-fashioned, but there was an urgency beneath it. He found himself reading it 3 times. His master's instructions were few, not complicated. Chunxian committed the key points to memory. 1. Don't let the incense burner go cold. Even if you're alone, light incense morning and night. 2. Repair the halls where you can. Do not tear everything down and rebuild with one fire. The old supports something of its own. 3. Go down the mountain and see the world outside the way. If you can, study properly. Know the modern things. 2. 4. Go to heaven with peace. I'll be cultivating over there. Don't come bothering me often. 5. Pay off the debts the temple owes. At the end, his master had added 2 more lines. The handwriting shook. The one I trust most is you, and the one I worry about most is you. You're heading into the world's red dust for a long way. Do not lose your true heart. Go on, go on. Outside, a sudden scattering of leaves sounded. The black cat lifted its head. There was no rain. The wind had fallen quiet. Only the soft rustle of paper remained in the room. Chunxian's eyes were wet. Tears fell, one by one. Onto the letter. The paper darkened, the ink bleeding further. He bit his lip, half laughing, half scolding, his voice breaking. "You old sod. Never learned much, and yet you learn to be sentimental. Fine, fine, you win. Okay, you win." He folded the letter and put it away. From the wooden chest by the bed, he pulled out the account book and tucked both under his pillow. He pressed his fingers on the papers, feeling the weight sink into the pillow. He drew a long breath. The room felt emptier. There was a small pinch of ash left in the incense burner. He stood and glanced at the shrine. Morning sun slanted in, carving lines through the dust. The air had a new stillness, like the calm before a strong wind. His head cleared all at once. Tasks lined up in his mind. First, the temple lamps, incense, the accounts, the disciples someone had to take over. Chunxian laid a hand on the rim of the incense burner. The metal was warm against the back of his hand. He looked up and, low but steady, said, "I'll start with the temple." In the afternoon, the association clerk made it plain. He was missing one educational certificate to legally inherit the temple. The old man had raised him, taught him the house rules and the rites. Not for anything else, so that one day the place could be kept going. No matter how rundown Jingxin Temple became, it was to be left to them, father and son. No one else could take it. Going down the mountain to travel had always been part of the plan. If he was going down anyway, he might as well try for college. Take some classes. How hard could it be? He thought. See a little of the world and sort out his standing. Simple, practical thoughts. Then there were the debts. The ledger lay open on the table, its leather cover worn. His master had never been careless about accounts. Columns were clearly divided, one for goods, one for money, with names and reasons written at the side. Some ink had faded, but the handwriting remained straight and proper. He added it up, line by line. The total was roughly 108,000. For someone who had hardly ever done hired work, it was a number that made his shoulders drop. His master had never pretended the debts didn't exist. The rule was written right in the book. Repayment could be delayed, paid slowly, done with a plan, but it could not be ignored. The word principle was underlined heavy. He touched the card his master had left him. The bank card caught the lamp's light. There were still 24,000 inside. That money had to cover going down the mountain and food. He couldn't blow it all and set off starving. All those lessons his master used to talk about how one could walk without needing to eat were still out of reach for him, as distant as the moon on the horizon. Time was tight. It was August 16th. School started on September 1st, less than 2 weeks away. If he went down for school, he didn't know when he would be back. He made a list. Each item was a small thing he could do with the hands he had. Tomorrow he would go up the rear slope to gather pine needles. They needed to be fresh and long to braid a new whisk. A fly whisk was a Taoist tool, long-handled, used to brush away dust and also to signify ritual order. Parts of the halls were old. First, secure the threshold of the west wing. If the sill was loose, wind would come right in. Nails hitting would make a crisp, honest sound. After days of rain, the courtyard held damp. Weeds clung to the flagstones and feet slipped. He would pull them up, scatter lime, so walking wouldn't be treacherous. There was firewood to add, lamp oil to fetch. The incense burner needed its ash dusted clean. He got to work. The hammer fell on the threshold with a heavy dong. His fingers, damp with lamp oil, felt a little cool. The scent of pine drifted down from the back mountain, mingled with the earth's wetness. The sun poked through the clouds and splotches of light danced in the yard. Half a month was filled this way, task by task. Time slipped by in the hammer's beats and the pine's perfume. While he was still hauling stones, sweeping ash, and straightening the ledger, the first day of the autumn term arrived, quietly. On the last morning of August, Qinshan put on a brand new Taoist robe. The cuffs still bore the tailor's creases. He slung a canvas pack over his shoulder, ready to go down the mountain and see the world. Mist still clung to the mountain pass, flowing down the stone steps like water pouring over them. Cold air curled around his feet. Dew dampened the weeds and the hems of his trousers. He glanced back at Jingshan Temple. It was an old, small Taoist retreat. The carved characters by the wooden door had been worn soft by wind. Before the shrine, an oil lamp swung in the breeze, the light guttering now bright, now dim. Ash from the incense fell in flakes, as if someone were silently waving farewell. "Master, I'm going down the mountain," he said softly. "If you need me, come to me in dreams." The hall answered with no sound. Only the beams sighed faintly. He cupped his hands in a formal salute, bowed again, and when the bow was done he turned and walked away, his steps steady, never looking back. Leaves of the old locust rustled under the mountain wind, which smelled of earth and grass. The canvas pack bumped his shoulder, and inside it a cat purred low and warm. With every step it sounded like a little life quietly answering him. He walked down the steps, leaving footprints that seemed to carve the past into stone. The fog was slowly blown aside by the light. In the distance the day brightened and shapes sharpened. The town below unfolded like a freshly spread map. Roofs and chimneys, the shadows of narrow streets revealing themselves one by one. On the way down he often stopped. His hand would unconsciously stroke a familiar stone railing. His foot would linger a few seconds on a cracked step. Those places had been his playground as a child. Memory was like post-rain mud wet, and clinging pulling him back with each step. He hadn't really left much. His master was an old Taoist who stayed at the mountain temple. Their world had been measured by 2 legs, Jingshan Temple at the center, a 4-hour walk a day as the radius. That was the map of their years. The edge of town was as far as he went. Shopkeepers there greeted him. Cats slipped out from thresholds to beg. He knew the routes and the smells of every back alley. From childhood, he had learned practical things, sweeping the incense table at dawn, copying sutras at night, learning to move the prayer beads with steady hands. His master taught him manners and how to stand firm when alone. Page corners had been turned soft, ink left stains in his palms. Those small, ordinary days piled up like stones beneath his feet, forming the platform for him to step off from. He stepped forward again. Sun warmed his shoulders. The fog had cleared. The town drew nearer. The world waited ahead. Sounds, tastes, crowds. A new road began with this step. He wasn't completely uninterested in the outside world, nor was he desperate to get out. Under his feet was the path down the mountain. His plan was simple. Go take a look, get the certificate, then go back up and carry on with life. He pulled out his phone and checked the time. The screen was cold, the fingerprints still held last night's dust. The device didn't match his temperament. Used to mountain life, he could go a whole winter without touching a phone. But when you're away from home, you can't do without one. He could use a phone, it's not that he couldn't. His master, though, really couldn't. The master held a phone like it was a stone, his fingers fumbling at the icons until he finally had to hand it over. The phone was old, only 32 gigabytes. For most people, that wouldn't hold many games. But it was enough for Qinshan. Telling time, making calls, taking photos, checking maps, paying, those things were enough. He didn't have WeChat, Douyin, or QQ. No contacts, no data plan, no need. When there was electricity on the summit, they thanked their luck. Who'd run network cables up here? No Wi-Fi? Being able to use Alipay felt like a blessing. Once in a while, his master wanted some strange item that couldn't be bought down the mountain, so he'd order it online. Couriers never delivered to the top. Packages were left at the little shop at the foot, and you'd have to make time to go down and pick them up. Take out. Don't even ask. Not just the summit, some villages at the base don't get deliveries either. He had actually gone to school once. The tiny elementary at the foot of the mountain had only about 10 students. He attended for just a week. A trip down took an hour or two. The round trip was too much trouble, so he stopped going. Qinshan woke up a step earlier than the kids his age. While the others were still horsing around, he had already seen a lot of things clearly. To him, those children were like small beasts that imitated bright-eyed but clumsy, unable to follow a conversation or understand a problem. They liked making adults laugh, pulling stunts to get noticed. Teachers, in his eyes, were no more than high-end tape recorders. Learning came too easily to him, so he dropped out. He never set foot in a classroom again. His master didn't stop him. Left to his own devices, that was how life went on. Looking back, his master had been a good teacher, just a terrible parent. By modern standards, a kid who skipped as many classes as he did in elementary school would have been chewed out long ago. He'd had no formal schooling. He wasn't glued to a phone. He'd lived in the mountains for years, rarely leaving. Outsiders couldn't imagine a life like that to him. It was simply ordinary. Now he was going down the mountain to see what a big city looked like. He wasn't the least bit nervous. If anything, he felt a little arrogant, as if he weren't descending the mountain so much as coming down to the mortal world. He glanced at the time and slipped his phone back into his pocket. There was still a weak signal at the summit. Halfway down, the bars vanished as if cut away by a knife. The phone sank in his pocket, cold as a stone. It's not uncommon for outsiders to get lost in these mountains. Paths fork, fog swallows direction. In the rustle of leaves, trails contract like a maze. He didn't need GPS. It was 7 in the morning. Unconsciously, he'd been walking for nearly an hour. Another 20 or 30 minutes, and he'd reached the village at the foot of the mountain. The Xinhui Range rolled on without end. Jingshan Temple was tucked into a fold on the northern ridge, unassuming and quiet. Only up close could you see its eaves and weather-stained walls. From farther off, the occasional bell and a wisp of pine smoke would drift over, as if to remind you that the peace here was still alive. To get to the city, he had to go down the mountain to the village first. From there, he could catch a ride or walk to the town, then 40 minutes to the county seat, and another 40 to the city. The whole trip would take 4 or 5 hours. His master wasn't around. He was making the long trek alone. At first, it was fine. After a while, the loneliness set in. His shoulders started to ache. The sun baked the backpack until it felt warm against his back. The wind smelled of cut grass and dust. A black cat was jammed into the pack. As he walked, he talked to it to pass the time. "Fei Ma," he called. His voice dropped into the valley and bounced back short. The cat didn't move, only poked its head out of the pack. Its eyes were 2 bright dots. "Shimo?" he tried in a childlike tone. The cat answered with a short, lazy meow. "Could you eat fewer mice and be lighter on me? I'm almost done carrying you." The black cat jumped down, tail high, walking lightly. It circled him once, inspecting him like a clumsy servant. The pack didn't feel any lighter. The straps had left red marks on his shoulders. Books knocked together inside, a dull clack. He reached in and felt a heavy bundle of workbooks, thick as bricks. The page edges were worn white from being thumbed through. That was the real burden of going to the city to study. Don't run off. Once we're out of the mountain, you're a city cat. Don't embarrass me. Don't let people think I brought some wild thing. Meow. The cat replied lazily, then turned its head away. The mountain path descended. Pebbles underfoot were scattered by the wind. A few farmhouses showed in the distance, chimneys sending up slow gray-blue smoke. The dog's barks came first staccato, then growing more solid as he approached, like someone knocking on air. A group of big tin dogs squinted and wagged their tails. They knew Qinshan. Their tails waved like flags. Their paws dug little pits in the mud, and their noses breathed out hot breaths. The black cat walked closer. The dog's expressions changed in an instant. Jaws opened, teeth bared, the barks cracking the air like whips. Leashes pulled taut with a squeal. The cat moved forward step by step, every stride provocative. It stopped in front of the dogs, tail perfectly still. The dogs snapped at empty air and couldn't touch it. Dirt flew from their paws. They panted hard, steam puffing from their noses. Qinshan stamped his foot anxiously and hissed under his breath. Don't be a jerk, just go. Meow. The cat acted as if it hadn't heard, lifting an eyebrow of a look at the dogs before hopping over a clump of grass, light as if it had no weight. The wind carried a mix of dog musk and clean earth. Farther off came the hum of an electric three-wheeler. Winter melons were piled in the bed, dark green skins still speckled with dirt. Tires crunched over gravel in a steady rasp. Aunt Lee rode the trike in from the west side of the village. She eased off the throttle and edged the vehicle to the side of the road, her face flushed from the fields. She recognized him and called out, surprised and a little puzzled. Aunt Lee, well, Shuren, where are you off to? She put a hand on the handlebars, glanced at his pack, then at the black cat. Going to the city to study, he said. His voice was calm, like he was explaining something ordinary. Aunt Lee was momentarily stunned, producing only a short, sharp, ah. The farmer's wife didn't quite catch what he meant. She laughed out loud and became even more enthusiastic. Want a ride? I'll give you a lift into town so you can catch a bus. Qinshan shook his head and waved a hand with a smile. No, Auntie. I'm afraid the melons in your cart will get to town before I do. There was laughter in his voice. She wasn't offended, she chuckled. Her three-wheeled cart was old. The bell didn't ring, everything else made noise. The bearings squeaked. Wires slapped against the metal plate. You twisted the throttle, and the whole thing shuddered. The bed's board was wired shut. A few big winter melons thumped around back like they were dancing, banging against the boards and about to jump out and hit someone's feet. There wasn't even room for a passenger. In the end, it was Uncle Wong from the town clinic who happened to be going that way and gave him a lift. The white van wound along the mountain road. It hugged the cliff like a small boat riding waves. The engine hummed low outside the window. Rows of trees slid past. Chen held a cat in his arms. The cat's ears were flattened back. Both of them stared out the glass, lost in the view. Uncle Wong leaned over and asked with a smile, How are you doing? You okay in this van? Don't get car sick. I'm fine. Thanks, Uncle Wong, Chen answered shortly, his voice steady. It was on my way anyway. Xian, how long will you be gone this time? Uncle Wong asked. Chen stared out the window and tapped the glass with his fingertip as if counting time. Hard to say. I'm going to take the college entrance exam first. If I get in, we'll talk about the rest. Oh, your medicines. My master owed you some before, don't worry. I'll pay him back when I go home. Uncle Wong waved a hand, his eyes soft with something he didn't want to say. No. Your master did a ritual for my son back then and saw to my old mother's funeral. He wouldn't take money, only ever asked for a bottle of glucose. My few herbs aren't something I dare call a debt. Chen listened. His mouth twitched, but he didn't argue. The way people had treated his master at the funeral had said enough. Some laughed, some showed respect. It was like other things had already balanced the books. He said quietly, A debt is a debt, Uncle Wong. Uncle Wong laughed and nodded approvingly. You really take after your master. The van stopped at the town station. Uncle Wong walked him and the cat to the door. This is your stop. First go to the county seat, then transfer to the city. How you get to school from there, you young people are quicker than I am. Don't worry, Uncle Wong. I know the way, Chen answered. Uncle Wong handed him a small bottle of glucose. Drink this on the road. Chen tipped the brim of his hat and shook his head. No, thanks. I've brought water. Thank you for the ride. Here, drink this. It'll make the walk less tiring. Chen Shuren blinked. It was the first time someone had handed him a small cup of glucose water. It melted on his tongue. Sweet, clean, lacking the heaviness of cane sugar and the floral note of honey. Like sugar dissolved into clear spring water. He didn't feel any miraculous surge of energy. Just as if a small lamp had been lit in his chest, warmth spreading slowly. His limbs lightened. His steps stopped feeling stiff. He nodded with satisfaction. He poured a little more into his palm, wanting the black cat in his bag to try. The cat lifted its head, twitching its nose. Its tongue stuck out and licked twice. It emitted a low purr-its-throat sound as smooth as engine oil. On the empty platform waiting for the bus, Chen Shuren took out his phone. His fingers clumsily swiped over the map. Zoomed in, zoomed out. He found the route and schedule to Yunqi First High School. He could use these modern gadgets after all. He was a new era Taoist. His master was much more old-fashioned. He took only a compass, pointed a direction, and set off. His master walked straight and went far. The town had changed. The old passenger station where a few long-distance coaches used to park was closed. It had become a parking lot for inner-city shuttles. People preferred to drive or catch rides now. The ones who still took the long buses were mostly elders who didn't seem to be in any hurry. Chen Shuren thought for a moment. He had planned to come down from the mountains and arrive in the city 2 days early. But he'd been busy in the mountains handling the funeral matters and couldn't spare the time. The squeal of brakes drew near. The K301 long-distance bus eased into the station, its body flashing a heat shimmer in the sun. The doors hissed open, bringing the smell of diesel and the murmur of passengers. He stepped forward and paid. 10 yuan. The driver yanked a ticket off with force. The paper edge made a short crack. Chen Shuren clenched the ticket, hoisted his pack, and climbed aboard. The black cat curled into a ball inside the bag, its ears still twitching. It was 8 in the morning, and the bus was crowded. There were no seats, so Chen Xian had to stand. He moved his backpack from his back to his chest and hugged it tight, afraid it might brush against someone, afraid, too, that the cat inside might get crushed. The zipper made a soft sound. A black cat poked out a round head, its eyes bright as little lamps, darting left and right. It didn't come all the way out, just rested its head on the bag as opening and gave a low, steady purr. People looked at them. Chen looked back. They exchanged curious glances. He wore a gray robe with a strand of old wooden beads at his chest. In a sea of modern clothes, it looked out of place, like an old painting that had stepped into the subway. Some people smiled. Some put their palms together and softly called him master. Others merely nodded. A few bowed deeply to show their respect. Chen returned their smiles, sometimes nodding, sometimes offering a small, cupped-handed salute. His gestures were modest but proper. The bus rolled on. The wheels thudded over speed bumps. Outside the window, the scenery flipped by shop signs, tree shadows, parking lots. The black cat grew sleepy and slipped back into the bag, its purring steady and content. Chen didn't sleep. His eyes stayed on the window, watching the streets and the flow of people change. 50 minutes later, the bus reached the county terminal, the departure point for buses heading into the city. He shouldered his pack and got off to transfer to Route 716. The stop stood in the slanting sun, the route number a little faded from wind and light. On the new bus, he stood for a moment. Finally, someone got off, and a seat opened up. He edged through the crowd to the middle rear and took the window seat. Light skimmed across his face. The doors closed. The air was a mix of gasoline and stranger's perfume. The engine hummed. The bus rocked like a slow swaying box. Passengers kept boarding at the origin. At first, there were plenty of empty seats. Solo riders picked their spots. Small groups clustered and chatted. One stop later, there were fewer vacancies. After 2 stops, snagging the next empty seat required quick hands and sharp eyes. Chen Xian looked out the window. The bus was still waiting at the light. The engine hummed low. Wind slipped through the open pane, carrying the particular scent of a girl light, a touch of sweat, like flowers just picked that afternoon. A figure slid into the seat beside him. She first squeezed half her body into the adjacent space. Her voice rang into the cabin like a cluster of little bells. "Hi. Is this seat taken?" She turned slightly. Shoulder-length black hair swung with the movement, the ends curving to brush her earlobe. Short sleeves revealed a pale forearm. Her hand gripped the strap of her backpack as if waiting for permission, as if a "sorry, am I in your seat?" would make her stand at once. "No one's sitting here, go ahead," Chen answered in a flat voice. "Oh, thanks." She relaxed, moved fully into the seat, and hugged her backpack to her chest. She let out a small breath, like someone who'd finally found a safe harbor. She smiled, a little embarrassed. Sunlight slanted through the window and hit the side of her face as she turned. A tiny fong showed at the corner of her mouth, her cheeks still flushed from exercise. Her smile had a lightness to it, like grass stirred by a summer breeze. Even Chun felt some of the heaviness lift. The bus eased off the brake and surged forward. The scene outside began to slide past the street, the pedestrians like a moving strip of paintings. Her reflection appeared in the glass. She pulled her phone from her pocket and then dug into her backpack, fingers searching the fabric, the occasional metallic jingle of a zipper. Her expression slid from hopeful to worried. She murmured, "Oh no, I forgot my earbuds." She glanced around, then at Chun. After a few seconds, she abandoned the idea of music. The ride was long. She couldn't sit still the way he could. A question climbed to her lips. Are you cosplaying?" she asked frankly, her voice curious and a little tentative. Chun turned, puzzled, a brow lifting. She added, with greater surprise, "Are you actually a Taoist?" "Yeah." "Oh, sorry." The girl scratched her head and stared at him. A slightly embarrassed smile tugged at her lips. "I thought you were cosplaying, dressing up. I didn't expect you to be a real Taoist." She stole a glance at him, then, as if afraid of offending him, looked away. Her fingertips tapped the strap of her backpack. Curiosity scurried in her chest like ants. Chen Xian didn't catch the playful word she used, but he got the idea from her tone that she meant dressing up. He didn't bother to argue. He smiled and replied, "Are you a student? Can't you tell? I'm in a school uniform." She stuck out her lip, a little proud in her voice. "I'm wearing Taoist robes too." He gave his sleeve a little tug. The fabric made a soft rubbing sound. A string of old prayer beads peeked out from his cuff, the wood worn smooth. "They're just rare," she said with a blink. "Are you really a Taoist?" "Yes." He nodded, calm as if stating the weather. "Wow, that's so cool." She clicked her tongue, eyes bright. "I always thought Taoists would be, pretty old." She trailed off, as if worried she might be exaggerating. He was young, about her age, with none of an elder's worn features. "Can you read fortunes?" she asked in a lowered voice, like it was a secret. "Yes," he answered plainly. "And do blessings?" she added. "Blessings being a simple petition for someone's good luck." "Yes." "And can you perform rites to help the dead move on?" She tightened her grip on the backpack strap. "Yes." Her eyes widened, half skeptical, half intrigued. Her voice stretched out like a spring. "Do those things really work? You're so young, how could you possibly do all that?" Qinshan smiled. It wasn't proud, just a faint, steady calm. He rolled the beads in his palm twice and said, low and clear, "If you believe, then they're real." The girl snorted a laugh and nodded. "Okay, that makes sense. Sincerity makes it work." The girl nodded, as if she understood something. No longer hung up on the odd question, she turned to ask something more down to earth. "So you Taoists, do you have to go to school?" Qinshan had meant to say no, but the word stopped on his tongue when he remembered the purpose of this trip. He hesitated a moment, then nodded. "Yes, we do." "Have you been to school?" "No." She went still for a beat, then relaxed with envy. Being a Taoist really is nice. No school, no tests, just going up the mountain to practice every day. That sounds so pleasant." "You don't like school?" Chen asked. "No, I hate it. It's killing me." She started to complain, rubbing her eyes as she spoke. Her voice was all tiredness and indignation. "You don't even know. Our summer vacation was basically wiped out. We had extra classes until the day before yesterday, then only got 2 days off. Teachers piled on stacks of test papers and homework. I was up writing until midnight last night and still didn't finish. This morning I had to get up at 7 to rush through more work, then go back to school. I'm exhausted." Chen nodded and asked a simple question. "What grade are you in?" "I'm a junior in high school." Her tone mixed pride and complaint. "What time did you get up?" 5. She answered lazily. Chen asked again, "Where did you come from?" 2 hours walking the mountain path, then an hour by car," she said, as if it were nothing. The girl's eyes went wide, disbelief written all over her face. She leaned in and sized him up for a long time. He looked so bright-eyed and energetic, nothing like someone who'd gotten up at 5 and walked 2 hours through the hills. She whispered in amazement, "How do you do it? Don't you Taoists ever get tired?" Chen pulled a bottle of drink out of his cloth bag. The plastic made a soft sound in the sunlight as he handed it to her. He smiled. "Just drink this and you'll be fine." She took the bottle and twisted the cap. It clicked, and a sweet scent rose from the opening. She took a sip. The sweetness hit her tongue like a little shock, and she immediately felt more awake. She laughed aloud, half skeptical. "Taoists drinking stuff like this, that's weird." Chen laughed too. Sunlight warmed them. Both the sweetness in the air felt sharp and clear. Around them came the mountain breeze and the faint rumble of distant traffic. They stood there, smiling, as if they shared a small secret. Just as teenagers can't picture themselves growing old, he had thought loneliness wouldn't be the thing to break him. When his master was still around, he often walked the night roads alone, knapsack on his back, talking to himself. Only after his master left did he realize his mouth suddenly wanted someone to answer back. When Jixia was like a radio with its dial being flicked on and off. She asked this and that, topics leaping from the Taoist's robe to the wild fruit by the roadside, and then to the clouds overhead. Her questions were light and urgent, as if trying to fill the empty space between them. Chen Xian stood listening, nodding along, replying once in a while. His voice sliced the silence into many small pieces. The pack moved at some point. The zipper gave a faint click, like a raindrop on fabric. A black head poked out of the gap. The cat stretched its neck quietly, as if wringing the night out of the cloth. It was all black, its fur like it had been dipped in ink. Pressed against the pack, it nearly vanished. Only 2 amber eyes blinked in the dark. The cat's gaze was calm and clear, like 2 little lamps. When Jixia was saying something when her eyes landed on the pack, she narrowed them, as if picking out a tiny movement. The next second her face changed from puzzlement to delight, and she jumped forward. "Kitty," she cried, surprise and joy in her voice. Her hand shot out naturally, as if to tuck the treasure into her arms. "You brought a cat?" she asked, laughing. "It's so black, I didn't even see it." She crouched, bringing her nose close, squinting at the ball of fur. "It's so round, so fat," she added, her tone full of affection. The cat looked up. A flicker of contempt passed through the amber eyes. Its lids drooped slowly, as if deciding whether it was worth the trouble. Its whiskers trembled. Its tail gave a light swish, lifting a bit of dust from the fabric. Chen Xian stood frozen for a moment. The silence behind him felt like it had been torn open. He looked at the cat, at Wen Jixia, then at his own hands. Half a beat later, he reflexively set his hand on the pack and said evenly, "His name is Shirimo. You can try petting him slowly. He doesn't like being rushed." When Jixia immediately went careful. She reached out, her fingers pausing in the air as if asking for permission. When her fingertips met the cat, the fur was warm and a little fluffy, like a piece of warm cloth on a night. The cat didn't bolt, it simply let out a soft exhale, as if assessing her sincerity. "Does he meow?" she asked softly, her eyes full of hope. "Not really, it's afraid of strangers. It'll swipe at you." "Oh." When Jixia felt a little disappointed. The cat wasn't having it. The moment she reached out, it rolled over and showed its belly. Its tail flicked, its eyes narrowed into twin crescents. It began to rake at its paws, slow and gentle, like an invitation and like a tease. When Jixia's hand froze in midair, her fingers stiffened. She wanted to move, then didn't dare. The cat licked a paw, then lazily twisted its body. Its plush back dipped in a little arch, as if saying, "Who called me fat? How do you like that?" She smiled wryly. In the end, she still didn't put her hand on it. Halfway through the ride, heat rolled into the cabin like steam. The quiet hum of the vehicle was pulled apart by complaints. "Hey, driver, why's the AC in the back not blowing?" someone shouted while fanning themselves. "I keep waking up from it, it's so hot," another voice joined. A few people fanned themselves with flyers. The paper edges made a loud rustle. The driver's voice came from the front, low and helpless. "The rear AC's broken. Bear with it, there's nothing I can do." An uproar rose from the back seats. People complained, people cursed. The heat felt like a weight pressing on everyone's shoulders. Only then did Wen Jixia notice the people beside her. Shirts clung to backs. Beads of sweat on foreheads slid down by the temples. Sunlight hit the roof, and the metal gave off that dull, hot smell. The air was like broth, thick and heavy, hard to lift a hand through. She didn't feel hot. She looked up at the young Taoist beside her. He leaned against the window, eyes calm, breathing slow and deep. The folds of his robe showed no sweat, his shoulders didn't slump. "Do you feel any breeze over there?" she asked, curiosity in her voice. He shook his head, in a flat tone. "Probably busted too. Aren't you hot?" "That robe looks stifling," she asked again. "I'm not hot." He smiled a small smile, like a closed fan slowly folding. "When the heart is calm, you feel cool." He didn't preach. He just slowed his breathing further. The rise and fall of his chest moved like a pendulum. When Jixia copied him on impulse, drawing a deep breath and letting it out slowly, she felt a lightness at her back. Sweat beads suddenly seemed less sharp, her skin felt brushed by an invisible breeze. The chorus of complaints around her receded. She thought of how she'd always been most afraid of heat. Yet now, the woman who hated heat the most didn't feel it. A small surprise flickered in her chest. Maybe it was really because of the man's quiet. Maybe the cool didn't come from outside, maybe it fell from within. The heat lay in the carriage like a heavy blanket. Sweat beaded at the temples, and the seats groaned impatiently. People in the back stood up, shuffled forward, trying to catch a breath. The air felt crumpled, hard to smooth out. A woman stepped up beside Qinshan and Wenjixia. She fanned herself with a handheld fan. The rhythm of the fan cut through the heat and brought a brief coolness. She looked up at Qinshan with earnest eyes. "Little master, you're a Taoist, right?" Her voice was rough but urgent. "Yes." Qinshan nodded, his tone calm, as if answering a routine question. "I have something to ask. Is that okay?" The words tumbled out as if she'd been holding them in all night. "Go ahead," he said without flinching. Short and steady. "My husband has been feeling like his throat is tight at night. He wakes up with terrible breath. A while back he and some folks from the village went up the mountain to play. Do you think he might have picked up something?" She blinked, part hope and part fear in the corner of her eyes. When Jixia's fingers rose instinctively to her own throat, her eyes tightened, as if a memory of being choked flashed through her mind. She held her breath, waiting for his answer. Qinshan only nodded slightly. His voice came like a cool breeze. "Probably just heat, internal heat buildup. Drink more water. Cooling herbal tea would be even better." "Could it be possession?" the woman asked again, lowering her voice. "No." He nodded again. Short. "Certain. Master, my son went up there that day too. He came back wiped out. Legs feel like jelly, his eyelids keep fighting, he can't stop sleeping. He said there was some succubus in the game, and lately he sounds drained, complains about back pain. What's going on?" She poured the symptoms out like dumping a burden from her hands. Qinshan glanced at her, his expression neutral. "That sounds more like energy depletion, his body's burn out and recovering slowly. Don't stay up late. Don't push yourself. Rest for a few days, eat lightly." "Huh?" The woman froze. He doesn't even have a girlfriend. When Jixia flushed, hand over her mouth, a muffled, playful laugh escaping like a balloon finally letting air out. She looked a little mischievous. Qinshan showed no embarrassment. His face was composed, as if he were dealing with a routine case. He'd grown used to these questions. People in the carriage whispered, headaches, sleeplessness. When something couldn't be fixed, they thought of a Taoist. So they came with these everyday troubles. He answered as usual, few words, but enough to put them at ease. "It's like studying programming but always being the one who gets called to fix computers," Qinshan said with a self-deprecating laugh. As a Taoist, he was often treated as half a doctor. "I'll have your son checked at the hospital later to see if he's more cold or hot in constitution." He put it in plain terms. If he's cold, his hands and feet are often chilly, and he's more sensitive to the cold. If he's hot, he'll have a dry mouth and be prone to inflammations. Cold constitutions need warming tonics, hot ones need cooling, nourishing remedies. If his vital energy is depleted, you'd use pills to replenish essence. And tell him to rest, don't overwork, and keep his diet light. The middle-aged woman thanked him over and over, her voice full of trust and a little relief. The girl beside her listened with rapt attention, as if she'd discovered a whole new world. Her eyes were full of admiration. "You know all that?" she blurted, surprised. "I just picked it up from being around it," Qinshan replied with a smile, but his gaze shifted to her. when Jixia suddenly seemed interested and turned to face him. Her school uniform was blue and white. Sunlight slanted through the window, gilding the tips of her hair. She stood straight like a freshly sprouted blade of grass, clean and refreshing. "So could you take a look at me too?" Her voice had a little hope in it, trembling like a ringing bell. Chen nodded and stepped a few paces closer. He didn't say much. He watched carefully. He looked at her forehead first. It was smooth, like a spring leaf. Her brows and eyes were soft, the tails of her brows slightly lifted. Her pupils were bright, and the whites clear, someone who looked energetic and open at a glance. He reached out and pressed her wrist. He could feel the pulse under his fingertips. It ran like a little stream, fine but strong. His palm was warm, neither cold nor burning. His movements were gentle, like checking whether a plant was withered. When Jixia watched him, her face slowly flushing like a peach petal warmed by the evening breeze. A smile escaped the corner of her mouth. She hurried to cover it, speaking quickly and softly. "Hey, don't say that I don't even have a boyfriend." People around them laughed short, not harsh. Chen smiled too. His answer was simple, like a clear spring. Reading someone's face or pulse doesn't fix their fate. It's just some advice. You've got an appealing face. Wherever you go, people tend to help you. The young Taoist smiled and gave the girl's back a light pat. "But you've been a little on edge lately. Not sleeping enough, quick to anger. Cut back on late nights, drink more water," he added. His voice was clean, like a breeze in the mountains. The girl didn't take him entirely seriously, but who doesn't like compliments? Her face brightened. "Really?" She blinked, her voice a little childish. "I always speak plainly," the young Taoist shrugged. His tone had no flourish, as if he were talking about the weather. "Haha, thanks," she laughed again and waved her hand. With a topic, the once boring ride felt shorter. They chatted as the scenery flicked past the window. From beginning to end, they never asked each other's names, nor exchanged contact details. They were like two people sharing a stretch of road, shadows passing each other. The bus stopped. People got off and on. The two hoisted their backpacks and stood. A faint snore came from the girl's bag. She turned and waved at him. "Kitty, kitty, bye-bye," she called to the little thing on her back. Her voice was like a bell, clear and light. Then she climbed onto another bus that had arrived the instant its doors closed. Her laughter was gone. Chen Xian watched the bus pull away. He held a warm glucose drink in his hand and took a sip. The sweetness spread across his mouth. He pulled out his phone and opened the map. His destination wasn't far, about a 50-minute walk. He closed the phone and tightened the cap. He decided to walk. Growing up in the mountains had become a kind of rhythm for him. Walking was the most natural way to move forward. He set off. The teal hem of his Taoist robe brushed the ground, stirring a wave of warm air. The paving stones underfoot, baked by the sun, gave off a faint, dry crackle. The street was full of idling cars, voices, and the distant hammering of a construction site. The air smelled of exhaust, and the plasticky odor of hot water whirled away from mountain soil and pine needles. He looked up. The high rises stabbed at the sky like blades. The glare off their glass was blinding, and the street noise made him feel as if he'd stepped out of another world. For a moment, he felt a little lost. Then he squared his shoulders and headed toward Yunxi No. 1 High School. The mountain stream, when it reached the city, turned into the rumble of traffic. No more insects chirping or birds singing. Instead, there were voices, horns, and the low hum of engines. The clean scent of plants had been mixed with exhaust, perfume, and the general bustle into an indistinguishable smell. "Fema, look at that building." He pointed into the distance. "Meow." The black cat vocalized, eyes half-lidded, tail giving a gentle flick. As if to say it only partly agreed. Chen Shuren stood straight. His plain blue robe settled quietly around him. He wasn't frightened by the noise. His gaze was calm, his breathing even. He looked as if studying a painting, not panicked, only curious. The glass facade coldly reflected human shapes. A suit mannequin in the shop window stood side by side with his shadow. The crowd moved like tides, surging up and then dispersing. Someone hurried past, saw scraping a rhythm on the paving stones. Tall buildings sliced the sky into fragments. Chen Shuren looked up at those pieces. What were these people chasing? Like dandelions blown apart by the wind, lively, busy, but without the rooted peace. "Hi. Grand opening today, 20% off store-wide." A girl shoved a flyer in front of him. Her voice was brisk, as if trying to grab every passerby. He took the flyer and stopped. His fingers rubbed the paper's edge. He looked at it as if he were reading it closely. The leaflet was brightly colored, big bold type, exclamation marks everywhere, as if missing it would mean a lifetime of regret. The girl grew a little impatient. She rose onto her toes and tapped her heel lightly. She had to finish her rounds, time wouldn't wait. He looked down at the flyer, his gaze serious. He didn't say a word. The girl, clutching a sheaf of flyers, tiptoed a few steps closer. She handed the rest out to passers-by. Most people hurried on. Phone screens flickered under their thumbs. No one had time to take a sheet. The flyers threw off a thin sheen in the sunlight. The rustle of paper mixed with the footsteps of the crowd. Sweat beaded on the girl's forehead. She walked back up to him and held a flyer out. He finished reading. His fingertips gently folded the paper closed and, politely, handed it back. "Thanks, I don't need it right now," he said, his voice calm, like the surface of a still lake. The girl froze. Her shoulders loosened. A drop of sweat slid down her hairline. Like a cool breeze off the mountain, in that moment she relaxed. Her heart, which had been all knotted up, uncoiled as if someone had pressed a button. It slowly quieted. It's okay," she stammered, taking the paper back from his hand. She wanted to add, "You can take it back." But before she finished, he had already turned and walked away. The hem of his robe swung with his stride. His steps were steady and light. He walked down the street. The sounds of the city orbited him. Car horns, the bass thump of billboards, the greasy scent from a fast food place, the distant hum of air conditioners in the high rises. The crowd flowed like a river, people calling, people laughing, people rushing along. He made no judgments about these scenes. He just watched, listened, remembered. Around the corner, a busker's guitar cut through the noise. A vendor flipped steaming buns. The steam rose, carrying the smell of sauce. Those small, scattered moments threaded together like beads. He remembered what his master often said. No matter how beautifully a thing is written in books, it's no substitute for seeing it with your own eyes. He tried to hold a quiet corner for himself amid the clamor. His breath slowed. His feet felt firmer. His heart calmed, little by little. He found himself looking forward to school. He imagined the gate pillars, the wind across the playground, the rustle of pages under the study lamp glow at night. A small knot of anticipation formed in his chest, daring to be touched. Then his phone in his pocket rang. The ringtone vibrated against his chest a few times before he reacted. He pulled it out. An unknown number flashed on the screen. He hit the answer key. On the other end came a hearty, middle-aged voice. "Hello? Is this Chen Shuren, the young apprentice?" "This is he." "Who's calling?" His voice was unhurried. The man laughed, a warm sound like a door opening. "I'm Lin Ming, principal of Yunxi No. 1 High School. Some time ago, Elder Daoist Chen asked me to send your admission notice to your association. Chen, did you receive it? This week is registration." The voice on the other end said, hurried but polite. "I checked with Teacher Liang. He said you haven't shown up. I got your number from the association and wanted to see what's going on." Chen Xian listened and cleared his throat. "Sorry to bother, Principal Lin. I'm on my way to the school. Now should be there in about 20 minutes. "All right." Principal Lin's voice softened. "Your master said you haven't come down from the mountain, so I should keep an eye on you. Xiao Chun, if there's anything you don't understand, just tell me. Want me to arrange someone to pick you up? Thanks for the concern, Principal Lin. I'll be there soon." "Okay, call me when you arrive. I've already told the guard to expect you come straight to my office when you get here." "Okay, thank you, Principal Lin." After hanging up, Chen Xian slipped the phone back into his pocket. He didn't stop walking. The wind brushed his face, carrying the scent of cypress and the frying smoke from roadside food stalls. He thought of his master, the spot his master had pulled strings for him, the favors his master had owed. His master wasn't here anymore. Chen swallowed the thought down and kept the words to himself. Ahead, the school gate came into view. Two tall pillars flanked it, and a high arch spanned between them. A large inscription on the lintel read, Yunxi No. 1 High School. Beyond the gate was a stone path lined with plane trees. The leaves rustled like whispers. The campus was bigger than he had imagined. Classroom buildings stood in neat rows. People ran on the field. The sharp thump of balls against the ground cut through the air. The bell in the distant clock tower echoed overhead. The guard at the gate glanced up at him and offered a polite nod. A few students passed by, their eyes lingering on him. Voices dropped, as if guessing at his background. Look, is he a transfer? Either his grades are brilliant, or his family is well connected, or someone's pulled strings for him. Chen heard them. The remarks landed quickly, tinted with resentment and curiosity. He didn't stop. There was a subtle scrutiny in the crowd, like a winter wind, cold and precise. He headed for the classroom buildings, his footsteps marking a steady rhythm on the stone. The flag above the gate snapped in the breeze, sunlight cut through the fabric and through stark shadows. He told the guard his name. The guard scanned the list, smiled, and pointed the way. Keep going, up to the 3rd floor. Principal Lin's office is at the east end, he said, polite and certain. Chen nodded and followed the directions. The hallway filled with students' conversations, the soft zip of backpack zippers, and the sound of reading drifting from a classroom down the hall. He had few words inside, just steady steps like he was bringing something with him. It was the last day of fall registration. The school gate looked like a market. Suitcase wheels squeaked. Voices rolled like the tide. Most of the people were freshmen. The sophomores and seniors had already returned. Only a few upperclassmen in uniform hurried past. Chen Xian stopped at the gate. The blue and white uniform looked familiar. Could that chatty girl on the bus also be from Yunqi No. 1 High? He hesitated, then felt a little regret. If he'd asked her to walk with him earlier, he wouldn't have had to trudge around for 50 boring minutes. He scanned the crowd. She wasn't there, so he stopped looking. With so many people, chances were they'd run into each other. He wore a teal Taoist robe. The fabric whispered in the wind, the hem made a low brushing sound. He stood out among the jeans and puffer coats. Heads turned instantly, gazes pricked at him like needles. Isn't that a Taoist priest? A mother whispered. Here to beg for money. The parent next to her said with a laugh. Looks more like cosplay to me, just pretending. A young parent scoffed. Probably the school hired him, someone guessed. It's common to invite a Taoist to bless the new term. Maybe it's feng shui. I've heard this school has been doing pretty well lately. Do the school leaders really believe in that? Someone asked skeptically. He's way too young, looks only in his 20s. Another voice added, surprised. Words piled up across the courtyard. People pointed. Others busied themselves loading suitcases back into cars. Above the noise, Chen Xian ignored the stares and walked toward the gate guard's steady steps, robe swaying with each stride. The guard looked up, straightened, made a slight bow, and asked a few respectful questions. Chen nodded and answered quietly. The guard immediately led him through the crowd straight toward the principal's office. Someone who saw this cried out. So the school really did hire him. The shout spread. The crowd's chatter scattered and then gathered into fresh gossip. The noise went on, but his figure had already been ushered into the corridor inside the school. It was the first time Chen Xian had set foot on a high school campus wearing the garb of a Taoist. After years in the mountains, he had thought his world would be only pines and temple halls. He hadn't expected there to be a day he'd return to school. When the gate opened, the roar of traffic outside seemed cut off by the doors. Horns faded. The wind threading through the trees brought the smell of books and chalk. The air grew a little quieter. Footsteps, voices, the distant bell were taken over by a softer school rhythm. He walked in wearing a teal Taoist robe, his hair neatly tied, a string of wooden beads at his waist. The fabric made a low rustle when it shifted. Students glanced up and their gazes snapped to him. Their curiosity rose like a tide rushing up the stairwells and hallways. Hey, look, is that a Taoist priest? No way that's cosplay, right? Someone actually came to school dressed like that? Doesn't he look like it? He's heading to the administration building. To the principal's office. For real? Move. Don't block me, I want to take a picture. Phones came out, shutter clicks drew nearer. Some leaned over the railings to peer. Laughter and whispers sounded like pages turning. The guard at the gate stepped forward and led Chen Xian down the corridor. Their footsteps made crisp echoes on the stone floor. Curious students trailed behind, packed into the stairwell with necks craned, holding their breath. Only when the dean came down and barked, "Clear out," did the crowd, like wind-scattered leaves, fall back to their places. Master Chen, we're here. This is Principal Lin's office. The guard's voice was low and respectful as he pointed to the door sign on the second floor. Chen gave a slight nod. He smoothed his robe with both hands and brushed dust from his shoulders. His breathing was even, his expression calm. He paused at the door, standing straight. The door was ajar light, and deeper footsteps came from inside. The principal's office door was half open. Cold air slipped through the crack like a thin veil of mist, skimming the corridor. The air conditioner hummed low. A sheet of paper at the corner of the desk shivered. The guard knocked twice on the door short, clipped. "Principal Lin, Master Chun has arrived. Come in." The door opened a sliver. Someone stepped inside. The soles of his shoes made a soft sound on the threshold. Chun Xian walked in, travel-worn, the edges of his coat dusted with grit. His movements were neat, unostentatious. The man behind the desk rose as well. Principal Lin was medium-built and lean, wearing glasses, a few strands of white at his temples. When he spoke, his voice was surprisingly strong, steady, and firm, like a door swung wide. "Chun, sit. Don't just stand there." Principal Lin pulled a chair up to the desk. He lifted a teapot. The water inside the iron pot sloshed, and he poured tea into a cup. The cup struck the rim with a clear note. Steam scented with tea hurried into the room and hung in the air. Chun Xian stepped forward and bowed slightly, hands clasped together, courteous but not theatrical. "The journey was a bit long. Sorry to have delayed you, Principal Lin." He spoke quietly, his voice like wind rubbing over stone. Principal Lin returned the gesture with equal formality. He set the cup in front of Chun, his fingertip resting on the rim for a moment. "I've known your master a long time." He drew the sentence out, as if turning the page of an old photograph. "Over 20 years. I was about your age then. Time just slipped away." He lowered his head. It seemed he tried to extract words from his throat and stopped halfway. His palm pressed lightly on the desk, the faint scrape audible. "When your master called, I was out of town. I rushed back, but I still couldn't see him one last time. I couldn't be there to send him off. I've felt guilty ever since." His voice checked, then smoothed. There was a light in his eyes for a moment before they settled back to evenness. Chin took the tea. The cup was warm. Steam brushed the back of his hand. He closed his eyes and inhaled the scent. His shoulders eased. "You're worrying too much, Principal Lin." He held the cup steady, his gaze calm. "Master used to say life and death are like day and night." He took it in stride. "You needn't blame yourself." Principal Lin listened, his finger tracing a circle on the cup's rim. The tea swayed and made tiny, staccato sounds. "Elder Taoist Chun was remarkable," he said, straightening his glasses, his voice threaded with respect. Few people reach that kind of calm. The air conditioner hummed. They looked at each other, and in the hush the only sound was porcelain gently meeting porcelain. His master always kept a composed face in front of outsiders. He rarely spoke of life and death. Only Chen Shuren knew the whole truth, and he didn't want to strip his master's reputation bare in front of other people. He spread the ledger his master had left on the table. The pages were yellowed, the corners peeling. Old fingerprints stained the ink. The name Lin Ming kept appearing. An entry showed an outstanding balance of 38,000. Another line was labeled degree, and below it, 2 years tuition and fees. The handwriting slanted as if hastily jotted. Maybe over the years his master had used his odd methods to make up the shortfall. But since the book said borrowed, Chen Shuren had to put it plainly. He looked up, voice calm, each word clear. "Principal Lin, the debts the temple owes you are recorded in my master's ledger. I know my master said it was a loan. He's gone now, and someone has to take responsibility. I will repay every cent." Principal Lin blinked, then smiled a smile that mixed awkwardness and generosity. He waved a hand, his voice rasped like an old brass bell. "Your master helped me a lot over the years. Compared to him, this money is nothing. He was stubborn, wouldn't accept favors back. Don't worry about it. You don't have to pay it back." Chun Shuren suppressed the flush of embarrassment. There was a light in his eyes as he answered steadily. "Kindness is one thing, debt is another. If my master called it a loan, I'll repay it. It's my responsibility. But I'm strapped for cash at the moment. It'll take me some time to gather it. Please, give me some time." Principal Lin's smile widened, more relieved than anything. He pointed at Chin's simple cloth robe with an indulgent tone. "You really are your master's temper. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Are you all right for money while you're out? If not, I can lend you some. I'm not in any hurry. Take it. Don't be so formal." Chun Shuren hurriedly shook his head. "Principal Lin, you worry too much. What my master left me isn't much, but it's enough for now. Thank you for your kindness." Principal Lin patted the table, The smile still there, the air in the room seemed to lighten. The debt would be settled. The words that needed to be said had been said. Both men set aside awkwardness and ceremony, and that decided it. All right. Principal Lin set his teacup down, his voice steady. If you're short on anything, tell me. Chen Shuren froze. Silence answered for him. Whoever has a creditor show up and hand over money willingly. He thought, but he kept it to himself. He only looked down, twisting the cuff of his sleeve as if rolling an invisible thread between his fingers. The room smelled of tea. The hiss of boiling water still clung to the rim of the porcelain cup. Principal Lin passed a cup across with calm, deliberate hands. In the lamplight, the steam rose in a thin ribbon. Here, master, have some tea. Principal Lin smiled. There was a faint warmth in it. Thank you, Principal Lin. Your tea. Chen took the cup. The steam bit his fingertips. The aroma bloomed in his nose, and the flavor left a sweet aftertaste on his tongue. Holding the cup, he caught sight of a stack of old ledgers by the table leg, their covers worn smooth. Looks like you know tea, Lin said, raising an eyebrow. I only know just enough to be dangerous, Chen replied, shaking his head softly. He took a sip. The flavor unfurled down his throat. The brief, clean sweetness felt like a small reply. They traded a few words, not many. Principal Lin's old friendship with his master was like a river left unspoken, deep and rippling. Neither of them stirred its waters. Out of respect as a junior, Chen didn't dare pry. Still, someone who came proactively to repay a favor left a good impression. Principal Lin was the kind of man who treated owed debts like old books that had to be sorted once opened. You'd flip through every page. Plans ran through Chen's mind. The slanting sun outside crossed a half-papered window and fell across the open ledger. The handwriting was blotchy. Beneath it were several lines of contact information, like a map his master had left him. I'm not expecting to pay it all back now. He rested his hand on the edge of the ledger, fingertips feeling the paper's roughness. I just need them to know the attitude is right. Once my studies are stable, I'll go to each of them, one by one, using these contacts. Principal Lin nodded. The soft clink of cups sounded like approval. Favors take different forms, he said. Some people repay with a few sticks of incense, others will settle things face to face. If you go through with it, it'll be an explanation for both you and your master. He didn't say much, but his words carried weight. Chen swallowed the last sip. The sweetness lingered on his tongue. He stood and smoothed his sleeve. A late breeze drifted in, bringing a chill, and the paper screen trembled slightly. They exchanged a few more brief words about his studies. The conversation settled on what needed to be done tomorrow, like drawing scattered threads back together bit by bit. I know the association has rules about inheriting a temple. Principal Lin set his teacup down. The tea sloshed gently inside. Your master's students, even without a diploma, aren't the sort to be that bad. Chen kept a slightly awkward smile. You flatter me, Principal Lin. I can't compare to my master at all. Lin waved a hand, softening his words. If your master hadn't trusted you, even if you were his own son, he wouldn't have handed the temple over like that. It's just he has been up in the mountains so long, he doesn't really understand the rules these days. Everything has to be done by the book now. We've run this school all these years to give students a piece of paper, a foot in the door. Something moved in Chen's chest, and he replied, my master was the most by-the-book man I knew. He told me to go get a credential before he died. Lin laughed, a little proud. When he called me that day, he half-joked that you were a natural scholar. I thought I'd hit the jackpot. Chen lowered his head, heat flushed his face. He pictured his master standing at the temple gate, waving him off, nudging him out into the world piece by piece. Lin's absolute confidence made him strangely uneasy, like someone had tapped his sternum. 2 years from now at the college entrance exam, we'll be counting on you to represent Yunshi number 1 high, Principal Lin said, patting the table, his eyes bright with expectation. Chen fell into silence. It wasn't lack of confidence. In matters of Tao, scripture, and cultivation he had no fear. He had memory of midnight bells, the warm circulation of qi when he pressed his palm to something. Villagers often instinctively stepped back when they saw him. The air around him felt compressed. That presence was an invisible ability, a kind of authority that didn't come from a diploma. But classrooms, textbooks, and exams were foreign to him. He'd lived in the mountains for years. He'd never sat through long stretches of class, Never learned the scratch of pens under the pre-dawn reading lamp. Never seen a standardized exam room. The cold glare of the light panels, the proctor's watchful eyes, the clock ticking with a steady, pitiless beat. He pictured himself in an exam hall, rows of dense test papers, his palms sweating, the pen jittering between his fingers while he didn't know which question to tackle first. The thought tightened his chest. "You probably don't need to worry too much," Principal Lin said, noticing his color and softening his smile. "You learn fast. Our teachers can show you the tricks of taking tests. You lay down the foundation, leave the rest to us." Chen nodded. He answered with his mouth, but inside he began to plan. Rise early to memorize problems, spend evenings doing practice tests, have teachers break down every multiple-choice trick. Could he get used to that life? Could he map mountain rhythms onto school bells and class schedules? The words were gentle. The decision was in Lin's eyes. He added one last line, like the close of a ceremony. "Tell your master not to worry. Someone here will help you grow." Outside, the wind stirred and leaves scraped the window frame, a thin, scattered sound. Chun lifted a hand and touched his sleeve, as if feeling the edge of the robe his master had left behind. He thought school meant endless drills, timetables, forced memorization. But he also knew one thing: the things the mountain had taught him might still work at a city desk. As long as he could stand steady, he could find his rhythm again. People ought to feel some awe toward the unknown. Chen Shuren was no exception. His master was always praising him as a genius scholar. People believed it. He himself kept up a show of humility. Well, at least he believed he was being humble. "Has Master Chen seen the admission notice?" Principal Lin asked. A puff of steam rose from the teapot. The cup's rim gave a soft clink. "Yes, it says to report to 11th grade, Class 5. Chen spread the notice on the table. His fingertips felt a little cold. "Right." Principal Lin topped off his tea. The aroma hit the bridge of his nose. He spoke crisply. "The school has done well these years. Class 5 in the 11th grade is the elite science class. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Liang, is well known across the province. He's produced several citywide number ones." Chen Shuren had grown up in the mountains and didn't get out much, but he had a phone and internet. He knew what those words meant: sciences, humanities, elite class, top scorer. Put simply, very impressive. So Class 5 is the science class. He was a little surprised and nearly choked on his tea. "Yes, the science class." Principal Lin nodded, the corners of his eyes creasing. "Your master thinks your traditional scholarship and the sect's fundamentals come as naturally as breathing. But you're short on the hard sciences. There's no time to forge that in 10th grade, and waiting until 12th is too rushed. 11th is just right. He has confidence in you." Heat rose to Chen's face. He tightened his hand on the cup's rim. It made a faint scraping sound. Remembering his master's proud look, he let out a quiet, hoarse laugh. "My master really is giving his disciple a tough assignment," he said. Principal Lin laughed more openly. The clink of cups sounded like a drum roll. Chen's smile faded. It was forced. His master had held him up as an example, and he was embarrassed to refuse outright. "Well, I suppose I'll go along with Master S' arrangement," he said. He said it decisively, but his eyes drifted under the table. In that moment, his casualness carried a small gesture of truth. He shrugged and gave a slight shake of his head, as if making peace with himself. At heart, he did have a certain confidence. Growing up, there was almost nothing he couldn't learn. A few days into elementary school, he felt his classmates moved in slow motion. The teacher like a broken record, the textbooks like fairy tales. So he stopped going. That confidence was tucked away. In public, he wore a modest face, soft smile, few words. But one person who could see him clearly: his master saw right through him. "You know everything." The master would shake his head, "except that there are always people better than you and skies higher than the sky." His words were both a rebuke and a lesson. The master arranged to have him transferred into second-year high school from elsewhere and started him on science from scratch. The whole setup felt like a trial. Chen Shuren was very smart. Realizing that only fueled him, something in his chest ignited. A note of defiance hung in the air. If others could learn it, why couldn't he? He would try. So he hid his refusal to lose behind a smile. Outside, the master played a different part, praising him to anyone he met, his tone like the telling of a legend. But when it was just the two of them, he would lean in and whisper that he needed to rein himself in. Their roles were reversed. Principal Lin waited a few seconds of silence before speaking again. Chun, does your master have any other thoughts? Feel free to tell me. None. Chun straightened. Respect showed on his face, but his tone was decisive. Do as my master arranged. Thank you for handling it, Principal Lin. Principal Lin smiled and patted the back of his chair. It's nothing big. Just at a desk. Sit for a bit. I'll call Teacher Liang and have him come over. From now on, Teacher Liang will be your homeroom teacher. Talk to him if anything comes up. Thank you, Principal Lin. If I'm your student now, you can just call me by my name. Chen's voice was calm, as if he de-settled something. All right, Shuren. Principal Lin paused, then smiled and leaned forward with a bit of warmth. If you don't mind, you can just call me Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin. He said it plainly. At the same time, he pulled a wooden tea canister from his bag. The lid slid across his fingertips with a low click. The dry scent of tea spilled from the jar and in an instant filled a corner of the small room. The tea tin and the leaves inside had all been made by him. Finely crafted. At a glance, they didn't seem in the least inferior to the pricey gift sets sold outside. Thank you for taking me in while I study here, he said, handing over the jar, his voice low and respectful. It's a hastily prepared gift. I only brought this jar of Xinhua snow bud. It's grown and picked at our temple. My master likes to drink it, and we happen to have some, so I thought I'd bring it for you to try. As soon as Chen Shuren finished speaking, he lifted the lid. The scent of the tea spilled out like a mountain forest waking after a snowfall, cool with a sweet hint of green grass. The leaves were tiny, one bud and one leaf, the color of freshly cut young grass. Poured into the cup, the liquor took on a pale jade green, translucent to the bottom. Principal Lin's desk was scattered with other tea tins and teaware. The tea ring on his cup rim marked years of habit. His eyes brightened when he caught the aroma. A surprised smile crept in. He took the jar, his fingertips still feeling the warmth of its body. Grown and picked by hand, he murmured, as if speaking a name of weight. Those 4 words carried more meaning than any label. He'd seen plenty of fine teas bought from shops, but tea planted on one's own back mountain and picked by one's own hands was different. It was thoughtfulness and scarcity. Shuren, how thoughtful of you. I'll accept it, he said, placing the jar on the table, smiling as he lifted the lid to inhale. Good tea. My master planted it on the back mountain himself. The yield is small, just enough for us. If you like it, after the spring snows next year I'll bring more, Chen Shuren offered. Oh, don't be polite. Principal Lin waved a hand to dismiss the formality. It's only right. Remember favors and repay kindness well put. He said it with a smile in his eyes. When he added, family don't need such formalities, he patted Chen Shuren's shoulder in a way that felt like taking in a grandson, an unassuming gesture, but genuinely warm. Before the tea had a chance to cool, Principal Lin pulled out his phone and dialed, his voice steady and decisive amid the scent. Hello, Teacher Liang. Are you free right now? Principal Lin, anything? It's about what we talked about last time. A transfer student named Wen Xiuxing has arrived. Stop by my office when you have a moment. I need to brief you. Okay, I'll be right there. When Mr. Liang heard the name Wen Xiuxing, he straightened up as if someone had switched a light on. The folder in his hand nearly slipped from his grip. He hurriedly smoothed it, his heels clicking out a quick rhythm on the corridor tiles. A small grin flickered at the corner of his mouth. He picked up his pace, figuring the principal was favoring old Liang again. Second year had begun, and the atmosphere tightened overnight. Summer had been eaten up by cram classes. After the monthly exam, they were only given 2 days off. In the classroom, the faint scratch of pen tips on paper came from under desk lamps. Outside the window, the boys gathered on the balcony like migratory birds, all eyes on the school path. The classroom sat on the 2nd floor. The rows by the windows were in quiet study, heads bent over problems, breathing steady. Behind the lectern, the blackboard was filled with formulas. Gray-white chalk dust lay at the edge. At the end of the corridor, patches of sunlight cut out silhouettes. Wind slipped through the window gap, carrying the smell of grass from the field. A group of boys leaned on the balcony rail, whispering judgments. One of them counted on his fingers, taking stock of the passing new faces. Hey, look at that girl, legs like a model. Don't act. The one with the single lens glasses putting on a mysterious act. The girls this year aren't up to par. None of them can match the class rep. You're asking too much. Class rep? Don't talk nonsense. If you want to pick on him, you got to get past him first. The laughter spread, rustling like wind through paper cups. In the middle of it, a boy came barreling into the classroom. Out of breath, his shoe soles scraped sharply across the floor. Xiaoquan, where have you been running off to? Intel. Intel. Fresh intel. Big news. Again? Last time your big news tricked us into that place with the awful mystery dishes. Xiaoquan's eyes shone. He thumped his chest like he was about to swear an oath. I'm serious this time. There's a ridiculously fierce guy transferring in. I heard he's special. There was a half-second silence before skeptical laughter broke out. When has your intel ever been right? Someone mouthed. Xiaoquan wasn't put off. A smile tugged at his mouth as if he were slowly pulling out something explosive. He lowered his voice, as if about to share a secret meant only for those close enough to hear. Last time you said the cafeteria was getting a new contractor, but the menu never changed. Where do you dig up this news this time to fool us? Someone set a cup down. The ceramic clinked crisply on the table. That was wrong intel, not me trying to trick you. Zhou Xiaoquan's face flushed red. His glasses had slid to the tip of his nose. He couldn't be bothered to push them back up. Anyway, we don't trust you. Someone sneered. You don't know Jack. He puffed out his chest, and his voice went suddenly serious. This time I saw it with my own eyes. Really not just hearsay. With your own eyes? Don't treat us like idiots. Someone raised an eyebrow. If you don't believe me, I'll tell you exactly. He lowered his voice as if about to share a secret. The room fell silent in an instant. Only the fan's hum and the faint scratch of pens on paper could be heard. The school hired a Taoist. He finished, and his eyes shone with a private triumph. Everyone froze. Then someone laughed first, a laugh threaded with doubt. Seriously? The school hired a Taoist? For what? Fortune-telling. Feng shui. Don't be ridiculous. Why would the school hire a Taoist? Yeah, I'm not buying any ghost tricks, one kid muttered. Zhou Xiaoquan shook his head, as if knocking down each objection. He spoke slowly, forming each word. I saw it with my own eyes. The security guard led that person into the principal's office. He didn't go in alone. Mr. Liang was called in too. Whispers started to ripple through the crowd. Some propped their chins on their hands. Others frowned. The atmosphere tightened. Are you sure you didn't see the wrong person? Someone asked. Me? See the wrong person? Look at my eyes. He lifted his chin and tapped his glasses. I'm telling you, this isn't something to take lightly. Why would they call in Mr. Liang? Does it have anything to do with our class? Another voice asked, equal parts curious and scared. Don't jump to conclusions. Someone hurriedly tried to shut it down, but their voice trembled. Or what if that filthy thing is in our class? Someone half joked, panic threaded through the words. Hasn't our class always had weird stuff? Another piped up, trying to laugh it off, but staring wide-eyed. Cut it out. Someone scolded, face hard. A vague, oppressive tension settled over the room. People rubbed their temples, pressed hands to their chests. Their movements said more than words. Since summer break, after we moved into this classroom, I get dizzy every morning, a girl said, putting down her pen. Her voice was low and slow. I can't remember things. During tests my mind goes blank, and I feel like all my strength has been drained out of me. Same here. I keep nodding off in class. My limbs feel weak and my chest is heavy, like there's a rock sitting on it. A boy nodded, his face pale. Well, if I bombed this test, maybe it wasn't because I didn't study. Someone grabbed their paper, looking for an excuse. A few soft hisses spread through the group. Eyes darted toward the shadowed corners of the classroom. Others looked out the window, as if the answer might be there. Zhou Xiaoquan watched them. Surrounded and questioned, he clung to the moment like a lifeline, smiling a little smugly. His voice dropped, taking on the cadence of a storyteller. Don't underestimate this. Just wait, it's going to be interesting. All right, one overreacts. The other studies too little, both can come up with excuses. Someone waved a hand, laughing without much sincerity. Why does the school have to bring in a Taoist? They even called Teacher Liang over. Another face wore doubt. The discussion bounced around like marbles. Voices rose and fell. Cups tapped lightly on the table. Someone snorted. Someone lowered their voice. Zhou Xiaoquan coughed twice and swept his microphone like gaze over. I've got something juicy. Want to hear? Spill it. There was a girl last year, from second year class 5. She was under too much pressure and got sick. She took a leave of absence and went traveling, filmed videos along the way, racked up hundreds of thousands of followers, and she got better. A brief silence. Someone hummed, uncertain whether it was regret or admiration. Fuck off. Don't mislead me. I love studying. Someone burst out, the outburst like a struck match, and laughter rippled through the room again. The afternoon office building was so quiet it felt like the air had been sucked out. Principal Lin had just hung up the phone. A smile still lingered on his face. Not long after, the door swung open. Liang Huiyang stood in the doorway as if blown in by the wind. He walked fast enough that Chun Xian half expected a master to have floated down the hall. Principal Lin. Teacher Liang's voice was steady when he spoke, carrying the rhythm of years spent at the lectern. Old Liang, you're here. Come in, sit. Principal Lin waved him over. Chun Xian rose as well and bowed politely. Good to see you, Mr. Liang. Liang was in his early 40s. His hair was thin at the temples and the crown, revealing a smooth patch of scalp that gleamed like a well-polished inkstone. The rest of his hair clung to the sides, soft and limp. He was neatly dressed, but a familiar smell of chalk dust trailed him in like the shadow of a classroom following him into the room. Mr. Liang wasn't tall. His shoulders sagged a little. There were faint ink stains on his fingers. Still, his eyes held a stubborn gleam. He shrugged off his coat and smiled as he greeted, "Hello, little master." His voice was calm, the same tone you might use with a stranger or an old friend. The boy in the green robe at the door cupped his fists in salute, clean and brisk. Mr. Liang froze. His eyes flicked around. He was still looking for someone else. There were only 3 people in the office. Principal Lin sat there, smiling like a shaft of light. The young Taoist stood respectfully and quietly. No one else. Liang felt a little buzz in his head. So that was it. He had assumed the student the school had mentioned as the star pupil would be the one to arrive. He'd been imagining what that kid might look like. He hadn't expected a youth in a long, green linen robe. The boy looked small for his age. The robe was well cut. His top knot was simple, his cuffs impeccably clean. When he saluted, his fingers brushed the lapel and the fabric made a soft whisper. The air carried a faint scent of grass and wood, like a tea garden at dawn. The presence wasn't loud, but it made the room feel half a beat slower, as if someone had smoothed time. Liang blinked. In all his years of teaching, he'd seen every kind of student. Kids who become online celebrities, extras on film shoots, children from remote villages, wealthy parents' sons. But he'd never had a freshman who looked like he'd stepped out of an old play. Is he the real thing, or just in costume? He wondered inwardly. On his face, he kept only a professional, polite smile, a habitual mask. Principal Lin raised his teacup with a practiced hand. Steam curled up. His voice was warm, but carried a tone that brooked no argument. All right, a brief introduction. Shuren, this is your homeroom teacher, Mr. Liang. He teaches Chinese. Our teachers stay with their classes until graduation through the college entrance exams. One teacher stays with you the whole way. He looked at the young Taoist, and his expression softened. He tapped the table with 2 fingers. Mr. Liang, this is Chun Shuren I told you about. Shuren is a bona fide Taoist. His master speaks highly of him. He's diligent and steady. Since he's enrolling at our school, treat him as a student. Take good care of him, and let's aim for solid results in 2 years. There was trust and command in Lin's smile. He set his cup down. The crisp click of porcelain against wood rang in the quiet room. Liang's smile tightened. He nodded and said in a low voice, "We will take good care of him." He left the rest unsaid. His fingers rubbed the rim of his cup, tapping out a small, restless rhythm. The smile at the corner of his eyes carried the fatigue of someone who's seen too much. He muttered under his breath, as if to himself, "This school is about talent, scores, background. How do you put Taoist practices on a test?" He didn't voice it outright. Principal Lin nodded as if he'd heard or as if he hadn't. The young Taoist kept his head bowed, said nothing, then clasped his fists again, his gaze clear and steady. It was rare for Principal Lin to bring someone himself into the tea room. Teacher Liang's eyes were inquisitive. The young Taoist sat up straight, bits of mountain lint clinging to his sleeves. Lin brewed the tea as he introduced the young man, his voice calm, like unsealing an old jar of tea. As the scent spread, Teacher Liang began to ask, his sentences short, more probes than questions. "Shuren, are you practicing the way?" "Yes." "How long have you been at it?" "I've been secluded on the mountain with my master since I was a child." A faint clink came from a teacup. Teacher Liang's brow tightened. He asked again, "Have you ever been to school?" Chen Shuren shook his head. His voice was as steady as a mountain spring. "No, I didn't go to school." Those 5 words fell into the conversation like a stone, sending ripples through it. Liang's expression showed disbelief and a quiet disappointment. He glanced at Principal Lin Lin, kept his eyes on the teacup, his movements measured, not joining the exchange. "Not even one day?" Liang pressed, his tone sharper. "Well, not entirely," Chen Shuren corrected. "When I was very young, I went to a primary school for a few days." That clarification did nothing to ease Liang's concern. If anything, his frown grew more stubborn. Liang set his cup back on its saucer. The tea stirred, and a thin steam trembling in the lamplight. He sighed, the responsible confusion in his voice coming through. "Even if you're training up in the mountains, you should have basic schooling. Why didn't your master make sure of that? What about your parents?" Chen Shuren lowered his eyes and picked at a loose thread on his sleeve. His voice was calm and steady like a mountain breeze, but the words cut through the room's warmth. "I don't have parents. My master found me on the road when I was a child and brought me back to the temple to raise me. Our temple is deep in the mountains, far from any school. The conditions are limited. We didn't go into town often. But my master taught me to read and to do arithmetic, and he would read books aloud to me. There was a small warmth in the way he said read, like a wisp of smoke from a campfire, proof that his life had not been wholly cut off from the world." Teacher Liang fell silent. He rolled the teacup once between his fingers. The porcelain gave a faint ring. His expression shifted slowly from doubt to something more complicated. Outside, the light of the setting sun lingered. Inside, there were 3 people and a pot of tea. Chen Xian. The name fell into Mr. Liang's ears like a cold stone, striking his chest. He looked up at the boy standing before him. Young in years, but with a steady gaze. Broad shoulders, as if he could shoulder the sky. Mr. Liang's face flushed hot. Shame rolled over him like a tide. He lowered his head and found his fingers unconsciously tapping a rhythm on the edge of the lectern. Sorry, student Xian. I didn't know about this before." His voice came out thin, as if pressed down. The boy smiled quietly. There was no resentment in it, no sharpness. It was like a cup of hot tea on a winter day, warming the cold in the room. "Mr. Liang, you don't need to apologize. I don't feel like I'm missing anything," he said, lowering his lids slowly, his voice calm. Mr. Liang hadn't even opened his mouth to reply before Principal Lin's dry cough snapped him back to the present. "Ahem." Principal Lin cleared his throat and pressed his palm to the table. His voice was firm, as if dragging the subject back to the center. "Xian is bright." Old Taoist priest Chen praised him as well. "As you've seen, he's mature for his age, steady in his work, and of upright character. He hasn't been to school, but that doesn't mean he can't be taught. People can be taught. Give him 2 years, and he might do well on the college entrance exam." Mr. Liang listened and felt a small, rising protest inside him. He couldn't help but think, there are so many students out there with poor foundations. Why single him out? The thought died in his throat. His mouth tightened. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. Every sentence from Principal Lin circled back to his master. The tone carried a guarantee. If the master says it's good, then it's good. Mr. Liang looked at that confidence and mumbled something under his breath that he never let out loud. Dropping a 0 foundation kid straight into a second-year class, it was reality, and a problem. Mr. Liang drew a few short lines on a piece of paper. Years of teaching had made him painfully aware of how crucial the basics were. Yunchi number 1 High's 3 years of success on the college exams wasn't just because the teachers were good. It relied on a steady stream of high-quality entrants. Riding its reputation, the school scooped up the top scorers from the middle school exams, and 3 years later handed out a pretty report card. He set the paper down and looked out the window. Sunlight slanted in, casting a long streak across the blackboard. His voice dropped a notch, but grew firmer. "Since he's already been placed in Class 5, we'll figure it out," he said. There was fatigue in his tone, but also resolve. The classroom fell back to the soft noises of chairs shifting and breath. Outside, a wheel rolled over a pebble with a short clack. Things were beginning to move. 6 years of elementary, 3 of middle school, another year of freshman year. A 10-year gap in the curriculum yawned between them. Mr. Liang stared at the roster, his finger tapping on a blank space. Could he catch up? He didn't know, but he did know this was no small test. Taking on a student like this could cost him his reputation. People called him the school's star teacher. The applause from the lecture hall had long since faded. Now there was only one exam, 2 years away. Victory or defeat would be decided by that single fight. He settled back at his desk. He opened his notebook and drew a few lines across the page. The plan began here. Establish a baseline, fix the weak spots, advance step by step. Like treating an illness, you diagnose first, then prescribe. He walked over to Chinshuren. A stack of exams lay spread on the table, each with a clear subject label: Chinese, math, English, physics, chemistry, biology. 6 sheets arranged neatly. Shuren, Mr. Liang pushed the papers toward him. These are last week's monthly tests. Take one, and let's see what your foundation is like. Okay. Chinshuren nodded, his voice even. Okay. Mr. Liang lifted his hand, as if confirming a simple fact. Can you read the characters? I can read them, Chen answered, still quiet. Mr. Liang exhaled and let out a dry laugh that rode on his breath. If he could read, there was a chance. Simple as that enough, for the moment, to ease him. The campus grew louder at midday. The cries of new students checking in had begun to thin in the cafeteria. Plates and bowls clinked. Plastic trays, damp with condensation, made their way along. Upperclassmen put down their pens and poured in like a tide. Laughter and conversation filled the corridors. But Chinshuren's transfer paperwork was still being processed. He wasn't in the cafeteria. In the administration building, a vacant conference room hummed with the air conditioning. The clock on the wall ticked with steady rhythm. He laid the 6 exams flat on the table like a formation. A bottle of water beaded with condensation sat nearby. Closer still, a boxed lunch, its lid still steamed. Principal Lin had gone to the teacher's dining hall himself to pack the meal. The smell escaped the box, the savory tang of stir-fry and the light sweetness of soup. Chun lifted the lid and tapped his chopsticks against the plastic rim, a crisp little sound. Feima, want some of this? He offered a small piece of chicken to the black cat sitting at the table. The cat squinted, stuck out its tongue, gave the box a light lick, then meowed as if giving its approval. Chun smiled, a low, everyday warmth. He pushed the box toward the cat and took a bite himself. The rice was warm, the food honest. The air conditioner blew a cool draft from the ceiling. The heat from the meal met it, and a thin wisp of steam rose. They sat side by side, one man, one cat. The exams lay before them. Time ticked on the clock. Outside, the cafeteria clamored. Here, there was a brief quiet and a modest meal. Chinshuren was a meticulous man. He didn't rush to put pen to paper. He was afraid of getting the exam sheets dirty while eating. Only after he finished his meal did he take a napkin and wipe the table and lunchbox clean one by one. The surface was scrubbed until not a single grain of rice remained. Then he finally turned his attention to the papers in front of him. The black cat gave 2 lazy glances, its eyes half closed. It didn't care about tests. Being full was enough. It leapt onto the conference table, stretched, found a spot, flipped onto its side, and fell asleep. Its breath was slow and deep, its tail draped lightly over the edge of a test sheet. The pages quivered a little with each inhalation. There were 6 test booklets before him. The paper made a crisp rustling. Chinshuren's relaxed expression tightened bit by bit. This was his first time taking this kind of exam. The place was a conference room. He was the only candidate. There was no proctor, no camera. His phone hadn't been taken away. Teacher Liang's voice still echoed in his ear. If you can find the answers on your phone or by flipping through a book, that still shows your basics are decent. It was a probing test trying to read his hand. Liang wanted to know his baseline, and he wanted to know how many points he could get. The first paper he spread out was Chinese. He pushed the pages open. The corners made a crisp sound. The exam was neatly divided. 2 modern essays, 1 classical piece, ancient poetry, a section for reciting famous lines, language use, and finally an essay. He'd assumed Chinese would be easy, but the opening modern essay stopped him in his tracks. It was about artificial intelligence, full of words like algorithms and neural networks. Stiff, cold. The question was, could machines ever have consciousness? He stared at that question for a long time. The pen hovered over blank paper. The air conditioner hummed, and distant cars passed outside. Then he set the pen down, thought for a moment, picked it up again, and wrote a few lines on the empty page. Form is the dwelling of life. Qi is its filling. Shun is its governing spirit. A vessel without qi and shun, how can one speak of consciousness? The ink dried quickly. That archaic line felt like a defensive wall, putting a small distance between him and the modern clamor. After the modern peace came his territory. The classical passage was from Sima Qian's Shiji, the biographies of Lao, Zhuang, Shun, and Han. He read it more smoothly than flipping through a scripture. Each character felt weighted, the sentences rolling in his mouth like stones dropped into water, sending out widening rings. Under the line, Tao follows nature, he added a gloss. Beside it, he wrote another line. Heaven and earth possess great beauty, yet do not speak. His handwriting was steady, almost reproachful toward the examiner for being too obvious. The classical recite section was even easier. Sentences he'd read 1,000 times, carved into his bones, sprang to mind one after another. Passages from the 4 books and 5 classics flowed naturally through his head. When an application question came up, he could slot in an appropriate line without effort. Each stroke hit the paper with certainty. The essay prompt was on innovation and inheritance. He had something to say. He began with Zhuangzi's idea of changing with the times, then quoted Guhong on transmitting rather than composing. Half a page and he glanced up at the word count. No fewer than 800 words. So he added a passage from the Taiping Jing. The whole piece contained no modern punctuation, only classical pauses, so it read like an old prose essay. It carried weight. When he finished the Chinese section, he leaned back in his chair, a feeling of relief opening in his chest. Confidence arrived. A corner of his mouth tilted in scorn. Is that all? The confidence was ripped away almost immediately. When he turned to the math paper, his brow knotted. The page was dense with unfamiliar marks: X, Y, Fx, a strange symbol he didn't know, sine, cosine. These lines looked like ancient talismans, strewn haphazardly. No one had ever taught him how to read them. There was a little square box in a geometry diagram he recognized, but what did the angle formed by 2 skew lines actually mean? Which 2 lines were they talking about? He stared at the figure, his eyes dry, his mind wrapped in fog. A hollow feeling opened in his chest. He half suspected he'd been handed a foreign language test. His lips were dry, his throat parched. His fingers tightened on the pen and the tip trembled. He thought of the everyday arithmetic he knew, calculating the grocery bill, making change, judging weight on a scale. That kind of math never needed these symbols. Real equations, real numbers, a real tactile sense. These problems felt like the grammar of another world. He considered flipping a coin to pick an answer, or copying someone, or guessing his way through. But this was only a diagnostic exam. Multiple choice could only get him so far. Even getting a few by luck wouldn't help much. The symbols on the page were a wall, with no obvious path. He set his pen down on the blank, drew a long breath, and began to tackle the problems one by one. The exam papers lay spread across the desk like a wilderness he'd never set foot in. The math problems pushed him to the edge. Chun Xian emptied his mind. The only thing that surfaced was his master's vague saying, "Find the circle in the square in the circle." Those few words hung there like a charm or an unsolvable riddle. He simply drew circles after each question, in different sizes. The ink rings made an irregular rhythm on the white pages. From a distance, they looked like absent-minded marks, like some ancient divination symbols. The pen squeaked, the paper whispered. The math was finished quickly, not by solving anything, but by becoming a pattern. Next came English. He flipped it open and saw only letters and unfamiliar grammar. The words were like driftwood at sea, headed the wrong way and impossible to grasp. He frowned and silently folded the English paper aside. The pages made a low rustle. Finally, the sciences. Physics first. Acceleration, kinetic energy, electromagnetism. The terms sounded like new incantations. He rifled through his mind, trying to map them onto the vocabulary he knew. The measuring techniques from the Cao Gong Ji, the mechanics applied to weaponry. He could pull out a faint trace, but it was a displaced shadow. The chemistry paper looked like a map of ores. Element symbols crowded together, reaction equations read like alchemical recipes. When he refined elixirs, he knew the colors of minerals and their ignition points. But acids and bases, titrations, these were familiar kitchen rites in new clothes. Instruments clinked. He couldn't read this new language of pots and stoves. Biology confused him even more. Diagrams of cells looked like tiny rooms. Nucleus, membrane, mitochondria, those words made him doubt himself. Could a body really be built from such little rooms? And how could consciousness rise up from the mortar between those bricks? The questions tore his thoughts apart like ripped silk. A tightness settled in his chest. His spiritual center wavered. His hand shook the pen, left a line on the answer sheet. All things have an essence. Where essence remains, life persists. The words were short and forceful. He finished and drew a deep breath. The smell of ink and paper dust blended under his nose into a faint, smoky tang. The answer sheets lay like pages scattered by wind. Math, English, physics, chemistry, biology, all in fragments. Chun Xian stared at the stacks. Confusion churned in his eyes. He muttered under his breath, edged with resentment. Master, when you said the way follows nature, did you mean I should naturally flunk the test? He mumbled again. Going down the mountain to see the world, was that just to show me these damned conic sections? Over the years, he'd ridden on talent and the simple instruction of his sect. He learned fast and could do anything well. Success after success had piled into a high tower against his chest, and pride lived inside that tower. Now a gust from a single exam rocked it. A flicker of panic appeared on Chun Xian's face, something he'd never felt before. The pop quiz hit him like a bucket of cold water to the face. The classroom went quiet for a beat. Mr. Liang spread the paper out and read a name. The class president of Class 5, a perfect score in math. His voice was calm, but it landed like a hammer on the inside of him. It was the test he had had no clue about. His palms suddenly sweated. The paper felt heavy between his fingers, like a slab of lead. Around him came low murmurs. Someone whispered, "Perfect score." His ears buzzed. His heart thudded like a drum. His confidence tore like thin paper, the rips sounding crisp and final. Studying was supposed to be his forte. The forms he'd practiced up on the mountain had made him think he could handle anything. But in that moment, reality ripped open his pride. He remembered his master. His master had shoved him down the mountain, sent him to the school to study again. Their conversation still echoed in his ears. Only when you know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is can you see clearly where you stand, his master had said, in an even voice. Master, which level am I on? He had answered then, defiant, a little smug. If you don't even know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is, what right do you have to see yourself clearly? His master replied coldly. He had laughed. I know where I stand. The master had only smiled, a smile that held both reproach and warning. Arrogance. Only then did he really feel the weight of those words. They weren't empty slogans. They were a map, a scale. On the mountain, you have your own points of reference. Practicing against yourself every day, you only ever see your own shadow. After a while, the shadow becomes everything. You convince yourself you're tall, unshakable. Put you in a classroom and the reference changes. Other people's strengths strike like lightning on a clear day, revealing your blind spots. Confidence that towered on high was actually rootless dust, like a kite with a snapped string, drifting, ready to fall. He looked at the test, the corner of the page slightly curled. The score lay there quietly, like a verdict. The flutter in his chest slowly eased. The calm that settled over him wasn't a new, posed confidence. It was like the surface of a lake smoothing after a gust of wind, a deeper kind of quiet. He finally understood two things. The world was larger than he'd imagined. Other people's worlds held heights he'd never seen. In that moment, he felt as if he'd been lifted half a foot. The scene above his head sharpened. It was like standing on a high platform, looking down at each step he took. The air seemed thinned, every detail magnified. A faint buzzing hummed in his ears. His chest felt hollowed out one moment and filled the next. He laughed aloud, then murmured, Master, look, I think I might have some talent. The words barely left his mouth before he swallowed them back. No, be humble. There is still so much of the Tao I don't understand. He raised a hand and pinched his fist, a small reminder not to get carried away. He had, after all, failed the exam this time. But the failure hadn't weakened him, it had steadied his resolve. He poked his chin and muttered, pride, truly the original sin. In the principal's office, the scent of tea drifted through the air. Principal Lin and Liang Huiyang sat drinking. Mr. Liang was quiet, sighing now and then, his gaze falling on Principal Lin with a touch of helplessness. Lin could see him brooding, and rose to the tea table. Here, old Liang, try this. If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't have brought it out, Principal Lin said, a smile at the corner of his eye. Mr. Liang hesitated, eyeing the tea tin on the table. What tea is this, so mysterious? Shuren brought back some Xian Yu snow bud from the Taoist temple, Lin said as he filled the cups. The cups kissed with a clear clink steam rose, carrying a faint fragrance. The liquor was a clear, pale green. The buds stood straight, like flags pulled taut by mountain wind. The aroma had the clean sharpness of melting snow and the soft roundness of earth. Lin handed him a cup, his voice low and steady. Try it first. Mr. Liang sniffed, his brow still furrowed. He took a small sip. The tea slid across his tongue like a mountain spring over stone. His frown slowly eased, his shoulders dropped. His expression shifted from gloom to surprise. This is good, he said, setting the cup down and touching the thin film clinging to the cup's wall. I bought Xian Yu snow bud before, but it never tasted like this. Were those fakes? After this cup, I can feel energy moving through me, and the finish lingers for a long time. Lin smiled, a mix of pride and warmth in his eyes. This was grown by Taoist Abbot Chun and Shuren themselves. You can't buy it anywhere. Is it the way they're taught that's different? It's not the method, it's the people themselves who are different. Huh. Mr. Liang heard a note of mischief in Principal Lin's voice. Principal Lin knew more about Chun Shuren's background than he did. Mr. Liang also knew there was an old acquaintance between Principal Lin and that master and apprentice pair. Since Principal Lin wasn't saying more, he didn't press. The teacups clicked softly. Steam rose from the tea. The conversation slid back to Chun Shuren. Principal Lin, I'm not unwilling. But Shuren, this kid transferred into Class 5 with almost no foundation. I'm afraid he won't keep up with the pace. How about letting him go back to 10th grade for remedial classes first? Mr. Liang set his cup down, worry in his voice. Principal Lin smiled. It was a smile part confidence, part sly. He propped his hand on the table and looked at him seriously. Old Liang, I know. Precisely because he has fallen so far behind, I wanted you. You teach in detail. I don't trust others with him. He spoke slowly, as if laying out facts. Then he shifted tone and praised him more directly. His voice was soft, but the compliments made Mr. Liang feel a little giddy, as if he could turn rotten straw into gold. Mr. Liang's face reddened. A biscuit cracked against the rim of a cup. They both smiled. Mr. Liang drew a breath and lowered his voice. Principal Lin, I'll do my best and give Shuren extra tutoring. Whether he can actually catch up, I can't promise. Don't worry, old Liang. Principal Lin refilled his cup. Just do your best. I have faith in Shuren. Cups clicked again. A thought passed through Principal Lin's eyes, and he changed the subject, his tone softening. Is Meng Qiu still sitting by herself? Yes. She doesn't like sharing a desk. There's an empty seat in the class. Principal Lin nodded, his gaze calculating. When Shuren comes to your class, put them at the same desk. Let them be desk mates. They can help each other with their studies. Mr. Liang frowned and tapped the table twice with his finger. Will she agree? You know her temper. I'll tell her, Principal Lin said easily. Then you go tell her. I can't make that call. Mr. Liang shrugged. Just then there was a light knock at the door and the rustle of paper. The door opened a crack. Chun Shuren stood in the doorway, clutching a few test papers. Sunlight from the gap fell at his feet. Shuren. Principal Lin looked up. Finished the placement tests. I handed it in. I couldn't do a lot of the questions, so I turned it in early. Chun Shan was blunt. No cover-up, no excuses. His voice was calm, like he was stating something ordinary. There was no look of defeat on his face. He remained steady, as if his moods weren't ruled by a grade. A moment ago, he'd had a new insight in a state he called mind like a clear mirror. It felt like treating his mind as a clean mirror, where he stood, his direction, and his position, all of it snapped into focus. Thoughts simplified. Goals became clear. So he changed his reason for doing things. It wasn't, I'm confident I can make it. It was, this must be done. He turned will into action. He got up early. He practiced again and again. He treated every step as a command that had to be carried out. Action replaced empty bravado. Results would speak. What might take others years to figure out, he grasped after a little prompting and a few tries. Talent, yes, was obvious. But knowing wasn't enough. After you know, you still have to do. Testing ideas with action, that's the path of training. I basically finished the Chinese paper. The other subjects, math, English, physics, chemistry, biology, were too much. Could you take a look, Mr. Liang? He stacked the sheets. The paper made a soft rustle in his hand. All right, let me see. Mr. Liang took his glasses from his shirt pocket. The metal clicked, the lenses flashed in the light. He took the tests and flipped to the Chinese one first. He read carefully. Not just the score, he was reading the boy. His brow shifted slightly, his fingertips skimmed the paper, the pen on the page making a faint scratch. The sheet was clean. The handwriting was good. Small, neat characters, steady strokes, the rhythm of someone trained in calligraphy. There were no erasure marks. Every stroke looked practiced. Xian, your handwriting is very good, Mr. Liang praised. Then his brow furrowed. But why are you writing in traditional characters? I'm used to writing in traditional characters, and I read a lot of classical texts, so I used them without thinking. Can you write in simplified characters? Yes. From now on, use simplified characters on tests. Keep the standard uniform. Okay. Chen Shuren nodded and wrote it down. The pen tip made a soft scratch against the paper. The classroom filled only with the faint rustle of pages. Mr. Liang skimmed the paper again, then slowed. His brow knit into a narrow line. He tapped the question twice, like pressing a fail button. Your dictation was perfect, he said. As for the modern reading section, I can't award it the standard score. And you answered this in an old-fashioned style, didn't you? He looked up. His voice wasn't loud, but it had a hard edge. Your composition is well done, but answering in a classical style is too risky. Exam grading follows fixed rules. We can't just bend them. He put the pen down and pointed to a few notes on the paper, his voice thinning, as if he were slowly taking something apart. The school's exams have a mold. You can have your own style, your own insights, but in the end you have to fit them into that mold. That mold may miss some special brilliance, but for most people it's the fairest yardstick. Around them a few faces listened. Chairs scraped lightly on the floor outside. The wind rustled the leaves. Chen Shuren listened intently. Rules in the mountains were different, he knew that well. He rested his fingers on the pen, nodded slightly, and wrote it down. You're right, Mr. Liang. I'll remember that. There was a hint of approval in Mr. Liang's tone now. He flipped through the paper, and the tension in his face eased a little. You have a solid grasp of language. Many of your points are penetrating. With a bit more practice, you can shape your ideas to fit the exam framework. He said it with a thread of reassurance, as if setting a rough stone on a workbench and exposing the grain hidden inside. He smiled, almost to himself. To turn a raw stone into a sculpture, you first need a block of stone. Mr. Liang spread the test paper out on the desk. His fingertip paused on the white sheet. He didn't mark a score or stamp it. All that remained in the room was the soft rustle of turning pages and the ticking of the clock. I'm not going to give a score on this one for now, he said quietly. His voice was calm, but it felt like a bucket of cold water thrown over the atmosphere. He believed it. With systematic exam training, Chen Shuren's Chinese score could quickly vault past 120. When he finished speaking, he closed the Chinese paper and reached for the other subjects' exams. The sound of paper rubbing stretched through the air. He flipped through them, frowning deeper and deeper. The classroom fell silent as if someone had pressed mute. The students all watched him, waiting for an answer. Half a minute passed. Finally, Mr. Liang sighed, fixed his gaze on Chen Shuren, and his voice grew heavy. The basics in the other subjects are almost non-existent. He wanted to encourage him. He really wanted to force out some kind words. But looking at Chen Shuren's calm face, he swallowed them and lowered his voice. Shuren, you're going to have to work hard from here on. Chen Shuren nodded, brief and solemn. Yes, I should. Mr. Liang let out a quiet breath of relief. He thought to himself that it was fortunate he taught Chinese. At least one subject could hold him up. If the other teachers saw these results, they'd probably faint on the spot. After getting a clear picture, Mr. Liang formed a preliminary assessment of this transfer student, the young Taoist. Chen Shuren, for his part, gained a bit more understanding of how a modern high school operates. What followed was a string of formalities. Principal Lin personally led the process and handled it efficiently. Documents signed and stamped, registration forms checked off one by one. Principal Lin stepped up to the podium, his voice clear and broadcast-like. He read the school's schedule item by item, short sentences, brisk rhythm. Our school moves at a fast pace. Be in your classroom before 6:30 a.m. for morning reading. School dismisses at noon for a 1.5 hour lunch break. Afternoon classes end at 5:10 p.m. During that time, you may have free activity and eat. Evening self-study starts at 6:45 p.m. and runs until 9:45 p.m. The school operates under semi-closed management. Students may board in the dorms or commute. Leaving campus outside class hours requires approved leave. Starting in grade 11, classes run Monday through Saturday, with Sunday as the one day off. Students must wear uniforms on campus and maintain neat appearance, no hair dyeing, perming, or excessively long hairstyles. Maintain the school's image. Chen listened, folding the Taoist robe in his hands. He asked no questions, simply slipped the newly issued student ID into his backpack. His expression was clear, as if accepting a timetable. The students around him exchanged glances, some whispered, some flipped through their own schedules. When Principal Lin finished, his words drifted thinly down the corridor. Mr. Liang gave the instructions beside them. Short sentences, neatly numbered. Chen Xian sat up straight and listened carefully. For the other students, these words might already be rules carved into bone, but for him everything was as fresh as the first snowfall. I'll take you to pick up your textbooks, uniform, and schedule in a bit, Principal Lin said, waving his hand as he spoke. His voice was steady, like he was taking roll call. And about your hairstyle and that robe? Oh, it's fine, Principal Lin shrugged, smiling casually. If Shan isn't used to it, he can keep his top knot and robe. Taoists do wear their hair in a top knot and dress in robes. Hearing that, Mr. Liang's eyes went wide. His face twitched, as if he were about to pull back the fist he usually used to enforce students' appearance. For half a second, he swallowed the rule written in his notebook and flicked the pen in his hand. Chen Xian smiled and adjusted his bag strap. Mr. Liang, you're right. I'm a Taoist and a student both. When I'm at school, I'll follow the rules and keep a proper appearance. Principal Lin nodded, his tone softening. Classes don't start until tomorrow. You can take it easy today. By the way, are you planning to live on campus or commute? Living on campus means staying in the dorms? Chen asked, while reaching into his backpack and finding a warm bundle. A short mew came from inside. He pushed the cat's head out. Its eyes were half closed, like a little puff of cloud. Can I commute? It might be inconvenient to bring this guy to the dorm. Principal Lin looked at the cat and smiled, remembering the strays in his own yard. Of course you can commute. Where will you stay? You just arrived, so there probably aren't many options nearby yet, right? I'll look for a place nearby, Chen replied, voice calm. Principal Lin thought for a moment, then brightened. How about this? I have a vacant place not far from the school. 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas. It was a rental. 2 girls were living there, one moved out recently. If you don't mind, you could share it with them. I don't mind, Chen said, glancing at the cat, which let out a little purr. I'm just worried the girls might mind me bringing a big fat cat. They probably want tea, Principal Lin laughed. The girl living there gets lonely by herself. A few days ago, she even asked me to help find a roommate. We still have to ask her. Okay. Principal Lin set his teacup down and picked up his phone. He tapped the screen. It rang 3 times, and when it connected, there was a short beep. A woman's voice came through, thin, slightly filtered, like someone speaking through a thin cloth. She asked, "Is it a girl?" Principal Lin answered crisply, "Not a girl. He's a second-year high school boy at our school. Don't worry, he's trustworthy. He just has a cat. Hope that's not a problem." The woman hesitated for 2 seconds. That should be okay. Then, more cautiously, "Uncle Lin, can I pay the rent a few days late? My paycheck hasn't come in yet. I'm a bit short." "Sure, no problem," Principal Lin said. "Starting next month, just pay half. I'll collect the other half from the young man." A relieved breath came through the line. "That's great. Thank you so much, Uncle Lin." Chen Xian listened in the office. The woman's voice sounded faintly familiar, but it had been processed by the line, given an electronic haze, and he couldn't place where he'd heard it. Principal Lin put his phone down and looked at him. "All right, Xian, you can stay here with me for now. Don't worry." Chen gave a polite little bow. "Thanks, Principal Lin. How much should I pay toward the shared rent? I can transfer it now." "Don't worry about that between people from the same place," Principal Lin said with a smile, shaking his head. "Just settle it with the young woman however you two want. No need to rush." Chen looked a little embarrassed. I wouldn't dream of taking advantage of you. You're stubborn, just like your mentor, Principal Lin said with a half smile. Enough fussing. Go see Mr. Liang for your textbooks and uniform and tidy up the classroom. I'll take you to see the apartment later. The young woman gets off work around 6. She should be there by then. Okay. Chen nodded. His tone was calm and his movements efficient. Principal Lin pulled a plastic card from his drawer and handed it over. Take this. It's my staff meal card. There's a fixed meal allowance deposited every month. I don't use it for food. The plastic card clicked softly between his fingers. When Chen took it, his hand warmed slightly. He didn't say anything, he only nodded. This time Chen Xian couldn't refuse. Principal Lin shoved the meal card into his pocket with one hand, the motion forceful, as if the order came with it. At school, a meal card is a pass, especially a staff meal card. It lets you into the teacher's cafeteria. The food is better. The lines are shorter. It's easier to get the dishes you want. Other students would look on with envy. They left the cat in the principal's office. It lay on a cool mat under the desk, tail flicking, a low purr rumbling. The air conditioner kept the room chilly. The cat was so comfortable it didn't want to move. Chen Xian followed Mr. Liang toward the academic affairs office. They crossed a long corridor, the scrape of soles on tile dragged behind them. Inside academic affairs, someone was sorting files. The air smelled of paper and ink. He was issued 4 sets of uniforms, 2 lightweight summer sets, 2 thick winter ones enough to rotate. Mr. Liang folded them neatly, like wrapping gifts into a plastic bag. The textbooks were a heavy stack, covers a bit worn. Along with the current second semester 11th grade material, there were books from the 10th grade. If the school hadn't been short on middle school textbooks, Mr. Liang said he would have tried to cram all 3 years of junior high books in there too. His hand paused over the pile, as if calculating a timetable he wasn't sure about. On a desk in academic affairs, the placement test papers lay spread out. Mr. Liang flipped a few toward Chen Xian. The English pile was mostly blank, handwriting scattered. The Chinese and elementary level math were decent organized, the basics not too bad. But starting at the middle school problems, he stumbled in many places. Math was no longer just addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. There were equations, functions, geometry proofs. And then there were physics, chemistry, biology. The pages were crowded with formulas and symbols that, to him, looked like doors that had never been opened. Mr. Liang walked and talked, his steps measured. His voice carried urgency and a kind of helplessness. We're already covering the second semester of 11th grade. We'll be starting 12th grade soon. He paused, his gaze shifting between the corridor window and Chen Xian. 12th grade is all review. Time's tight. He pushed a stack of books toward him, finger on the cover. Your problem is that too many basics are missing. The Gaokao tests 6 subjects. Others worry if they're weak in one, relying on just Chinese won't cut it. His voice dropped, his finger traced the air a few times, like counting invisible days. You have to make these up fast and catch up to the class rhythm in the shortest time possible. The class won't stop for just you. He forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes, his brows tightened, as if he were trying to swallow a pessimistic thought. This would be hard for anyone, Mr. Liang said evenly, though doubt lurked in his voice. Losing that many years of fundamentals and trying to make them up in the last 2 years, it's like trying to move a mountain. I'll see about getting you the middle school textbooks. Mr. Liang looked at him. Or you can borrow from your classmates. I'll try to help with extra lessons. But more than that, you have to rely on yourself. We'll do what we can, the rest is up to fate. You've gone to a lot of trouble, Mr. Liang. Chen Xian smiled. I may be someone on a path of cultivation, but I don't believe in fate, he added, his voice calm but firm. Don't worry, I'll give it everything I've got. The words were brief, but like a pebble dropped into still water, the ripples spread. He stood upright, hands still, eyes steady as if driving a nail. That uncompromising resolve seeped out of him. Mr. Liang froze for a long moment, his mouth twitched, and finally he nodded. Class 5 is on the 2nd floor of the Jixing building. Let's go up. Mr. Liang stood. Okay. Chen Xian followed. As they entered the academic building, the sounds came alive. Footsteps, laughter, the occasional creak of a hinge. The air held the low hum of the air conditioner. Sunlight slanted through the long windows, the beam filled with tiny dust motes. They pushed open the classroom door. Inside it was clean and bright. The windows gleamed, the desks were lined up neatly. Every desk looked new, the wood grained smooth, edges unchipped. There were no scattered notebooks, only neat nameplates on the seats and a few backpacks leaning on chair backs. A projector hung at the front, speakers sat by the blackboard, fans were mounted on the walls. Towering air conditioners at both ends sent out a soft, cool breeze. A faint smell of new materials lingered in the air. It wasn't class time. Students sat in small clusters, talking, flipping through books now and then a pen tapped a desk. Chen Xian scanned the room like someone reading a map. 59 desks, he counted them almost without thinking. He reached out, his fingertip just grazed the desktop, cool and smooth. For a moment, he thought of the moss-covered village school from his childhood, broken windows, crooked desks, the few days he'd once attended, memories like cracks, a stark contrast to the tidy classroom before him. He drew in a breath. It felt as if a string had been pulled tight across his chest. The task was enormous. The road ahead was long, but he did not stop. Almost every desk was piled high with books, notebooks, workbooks, test papers stacked together like little mountains. The air was filled with the dry rustle of paper. A classroom that should have felt spacious suddenly seemed cramped. But it wasn't oppressive. A few succulents sat on the windowsill, their plump leaves winking as if blinking. On a couple of empty chairs lay plush toy pillows, soft and squishy. Beside the blackboard, someone had drawn a cartoon bear with a pencil stuck in its mouth, and the words, "Eat up, keep going," scrawled on its belly. Those small things cut a little of the room's seriousness. Grade 11, Class 5 was like that. The pressure of books and the rowdiness of youth sitting side by side. Tight faces would still break into laughter. Chen Xian pulled his gaze away from the pile of desks. People in the room surged toward the door like a tide, and the sound came with them. A Taoist. Is he really a Taoist? Someone called. Wang Xinlei. Kneel down and call him Dad. See, I wasn't lying. Zhou Xiaoquan shouted proudly, as if he'd hit the jackpot. No one paid him any mind. All eyes were on the boy who had just come in behind Mr. Liang. He wore a Taoist robe. The hems were frayed, as if they'd seen a lot of mileage. A string of wooden beads hung at his wrist. When he walked, they tapped together, making a low, crisp sound. Is he here to drive out evil spirits? Someone asked, half joking. Ba, a line borrowed from a movie, slipped out, and laughter followed. Don't ascend, please. This isn't the immortal realm, someone shouted, teasing. This humble Taoist is not alone, another chimed in theatrically. People jostled forward. Fingers pointed. Those fingers poked at every detail of the boy like probes. The rustle of flipping pages stopped. Conversation turned into a pileup of laughter, mockery, and surprise. Footsteps and the screech of chairs scraping the floor braided together into a single noisy knot. Chen Xian stayed where he was. Something in his chest tightened. Sweat crawled down the back of his neck. His hand gripped the strap of his backpack. Without meaning to, his knuckles went white. Pushed by the crowd, his gaze slid along the bodies in the room. He felt on display, the way people watch a spectacle. He didn't answer. He kept his head slightly bowed, as if trying to shrink himself down into a textbook corner. He was from a small mountain elementary school where the air still smelled of earth, where classes were small and nobody ever gathered around one kid like this. After dropping out for years, this was the first time so many people had closed in on him. Every pair of eyes felt like a magnifying glass, setting him in the center to be examined, amused at, guessed about. Someone leaned closer. A girl nearest to him reached out and tapped his shoulder with a fingertip, as if checking whether he was real. The wooden beads clicked again, a clear, bright sound. The laughter grew louder. Words fell like little stones, each one striking his heart. He shifted his heel and tried to step back, but ran into a stack of books, pages rubbed together with a low whisper. Everything froze for an instant, like the air had congealed. Then the clamor rolled on. He stood there and let those sounds scrutinize him completely. When he was a kid, he treated his peers like noisy monkeys. He grew up thinking he would become mature. He hadn't counted on swapping one kind of noise for a hollower one. What were they shouting about? The classroom was an echo chamber. Laughter bounced off the walls like sheets of metal clanging. The chalk tips scraped the blackboard with a sharp sound. Someone dragged a chair back, a grating scrape. The air smelled of sweat and ink, thick and sticky. A faded banner hung by the board that read Top Science Class. But did these kids look like top students? Books thudded onto desks, heads buried in phones. Chen Shuren came in from the quiet room. His steps stopped in the middle of the din. The quiet stood out even more. He saw her out of the corner of his eye. The girl by the window, alone, the seat next to her empty. She kept her head down, working on problems as if there were a sheet of glass between her and the rest of the world. The pen tip moved across the paper, the faint friction almost inaudible. Her hair was a pale ash blonde, falling down her back like a soft cloth. No ribbon, no clip. Her uniform was ordinary blue and white, but on her it settled into a kind of stillness. Someone walked past behind her. A laugh skimmed her shoulder and did not stir a single eyelash. Sunlight slanted through the window and fell across her paper. She lifted her head and, with fingers knuckled and precise, drew the curtain a fraction. The motion was small and slow, like adjusting the light, like choosing a distance. Two girls in the front row rose to join the commotion and bumped the corner of her desk. Wood made a short, sharp sound. Their eyes landed on her and immediately drew back. Her presence made people hesitate, like a late autumn pool, clear on the surface, with a chill lying deep beneath. She finally glanced at Chen Shuren, brief, like wind passing, and then her head dropped, the pen moving on. The classroom slipped back into its rhythm of noise and echo. She remained, like a quiet stone, set there steady. The classroom sounded like a marketplace. Paper rubbing, chairs scraping, voices rolling in waves. Mr. Liang leaned against the podium, his brow tightening. The rumors had ballooned into something ridiculous. Some people claimed there was something unclean in the room. Others said the school had hired a Taoist to perform a ritual. He cleared his throat, impatience in his voice. "Stop buying into that nonsense," he shouted. The sound exploded through the room like a pebble dropped in water. Then, short and sharp, "Did you finish your test sheets? Hand them in before evening study. Don't try any tricks if you haven't done them." He glanced at the loudest bunch, chanting and exorcising. Fine if college kids believe that, but you? That was enough to break up the cluster around Qinshan. The commotion didn't die down so much as find a news source. People whispered, snickered, curiosity and reluctance threaded through the noise. "Did I hear that right? He said that guy is going to be our classmate?" Someone called out. "No way, he is not one of those, a Taoist?" Another voice asked skeptically. "A Taoist? Like the ones who chant, scatter talismans, burn incense, and do rituals?" Someone added, mockingly. "Seriously? Coming to class?" A laugh burst out, brittle as clinking glass. "Must be a fake, right?" Another concluded immediately. "Who'd invite a ritualist to transfer into class? Wanna bet on it?" Someone joked, and more laughter followed, equal parts excitement and unease. Amid the din, Qinshan stood by the podium, silent. The hem of his shirt trembled slightly. Every face in the room looked like a reflection on glass. Gazes landed on him, questions rippling outward then converging toward him. Someone whispered that he was a fake Taoist. The voice was like a needle, pricking through the crowd. But before the doubt could spread, Qinshan spoke up himself. "Greetings, classmates." His voice was steady, like mountain wind slipping through a crack. "My name is Qinshan, courtesy named Chenin. I come from Jingchen Monastery, north of the Xianyu Range. Since I was a child, I've followed my master up the mountain to study the way. I'm here to take the college entrance exam, and I'm fortunate to be your classmate. Please be kind to me." When he finished, the classroom was quiet for 2 seconds. Then a string of reactions shot out. Some raised an eyebrow. Some exchanged looks. Some snorted quietly, half in laughter, half in disbelief. "He even has a courtesy name," a boy muttered. "Where's Jingchen Monastery?" someone whispered. "He's a Taoist from the mountains." A girl on the other side covered her mouth and snorted. Someone echoed his words, and the sound ricocheted around the room. People said he looked young, like a high schooler, not like the old priests on TV. Others joked that if he went to school by day and returned to the mountain to cultivate at night, he'd be a master of time management. Qinshan didn't argue. He simply stood, hands hanging at his sides. There was a faint, clean scent about him, like candle smoke and pine needles mixed. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. Those close enough could even hear his breathing, steady and light. Curiosity outweighed suspicion. The room erupted into excited noise. Some applauded, some laughed and slapped the shoulders of their neighbors. A few were already imagining how they'd brag to other classes. "Our class has a Taoist." The applause fell like raindrops between the desks, short and fervent. Teacher Liang stood, and called toward the office for a new desk. Two boys pushed it in. The wood scraped the floor with a low creak. The teacher set the desk beside a girl who had been bent over her papers the whole time. The move was simple, but done deliberately in front of everyone. The girl, who had been buried in her exam, finally looked up. Her gaze was very still, like a cracked mirror rippling for the first time. Her brow twitched, the corner of her mouth shifted slightly, then drew back. She glanced at the newly joined desk, then at Qin Xian standing in the front row. There was a light in her eyes, as if someone had lit a small lamp in the dark. She lifted her clear eyes to Mr. Liang. A big question mark seemed to hang over her head. She said nothing, but her silence spoke louder than 1,000 words. Mengqiu, Principal Lin has arranged for you to sit with Qin Shuren. Your grades are good, help him out a bit, Mr. Liang said, his voice softening. By the podium, another boy in a teal robe stood waiting for a seat. She shifted her gaze briefly and gave him a quick look. Qin Shuren was unhurried, offering a natural smile. He nodded in acknowledgement, neat, efficient movements. She didn't reply. She bowed her head and went back to her problems. The tip of her pen made short, clipped sounds across the page. Once the desks were set, Qin smoothed his robe and sat down, beginning to tidy his desk. The fabric whispered, pages made their small, rustling noises, and the desk legs gave a faint squeak against the floor. She frowned slightly. The tiny crease of displeasure between her brows was small, but real, buried deep, but not fully concealed. Qin saw it. Apology softened his eyes, perhaps for the earlier disturbance, perhaps simply out of politeness. He stopped what he was doing, looked up, and spoke in a gentle voice. Sorry for interrupting your work. She remained silent, but that hint of annoyance, like an ice cube melting, slowly faded. The lines of her face loosened a little. I'm Qin Shuren. What's your name? He asked again, patient in his smile. She was quiet for a moment. He kept looking at her, smiling unchanged, as if waiting for a flower to open. Lin Mengqiu, she finally said. Her voice was low, each syllable clear like chilled spring water, passing through the air with a faint, cool edge. The peals of laughter cut off abruptly. The classroom seemed to have been muted. Everyone dropped their voices, as if waiting for something. I didn't see wrong. That guy in the Taoist robe sat down next to the class monitor? He's done for. He's going to get it. Don't say I didn't warn you. The show's starting. Place your bets. How many periods do you think he'll survive? Those words rustled through the air like dry leaves. Qin Xian had sharp ears. He could catch even the faintest hiss. The boys snickered among themselves. The girls exchanged looks. Each sentence lodged in his hearing. He smiled once, very lightly. In his head, a bunch of attention-seeking clowns. He'd only been in class 5 a short time. He didn't know these people well yet. But from the scattered phrases, he could piece together a few faces. Class monitor, someone whispered. She's hard to get close to, another added. All the power to change seats is in her hands. She also has that black notebook used for docking points. Those words fell like shards into his mind, slowly taking shape. There was another remark threaded with envy. She's the prettiest girl in the class. Qin Xian didn't let their judgments pin him. He stood up and reached for his already tidied desk. His fingers were practiced, like handling a familiar tool. The desktop was clean. The pens were lined up. No extra movements. Lin Mengqiu stopped writing. Her motion was a blade, clean and precise. She had no intention of returning to her work. She looked up at him. Her gaze was cool, like a winter river. Qin Xian didn't hesitate. His voice was flat, as if reporting the weather. You're the class monitor? She answered with a single curt syllable, impatient. Her eyes flicked away quickly, as if she were withdrawing that moment of attention. Qin Xian understood. If she hadn't answered, he'd have kept staring. So she replied, simple and quick, like snipping a stray thread. Is Principal Lin your father? Qin Xian didn't answer at once. Lin Mengqiu turned her head and gave him a look. It was like a ruler, measured and direct. He wore no effect. He looked as casual as if they were talking about the weather. Did he tell you? She asked, voice short and clear. Qin shrugged. The sleeves of his robe whispered as they rubbed together small, clean sounds. No, he said evenly. It's just, you resemble him. Did he put you next to me? She stared at him. Her words were like nails. Qin lowered his head, fingertips rubbing the fabric back and forth. The cloth from the mountains was rough, but clean. That's something to ask Principal Lin, he said, looking up with a faint, helpless smile. I didn't know beforehand. He wasn't lying. He really didn't know that Lynn's daughter was in class 5, that she was the class monitor, or that she was the top student. He hadn't expected to be taken care of like that. Notes and test papers were stacked in the corner of her desk. The cover had bold red numbers showing ranks. She lifted her chin, a trace of impatience in her eyes. "I don't like being bothered," she said plainly. "Just don't make a fuss." She wasn't interested in his robe. A Taoist robe was like an old book. Some saw it as decoration, some as status. She only thought the long garment made him stand out. But his features were neat. The lines clean, his bearings suited the robe. So she let it go. Chen listened and stopped moving his fingers. The robe smelled faintly of pine smoke, like a mountain morning. It wasn't decoration. It was habit. He'd spent years on the mountain. He wore that robe without thinking about school rules. "I'll change into my uniform tomorrow," he added calmly. "I just picked up the new one today." Pages rustled in the classroom and sunlight slanted across the desks. The atmosphere settled back to ordinary. Lin Mingqiu was silent for a moment, as if making a final judgment. Then she said simply, "You're a Taoist?" "Yes," he answered, short and to the point. Chen Xian's expression when he answered was very calm, as natural as replying, "Are you a boy or a girl?" And there was nothing to argue with. Lin Mingqiu blinked. She grew even more puzzled. She had no idea when her father would have crossed paths with someone like him. He wore a simple robe, a faint dusting on his shoulder. The corners of his mouth held an ungraspable calm. The class monitor's rules were clear. She was supposed to look out for new students, even if she was more of an intimidating monitor than a caring one. Even if she wasn't actually good at caring. "If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me about the class, about studies." She said it plainly. Her voice was brisk, like the swipe of a card, clean and efficient. Chen Xian didn't seem to mind that chill. He treated it as an opportunity. He fired off a few questions in quick succession, as if sorting life into a checklist. "Is the cafeteria serving food now?" "Yes." "Can I get it to go?" +1 yuan. "Can I leave my books in the classroom?" "No problem." Each question was short, each answer shorter. He wasn't trying to be difficult. He really needed those answers. He gathered a few books from the desk and jammed them into his backpack. His movements were quiet, and every one of them was clean. He stood up. The chair slid back under the desk with a faint scraping sound. Lin Mingqiu watched him, thinking of those slightly silly questions. She pulled her gaze away and added, as if fulfilling a duty, "Evening study starts at 6:30. Isn't it 6:45? Chen Xian blinked. There was a childlike earnestness in his voice. "Our class requires us to be in the classroom by 6:30. "Okay. Mr. Liang has excused me from coming tonight, but thanks for the reminder." He said it and headed for the door. His steps were light, as if cutting the air in two. When the doorknob fell back, a small puff of dust drifted out. He was gone. The classroom was left with only desks and light. Wind slid through the window crack. Pages turned like sighs. Lin Mingqiu sat there. An extra chair had been pulled out, and an empty spot appeared at her desk. The emptiness felt abrupt. Her voice seemed to have been drawn away. She couldn't even get in. Out it was trapped in her throat. A bulky desk and chair set had been placed in front of Lin Mingqiu. She wasn't pleased, but she had no reason to change seats. She spread out her exam paper. Her pen whispered across the page. Every now and then she glanced up at the new deskmate. Brief looks, like someone furtively taking notes. In her head she thought, "Don't let him catch me." Then she bent her head and kept answering. On the athletic field, Chen Shuren walked slowly by himself. The setting sun stretched the classroom building's shadows long. The red track had been washed in orange, shimmering like hot oil. Classes didn't officially start until tomorrow, but the campus was already buzzing. Those in uniforms clustered neatly. Those without were mostly freshmen, wandering around like fawns that had lost their way. He wore a long Taoist robe and stood out. As he passed, people murmured under their breath, "Is there a Taoist at school? He's actually kind of handsome." The whispers brushed past his shoulders like a breeze. Chen Shuren didn't flinch. He didn't care. Raised in the mountains, used to wind and stone, he had learned to keep his gaze tucked into his chest. He was tall and lean, about 6 feet. When he stood up straight, his features even, his eyes calm. His master often said he was good-looking, with a temperament like a mountain spring. Curious, he pictured himself taking off the robe and putting on a school uniform. It was only curiosity. Then he headed for the cafeteria. Steam hung at the cafeteria entrance. Woks clattered with sharp sounds. Stacked trays gave off faint metallic clicks. People queued. Others hurried off with meal boxes searching for seats. Chen Shuren watched for a few minutes. He watched how others picked their dishes, nodded along, memorized the order. Then he pulled out his meal card and stepped to the counter. Behind the counter stood a middle-aged woman in an apron, practiced in her movements. She blinked when she saw his robe. The spatula paused midair. Smiling, she greeted him. "Little master, what'll you have?" He listed his choices calmly and clearly. One serving of braised pork, one of shredded pork with dried tofu, one of shredded potatoes, and one of greens. "All to go." She nodded, a smile creasing her eyes. "There's an extra 1 yuan for packing." He rolled his eyes inward, nodded, and tapped his meal card on the reader. Steam carrying the scent of meat rose up. The braised pork smelled rich. The shredded potatoes gave off a crisp, tangy aroma. The woman's scooping was quick and efficient, the spatula scraping the metal tray in short, brisk strokes. The packed meal box felt warm in his hands. The woman muttered to herself, but her hands moved with quick efficiency. The spatula struck the plastic box's click, click like a metronome. She packed the food until the lid swelled. Chen Xian stood to the side. The old Taoist robe he wore had no pattern, plain as could be, but it gave off an aura that made people instinctively take a step back. The woman's earlier tremor stopped as if cut off, and her hand steadied. "Could you pack another one the same, please?" he said, his voice even. The dishes were simple home cooking: 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetables. She took the bowls and chopsticks. Then, with practiced motions, snapped the lids shut. The plastic closed with a soft click. "Do you have a meal card? If not, you can scan or pay cash," she asked. "Yes." He tapped the card Principal Lin had given him to the machine. The reader let out a short beep. The screen flashed a number, balance 782. She tapped a few things and added a 2 yuan packaging fee. 2 portions came to 18 yuan. That worked out to 8 yuan a serving, not counting the pack. In this town, a cheap meal usually ran 12 yuan. This wasn't too expensive. He remembered cooking on the mountain with his master. When they came down to do rituals, they often missed meal times and grabbed whatever was available. This was the first swipe on this card that month. Principal Lin usually used face recognition in the cafeteria and didn't bother with the card. The allowance on the card was 800 yuan a month. Whatever wasn't spent would reset at month's end. Chen Xian slipped the card away, brushed his fingers along the edge of a box, and wedged 1 portion under his arm. He glanced across the room. Lin Mingxiu sat at their table, head bent over a book, sitting straight in a seat by the window. He gave her a look and the corner of his mouth lifted. There was one thing he made sure to remember. He wouldn't forget Principal Lin's help. With food in hand and someone to sit with, he thought, it wouldn't hurt to look out for her a little more if she needed it. He was short on cash. He didn't even have enough to pick up a meal. In the end, he had to use the meal card Principal Lin had left him and treat Principal Lin to a cheap dinner. When he had money someday, he'd lay out a proper table. Meng Xiu, nicknamed Cat, was still in the office. Chen Xian packed the food, carried the lunchbox, and went to fetch her. The boxed meal was still steaming. The vapor turned into a thin white haze under the light. The rice smelled of savory sauce, and when he poked it with his chopsticks, the grains were soft and glutinous. "Principal Lin," he called. "Xian, perfect timing." Lin Ming came out of the office, waving with a smile. "Your roommate just got off. I'll take you over there." Once outside the gate, the form of address changed naturally. Chen Xian switched to Uncle Lin. He raised the lunchbox and gestured. "You probably haven't eaten yet, right? I packed 2 from the cafeteria. Want to eat together at the rental?" Lin Ming shook his head, the smile apologetic. "I appreciate it, but I'm meeting a superior for dinner tonight. After we look at the place, I have to rush over. Next time you come to my place, I'll cook for you." "Uncle Lin cooks?" Chen Xian asked, surprised and curious. "Then I'll have to try it." Lin Ming laughed, his voice carrying a bit of his country accent. "I'm from the countryside. Back then, who couldn't cook? Whether it's any good is another matter." The rental wasn't far from the school. Lin Ming hadn't driven, he led the way on foot. Under the streetlights, their footsteps were clear. They walked and talked. The breeze carried lingering frying smells from the cafeteria and the paper-scented air of the corner bookstore. At the school gate, Chen asked, "Uncle Lin, The old house is rented out. Where are you living now? Lin Ming stopped and pointed left. That neighborhood over there is where I live now. Then he pointed right. The rented place is in the older block across the street. Both places were close to campus. Chen Xian looked into the night and figured it would be about 10 minutes on foot. Is Mingqiu a day student? He asked again. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, then smiled, making it sound casual. She boards at school. I'm busy with work and don't have time to cook every day. I happen to get a room in the teacher's dorm, so she lives there. If she needs anything, I bring it to her. He paused, then asked curiously, Did Mingqiu tell you I'm her dad? Chen Shuren shook his head and smiled. She didn't say it outright, but when you two stand together, the vibe gives it away. Principal Lin smiled too and slowed his pace. They walked side by side, leaves whispered along the roadside. Far off, a car's brakes screamed like a stretched metal string. Shuren, are you settling in all right with the class? Has Mingqiu given you any trouble? Lin asked, a faint nervousness threading his voice. All good. Chen answered briefly, his tone even. Lin sighed and unconsciously brushed a speck of lint from his lapel. My wife left early. Work keeps me busy. I raised Mingqiu to be independent. She won't start a conversation, it's books and problems all day. She doesn't have many friends. His gaze dropped somewhere ahead, as if tracing a shadow from the past. I'm not worried about her grades. It's just I'm always wondering whether this is really good or bad. There was a touch of anxiety in his words. Principal Lin stopped and pressed his fingertips to his temples. The air around them felt gently compressed, the sounds quieted. Chen listened in silence. He didn't interrupt, he rolled a pebble between his fingers, the faint scrape punctuating the hush. What do you think, Shuren? Lin asked, searching his face. Chen put the pebble back into the dirt and looked up with a sincere smile. I'm no expert. My training's shallow, my experience limited. I probably can't offer professional advice. Lin waved his hand, trust written in his smile. Don't be modest. Your teacher entrusted you with these things because he believes you know your limits. I want to hear the younger generation's view. Chen thought for a moment, then fell into step again. His voice was low but clear. Uncle Lin, what you just described is only one way to look at her. Good grades, quiet, not fitting in, those are just the shell. The real thing is inside her. What kind of life she wants, whether she's willing to be responsible for her choices, that's what matters. He paused, and his eyes seemed to glow. Not every decision needs someone else to call it right to count. Life's long. Lots of doors that look safe can lead to dead ends. As long as she can sleep after making a choice and not regret it, that's a good choice. Principal Lin listened, fell silent, then smiled. There was relief in it. The leaves moved again, shadows at their feet lengthened and contracted like two slow, walking lines. Mr. Lin fell silent for a few seconds after Chen Shuren finished speaking. A string of voices went through his head, people praising Mingqiu's grades, saying she never gives her parents trouble, others shaking their heads and calling her cold, not good at socializing. But no one had ever said the one line Chen had just said. As long as you like her. The sentence was simple, but it was like a lamp that lit up a dark corner. Surprise crossed Mr. Lin's face first, then a flicker of shame. As a father, he hadn't expected anyone to look at her that way. He was even more surprised that the voice came from a boy about the same age as his daughter. He raised a hand and rubbed his temple, his expression softened. Shuren has a point, he said with a smile, his tone a mix of surprise and approval. If I didn't know you two only met today, I'd have thought you'd known each other for a long time. Young people tend to understand each other easily. Chen bowed slightly, his voice low and calm. You're flattering me, Mr. Lin. I was just saying the first thing that came to mind. He pressed his hands together in a polite gesture, no bluster, just steady courtesy. Mr. Lin looked at him and narrowed his eyes into a laugh. His movements were brisk. You're proper, your manners suit me. Don't be afraid of Mingqiu. She looks cold on the surface, but she's soft inside. If you ever have trouble with schoolwork, go ask her. She won't hold back. Chen half joked, a smile at the corner of his mouth. I'm more worried she'll get mad and have me moved, swap my seat with someone else. Mr. Lin thumped the table, laughing a bit louder. She wouldn't dare. I'll make sure of it. He leaned over, drew a neat stack of small slips from the table, and handed them to Chen. The slips were folded neatly, a few words were written on the cover. Mingqiu instructions for use. When Chen's fingertips touched the paper, it made a soft rustle. He opened it and found a few short lines like quiet, Doesn't like to be disturbed. Don't knock before exams. Each line sounded like a father's admonition and a private joke at the same time. Someone in the room chuckled. Mr. Lin nodded, as if reassuring himself. Outside, the afternoon sun slanted through the window and pooled on the corner of the table. Mengqiu stayed silent inside her head. She made another list. She added Qinshuren to her desk-made evaluation list. That list held her standards and her small calculations. She didn't know her father had already handed the instructions to him. The distance between the three of them shifted in a subtle way. There were fewer words and more small actions. The air carried the warmth of being understood. Qinshan shrugged. His voice was flat, like he was laying out a fact. If it's over, it's over. If we're not meant to be, so be it. It won't affect me. There was no turmoil in his eyes, only calm. They reached the apartment complex gate. The summer sun had baked the walls into a mottled pale yellow. Cracks ran along the old building's exterior, and a jumble of clothes hung from the balconies. Little scraps of paper skittered across the ground in the breeze. From somewhere distant came the market vendor's shouts and the popping of oil in a wok. A pair of cat ears poked out of his bag. The cat pawed at the fabric opening, its nose twitching as it gave a soft mew. It was taking in the new surroundings, its eyes like two glossy black buttons. Principal Lin walked beside them, a trace of pride in his voice as he explained, "This complex has been here a long time. I bought my unit when I first started working, got it cheap, a real bargain. The building's old now, but everything's convenient. The market, the grocery, it's all here. Most important, it's close to the school. Since you decided to commute, living here makes the most sense." Qinshan looked up at the building. The window frames were peeling, the stairwell still had the old-style step lights, but it was overall clean. The air was a mix of cooked food and a faint scent of laundry detergent. He nodded. "No elevator. No elevator." Principal Lin sighed and rested a hand on the banister. "We're on the 9th floor. You'll have quite a few stairs to climb." Qin smiled, an easy confidence in it. "Stairs are fine. I grew up in the mountains. Coming down used to take over an hour, so a few flights are nothing." They started up. Their footsteps echoed in the narrow stairwell. Qin carried his luggage, the cat pressed against his back, purring low. Principal Lin was out of breath, one hand on the rail, a bead of sweat on his brow. "Few middle age, you have to take care of yourself," he joked between pants, a laugh in his breath. "Top floor rents are cheap now. 3 bedrooms and a living room, 1,200 a month." "How much do places around here rent for?" Qin asked. "About 2,000, give or take." "Old? Yes, but it's a school district, so transportation and daily life are convenient." Lin wiped his forehead and gave a self-mocking smile. They climbed on. Sunlight slanted through the high window grills and dust drifted slowly in the beams. "Uncle Lin, this top floor place 1,200 for rent is a bargain," Qinshan said bluntly. Uncle Lin smiled. "Yeah, I'm not short of money now and I'm not planning to sell, so I might as well rent it. Most tenants are just graduated kids, tight on cash. If I see someone decent, I rent to them. Consider it helping the young." "You're really kind," Qinshan said with a smile, admiration in his voice. Uncle Lin waved a hand, his smile deep in his eyes. "It's nothing, just what I can do. Back when we were younger, there were plenty of chances. If you're healthy, have some schooling, and don't mind hard work, you could earn a living. It's different now, it's harder for young people. I'll help where I can." Qin felt a little lost. He'd lived in the mountains for a long time and wasn't familiar with city ways. Coming down had broadened his view, but some of this still left him a step behind. They were out of breath by the time they reached the 9th floor. Standing in front of a door marked 901, they stopped. "Here we are," Uncle Lin said, wiping sweat from his brow. "I didn't bring a spare key. The girl who rents this place should be home. She said she'd call after work." He rapped his knuckles on the door, his knock solid and confident. Shaoli, are you in?" "It's your landlord, Uncle Lin." A clear voice echoed from inside. Coming. The sound hit Qin like a plucked string. His chest tightened and his breath felt shallower, as if his mouth had been stuffed. That was her voice. No doubt about it. The hall was old and dim, damp with the smell of stale paint. Putty flaked off the walls, the white exterior powdered into crumbs in the sunlight. Faded traces of spring couplets clung to either side of the main door like time-stained spots. The door was the kind of barred security gate common 20 years ago, one gate outside, and a deep reddish-brown door behind it. People these days tended to use a single heavy entry door for both security and appearance. There was no pretense here, only plainness and age. Chen was still taking it all in when the latch inside turned, metal rubbing the frame with a crisp, slightly awkward sound. Clack. The door opened a crack. Through the iron grill, the silhouette of a young woman appeared. A motion light clicked on, spilling warm yellow onto her house slippers. In her other hand, she still held a damp rag that smelled faintly of dish soap. A few damp strands of hair clung to the shiny skin of her forehead. Her face was bare of heavy makeup, her features gentle. Her almond-shaped eyes were wet from haste. She didn't notice the boy standing outside, leaning against Principal Lin. He wore a plain-colored Taoist robe. His hair was cropped short, like an apprentice from a sect. The woman pushed the door wider, then hurried to unlock the outer security door. Her movements rushed. "What a coincidence, didn't he expect to run into you here again?" Chun Xian said with a smile. His voice was low but steady. She looked up. Her gaze slid past Principal Lin and landed on him. Her expression froze. You're the one who handed out flyers this morning?" she asked before she could stop herself. "That was me," Chun Xian nodded, smiling gently. Surprise flushed across her face. The corner of her mouth twitched without her realizing it. "I've been handing out flyers all day. I ran into you at the mall. And now here, what are the odds?" Her words lagged behind her thoughts. Her tone was a little breathless. "Mr. Lin arranged for me to stay here for a few days," Chun Xian explained politely, his voice short and clear. "Oh, you're an 11th grader?" She frowned, as if trying to piece two facts together. "But aren't you a Taoist?" "I'm a Taoist and a student. I just registered at the school today," he said crisply. She fell silent. Her mouth opened slightly, like someone dismantling an unexpected problem. Her hand rested on the door chain, knuckles white. The night wind carried the metallic sound of the elevator doors, and distant voices drifted down the hallway. She frowned, looking thoughtful. Principal Lin turned his body to listen to their exchange, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Xian, do you know Li Wanin?" Chun Xian shook his head, his voice even. "Not really. I checked in this morning and saw her handing out flyers. Just a one-time thing." Li Wanin was still bent over the stack of flyers, her fingertips a little cold. When she looked up, it was as if she'd been called on. A smile touched her lips, and she seemed ready to chat. "Oh, what a coincidence." Principal Lin laughed, clapping the table with a crisp sound. "Fate works in funny ways." Chun Xian's mouth twitched at that. He wasn't one for fate, but he liked the idea of chance. Meeting someone in a crowd of strangers felt like an unexpected gift. Even if he knew a few tricks, he couldn't predict who he'd run into. Walking beside someone for a stretch of the same road was rare enough. He glanced at her uniform. The Yunqi No. 1 high school emblem was clear. She was young and talkative. When or where they'd meet again, he didn't know, nor did he plan to hunt her down. He folded that uncertainty away like an unopened postcard and kept it in his chest. Principal Lin stood and smiled even more warmly. "Since you two aren't acquainted, let me introduce you." He waved a hand and shifted his gaze between them. "This is Li Wanin, just graduated, 22, just started working." "Little Li, you wouldn't be out of line calling him sis," he teased. "Xian, you could call her sis too." Then he turned to Chun Xian, adopting a tone that was half serious, half reassuring. "This is Chun Xian, a junior at our school. He's a proper Taoist, knows his way around a few things. Good character, steady temper. Of course, a mixed-gender shared apartment can be a bit awkward, but don't worry, Xian knows where the line is. He won't make things difficult for you." Li Wanin laughed, set the flyers down, and sounded relieved. "Really, no need to thank me, Uncle Lin. If it weren't for you, I'd have been terrified of renting alone." Her words were short, gratitude folded into her smile. She habitually slipped her hands into her pockets, as if cupping the small comfort in her chest. Principal Lin patted her shoulder like an elder offering one last piece of advice. "Everyone fresh out of school is like that. Take it slow. Work hard, and you'll save up." Li Wanin nodded. Her voice was quiet but firm. The air around them seemed a little lighter. "Uncle Lin, Xian, come inside. I'll get you some water." Li Wanin pushed the door and called out, her voice edged with a little nervousness and heat. Chun Xian and Uncle Lin stepped in. The apartment was stifling, like a jar with its lid on. "You got off early today?" Uncle Lin asked. "Yeah, my side jobs are flexible. I figured a new roommate was coming, so I came back early to clean up." Li Wanyin set down the mop and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Still haven't you found a job? Uncle Lin asked again. She pressed her lips together and spoke quickly and low. I just graduated, so I don't have much experience. I applied to a few places, but haven't heard back. I'm doing part-time work for now. I'll figure out the rent, I'll have it together by the 10th. Don't rush it. Take your time. Uncle Lin gave a small laugh. His voice was creaky, like rubbed wood. While they talked, Chen Xian stood quietly to one side. Li Wanyin took 2 cups from the cabinet and poured cool boiled water from the kettle. The water made a soft sound. The cups chimed crisply when they touched. The room was so hot people stuck to the backs of their chairs. She pressed the remote. The air conditioner kicked on with a short hum, and a curtain of cool air dropped down. During the day, when she'd been sweeping alone, she'd let sweat run down her hairline but hadn't dared turn on the AC. Now that there were people in the room, she finally hit the button. A stack of flyers lay on the coffee table, the corners softened from handling. She handed them out one by one, giving them to whoever she passed. No one had seen her toss the leftovers into the trash. What she didn't hand out, she always brought home to keep distributing. Chen Xian casually picked one up and flipped through it. The flyer had photos and promotional details for a new restaurant in the mall. The pictures were bright. The dishes looked almost fragrant. Wanyin, are you going to hand these out again tomorrow? He asked. The question made Li Wanyin pause for half a beat. A flicker of panic crossed her face before she nodded. Yeah, for a week straight. It's for the restaurant's opening. They pay 100 yuan a day and provide meals at mealtimes. I've got 5 more days to go. Isn't that inside the mall? How come I saw you outside this morning? Chen Xian asked, curious. There are already several people handing them out inside. She shrugged, smiling with a touch of helplessness. They only pay 80 yuan a day in there. Me and my co-workers are the street team outside. They pay 100. Chen Xian nodded. Cars passed outside, the glass throwing back the harsh afternoon light. The air conditioner hummed steadily. The flyers on the coffee table trembled slightly. Just 20 bucks short. She gave up the mall's air conditioning and chose to walk under the sun, going from street to street looking for work. With no money in her hand, the summer heat felt like sandpaper sticking to her skin. While they were talking, a black cat slipped out of the bag. It moved like a shadow, circling twice before looking up curiously at its soon-to-be new home. Its fur caught a dim sheen in the sunlight. Wanyin, I brought a cat. Do you mind? Chen Xian asked, a little nervous in his voice. No, I don't mind, Li Wanyin said, smiling, and reached out. Her fingertips only brushed the cat's flank. The cat didn't scratch. It had deftly dodged her, glanced back, flicked its tail, leapt onto the windowsill, and began to inspect every inch of the balcony, its nose twitching as it sniffed new scents. We used to have cats, Li Wanyin said. They're good at catching mice. By the coffee table, Chen Xian and Principal Lin stood up and casually pushed the door open. The room was quiet, only the wind slipping through the window crack, carrying a distant hum of traffic. The plaster was peeling in places and dust lined the window frames. Yet the floor was polished and the tables and chairs were neatly arranged. The air smelled of cleaner and sun-dried fabric. You could tell someone had just cleaned. That east room seems like yours? Principal Lin asked, pointing to the door by the balcony. Yeah, Li Wanyin nodded. I live in the east one. The balcony room used to belong to Xiaowei. It's been empty since she moved out. I just tidied it up. Xian, you can take this one. The west room's fine too, but it's full of stuff and not organized, and it gets hotter in the afternoon sun. Chen Xian shrugged casually. Then I'll take the one by the balcony. Thanks, Wanyin. He said it lightly. The rooms weren't much different in size anyway. The conveniences and headaches of sharing a place were all tucked into this house. Everyone guarded their own door. In the common areas, things depended on people's goodwill. In the kitchen, pots and bowls were stacked by color. Shoes were lined up in pairs on the rack. Those little details said everything. No need to say another word. She had been living in the apartment for a while. The place was kept even cleaner than when she first moved in. The countertops shone, the windowsills were dust-free. Even the stubborn stains left by the previous tenant had been scrubbed away, bit by bit. The sink still held the scent of cleaner. Suds slid down the drain with a faint gurgle. A new roommate had arrived, and she tidied that room as she passed, straightening the duvet corners, arranging the hangers, patting the mattress edges, as if giving the place a quick once-over. A knock sounded at the door. Uncle Lin came in, an old briefcase slung over his shoulder. He looked around and smiled. His voice was low but warm. Shuren, take a look and see if anything is missing. If you want to replace anything, tell me, I'll arrange it in the next couple of days, he said. No, thank you, Uncle Lin. Shuren answered promptly. She wrung the rag and the bucket water splashed. It's already great here, much better than the conditions at our temple. Uncle Lin smiled again and patted her shoulder. Don't be formal with me. If you need anything, say so. I'll help if I can. His words were plain, and his motive was simple. The apartment wasn't he new. The furniture was a little worn, the appliances hardly luxurious. Another landlord might have replaced everything with shiny new models to charge higher rent. But Uncle Lin wasn't that kind of person. He cared about helping young people. Keeping the place modest made it possible to keep those who really needed help. He never said it outright, but it showed in his eyes, generous, with a hint of stubbornness. I've got a dinner coming up soon, so I won't stay long. Uncle Lin stood, slung the briefcase over his shoulder. The shoes at the door scraped lightly. Shuren, Li, work out the details of your shared rental between you. Call me if there's any trouble. Take care, Uncle Lin. Shuren and the other girl said goodbye together. The door closed with a short click of the hinge. Only two people remained in the room, Shuren and Li Waning. You go back to your room and pack your things, I'll finish the living room, Li Waning said, her voice carrying the habit of someone who liked things tidy. No rush, let me help, Waning. Shuren took the rag hanging on the bucket. The moment her palm touched the damp cloth, it felt warm. She wrung it out, the cloth smelled of detergent. They leaned in and began to clean. The rag swept across the table with a soft friction. The broom pulled a short, brisk breath across the floor. They shoved the dust out from the corners. A trash bag was torn open, paper scraps and bottle caps were tossed in, and with a pinch the bag was sealed, enclosing a small, messy world. Chen Shuren wasn't just a guest. Her luggage sat by the door, the zipper not fully closed. In any case, for a long time to come, this would be her nest. The common areas were soon tidy. Light slanted through the curtain gap and fell across the clean floor like a warm path. Chen Shuren shouldered her bag and walked toward her room. The door made a soft contact as she pushed it open. Then it closed behind her, leaving the apartment quiet and newly ordered. His luggage was minimal. Aside from a few small items, a practitioner would carry a little wooden box and a copper bell. He had 2 undershirts and 2 Taoist robes. In his backpack were a few textbooks he'd just brought home from school and 4 sets of brand new school uniforms. He set the books on the desk. They made a soft sound as they hit the edge. The uniforms were spread out, carrying the faint scent of printer's ink and a little sweat. He had class tomorrow, they'd need to be washed. Li Waning didn't move forward to help. Tidying up was a personal matter. The door wasn't closed, so she stood in the doorway and looked into the room. Light slanted in through the window and landed on the corner of the desk. Dust motes drifted slowly in the beam. You packed very light, she said, curiosity in her voice. Travel light, he replied, turning his head, his voice steady. The road's long, carrying too much is a hassle. If I'm missing something, I'll buy it later. He asked again, Waning, is there anywhere nearby that sells bedding, pillows, toiletries? Out past the complex, the department store on the left has them, she said, pointing in that direction. Detergent, shampoo, that sort of thing. If you don't have any right now, you can use mine. He smiled politely. Thanks, Waning. She ran his name off under her breath, quietly. Chen Shuren. Which Shur is that? It's the Shur from the saying about not keeping found money, he answered, as if naming an ordinary character. She asked about her own name. Waning, Wan as in graceful, and Een as in sound, right? Yeah. He nodded. His answers were short, but not dismissive. Are you really a Taoist? She asked, surprised and smiling. You look pretty young. Maybe because he was younger, she didn't feel awkward. She couldn't remember the other people from that morning on the busy street, but she remembered him. His manner was clean and brisk. There was a light at the edge of his smile. When he stood there, he seemed like a steady post, and that made people feel reassured. She thought to herself that the ideal roommate would still be a girl more convenient in daily life. But reality was cold. Rent was due next month, and she was practically pinching pennies. She couldn't be picky. You're a Taoist? Li Waning blinked, half curious, half surprised. Chen Xian gave a faint smile, his voice steady. The short sentence seemed to hush the air. Yes, I'm a Taoist. That's amazing. Admiration immediately lit her face. Her laugh had a childlike note. "When did you start learning?" she continued, like she was leafing through a new book. "Since I can remember. I learned those methods on the mountain with my master." He spoke lightly, as if stating something ordinary. Not mysterious, just folding himself neatly into a single sentence. "That young? Did your parents agree?" she pressed. Qinshan looked up, his gaze calm. "I was a foundling my master picked up on the mountain." The words fell like a cold stone on the table. Li Wanyin froze, her expression changed. Her throat seemed clogged, and her words stuck. After a moment she whispered, "Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought up something that hurts." He shook his head, a smile at the corner of his mouth. "It's okay, Wanyin. My master raised me and taught me. To me, he is family." The smile wasn't boastful or affected, clean and warm. Li Wanyin watched him, her breath slowing a few beats. The tension in her shoulders eased a little. "How old are you?" She switched to a lighter topic. 18, he said plainly. "I'm 22, she said proudly. "Much older than you. You say it like I'm 10 years younger or something. I'm actually only 4 years younger." He teased, a little smirk in his tone. A lighter atmosphere settled in the room. She asked again, "Do you have any siblings?" "I have a sister. She's younger than you, 15. She smoothed her hair with one hand, pride in her eyes. Chen Shuren's little guess hit the mark, and Li Wanyin froze for a moment. Surprise and curiosity flickered in her eyes. People who've been older brothers or sisters tend to have a certain quality. "You have it, Wanyin," Chen Shuren said with a smile, his tone a bit teasing. Li Wanyin smiled too, a touch embarrassed. "Huh, I never noticed that about myself. You're pretty spot on." Chen Shuren narrowed his eyes and kept up the banter. "So is your sister's name Wanla? You, how did you know?" She laughed, half astonished, her heart skipping. "I got lucky." Chen Shuren paused, startled by his own luck. "But I must have got the character wrong. It's Wanyue, right? The U, that means delight, not the Lu from music." Yes, it's Wanyue." She nodded, a little proud in her smile. "I thought you meant the music Lu at first." They went back and forth, the mood easy. The topic pulled the curtain aside and slowly narrowed the distance between them. Her phone buzzed. She answered, voice calm. "Delivery's here. I left it at the drop-off by your building gate. Can you come down to grab it?" The voice on the other end said bluntly. "Can't they bring it up?" She asked. It was inconvenient. "The security won't let them in," the other party snapped. "The elevator's out, and it's a cheap group. Order who's going up to the 9th floor for a few bucks." Then there was a sharp click as the call ended. That cut of the line felt like a dull thud. Li Wanyin looked helpless. The corner of her mouth twitched. "Shuren, have you eaten? Want me to order something for you?" "I have coupons," she asked. "No, I'm fine. I packed from the cafeteria," Chen Shuren said, shaking his head, his tone light. "You should go get it." She stood to change shoes. The lace tightened, and the soles made a crisp sound on the floor. She pinched a kitchen trash bag on her way out. It rustled with a soft plastic crinkle. "I'll go get it," she said. The door shut behind her, and her footsteps echoed down the hall. Click-clack, click-clack. Her heels hit the stairs, low and clear. The air was a little chilly, carrying the oily tang of takeout boxes and the drone of the guardhouse light below. She pulled the building door open. The outside light stretched her shadow long across the landing. With every step down, it felt as if the afternoon were being cut into smaller and smaller pieces. Li Wanyin rarely ordered takeout. She either threw together a quick bowl of noodles herself or ate the boxed lunches the company handed out. Today was an exception. Her new roommate was coming over, so she left work early to clean up and missed the company lunch. The apartment still wasn't tea ready, and there was no time to cook dinner. She pulled out her phone. A coupon popped up on the screen. She ordered the cheapest shared meal she could find, trying to save both money and worry. Chen Xian had already packed his bags. He'd changed into a new school uniform and gone to the bathroom to wash up. There was a washing machine in there. He recognized the thing but had never used one. It had a lot of buttons and cool white indicator lights. He fiddled with it for a while out of curiosity and pressed a button. The washer hummed softly. The light blinked on and off like a small engine. Chen smiled and filed away the conclusion. Even a 5-year-old could learn it. The only people it might actually stump would be real old hands. Still, he didn't put the new uniform in the machine. The clothes were clean. A few rubs and a bucket of fresh water would do. He wrung the shirt out and droplets slapped the tiles. He stepped out of the bathroom into a quiet hall. Wind slipped through the window cracks, carrying the faint scent of a dinner that hadn't been made yet. Lee hadn't come back, and there was no other movement outside. Then the door was pushed open. She was back. Her face sagged like a piece of cloth left in the rain. Her hands were empty, the takeout bag was gone. What happened? Chen asked first, looking at her. She kept her head down, her voice seemed about to fall out. It's gone. Someone took my shared meal. Chen blinked, stunned for half a second. Then he crouched, propped his chin on his hand, like he was thinking of a solution. Wasn't it left in the pickup locker? It should have a number on it. It was, she said, pointing toward the shared food locker downstairs. It should have been there. But it wasn't. Maybe someone grabbed the wrong one. She sighed and swiped the phone screen. The display flickered. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a wallet. Only 3 bills and a few coins clinked together, sharp, small sounds in the quiet hallway. Her brows tightened, as if she were pinching all hope for dinner between her fingers. Payroll isn't until a few days, she said, biting her lip, the helplessness barely spoken. I was counting on this meal. Chen looked at her, thought a moment, and the corner of his mouth moved. So, Wanyin, what do you want to do about dinner? We can figure something else out. Only the two of them breathed in the corridor. Neon reflections from outside cut a cold strip of light across the floor. Lee lifted her head, a glint of stubbornness in her eyes. She waved a hand, brisk and a little urgent. Don't just stand there, tell me what you can do. I'm starving. There are instant noodles in the fridge. I'm not that hungry, I'll just boil a bowl and make do, Li Wanyin said, reaching for the refrigerator door. Her stomach immediately protested, low and unmistakable gurgle. She froze for a moment, then laughed and pulled her hand back. Luckily, Chen Shuren was quicker. He produced a plastic takeout box and handed it to her. Steam rose from the container. A thin veil of condensation fogged the plastic lid, making the colors of the food inside look slightly blurred but glossy. The soy-braised pork had bled its sauce into the rice. The shredded potatoes lay like they'd been cut with tiny knives, and the greens were so fresh they seemed to shine. I picked it up from the cafeteria. There's braised pork, shredded pork with dried tofu, shredded potatoes, and some greens. Wanyin, if you want it, take it, Chen said without ceremony, as if passing her something perfectly ordinary. She could already see the generous layer of food through the translucent lid. Her stomach grumbled again, with a little whine of pleading. No, you can't. What will you eat? She blurted, hastily waving her hands as if afraid of owing him a favor. I have another portion, Chen said, nodding toward an open plastic bag on the coffee table. His tone was easy. I actually ordered an extra for Uncle Len, but he had something come up, so this one's left over. Seeing she was still hesitant, he set the box directly into her hands. The warmth seeped through the thin plastic, carrying the rich scent of sauce and oil. Don't be polite. Don't waste it, he said, smiling with his eyes slightly drooped. All right then. Thanks, Shuren. She held the meal like a lifeline. How much was it? I'll transfer you the money. No worries. You can just buy me a boxed meal next time, he said, smiling casually. There was a light in his eyes. Then he stood up and glanced at the drying rod. Wanyin, do you have any hangers? I hand wash my uniform and haven't bought hangers yet. Mind if I borrow a few? Of course, she answered right away, eager. There are some on the balcony rack. I'll go get them. She set the box carefully on the coffee table and let her eyes follow his uniform. The fabric was still damp, the color darkened as if dragged by water. The collar clung to the hanger, the material hugged the shoulder seams, and every thread smelled faintly of soap. Hand-washed. It still looks really wet. It probably won't be dry by tomorrow, she said, frowning, and reached out to touch the clothes. Her fingertips felt the cold and the weight of the fabric. They're not dirty. A quick rinse and they'll be dry. You can wear them tomorrow, Chen Xian said, flat and certain. Li Wanyin pinched the freshly hung hem. The fabric still felt cool and a little damp. She raised an eyebrow, half a reminder, half disbelief. The sun's almost down. You sure they'll dry? He didn't answer directly. He went out to the balcony, leaned on the railing, eyes fixed on the western sky. The old complex wasn't tall. The 9th floor was the top. The sunset stained the horizon a thick orange-red. Windows below brightened one after another with warm yellow light. The smells of dinner and frying oil blurred through the breeze. In the distance, birds were heading home, fluttering down onto the old tree in the courtyard, their calls sparse and urgent. He stood for a long moment, as if waiting for something. Then he turned back and the apartment light clicked on. A warm yellow glow sliced into the room, falling over the two of them and the cat. Li Wanyin pulled 2 small bottles of cola from the fridge, the free plastic ones that came with the takeout. When she opened one, a soft hiss of tiny bubbles escaped, cool and sweet-smelling. She handed him a bottle with a smile. "You bought dinner. I bought the cola. Fair." He took it. The cold of the bottle met his fingers. He nodded. "Okay, cheers." The cat sniffed, lifted its head, then sprang onto the chair back, tail curling like a question mark. Its paws tapped the table edge with a faint, staccato sound. They plated the takeout and ate simply. They weren't careful about manners. The little noises and the bright clack of chopsticks against plates felt like proof they were newly sharing a place. After dinner, night settled fully. Darkness spread over the city like a velvet cloth brushed with ink. But the city didn't sleep. Streetlights came on one by one like tiny bedside lamps. Traffic flowed like silver threads, drawing line after line of light. Storefronts, food stalls, and window lights answered one another, gradually sketching the street's outlines. In the distance, a walk sizzled nearby. People laughed and chatted now, and then a motorcycle roared past. Light and sound braided together in the night. Li Wanyin leaned back in her chair, listening to the city breathe differently. Chun Xian watched the window, a quiet smile on his face. The cat dozed under the lamp, its purr a little engine. The scene in the city was ordinary to the people who lived there. To Chun Xian and the black cat, it felt like a fresh dream. The two of them and the cat climbed up to the rooftop terrace and stood at the parapet, looking down over the sea of lights glowing in the darkness. The sun-warmed tiles still held residual heat. Warm air rose from the cracks in little puffs. The night breeze blew the heat away and brought a coolness. Far off, cars hummed and laughter floated up from downstairs now and then. The rooftop was quiet, left with nothing but night and light. Footsteps drew near on the stairs. The iron gate was pushed open with a soft creak. Li Wanyin came up the last steps carrying a sun-dried sheet. The sheet rubbed against the pole with a thin rustle. She hugged it and inhaled deeply. The clean scent of detergent mixed with the smell of sun slid into her nose. She closed her eyes and smiled. Chen watched her and casually asked, "Is that sheet yours?" "Yeah, I put it out," she answered as she folded it. "The rooftop is considered a public space. My balcony couldn't fit it, so I brought it up to dry." She looked up at the two figures by the parapet and the black cat, curiosity in her eyes. "What are you doing up here?" "Just looking at the night view," Chen said, his voice even. It was a short sentence. "Is it very different from what you saw back in the mountains?" she asked. "Very different," he replied bluntly. Li said she was going back to take a shower and asked if he wanted to come along. Chen waved his hand. "You go ahead. I'll go down in a bit to buy a few things and get my hair cut." "All right, take your time." She hugged the sheet and started down the stairs. Chen reached out and patted the black cat's rump. The cat arced off the parapet in a neat curve, its claws clicking softly on the tiles. It slipped past Chun and rubbed against Li's legs, tail held high like a little flag. Li froze. She had never seen a cat so friendly with people. It wasn't shy, it used a litter box on its own. It even followed people around like a puppy, clingy and affectionate. Its amber eyes glittered in the light, as if it could understand what was being said. She reached out to pet it. The cat twisted away with a liquid grace, slipping like water and keeping about an inch of space between them, aloof and clever. Li smiled, a little helplessly. Li Wanyin was still on the stairs when the black cat had already run ahead. It sat at the door to 901, tail held high, waiting for her to open it. "Meow," it called. All right. I'll open the door for you." Li Wanyin laughed and fumbled for her keys. Her voice echoed in the stairwell. When the door opened, the black cat swaggered in. It leapt onto the sofa and settled into the corner, curling itself into a round ball. Its eyes were half closed, comfortable as if it intended to sleep until dawn. That sofa was irresistible. The black cat loved it. Soft as a cloud, it felt as if every inch whispered, "Go on, lie down." Coming down from the roof and back to street level, the view was immediately cut up by tall buildings and crisscrossing streets. The distant sky was sliced into fragments by glass and concrete. On the street, people and cars flowed like a river, hurrying forward. The city pulled his attention back to the present. No deeper meaning, what mattered now was living. After descending the mountain, Chun-Shuren rarely dwelled on such mundane things. Life in the mountains had been simple, he lacked nothing. But environments change a person. On the mountain he had been indifferent off it, he still had to think about food, clothing, shelter, and getting around. Near the entrance was a barber shop. Chen walked in to get his hair cut. The door was glass. When he pushed it, a blast of cool air, like a damp, cold hand, hit his face. The shop was crowded. It was back to school season, and students filled the seats. Clippers buzzed. The scent of shampoo, the particular smell of a barber shop, mixed with hairspray and sweat hung in the room. As he entered, the waiting customers and the barber, Tony, busy at the mirror, all turned to look. Chen was still wearing his old Taoist robe. The cuffs were a little frayed. The clothes were conspicuous in that shop. "Little master, are you here?" To someone in the waiting area laughed and stood up. "A haircut," he said plainly. His voice wasn't too loud, but it was clear. Tony raised his scissors, a smile he couldn't suppress at the corner of his mouth. "We're busy, might be a bit of a wait. Want to get your hair washed first? Feels better, you know?" Prices were stuck on the glass door. Haircut 25 yuan, wash cut below 40 yuan. The numbers were white stickers, neatly affixed to the shiny glass. Chen had meant to just get a trim, but he glanced at the steaming shampoo bowl, heard the water striking the sink, and imagined hot water massaging his scalp under the air conditioning. A different experience sounded good. "All right." He nodded and moved with the flow toward the wash area. The scissors started buzzing again. Towels were folded, shampoo was squeezed into a palm, the water sounded crisp. A city's every day began with that bowl of water and that pair of scissors. In all these years, only once as a child had his master ever washed his hair. He remembered that one time clearly it had hurt. His master's hands were rough, full of calluses. His knuckles felt like stone. He scrubbed the scalp so hard it hurt. He gritted his teeth, his face contorting. His hairstyle wasn't like modern people's. Usually, he wore his long hair piled high into a bun. Now the bun had been released, and the long hair fell over his shoulders like a black waterfall, glossy and smooth. Chun-Shuren was particular about cleanliness. Except when he slept, he always kept his hair tied up, never letting it hang loose. "Your hair is really nice," the girl washing his hair couldn't help but say, surprise in her voice. She brought a dry towel and tucked it gently into his collar to catch the droplets, then pointed to the chair for him to sit. "Slide down a bit." "Okay, try lying back." Her tone was slightly tentative. She wasn't inexperienced, just that it was her first time washing the hair of a young man like him. The reclining chair was as soft as a cloud. When he lay back, his neck settled right on the edge of the shampoo bowl, and his head stayed steady with the slightest movement. Chun-Shuren closed his eyes. The clamor outside was blunted by the sound of water. The shower's droplets fell densely, pat-pat, like a soft drumbeat. The water was warm. The drops hit his scalp and brought a gentle heat. Her hands came up, fingers first combing through his hair, light and steady. Then came kneading. Her fingertips pressed into the roots as if loosening a tightly knotted ball of thread. Sometimes she pinched, sometimes rubbed, sometimes plucked lightly like plucking a string. Each touch had its own pressure and rhythm. "Is the temperature okay?" she asked, her voice close to his ear, like a breeze under a hat brim. "Fine," he answered. Short, relaxed. First came thick foam. She squeezed the cleanser into her palm and worked up white clouds, soft as snow. She pressed the lather into his roots, then rinsed it away, carrying sweat and dust with it. The first wash was brisk and thorough, like shoving all the dirt straight out the door. The second wash used a milder shampoo. The foam was finer, carrying a faint floral scent. Her hands grew gentler, fingertips drawing tiny circles on the scalp. The pressure was neither harsh nor indulgent, just right to feel good. Her fingertip work was intricate. Sometimes she used her knuckles to press, like tapping piano keys. Sometimes she traced with her fingertips, like drawing lines. Sometimes she rubbed with the heel of her hand, bringing a flush of warmth. Water slid down his nape, carrying the last traces of foam. The muscles in his shoulders, which had been tense, loosened bit by bit. A tingling spread across his scalp from the back of his head to behind his ears, like grass brushed by a breeze. He opened his eyes slightly and watched the nimble hand. He had never seen such finesse. His master had never taught this. The master's washing had been rough, like training. This, by contrast, felt like a ritual. Each motion had a rhythm and a warmth. "Does pressing here make you itchy?" she asked, pausing. "No, it doesn't itch. It feels good," he said, his voice empty and eased, like a leaf floating on water. The water shifted to rinse away the foam. She wrapped his head gently in a clean towel and blotted out the remaining water. The towel was warm cotton, carrying the last floral hint of the shampoo. Chun Shuren felt his scalp freshened, as if dust had been washed away and a string retuned to calm settled over him. He thought to himself, this is a proper hair wash. His master's old methods couldn't compare. Chun Xian leaned back against the chair and closed his eyes. The hot water slowly washed the tightness from his shoulders. The girl washing his hair hummed a little tune beside him. She tossed out a line, then another, her voice light and quick like running water. "Are you really a Taoist priest?" "Yeah. Can't tell you don't look much older than me. And you're already a priest?" "How old are you?" 19. "Still in school?" "Not anymore. I finished vocational school and went out to work." "Where from?" "Southern Hunan." "Have you been?" "Not yet. I'll go sometime." She didn't say much. The pressure of her fingers slipping through his hair felt like she was kneading away his worries. The shampoo smelled of lemon and fresh herbs. Droplets tapped at his ears like distant drumbeats. "Is your scalp still itchy?" "Not anymore." "Thanks. Then I'll rinse you clean, okay?" "Okay." The towel rubbed roughly at his neck. A clip clicked at her fingertips. She lowered her voice as if sharing a secret. "If you ask for a specific stylist, it's 20 yuan extra, but it's pretty much the same." Chin smiled and answered shortly. "Just a regular cut." Low conversations murmured in the waiting area. The hair dryer hummed like a wind in the distance. A receptionist handed him a cup of warm water. The rim clicked against his teeth with a bright sound. He cupped the cup, feeling the residual warmth at his fingertips. 20 minutes later, it was his turn. Tony shook the cape open. The fabric rasped clearly. In the mirror, he saw himself. Under the lights, his hair had a fine sheen. "How do you want it?" Tony asked. "Keep it short," he said bluntly, then added, as he'd specified when enrolling, "Don't let the front cover my brows. Show the ears on the sides. Keep the nape a bit shorter." Tony nodded. The scissors flipped and began a rapid, crisp staccato. Each snip took away a weighty tuft. The air filled with the scent of freshly cut grass. The chair tilted back slightly. The shampoo bowl's echo was like the fading tail of a rest. Tony the barber blinked. He cupped the long hair in his hands and asked, "All of it?" Chin Shan nodded. His voice was calm. "Just cut it into that short, choppy student-style haircut." "Okay, got it." The scissors came down. Snip, snip, two sharp sounds, like someone striking a wooden plank. Black hair fell to the floor like raindrops on tile. The man in the mirror was being peeled away in layers. Each cut altered the contours of his face. He stared at his reflection, slightly dazed. The eyes and brows were the same, but his expression had become sharper, more efficient. The short hair exposed his temples and neckline. It was as if someone had brushed him clean, fresh, and neat. A coolness crept over the back of his head. Wind slipped through the newly cut roots like tiny blades. The short stubble prickled his fingertips. He reached back to touch the hair at his neck. It felt stiff, like the points of needles. Oddly satisfying. He pulled out his phone. 8:30. The screen's cold light fell across his fingers. If he'd been in the mountains, it would already be deep night, stars everywhere, silence broken only by insects. But the city was different. Neon lit up, headlights flowed like rivers, noise surged from all directions. Nightlife was just beginning. Voices, engines, the jingles of shop signs blended into a single roar. He stepped out of the barber shop, his shoulders relaxed. Next, buy basic household supplies. Chin shopped fast. His eyes scanned the shelves and his hands moved with them. He picked sturdy, durable things, no show. A bamboo mat, a pillow, a navy blue bedding set, a pair of slippers, a red plastic bucket, a wash basin, a drinking cup, a rinsing cup, a toothbrush, a towel, a bag of laundry detergent. He also grabbed a bundle of 20 hangers. No shampoo or body wash, just 2 thick bars of soap instead. He shoved the items into shopping bags with steady, quick hands. The cashier counted them, a professional smile at her mouth. The corner store's doorway cast a long shadow into the night. He looked like a newcomer to the city and like a simple tenant at the same time, walking slowly but with quiet determination. He always showered with bar soap. Cheap, effective, less likely to break out on his back. Soap lather felt coarse and rinsed off easily. It wasn't like those body washes that leave your hands slippery. Body wash made your skin feel like it had an invisible film on it. For men, that slick meant unclean. You had to rinse until your hands weren't slippery anymore for it to count as clean. There was a row of facial cleansers on the shelf. He'd never paid them any mind before. Face wash was literally just a cleanser for the face. The labels boasted oil control, moisturizing, skin smoothing, everything neatly categorized. He flipped a bottle, took a sniff. It smelled like the usual scent in a cosmetic shop. He shook his head and set it back. Normally, he used plain water or rubbed his face with soap. He'd never had acne and never felt he was missing anything. Even for shampoo, he used soap. He worked up a handful of white suds. The foam made a faint rustle between his fingers. When he rinsed, his hair sent cold droplets flying. The sound was crisp, like pebbles hitting water. He looked through old family photos. His parents' generation had an astonishing amount of hair. Thick, glossy black like a heavy blanket. No amount of modern shampoo claims could hide the fact that hair was thinning now. At barbers, people always praised his thickness and texture. If he chalked it up to being young, others would toss out a casual compliment. His master was the exception. He lived to the end with a full head of hair, only white. After picking up toiletries, he moved to the kitchenware section. Metal pots clanged, plastic bags crinkled in his hands. He chose a wok, a set of bowls and plates, and some oil, rice, soy sauce, and vinegar. Carrying the bag of rice, he could feel the rough burlap under his hand. He remembered the last time he went to Liwaning's place. She kept the kitchen spotless. The gas stove gleamed. Spatulas were neatly arranged to one side. Oil, salt, sauces, and vinegar were all there. One person had enough. 2 people together would be short a few bowls. Waning said they could share. There was no pressure in her voice. He knew she was generous, but he didn't want to be a freeloader. He tucked the dishes into the cart and thought, next time we cook together, I'll do my share. Eating like that would feel right. A gust at the door lifted the curtain, and a bright, tinkling chime sounded. Chen Shuren still had a plastic bag slung over his shoulder. At his feet were all the things he owned for the first time, moving into a shared apartment by himself. Pants, bedding, toiletries, the small pieces of a checklist for a new life. Behind the counter, the shopkeeper's smile was radiant. She set a few things onto the little cart by the door with practiced fingers. The plastic tub bumped against wood with a crisp clack. The calculator clicked twice, and a receipt rattled warm from the machine. How much? Chen asked, calm. She pressed buttons and rattled off numbers. 38, 20, 148, 15, 475 yuan in all. She glanced at the hem of his clothes and grinned. You a Taoist, young master? Taoists get a little discount. 460, and I'll throw in the flip-flops. Taoist was practically a pass in the shop. Her tone had a smile and a merchant's calculation. A colorful poster on the wall advertised student prices. She shook her head and laughed. Students don't get this treatment. They're the ones who buy this, and that we're always losing out on students. Chen felt a warmth, but said nothing. He pulled out his wallet. The sound of bills was neat and decisive. She packed each item into the plastic tub, slid on a cloth cover, tightened the straps. The rope made a low, rough sound. The bedding rustled like a small, measured surf. Can you carry all this yourself? She asked, tidying the roll of cloth in her hands. I should be able to, he said, gripping the rim. Inside the tub were a soap box, a toothbrush, a few sachets of shampoo, and a neatly rolled comforter. He glanced at the bolt rack in the corner. Thin and coarse fabrics lined up like a patchwork. He ran his fingers over the cloth. It made a dry, brisk sound. How long do you need it? She asked. Just enough for a pillowcase and a few patches. He grabbed a small sewing kit, and the stitch sounded like a promise. She handed him the kit and tucked in an extra tuft of thread. Come back. I can cut it for you next time. Sunlight at the doorway fell on his shoulder as he finished packing. The plastic bag rasped against his pant leg. He passed a pet supply shop where cat food bags sat neatly in the window, labeled chicken flavor. He pushed the door open and bought one. The bag felt heavy. The plastic popped and sighed like a cat shifting inside a box. Outside, a man had stacked watermelons into a little mountain. Their skins gleamed oily under the sun. Someone was cutting a slice, and the knife pinged a porcelain plate with a clean, bright sound. Chen paused, looked at the fruit, then kept walking without buying one. With a bag of cat food and a roll of cloth, he headed toward the apartment complex. On the pavement, the smell of fresh purchases receipts, plastic ties, the faint newness of things mixed into the scent of a new life. Chen Xian picked out a deep-colored watermelon with clear stripes. The vendor split it in two. The iron pan on the scale gave a soft chime. The melon felt heavy, the rind gleaming with dampness. The blade was carefully wiped along the cut, and the sweet smell rushed out like a tide. The heat from the street stretched the scent, urging itself up his nose. He hadn't had watermelon all year. He chose that half purely to satisfy a craving. Maybe Li Wanyin liked it too. Who would refuse a summer watermelon? Back home, he'd ask her to share it. He dropped his coins into his palm and ran through the day's expenses. 2 long-distance buses, 20 yuan. A haircut, 40. Purchases, about 550. The calculations sounded inside his pocket, knocking off one by one. The bank card his master had given him before he died was still there. He took out his phone and glanced at the balance, just over 24,000. By that count, he'd only spent pocket change today. There was about 24,000 left on the card. He slid the phone back into his pocket. His fingers brushed the card's corner without thinking, like finding a steady rope. Without any big bills, the money could last a long time. Rent and food, split with Li Wanyin, would be about 700 a month. At his current way of living, it would see him through to the college entrance exam. After that, tuition, living costs. The people he owed those weren't problems for now. He stood in the stairwell as sunlight slanted through the narrow window. Shadows lengthened, then drew back. He forced those thoughts down. Making money was a craft to learn. What mattered most now was catching up on the schoolwork he'd fallen behind on. Carrying 2 bags, he climbed to the 9th floor. The bags were heavy, his wrists strained, but he didn't gasp. At the door, he set them down and slowly fished the keys from his pocket. They jingled. 2 newer keys were for the apartment, one for the security door, one for the bedroom. A set of older iron keys was tied to his backpack. Those were for the temple. The metal's cold spread through his palm. The lock hissed with metal on metal, then the door clicked open. Inside was the warm, damp smell of lived life. On the balcony, Li Wanyin was laying out clothes, shorts and old t-shirts snapping in the breeze. The sun threw her shadow across the tiles. The wind carried the scent of detergent. She heard the door and turned. Water droplets clung to her hands. She gave him a quick look. The corner of her mouth twitched as if to smile. Then she stopped. The sounds inside the room were ordinary. Chen Xian's next sentence was short and clear. I bought a watermelon. She had just gotten out of the shower. The ends of her hair were still a little damp. The washing machine hummed in the bathroom. She hung her hand-washed delicates on the drying rack and could smell a faint hint of shampoo. The door opened. The hinge gave a soft creak and footsteps stopped at the threshold. Used to living alone, Li Wanyin turned around at once. Her expression went wary at first. When she saw the face, the wariness vanished in an instant, replaced by astonished, radiant delight. Shuren? She blurted, surprise in her voice. Yeah, I was only out for a bit. Chen Shuren came in smiling, waving a hand. Wanyin, you don't recognize me? It's really you. Li Wanyin stood on tiptoe and leaned in. You've changed so much. If you hadn't still been wearing that robe, I might not have recognized you. Chen Shuren ran a hand through his hair. His short hair lay against his temples. He looked a little embarrassed, but kept it light. I just got a haircut, no need to act like I had plastic surgery. The black cat in the room froze for a moment. It stared with bright eyes, circled Chen Shuren once, then pressed its nose to his sleeve and sniffed twice before slowly dropping its guard. Its tail twitched, and it let out a short meow, as if confirming. Then it rubbed against his calf, accepting him. Li Wanyin laughed. She could see him more clearly now. Before he cut his hair, Chen Shuren wore it in a top knot, giving him a steady, scholarly, slightly old-fashioned air. Now his short hair made him look crisp, clean-cut, full of energy. The 2 looks were like 2 different faces. Don't you think it looks good? Chen protested, smoothing his short hair. I wanted to try a new style. No. Li Wanyin waved, her voice bright. It's great. So warm and friendly like sunshine. He smiled, laugh lines at the corners of his eyes. Sunlight streamed through the window, catching his neat hairline and fresh smile. For a few seconds the room seemed to brighten. Although he was younger, Chen Shuren looked clean-cut and handsome. Li Wanning realized she'd been staring at him for a long time and felt her cheeks heat. She quickly looked away and carried the household items inside. "I've got it," Chen Shuren said, setting a cardboard box on the floor, shrugging with an easy tone. Li Wanning opened the lid. Bottles clinked together, making crisp little sounds. When she pressed a sack of rice, it let out a faint, familiar grainy smell. She laughed and pointed at the contents. "You bought all this?" "Just the staples," he replied, placing a bottle of soy sauce on the counter and wiping the rim with a neat, practiced motion. "Oh, oil, rice, sauces, vinegar. I have some of that here too," she said, a little embarrassed. "You'll use it anyway. If you run out, you can use mine," he said, looking up with a warm smile. "Maybe we can cook together sometime," Li Wanning went on, smiling, her eyes bright. "Cooking alone is a pain. 2 people is better. Next time you should come try my cooking." "I won't say no to that," he said, squinting slightly, as if he were looking forward to it. "Don't expect too much. I only know a few home dishes. If you're disappointed, don't blame me," she began, then waved off the rest. "If I complain that your cooking isn't enough to fill me up, that would be true," he teased with an exaggerated grin. She laughed, feeling warm inside. Her thoughts crowded in on her, but a sudden chime from the kitchen cut them off. Ding, the washing machine had finished. Li Wanning picked up the laundry basket and walked over. When she opened the machine, steam carrying the scent of detergent puffed out. She pulled the clothes out one by one, wringing out the droplets as the fabric slid through her hands. She took the underwear aside, put it in the wash basin, and rubbed at her palms, felt the warmth and slickness of soap. The rest she clipped onto the drying rack, giving each piece a light shake so the water would fall. She'd gotten used to doing it this way. She always hand-washed underwear and left everything else to accumulate a few days for the machine. She hung the damp clothes with clean, efficient motions, as if completing something that needed to be done. Chen Shuren stood in the doorway watching. There was a hint of concern in his gaze and a measure of understanding. When Li Wanning put the drying rod away and saw him standing there straight-backed, she smiled. "Since we're sharing the place, we should all be considerate of each other," she said. He nodded, his voice low and sincere. "Yeah, I know." A thought flashed through her mind. From now on, it's better to keep underwear hand-washed. The washing machine is shared. Being mindful is the least you can do. The light under the eaves was warm. The living room was quiet. A cat dozed on the sofa, purring low. Chen Xian was stuffing things into a trunk. Li Wanning hung clothes on the balcony. The cloth slapped softly, like a fine rhythm. He glanced up at her now and then. She stood turned to the side, sunlight resting on her shoulder. A little pink garment fluttered in the breeze. For a moment the room felt wrapped in something gentle. Chen Xian's hand paused, his fingertips brushing the hem, then moved on. His gaze was brief, like stolen light gone in an instant. His past had been clean and straightforward. The years up in the mountains had been rough cloth robes, a wood stove, and a temperamental master. Here there were soft clothes and the faint scent of laundry. 2 worlds sat side by side in the same room, as different as 2 roads. When the clothes were hung, the wind smoothed the last piece. Chen Xian closed the trunk. They both slipped into slippers. The soles made a faint scuff on the floor. Li Wanning wiped her hands, turned and said, "I just washed. There's still hot water in the heater if you want to wash. Go ahead." "Okay, take your time," he said, smiling faintly. "I'm used to washing with cold water." "Cold water even in winter?" She raised an eyebrow. He nodded, as if telling an old story. "We had a big pot back home. We'd heat a huge pot of water, and my master and I would take turns using it. Tending the fire and heating water, huh?" She laughed, her eyes bright. "My family was like that when I was a kid, too. We'd sit by the stove, and our necks would warm up." "Wanning, did you like tending the fire when you were little?" he asked, curiosity in his voice. "I loved it," she said, remembering, tapping the clothes rod twice like a beat. "Especially in winter. You'd put your hands toward the heat, and the warmth would slip right into your chest. But our pot was small. The whole family had to add water several times." "Did you ever throw sweet potatoes into the fire?" he asked with a laugh. She froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. "You know about that too? I did it too." He shrugged. His laugh found a familiar echo. On the balcony, the clothes swayed gently. The cat rolled over on the sofa and flicked its tail, and the room eased back into its usual rhythm. Their conversation was like a small flame, warming the room. She'd gone to high school and college in the city. Most of her classmates had grown up there. Having a water heater or a refrigerator was ordinary to them. Whenever she mentioned something from her childhood, people would end up surprised instead. "You didn't have a water heater? I thought your childhood would been different," the other person said with a laugh, like you'd started practicing or something early on. "I didn't practice." She smiled faintly. Aside from not having gone to school, it was pretty much the same. Li Wanyin seized on the key detail. She froze for a moment, her voice catching. "Shuren, you didn't go to school?" Chen Shuren said it as if it were nothing. "Yeah, I only went to elementary school for a few days. I've been placed into 11th grade now, trying to catch up." The air was quiet for 2 seconds. A complicated look flashed across Li Wanyin's face. She hadn't even had time to ask before her brows tightened with worry. Missing so many years, could he make it up? Her concern showed plainly. She pressed her lips together, then shifted to an encouraging tone. "Then you've got to work harder. The workload will be heavy. Don't wear yourself out, but I believe in you. You can do it." Chen Shuren blinked, smiled, and nodded. "Okay." He fished half a watermelon out of the tote. The knife sliced the rind with a clean sound. As the blade parted the melon, the sweet scent rushed out. Juice ran along the cut like a little stream. "Wanyin, I bought a watermelon. Let us share." "No, you keep it." Li Wanyin waved reflexively. Chen Shuren didn't argue. He picked up a large wedge and handed it to her. The slice was bigger than his palm. The flesh was the red of an afternoon sunset, grains distinct, the juice catching the light. "Eat." He pressed the slice into her hand. "Thank you." She took it, her voice softened. Her palm felt cool. The rind still smelled faintly of grass. She bit in, and the sweetness hit her nose and tongue at once. The juice burst in her mouth, cold and clear like spring water. With her left hand, she formed a little cup to catch the seeds she spat out. The motion neat and quick, she didn't let a single drop fall to the ground. "This is the first watermelon I've had all year," she said, smiling, her eyes curved like bows, sweet enough to melt. "How is it? Still sweet, right?" Chen Shuren watched her, the smile hiding in his eyes. Very sweet. You know how to pick them." She looked up, completely satisfied. "That's a coincidence, same here." Chen Xian shoved a wedge of watermelon into his mouth. The cold juice ran down his chin and into his cup. They sat side by side on the couch. It gave a soft creak. Outside, tires crunched over gravel. Chen spit a seed into his palm and asked, "Wanyin, you must have done pretty well in school, right? Uncle Lin said you just graduated this year." Li Wanyin nodded. She wiped the juice from the corner of her mouth with a fingertip and lowered her voice. "Yeah, I graduated in June. But I'm not good at studying. I went to a vocational college, like a technical school." "A vocational college?" Chen repeated, testing the words. "Yeah." She smiled, and there was a bitter edge to it, as if the smile had been turned down a few decibels. "In my senior year, my parents had a car accident. My dad died. Mom was in the hospital with no one to look after her, and my little sister was still small. I took a leave to stay home and take care of her. Missed about half a year. When I went back, my grades fell behind. I only scored into a third-tier college. Tuition was ridiculously expensive, so I had to pick a vocational school." Her voice stayed even as she spoke, but her movements carried a silence that weighed. She pushed the empty plate aside and tapped the table with her fingers, as if counting the days that had passed. "And your mom?" Chen asked. "She's mostly recovered." She looked up, and relief flickered in her eyes. "She just can't do heavy work. She does piecework at a small factory in town, enough to get by." The watermelon rind hit the trash with a crisp sound. Li Wanyin smoothed her skirt and seemed like a different person. The earlier words dispersed like mist. She squared her shoulders and spoke with a new energy. "My plan is simple: find a job fast and start saving. My goal is 200,000 yuan. 200,000. Chen sounded a little surprised. "Right." She smiled, and it was honest. "You can't go wrong saving. My mom doesn't make much, and my sister still has school." Her face brightened when she mentioned her sister. Her gaze softened and her voice went gentle. "She's so responsible. She studies harder than I did and is always at the top of her class. She has the high school entrance exam next year. The teachers say she's likely to get into the best high school in our province." Only their breathing filled the room now. The sweetness of watermelon lingered in the air like a small comfort. Her finger traced a circle on the table, and then another, as if sketching out the route to the future. As the older sister, I have to try even harder. Li Wanyin clenched her fingers until her knuckles went white. There was stubbornness in her voice and weariness. When she finished, it landed like a heavy weight on the table. The room was quiet. Chen Xian set his cup down. A cat crouched on his lap, its tail giving a light flick. Its two eyes fixed on Li Wanyin as if it wanted to swallow her stubbornness whole. "Well, not a word," she said, smiling with a hint of mischief. Her laugh warmed the air a little. Chen Xian came back to himself. A smile slowly spread across his face. "I believe you can do it. It's just, I'm a little jealous. Your sister's lucky to have you." Li Wanyin rolled her eyes at him, but the corner of her mouth curved sweetly. "I'm jealous of you too." "Jealous of me?" Chen Xian raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "Yeah, think about it retreating to the mountain. How free that must be." Anywhere, she could picture it. Wind, pines, morning mist. No worries, no pressure. I never understood why people wanted to hide away in the woods before. Now I get it. Once I have some money, I want a mountain of my own, build a little house, grow vegetables, raise chickens. A life that moves as slow as an old photograph. Chen Xian couldn't help laughing, a teasing edge to it. "You'll be disappointed. Being a Taoist has its troubles too. Aren't I the one who came down from the mountain to study?" She giggled like she had soft things tickling her. "Huh, I trust you'll do fine with your studies. Xian, you're as smart as my sister." "That's high praise." A faint light showed on Chen Xian's face. Suddenly Li Wanyin pulled out her phone, the screen catching the light. "Let's add each other on WeChat. It's easier to keep in touch." "WeChat?" Chen Xian blinked. The cat's whiskers twitched. "It's the messaging app on your phone," she explained, slowing down as if speaking to a kid learning a new word. "You can send messages anytime, set up meals, talk about things." "Oh." Chen Xian looked down like someone who'd just learned a new character. I've never installed it." "You haven't?" She sounded a little surprised, then laughed. "You don't even have Wi-Fi, do you? Go home and connect to the house network, save your data, and it's more convenient." "Wi-Fi," he brightened. "Should we count that in the rent? When we split rent, we can include the internet fee." Li Wanyin pushed the phone forward. Half a list showed on the screen. She shook her head, her tone light and sure. "No need. Uncle Lin has had the internet running. He already factors the bill into the rent. Search for it. The network name is 901. Password is LWI0709. Tap this, tap this." Chen Xian could use a phone, but he was clearly not as practiced as Li Wanyin. After fumbling for a while, he still hadn't found the Wi-Fi settings. She simply leaned in, her finger landing on his screen to tap for him. They were very close. Li Wanyin wasn't that much older, but she was already a graceful young woman. She'd just showered. There was a mingled scent of soap and shampoo about her. It was a delicate scent, like morning mist, drifting around the hollow of her neck. When she spoke, her voice trembled. The fragrance shivered with it and slipped up to his nose. Chen Xian's gaze got stuck on the line of her face. For a moment, a thought popped into his head. Get closer, closer, take a deep breath. The thought came fast. Faster still was his panic. His chest tightened. The back of his hand broke into a sweat. His heart hammered so loudly it felt like it was pushing out every breath. Steady, he forced himself over and over in his mind. The 18 years of training from his master hadn't been wasted. That steadiness was like a rope, pulling him back down to earth. He blinked, his breathing slowed, his expression folding into a calm mask. "Okay, it's installed. You go ahead and register and sign in." Li Wanyin looked up and smiled softly. There was nothing else in her tone. She hadn't noticed his momentary daze, only thinking he was a little slow to react. "Okay, thanks, Wanyin." His voice was steady. His fingers moved over the screen, a little shaky, but efficient. Outside the door, Uncle Lin's words echoed in his head. "You're a well-behaved kid, don't worry." That voice was like a nail driven into his heart, making him even more of a rule keeper. He remembered his master once saying, "The real test isn't the flash of blades, it's gentleness." Faced with gentleness, the heart is the easiest thing to sway. Back then, Chen Shuren didn't know any better. Now, he finally had some sense of it. As for whether that matter had been painful or not, only Tang Sung himself would know. Li Wanyin tapped the final step on the phone. She took a half step back, withdrawing the eager closeness she had just shown. Chen eased his shoulders too, slipping back into the easy calm he'd had before. The phone screen glowed. WeChat registration was complete. The name read 3 characters, Chun Shuren. He tapped it lightly, like touching an old habit in his pocket. Aren't you going to change your profile picture? Li Wanyin looked up, her voice amused. How do you change it? He really didn't know. His finger tapped the screen twice. Tap here to change it. Do you have any photos on your phone? She said, pointing. Chen flipped through his gallery. There wasn't much, mostly mountain temples, a few plants and flowers, some landscapes. Finally, he picked a sunrise shot. The light still seemed to flow in the picture. Li Wanyin couldn't help laughing when she saw the avatar. Not a laugh of ridicule, just amused. A little snort, like a morning breeze. Wanyin Jia, what are you laughing at? He frowned, genuinely puzzled. Haha, nothing. She shook her head with a smile. It's just sometimes your way of living makes you seem like an old man. Huh. He was even more confused. Isn't a sunrise photo perfect? Warm light, a sea of clouds, everything peaceful. She squinted as if she'd discovered something new. Then add me. I want to be your first WeChat friend. There was a small note of expectation in her voice, like a child waiting for the first piece of candy. She remembered her own first friend back, then her parents. The phone had been bought by them. How do I add you? Chen passed the phone over, a little curious. You can scan my QR code here, or type in my phone number or WeChat ID. She pulled out a slip of paper and read the digits slowly and clearly. 1890812. She swallowed her smile, held a touch of shyness. Write it down, okay? Li Wanyin read the name aloud while Chun Shan punched in the number. The screen lit up and a friend popped up. The username was Little Echo. Is Little Echo you? He asked, looking up. Her cheeks flushed. She protested in a low voice. Can you not read it out loud in front of me? It's so embarrassing. He wasn't finished. She snatched the phone back. Her fingertips were ice cold. The screen reflected light and made her face even redder. She cradled the phone like something precious. She took a small step back, forcing a smile. Don't go reading that signature. That was written years ago. I barely remember it. Chen Shan watched, curious. On the screen, the personal signature read like a line of poetry. Days are a poem slowly unfolding. The wind hides tiny echoes. The words were soft, like folded stationery. He smiled and reached for the phone, tapping Add Friend. Li Wanyin pulled her own phone out. Hers was older than his worn shell, the case edges white and cracked. The screen lagged at the slightest touch. Every swipe needed a beat to catch up, and the loading spinner kept appearing. I'm planning to get a new one, she said, staring at the screen. Once I get my first paycheck, I'm going to spend $1,500 on a decent phone. Hurry up and accept. Hurry, he urged, a little impatient. Okay, don't push. Let my phone catch up, she said, then tapped agree. A few seconds later, the confirmation returned. Friend accepted. Little Echo lay in his friends list first, and only. He sent a smiling emoji. She replied with a panda sticker, grinning mischievously. Chen Shan looked at the exaggerated panda and couldn't help laughing. Wanyin, where did you get that sticker? I had it saved, she said, the corner of her mouth lifting as if she'd tucked away a small secret. So that's how it is. Chen Shuren stared at his phone and smiled. He tapped the screen and saved that emoji to his favorites. Just as his finger retracted, he sent it to Li Wanyin. She replied with an emoji of her own. The phone gave a soft chime. Each of their WeChat profiles now showed the other's picture. They were sitting across from each other. There was no need to keep chatting on WeChat. The air was quiet. A little dull, really. Wanyin, how many friends do you have on WeChat? He asked, looking up. His voice dropped like a small stone onto the table. Li Wanyin handed him her phone so he could see. Her thumb slid across the screen. Names and numbers lit up, the digits scrolling by fast. A little over 170, she said, plain and direct. That many? He raised an eyebrow. Not that many, she smiled and shrugged. Mostly teachers, classmates, family. He blinked and another question popped up. Any significant others in there? Li Wanyin's face changed, flushing like paper in a breeze. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and laughed in her voice. I was too busy studying when I was in school. Now I'm busy job hunting. Who has time to date? My mom nags about it every day. Chen shrugged, announcing a principle with mock innocence. Even Taoists get curious. Can't you Taoists get married and have kids? she shot back, pretending to sound worldly. But there was mischief under her tone. Fate hasn't come yet. He smiled. Short, unguarded honesty. She made an impressed, wow, copying his tone and mentally storing the trick for future awkward moments. They both laughed. The mood loosened. The conversation drifted away from feelings, which neither of them handled well, towards something safer, the world inside her phone. Li Wanning swiped to her Moments and looked up to explain. Moments is where you post life updates. Your friends can see them. A lot of people don't post much anymore, they just look at others. Chen leaned in. The screen cast a cool light across his face, like a page lit by a night lamp. He tapped a photo her back in the library. Rows of bookshelves. Lights slanting in from the window. Dust motes drifting in the beams. What are you looking at? Li Wanning narrowed her eyes as if to confirm her privacy was intact. Your Moments, he said softly. His finger glided across the screen, a faint tapping sound. She gave him a glare, and her face went red again. There was a hint of reproach in her voice, and a smile beneath it. Could you not scroll through my little private things in front of people? He shrugged, feigning innocence. The phone's glow brought their faces a little closer. She suddenly flipped the phone toward herself like a little wall, hiding behind the screen. Her hand shadow broke the warm tones into fragments. A cup on the table clicked softly. The bitter scent of coffee hung in the air. They both smiled, low and soft, as if they'd folded that earlier awkwardness into a tiny shared secret. Why does it only show the last 3 days on WeChat Moments? Her phone glowed, the screen casting a cold light as her fingers swiped across it. You can set the viewing range. He smiled slightly, his voice calm. I haven't posted in ages. Too bad. I wanted to see how Wanning usually posts. Nope. He stuck out his tongue, teasing her. After spending half a day together, Li Wanning had an impression of him. He was blunt, but not rude. He got to the point without going too far. His gaze was steady. He didn't move much, but everything he did was precise. Being with him felt easy. Can you transfer money between accounts on WeChat? He asked all of a sudden. Yeah. Just link a bank card. You can usually pay by scanning a code. She handed him her phone as she spoke, a row of icons flickering on the screen. Is Alipay available? Yep. This is my first time using WeChat. I'm not used to it. He looked up, a little embarrassed in his voice. Then from now on, I'll transfer the rent to your WeChat each month. We'll split utilities. He said it plainly. Huh? Didn't Uncle Lin say he'd collect that half from you? She frowned. He wouldn't take it from me. Wanning, just give him my share for me. He shrugged, as if it were the simplest thing. What's Uncle Lin to you? He's really good to you. She was curious, her eyes sparkled. He and my master have known each other a long time. He often looks after me. But for some things, I still want to handle them myself. His voice was low, like a taut string. She thought for a moment, the corner of her mouth twitching. I'm a girl. I might use more water and electricity. I can pay a little extra. No need. That just makes things complicated. Let's split it evenly. His tone was firm, as if setting a small matter right. Seeing him insist, she nodded. If you need help, just ask. We're roommates, after all. By the way, did you save my number? Sometimes phone service drops and WeChat disconnects. Didn't you just say it out loud? I remember it. She held the phone to his ear, half skeptical. Really? You remembered it after one time. I even have to look at the pickup code a few times before it sticks. He read the number aloud, voice casual as if jotting it down. 1890812. Right. She sat there a long moment before blurting. You still remember that? Chun Shuren shrugged in the doorway, smiling like it was nothing. Li Wanning stared at the screen, her finger frozen on the touchpad. After a while she changed her tone. Impressive. Only the fan hummed in the room. The breeze lifted strands of her hair like little flags. She hadn't moved since she came in. The chair back had formed a familiar curve. Now that curve looked heavier with fatigue. Her laptop was old. The fan often couldn't get up to speed. The page refreshing sounded like someone tapping at her patience. She kept clicking refresh. Resumes went out in the same format, over and over. New interview invites were rare. Most email subjects used the same few phrases. Thank you for applying. We're sorry to inform you. We have concluded our recruitment. Each time she opened one, her eyelids sank a little lower. In one corner of the desk sat a stack of books. The covers read Bachelor's Degree Upgrade Materials, the small print explaining the review points for obtaining a bachelor's. She flipped through them and put them down again, as if making a patient bet with her future. Nearby were printed job requirements: degree Bachelor S or above, experience 2 years of relevant work. The wording was cold, like a wall. When I chose my major, it was all because relatives said it sounded impressive, she said, not going into details. She pushed a job posting to the center of the desk and traced a circle on the edge with her fingertip. The paper read, Business Administration. Many companies wanted certifications and hands-on experience, things she couldn't produce now. Water sounds came from the bathroom. The hiss of hot water, towels rubbing and dripping. Chen Shuren had just finished showering. A towel still hung on his shoulders. He didn't go in. He stood in the doorway for a few seconds, as if looking at a painting. Wanine, are you still sending out resumes? He asked softly. She turned. The screen cast light across her face. There was a weariness in her eyes. Finished showering? He asked again. Yeah, I'm done. I'll go hang the clothes, he said, grabbing the plastic hanger by the bathroom door. The hanger made a crisp sound in the air, like a little beat for the room's dull rhythm. He walked out, his steps stirring a faint noise in the floorboards. Before the door closed, droplets from the hanger fell to the floor, landing with a very small, cool sound. Chen Shuren wasn't wearing his Dao robe. He had on a vintage undershirt, like a loose t-shirt with a row of buttons down the front. This was the kind of shirt he put on whenever he took off his robe. Li Wanning looked at him and asked casually, Do you wash all your clothes by hand? Yeah, just the robe, so it doesn't take long. He smiled easily. How's the job hunt going? He shrugged, his voice dipped a little. Not great. Keep at it. I believe you'll find something good. There was a smile in Li Wanning's eyes. What time do you have school tomorrow? Around 6, he said, looking out the window as if calculating. You still working the part-time job, right? Yeah, the mall opens at 10. I just need to be there by 10. Then I'll head out first thing tomorrow. He stood and smoothed his shirt. The clock on the living room wall ticked softly behind him. Its hands slid to 10 o'clock. The light was warm and yellow, pooling on the wood floor. Li Wanning didn't ask why he was going to bed so early. She assumed when he said, I'm going to sleep, he only meant he was going to lie down and scroll his phone. That's the unspoken understanding most people share now. This time she was wrong. Chen Shuren was actually going to sleep. He put his phone back in the drawer, face down. He barely touched it. Even in a city with good signal, he rarely reached for his phone. He switched off the living room light. His steps were light as he returned to his room. The black cat, Feima, shot in after him, leapt onto the bed, burrowed into the pillow, and began to snore low and even. I examine myself 3 times a day, Feima. Did you reflect today? Chen Shuren murmured with a smile. Meow, the cat replied, as if half-heartedly. He lay down. Under him, a newly laid bamboo mat felt cool and slightly stiff. A new sheet covered his stomach. A new pillow supported his head. The air conditioner was off, the window was wide open. Night air slipped in, carrying the city's heat and the dim yellow of streetlights. It was a different kind of wind than in the mountains. Stars outside were thinned by haze. The sky looked more like a blurred black curtain. He ran through the day's sights and sounds in his mind like flipping pages, each memory stacking on the next. Thinking of what he had to do tomorrow made his eyelids heavy. His breathing slowed. The bed frame let out a faint creak. Feima's snoring drew closer, like a metronome. Just before sleep, he thought to himself, I should let my master know I'm safe. People in the sect sometimes pass messages through dreams. Maybe tonight he could entrust it to a dream and tell his master he'd come to the city. He glanced once more at the dark shapes outside the window and shut his eyes. Only wind and breathing remained in the room. The lights went out. Night swallowed him. Qinshan always went to bed early and woke up early. Before dawn, his eyelids lifted gently. He wasn't one to linger in bed. He pushed the thin cover aside and swung his legs up to sit. Today was different. He sat there, dazed for a long moment. The room around him felt wrong. This wasn't the side room of the mountain temple. The light was wrong too. In his fog, he couldn't tell where he was. It wasn't light outside yet. The city hung between light and dark, like the gap between night and day. A thin sliver of light leaked through the window crack and fell on the floor like a blade cutting a bright strip. Qinshan looked up at the ceiling. The drywall was flat as freshly troweled putty. The corners were sharp, cutting across his sight with a clinical stiffness. Nothing like the rafters of the temple in the mountains. Those beams had curves in the dark grain of years here. There were only cold, straight lines and uniform white. The room was oddly silent, stifling, as if something were pressing down on it. Mornings in the mountains were never quiet. At first light, a thrush would try 2 tentative calls. Then a dove's coo would come from deep in the bamboo. Soon the whole forest seemed set in motion. Birds woke together, chattering and making a racket. The copper bells on the temple eaves would swing, their clinks spreading through the air like a sugar cube dropped into water, slowly dissolving. The city was different. Sounds were muffled. A low roar of cars passed in the distance. People downstairs spoke indistinctly. There was a constant, monotonous hum in the walls. Later he would learn it was the vibration of an outdoor air conditioner unit. Those sounds were trapped in the sealed space. They struck the tiles and the glass, and when they bounced back, their timbre changed. The noises felt sticky, clinging to his skin like sweat that hadn't dried, yet clammy and unpleasant. Didn't sleep well, he mumbled, pressing his fingers to his temples and rubbing hard. The morning fog in his head slowly cleared, and he steadied himself after the brief days. 18 years in the mountains felt like a mark carved into his bones. Today it had all been shifted. When Shinshuren got up, his body wouldn't obey. His spine was tight, his joints making tiny cracks. His mouth was a little dry. His stomach was protesting. A lazy meow, like a familiar echo from the hills, pulled a sliver of comfort back to him. "Fame up?" he asked softly. There was the sound of someone turning over under the blanket. "How'd you sleep last night?" "Meow." The black cat answered lazily. The cat adjusted to the new place better than he did. The mattress was too soft for Shinshuren, spongy, the kind that keeps you from settling. He was used to the hard plank beds of the temple, only those let him sleep properly. The cat, however, treated the soft bed like a throne, lying on his side, curling up his little belly to show a patch of white fur, eyes narrowed in pleasure. "Don't loaf in bed when you're awake, you lazy cat." He shook a corner of the blanket over and tossed it onto the cat. The cat wriggled out like a little worm from beneath the covers, flicked his tail in a spoiled way, and followed him out the door. Tick, tock. The wall clock read 5. The house was quiet. The clothes washed last night swung on the balcony, cuffs tugged by the morning breeze. Li Wanin's door was shut. She clearly hadn't gotten up. Shinshuren moved lightly, like an unfamiliar roommate, trying not to make a sound. Brush his teeth first, then wash his face. The kitchen glowed with cold white light. He took the noodles and eggs out of the bag and decided to make breakfast. It was his first time using a gas stove. He turned the knob, no flame. He twisted it again, and again it stayed dark. He leaned toward the ignition electrode and touched the metal on the stove with his finger. He pressed lightly and heard a string of clicks. A thin electric arc jumped between the tips. Then with a little pop, a blue flame sprang up, like a firefly leaping from a pond. "So it's electric ignition." He laughed. Curiosity pulled him back. He pressed it again to watch how the flame leapt. This time he only turned on the gas, no spark. He pointed with a finger. Boom, a dull blast. A blue tongue of flame shot up from the burner and lunged at the bottom of the pot like a roused beast. The young Taoist's face didn't twitch, but anyone standing nearby would have drawn a sharp breath, eyes widening. Shinshuren stopped when he saw that. His gaze landed on the gas meter. A bright orange-yellow warning sticker was plastered on it, the word "danger" glaring. He put away his mischief and obediently re-lit the stove. His nose was unusually sharp. The smell from the gas he first lit wasn't the same as the bottled gas the villagers used down the mountain. He couldn't say exactly what it was, but there was an unfamiliar metallic note and a faint sulfur tang that put you on alert. He watched the gas meter. The last digit ticked up a notch now and then, just like a water meter in the city. Gas delivered through pipes, measured by the meter. Much easier than hauling cylinders. The pan heated. When he poured in the oil, it hissed at once, like rain on cloth. Shin cracked 2 eggs with a sharp snap. The egg mixture sent up tiny oil spatters. The whites tightened under the heat, making a crisp, light sound. He waited for one side to set. With a steady sweep of the spatula, he flipped them over with a smack. The other side sizzled too, both sides brown to gold, no blackened bits. The kitchen filled with the smell of frying oil, threaded with the sweetness of eggs. He added a bit of water. It came to a boil and hot steam hit his face, bringing the warmth of cooked food. He lowered the block of noodles and the strands loosened in the water with a soft rustle. He grabbed the seasonings and casually sprinkled in salt, soy sauce, and scallions a simple, clean taste. The noodles were almost done when he realized the range hood wasn't on. Grease smoke shot up and the kitchen filled with a heavy, oily smell. Chun felt his chest drop and muttered, "City life, sure, is a hassle." He wasn't a bad cook. The first thing his master taught him up on the mountain was how to cook. Once he could reach the stove, the master stopped intervening and he learned to make simple things well. Finally, he lifted a steaming bowl of egg noodles. Plain looking, hot enough, smelling right. Enough to fill his belly. He'd meant to make a bowl for Li Wanyin too. It would have been nothing. But she wasn't awake, and noodles left out too long would clump. Maybe next time. Chen Shuren carried his bowl to the table and sat down. Light, quick footsteps came from the sofa as the black cat Shimo, drawn by the smell, padded over. Its claws made a soft, skittering hiss on the hardwood, its tail cocked high. "Oh, right, Shimo, you want to try some cat food?" Chen ruffled the cat's head. "I bought chicken flavor yesterday. Want a taste?" Shimo looked up, eyes half closed, and let out a short, clipped meow. Chen fetched a small dish, tore open the package, and the chicken scent hit them slightly fishy, a little greasy. The pellets were like tiny beans. He poured them into the bowl. They made a faint, sandy rustle. Shimo nosed forward and sniffed. Its whiskers twitched twice. It took a quick inhale, then tapped the rim of the bowl twice with a paw, as if being fussy. It rubbed its cheek against the bowl for confirmation, then casually licked one. "Not good." Chen laughed, trying to sound light. "Give me one. Let me try." He pinched up a single pellet. It felt dry and hard between his fingers. He put it in his mouth and chewed. The taste, fishy and dry, like chewing sawdust, left his tongue a little numb. His teeth met the pellet with a crisp little crack. His face changed. He wanted to spit it out. Shimo's eyes were on him, unmoving. There was judgment in that look, and a hint of pride. Chen swallowed. He couldn't spit in front of the cat. If Shimo rejected him, he'd be done for. "It's okay," he said, voice vague and smiling through it. "Just a little dry." Shimo meowed again, as if to say, "Don't lie to me." The cat picked at the bowl, eating slowly, glancing up at Chen's face now and then. It wasn't focused, but it wasn't offended either. After finishing a few pieces, it turned and leaped back onto the sofa, settled next to him, and bumped his hand with its head in a satisfied little nudge. Chen dumped the rest of the kibble back into the bowl. "Save it to eat when you're hungry." He watched Shimo. In a cat's world there were choices. Mountain mice ate berries, their meat tasted sweet. Sewer rats ate trash, everything they tasted was rotten. Shimo had his preferences. He looked down on garbage like flavors, but he wouldn't starve. He preferred to eat with people, to quietly claim a warm spot beside them. After breakfast, Chen Shan washed the dishes. Water beat against the basin in a steady rhythm, bowls clinked, producing a crisp tinkle. The kitchen still held the faint scent of rice porridge. He checked his watch. 5:30. School required students to be in the classroom for morning reading by 6:30. He had an hour. Going to class felt, to him, like attending a routine ceremony. It was the same with his regular cultivation practice. He wasn't in the habit of arriving early, and he didn't force himself to rush. He took out the books he'd brought home yesterday, mostly first-year high school textbooks. He opened the Chinese textbook first. The pages rustled under his fingers. The material wasn't difficult. His eyes were quick, his hands quicker. With every page he turned, it was as if he was slotting the characters into his head, storing them clearly. For awkward passages he slowed, dragging a fingertip along the lines as if searching for a seam. At the placement test, the teacher had said his basics in Chinese were solid. What he lacked were the standardized test tricks. Unfortunately, there were no practice exams now. After he finished the whole book, he had a rough outline in his mind of what the classroom would cover. Stacks of math, English, physics, chemistry, and biology books leaned against the table. Looking at them, his brow tightened. Missing 3 years of middle school foundation made the knowledge feel like a broken bridge. Formulas stood there like rows of unfamiliar symbols. In many places, he couldn't make sense of anything. He didn't put the books down. If he couldn't understand, he'd memorize first, just like when he was a child learning Taoist methods and reading the classics. If you don't understand, learn it by heart. At least get the concepts into your head, and then piece together the meaning later. When he was small and couldn't memorize, his master would strike his palm with a disciplinary ruler. The memory remained the sting in his palm. The instant the wooden ruler fell, the crisp crack. Now there was no one standing over him, no ruler. Only the cool stillness of the room and his low recitation. His memory had always been good. Still, completely unfamiliar material was hard to rote through in whole books. So he worked page by page, sentence by sentence. His voice was low, almost a murmur. Time passed, his chest felt as if something pressed on it. It was like quietly atoning for his old pride and for the decision to drop out. He stopped writing and rubbed his temples. He came to a geometry problem, frowned, and muttered. Just memorizing doesn't seem to be enough. The words were soft but clear. Meow. A small cat hopped up onto the edge of the table, its tail sweeping across the pages. It circled his feet and looked up with moist eyes as if to say, "Don't give up." Chen reached out and patted the nape of its neck. Warm softness met his palm. He bent his head and went back to the problems, back to memorizing. The black cat didn't understand. After all, it wasn't the one taking the college entrance exams. What it enjoyed most were the days when Chen Xian buried his head in books and it dozed on top of them. It slept more soundly than the sofa. "Take it slow," Chen muttered to himself. He closed the book and checked his watch. 6:08. Time to go to school. He stepped out onto the balcony and pressed his palm against the school uniform he'd washed the night before. The fabric still felt damp. Chen gave it a shake, like shaking out a towel. Thump. A fine mist was shaken loose. The vapor dispersed in the morning light. When he touched it again, it was already dry. A warmth ran through his fingertips. It wasn't the kind of flashy spectacle you saw in magic shows. More like a practice technique, a little trick. Something you could use every day to dry clothes, dust off things, mend a torn page. Talismans and magical tools were just tools to him, handy and familiar. The real scenes of moving mountains and filling seas only happened in movies and myths. His master was just a man who got tired, coughed, frowned. He grew old, grew weary, had worries. He simply saw things from a slightly higher angle, so he saw a bit more clearly. Unity of knowledge and action. His master's voice snapped by like a crisp fan. "You know everything, you just don't do it." The scolding came with a smile. I'm doing it, Chen Xian answered, smiling. He went back in and changed into his crisp summer uniform. At the door, he glanced down at Fei Ma curled on a stack of books. The cat opened one eye, gave a big yawn, and flicked its tail. "Fei Ma, we're off. Keep watch and don't run away," Chen said, reaching down to pat its head. Fei Ma lazily blinked twice, as if to say okay, then shut its eyes and went back to sleep. The cat glanced up at him, then turned back toward the balcony. The sun had already risen. Morning light softened the city's hard edges. Chen Xian lay in bed as the unease in his chest thinned and dispersed like mist. The sunlight was just as bright, mountain or city, it only served to light the world. He went downstairs, out of the residential complex, and onto the street. The morning had its familiar sounds. Bicycle bells, the sizzle of oil at breakfast stalls, the low hum of a bus in the distance. Elderly people carried groceries away. A few old men strolled slowly at the gate. More of them were students in school uniforms and parents escorting their kids to class. Office workers hadn't poured out yet. It was his first time leaving home in a school uniform. It felt strange. The uniform was light. The elastic trousers hugged his legs. The short-sleeved t-shirt let the wind run over his arms. With every step, the breeze cut a cool line across his skin. Compared to the loose robe he used to wear, the uniform fit just right, neither restrictive nor cumbersome. What stood out most was how few looks he received. When he wore the robe, almost everyone glanced twice. Now gazes slid past him and left no trace. That freedom of being ignored let him be an invisible observer, stealing glimpses of other people's faces, catching their voices, seeing the truest moments. Of course, there were exceptions. A few young girls let their eyes linger on him, smiling and exchanging glances. It was a different kind of attention, not curiosity, but a flirty lightness. Who wouldn't take another look at a young, handsome guy? He was enjoying the ease when, at the traffic light, a shout pulled him back to reality. A middle-aged woman carrying a grocery basket squinted, pointed at the shaved mark on his head, her voice a mix of surprise and doubt. "Taoist, a Taoist priest?" The voice floated from just behind him, clear female, laced with surprise and a strange familiarity. Chen Shuren turned. He froze for a moment, then smiled warmly, like yesterday afternoon's sunlight. "Chatty one, is that you?" she blurted, smiling. She was wearing the same blue and white school uniform as he was. He remembered that face. She'd chatted with him the whole way on the long-distance bus yesterday. After they got off, they went their separate ways and hadn't seen each other since. He hadn't expected to run into her outside school. "I'm not a chatty one," the girl protested, squinting at him. Slowly, surprise spread across her face. Her voice turned both certain and incredulous. "It really is you. It's me. Didn't we talk the whole way yesterday?" She seemed to breathe out, her words tumbling out like marbles. "You're not wearing that long robe anymore. And you cut your hair. I didn't recognize you at all. I saw you a moment ago, but didn't dare be sure. Why aren't you wearing the robe? When did you cut your hair? You're the one everyone talks about, the student from class 5 in the second year, the one who looks like he's practicing martial arts, right?" Her words came down like a sudden rain, breaking the quiet by the roadside. She'd been dozing, but the moment she saw Chen Shuren, her eyes lit up. Questions poured out of her all at once. Her hair was shoulder length and a little tousled, as if she hadn't smoothed it down. The morning light kissed the tips a pale brown. As she spoke, strands brushed her shoulders and the ends caught the light. A few mischievous hairs fell over her forehead. She brushed them back with the back of her hand, revealing a smooth brow and a pair of bright, sparkling eyes. Her gaze was livelier than the sun, and it was smiling. Chen Shuren half smiled and shrugged, his tone calm. "If you're going to class, you wear the uniform. And the hair had to be cut. Aren't you a Taoist? How are you taking classes at our school?" "Studying for college. Need a diploma." "So you're really a student in class 5 of second year?" "How'd you know?" "It spread last night. The whole grade was buzzing. Everyone said class 5 got a Taoist." When Jixia gave him a look that said, "You're out of the loop," squinted, and went on, "I heard about it last night and even went to check your class. You changed your uniform and cut your hair. No wonder I didn't recognize you. Is it possible I didn't go to evening study last night?" She froze, then found a more satisfying explanation and tilted her chin. "There you go. If you'd been there, I definitely would have recognized you." The pedestrian light turned green. The walk signal beeped. They crossed the zebra crossing side by side. When Jixia wasn't tall, standing next to Chen Xian, she was only a little above his shoulder, just over 1.6 meters. Her small frame and sweet face made it easy to mistake her for someone younger. If it weren't for the obvious lines at her chest, people might have believed she was a middle schooler. But the downside of walking side by side showed up quickly. Chen's stride was steady, neither fast nor slow. Her short legs had to take 2 steps at a time to keep up. Every time she hurried, the fabric of her uniform made a soft rustle. Her little mouth didn't stop. Her words came out like a machine gun. "So you were lying to me yesterday? You're actually a student?" "Not lying. I'm a Taoist, but I'm in school now too." "Didn't you say you'd never been to school?" "I only went to elementary for a few days. Does that count?" "That doesn't count." She shot him a look, sulking a bit with herself. Chen Xian didn't laugh. His tone was even, with a calm that brooked no doubt. "Then I really haven't been to school." When Jixia watched his face, she suddenly went still. A flash of curiosity passed through her eyes and immediately shifted into gossip-fueled excitement. "So how did you get into class 5? That's our top science class. Principal Lin arranged it." "Oh, so you've got connections." She said it as if she'd uncovered something important, the corner of her mouth lifting. When Jixia looked at him, one brow lifting. She wasn't opposed. When it came to students, grades decided everything. Family background wouldn't help much. "You only went to elementary school for a few days, skipped middle school, didn't go to 10th grade, and then just jumped into 11th? She said, her tone like she was repeating an absurd news story. "Yes." Chen Shuren nodded, voice calm. "And you plan to go to school with US, take the college entrance exam, and get into university?" She sounded like she was confirming 3 unbelievable things. Are you kidding me?" When Jixia's eyes went wide, she put down her pen and pointed at him. "You have no foundation at all. How are you going to keep up?" He shrugged and smiled as if it didn't matter. "Work hard." The sentence hit the classroom like a pebble dropped into water. Someone snickered softly. When Jixia's mouth twitched, "That's probably the most arrogant thing I've ever heard," she said, a little sharp. "Work hard is arrogant?" he asked, genuinely puzzled. "Of course." She stood up and spoke quickly, her voice passing a blunt verdict. "Thinking effort alone can fix anything. That's the biggest arrogance in the world." He froze, then seemed shocked awake. His eyes cleared. In the half-minute of silence that followed, it was as if he had turned himself over. You're right. He dropped his head and made an exaggeratedly solemn bow. Fair enough. I should reflect on myself. When Jixia couldn't help laughing, a small suppressed snort. There's hope. There's still something to be done. Then she grew serious. Her voice took on weight. But you've fallen way behind. For most people, effort alone won't make up that gap. He looked up, hope shining in his eyes. So could you teach me? When Jixia blinked, the classroom noise receded like waves in the distance. What do you mean? She asked. I mean, if there's something I don't get, I can come ask you. He swallowed and added, math, English, physics, chemistry, biology, I don't understand any of them. She suddenly understood, and a soft smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. You want a study buddy? A study buddy? He repeated, a little confused. A pen dropped to the floor with a clear sound. They looked at each other. In the air between them, a new possibility quietly took root. Just study together. If there's something we don't get, we'll ask each other. Oh, that's what I meant too. Qinshuren nodded. Her voice was calm. A smile touched her eyes. When Jixia agreed right away, clean, bright, her signature warmth showing at once. All right, we'll be study partners. If you're good at science, I'll be your humanities backup. I don't really get physics, chemistry, or biology math I can handle. I can help you with English though. You're in the humanities? Yeah, class 11. Wen tilted her head, curious. Then why didn't you choose humanities before? Without a background, wouldn't that be easier to pick up? The corner of Chin's mouth lifted, as if holding a small secret. My master picked it for me. When made an "oh" sound, like she understood, and smiled again, her voice bounced like a spring. My dad wanted me in science too. He says it'll be easier to choose a major and find a job. They smiled at each other. In that silence, the agreement was set. My name's Qinshuren. You. They call you Chunin. That's the name I usually go by. I'm Wen Jixia. My courtesy name. You even have a courtesy name? Haha, don't tease me. I'm not that wordy. They laughed together. The sound echoed through the classroom. Books on the desks rubbed, softly warm sunlight streamed in through the window. Wen waved her hand, as if she just remembered. Jixia the Ji like in cicada, and Xia like summer. Nice. It suits you. Heh, but I'm terrible with heat, she said, a little defiantly. Before she finished speaking, Wen Jixia felt something odd again. It had been stuffy all the way, sweat sticky on her back. But when she got close to Qinshan, it was like being pushed into a patch of shade. The air immediately turned fresh, same coolness as yesterday in the car. Why don't you live on campus? She asked, tilting her head. I brought a cat. Dorms aren't convenient, he answered bluntly. Where's the cat? She pressed. Lying at home, he said, voice calm. I'm so jealous of cats, she laughed. No classes, no exams. Weren't you just saying yesterday you were jealous of Taoists? He shot back. Don't remind me. She rolled her eyes. Taoists have to go to class and take tests too. He watched her, and couldn't help smiling. The laugh was short like a little release. Then he tossed the question back. What about you? Why don't you board? Isn't your family in the county seat? Yes. I stay at my Aunt S, she said casually. Convenient? He asked. About a 10-minute walk. Way better than the dorm. My Aunt S close to my mom. I used to stay there a lot when I was little. When she's free, she tutors my cousin. Her eyes brightened as she spoke. So your grades are good? He probed. Just okay. She shrugged, sounding dismissive, but the corner of her mouth lifted without her meaning to confident. She straightened up a bit. His eyelid twitched. It made him oddly unsettled. She suddenly had an idea. Since we're heading the same way, why not be walking partners? Let us go home together after study hall. Fine, he said. Short. Clean. He didn't like crowds, and he didn't like being alone. Short walks were better with someone to talk to. If we're partners, there's a partner fee, she said, eyes crinkling with amusement. She rummaged through a big bag of breakfast, slipped her hand in, and pulled out a cup of soy milk. Steam rose from it. The scent floated to their noses. Tiny beads of condensation clung to the paper cup. She pushed it toward him. On me, she said with a bright, cheerful voice. You can really eat that much? Qinshan stared at the stack of breakfasts on the table, his eyes lighting up. He almost laughed out loud. Good thing Master didn't bring home a junior sister who eats like that. or the temple would be eaten out of house and home. When Zhixiao flushed and waved her hand. It's not all me. I eat very little. I've been dieting lately, eating even less. These are for classmates, really. Oh, Chen raised an eyebrow. Well, aren't you considerate? Can't help it. My aunt runs a breakfast shop. I help drum up customers. She handed him the sealed cup of soy milk. Here, take it, your companion fee. What the heck is a companion fee? He took the cup. The plastic was still warm. The warmth traveled from his fingertips to his palm. The soy milk gave off a faint, pleasant smell. The air seemed to carry a hint of the morning market flour and pancake grease. It's just a little thank you payment, when said with a sly smile. Like paying someone to keep you company, eat with you, play games with you. Emotional value. You even have to pay someone to play with you? He blinked. MHM. She nodded, a smile in her eyes like afternoon sunlight, light and effortless. Chin smiled. He guessed she was joking to get him to take the soy milk. But the smile didn't completely hide what she meant. They walked on, talking as they went. Their steps were brisk. Their backpacks made a faint rustling against their backs. At the school gate, the crowd was thinner than yesterday. When he'd shown up on campus yesterday, it had been a sensation. Today, in a different uniform and with his hair tied back, the unfamiliarity had faded. No one rushed over. Everything felt nudged back into balance. He nodded to the security guard. The guard remembered escorting him to the principal yesterday and chatting briefly. Today the guard squinted, trying to piece the memory together from his face. After half a minute, he shook his head. Sorry, man, we're not really acquainted. Chen smiled and didn't press it. People forget. The world keeps turning. He passed the door to class 5. The corridor was filled with the soft rustle of pages turning. The classroom door was half open. Light slanted through the window, making a grid of bright patches on the desks. The moment he pushed the door, the classroom fell silent as if someone had hit pause. Every pair of eyes snapped to him like a magnet. A few chairs creaked. Low murmurs traded one question after another. Who is that? He looks so familiar, but I can't place him. You can't just walk into class like that, can you? Could he be? The whispers swelled like a tide. Chen stood in the doorway and took a deep breath. The soy milk scent lingered but had cooled. He set the cup on the corner of a desk and said evenly, "Can I sit here?" The room was quiet for 2 seconds. Someone hummed. Someone glanced out. Then a girl pointed to the seat beside her, a little unwilling. Fine, sit there. The scrape of a chair being pulled out sounded like both a verdict and an invitation. Chen leaned back against the chair. Outside, the wind stirred the leaves, making them whisper. The classroom's gaze kept orbiting him. He felt the weight of being watched. Still, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, as if a calm, unhurried performance had just begun. Class 5 had rules. For morning reading and evening study, you had to arrive 15 minutes earlier than the school required. Chen Xian left home at 6:10. He reached the classroom at 6:27. 3 minutes early, cutting it close. The classroom hadn't officially started. It looked like a little marketplace. Some people were chatting. Some were nibbling on bread. Some were getting water. Some were hunched over handouts, writing furiously. A few were pacing back and forth. The door opened. The noise was sucked out. The chatter stopped cold. The first person to see him had a flash of confusion in his eyes. That look rippled outward. In seconds, the whole room was frozen. Who is that? Is he from our class? Why is he in the wrong class? Where's class rep old Liang? Get out here and deal with this. A few students were stunned, then leaned in close, whispering like they were confirming something impossible. He didn't rush. His steps were clean and crisp. He walked past the podium and sat down in the empty seat next to Lin Minxiu. The motion was casual, but his presence was different. The air around him seemed to tighten, even breathing felt heavier. Someone finally recognized him. The voice twanged like a plucked string. Taoist? No way, it's the Taoist. The new transfer who come yesterday. He called himself Chunun, from Jingxin Temple, an old Taoist abbey, and had trained in old school internal discipline since childhood. His breath control as steady as tuning an instrument. Yesterday he worn a Taoist robe, long hair over his shoulders, and only said a few words in his introduction. Today he was in a school uniform with his hair cut short, a completely different person. Did he just change clothes, or did he change his face? He's unrecognizable. Did he learn some disguise technique? Damn, the title of our class heartthrob might be in trouble. Laughter threaded with astonishment. Someone pulled out a phone to take a picture. Someone else immediately put theirs away, as if not wanting to disturb something important. The room returned to low whispers, but every eye was glued to him, as if held by an invisible magnet. I suddenly get why cultivation novels never have ugly men or women. You guys don't get it. I actually think the Taoist's old outfit had more flavor. All right. We know you're into robes. Aesthetics are subjective, okay? Don't kid yourself. If it wasn't unanimous, how come we all think the class president's good-looking? But Zhou Xiaoquan looks like a paparazzo? You're the paparazzo. I'm a real journalist. Tittering and whispered gossip rippled through the classroom like water being stirred. When Chun Shuren's identity was announced, the voices rose and fell a few times. Soon the hubbub died down again. No one went over to speak to him. It wasn't because they feared the Taoist would punish them. It was because they didn't want to make her deskmate unhappy. The moment Lin Mingqiu sat down, the area around her naturally quieted. Laughter was flattened. Conversation felt like someone had hit mute. She'd already been in her seat, not just arrived. Head down, doing problems, every movement precise. Blue and white uniform, black hair falling straight down her back. Expressionless. The hand holding her pen was as steady as a machine, exactly the same as the last time he saw her before he left yesterday. Only one detail had changed. She had her ankle crossed, revealing the top of her sock. The trim color was different. Chun Shuren froze for a beat. A single thought flickered through his mind. Had she been sitting here all night? Or had she just changed clothes? The chair scraped back with a soft friction. Lin Mingqiu didn't look up, but the corner of her eye dipped down without her meaning to. He'd changed his pants, the long school uniform trousers, brand new, not the robe hem from yesterday's practice. His feet weren't in those thin-soled training shoes anymore, but in a pair of black canvas sneakers, the fabric still carrying a faint new sheen. She glanced up again. The short-sleeved uniform lay neatly on his shoulders. Finally, her gaze settled on his face. Her expression was like a calm stone. Still, a little light flashed in her eyes. Chun Shuren saw her too. He curved his lips into a small smile and said softly, "Morning." "Morning." Lin Mingqiu answered with a voice so thin it might have been scattered by the wind. She wasn't even sure she was speaking to him. He slung his backpack on. The zipper tugged fabric whispered against his shoulder. By the time he looked back, she was bent over her desk again, her pencil tracing another stroke. The scratch of the pencil swallowed the low murmurs around them. People whispered in the back row. Some leaned against chair backs, pointing. Chen didn't join in. He glanced at her, saw her head bowed over her work, and fell silent. He pulled out the schedule Teacher Liang had clipped in yesterday. The paper had been flipped through so much its corners were slightly curled. Yunqi No. 1's timetable was crammed tight. Arrive at 6:30 a.m., leave at 9:45 p.m. Aside from short breaks, you stayed at school all day. Chen frowned. Time felt compressed onto a hard drive. Sitting in class came to almost 10 hours. He thought of mornings on the mountain, cold wind, stone steps, practicing martial arts until he sweated. There it was motion. Here it was sitting. Internet posts always said high school is brutal. Now he believed them. Sitting in class felt more exhausting than training on the mountain. When he was up on the mountain, mornings were always the busiest. After lunch, he'd take a nap, often not waking until 3 or 4 in the afternoon. On waking, he'd fish along the mountain stream, pick a few clusters of wild mushrooms, water the vegetable patch. Only at dusk would he start wondering what to make for dinner. It's just studying. How much time could it take, he thought. The words died on his lips. Better be modest. Rules had to be followed. At school, morning reading time had begun. Idle chatter was cut off as if by a knife, slowly replaced by the sound of voices reading aloud. It wasn't the whole class reciting in unison. Everyone read for themselves, each in their own way. The rhythm was freer. But today's subject was set Chinese. Chen Xian slid a first-year high school Chinese textbook out from the slit of his desk. The paper made a thin rustling sound in his hands. Lin Mingqiu glanced at him. Her look was brief. She said nothing. Last night, she had taken a call from her father. He'd mentioned Chun Xian's situation in a few words. He never went to school. That sentence left her stunned for a long time. Her father had also asked her to keep an extra eye on him. She listened to the call, tracing circles on the desk with her finger, feeling like she was facing a blank blackboard, not sure where to begin. What could she teach someone who had never gone to school? She had no confidence. But now he had opened the textbook. The pages turned lightly under his fingertips. Chen Xian began reading the sixth passage. His voice wasn't loud, but it was steady. Each sentence sounded as if he were piecing the words back into place. He'd looked over the first 6 passages at home the night before. He hadn't memorized them perfectly, but the framework was in his head. One more read through would pin down the details. In the classroom, waves of reading followed one another. The teacher's footsteps tapped softly down the aisle. Sunlight slanted through the window panes and fell on the turning pages. Chen Xian's voice continued, calm and clear. Everyone around him read in their own way, each slipping into a different world. Most of the class was reading aloud. The voices came and went, like raindrops tapping the window. Chen Xian didn't speak. He was mouthing the words to himself. His eyes moved faster than his mouth read a line, memorize a line. It felt easier that way, and more efficient. The girl beside him, Lin Mingxiu, wasn't speaking either. She wasn't holding a textbook, but a stack of neatly bound printouts. The top sheet read, passages required for the college exam. The papers were tightly bound, the edges clean. Chen scanned the room. Almost every desk mate had a copy of the same material. Only he was silently memorizing from his textbook. He turned his head and asked his deskmate under his breath, "Are those all the same?" Lin lifted her eyes and answered flatly, "Yes." "Which ones do we have to memorize? Which ones can we skip?" he asked. Her reply lagged by a beat. Not because she didn't want to tell him, but because it needed explaining. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "Didn't Mr. Liang give you a copy?" "No." Before he could say more, she pressed down and the papers slid onto his desk. The sheets met the wood with a soft, papery whisper. Her motion was casual, as if it were nothing. Chen blinked, then flipped it open. Sentences underlined in red were almost harsh to look at. Along the margins, lines of compact handwriting, each stroke clean and precise. Under every key point, there was a short prompt. The handwriting was neat but angular, like someone who didn't say much but got things done. He trailed a red underline with his finger across a few lines. Many of the sentences were exactly the paragraphs he'd been silently memorizing. He looked up, curious. "You pulled these from the textbook?" Lin nodded. Her voice was steady, as simple as turning a page. Lin Mingxiu handed him the Chinese recitation sheets, then took out the English set. She didn't care whether they read English during morning reading as long as she could keep working on math problems. The teacher wouldn't bother her. Chen Xian took the papers, flipped through a couple of pages, and smiled. "I thought some of these might be extras, outside the textbook." He said it as he handed the sheets back. The paper whispered against his fingertips. Lin Mingxiu blinked. She took the stack, her eyes showing a mix of confusion and a little annoyance. "Thanks. If they're all in the textbook, I'll just memorize the passages. If I lend them to you, you won't have anything to read yourself." Chen Xian didn't argue. He wedged his pen between the pages and, almost as if checking something by habit, let his fingertips brush the edges. He wasn't being flashy or stubborn. He seemed more like someone reading a whole script, not just picking apart lines. She watched him read in a low voice, barely audible, as if tasting each sentence. When he reached a line he thought beautiful, he'd look up toward the window, as if trying to tuck that bit of scenery into his head before committing it to memory. If he hit a word he didn't know, he'd circle it, murmur it twice, then write his own interpretation in the margin. Lin Mingxiu rolled her eyes inwardly. Not efficient at all. It was faster and easier to memorize the highlighted points someone else had copied out. But watching him study page after page, thinking slowly, she stopped judging. Maybe he wanted to swallow the whole piece, not just memorize a line for the test. Halfway through morning reading, the classroom was filled only with the rustle of pages and soft breaths. Mr. Liang finally sauntered in, late. The scrape of his shoe soles against the floor sounded unusually loud in the quiet room. He carried a stack of documents, came to Chen Xian's desk, and handed him a new set of Chinese recitation sheets. The sound of the paper hitting the desk cut through the morning silence. Like the other students, Mr. Liang blinked when he saw Chen Xian with his hair cut short and in the school uniform. His eyes narrowed into slits. "Xian, I almost didn't recognize you," Mr. Liang said, shaking his head with a smile. "Mr. Liang, this should be within the rules now, right?" Chen Xian kept his head down, his voice was steady. Yeah, it fits well." After the compliment, the teacher handed him a thick stack of papers. The sheets made a faint rustling in the sunlight. The cover was slightly bowed, and the corners bore thin white creases where they'd been thumbed. These are the required memorization materials for 3 years of high school Chinese, Mr. Liang said as he pressed the packet into his hand. I was tied up yesterday and forgot to print them for you. Keep them. Just memorize what's here. Low giggles and the scrape of desks filled the classroom. Chen took the materials. His fingers registered the coolness of the paper. He didn't refuse the way he declined Lin Mingqiu's packet earlier. He only nodded and hugged the papers to his chest. Mr. Liang then picked up a heavy, reusable bag from beside the podium and tugged the opening wide. Pages rubbed together with a dry, papery sound. He offered an embarrassed smile. These are junior high textbooks I borrowed from a few teachers, he said. We had little time, so it's lucky we got this many. I'll start you with the 7th grade set. Every subject is in there. I also borrowed the elementary English books. They're all basic stuff. Start with these. If you don't understand something, ask me or your classmates. He patted the bag as if to make sure the books were packed tight. Chen slid his hand in and felt the weight of the volumes and the smell of ink. When he flipped a few pages, the sound rang like a few tentative bells announcing a future still to come. Chen Shuren was still worrying about where to borrow middle school textbooks. He hadn't expected Mr. Liang to be so efficient. In no time, the books were in his hands. They'd been used by teachers before. Pages were full of annotations and circled corners. Every key point had been underlined in red, with short reminders scribbled in the margins. Even though it was only the first semester of 7th grade, it would be enough to get him through for a while. Thank you so much, Mr. Liang. Chen Shuren took the books, a note of relief in his voice. I'll take good care of them. I won't ruin them. Mr. Liang waved it off, his smile threaded with worry. It's not the books that matter. You need to learn the material. Chen nodded. Of course. After the diagnostic test last time, Mr. Liang had seen it clearly. His fundamentals were very weak. A teacher can't give all their time to a single student. He sighed and rubbed his temples. After years teaching the honors class, he'd never felt so helpless about someone. He'd already told the other subject teachers what was going on. To Chen Shuren, he had used the simplest words of reassurance. Shuren, don't be afraid if you can't keep up in class. Do your own thing, as long as you're learning. Don't worry about being labeled a kid who doesn't try. Okay, Mr. Liang. I'll do that. Chen Shuren's voice was earnest. Mr. Liang watched him, a trace of concern in his eyes, and let out a wry smile, as if pushing his worries aside for the moment. The surrounding reading voices suddenly dropped. A few students snapped their books shut and peered over like cats. Their eyes shone like coins, their ears pricked, quietly eavesdropping. Mr. Liang raised a hand and snapped, sharp and efficient. Where are your reading voices? The reading resumed immediately. The classroom slipped back into its steady, nurturing rhythm. Lin Mingqiu hadn't spoken a word the whole time. She only stole a look at Chen Shuren's desk. The stack wasn't tall, but every book was marked. 7th grade Chinese first semester. 7th grade math first semester. 3rd grade English first semester. She raised an eyebrow. That elementary level English book looked like it was meant for basic remedial work. There were tiny sticky notes inside, handwriting small and hurried. Memorize more vocabulary, do more exercises. The voice and the handwriting braided together into an urgent cadence. Stacks of textbooks caught her eye. The colors were familiar, but they looked out of place in this 11th grade classroom. There was the smell of chalk dust in the air, and the afternoon light slanted across the desks. Lin Mingqiu's eyelids twitched twice. She usually kept a perfectly blank face. Now a little something showed, part pity, part amusement, and a touch of helplessness. Dad, what kind of deskmate did you set me up with? She thought. Were you laughing at me just now? The voice beside her said coldly. It was so close it felt like someone had blown a gust of cold wind in her face, and she flinched. She smoothed her expression back into the same year's worn mask. No. Her answer was flat. He didn't argue. He only let out a long, drawn O, which made her feel oddly uncomfortable. She filed them away in her mind, kind of annoying. You're top in the sciences? He asked, switching topics bluntly. She nodded. How many points for first place? He pressed. She looked at him. His gaze measured her like someone gauging the width of a stream to see if he could make the jump that eager. Testing look struck her as ridiculous. A boy who'd only just finished brushing up on middle school basics wanted to fight for first in the science program at the city's top high school? She smiled inwardly, disdainful but expressionless. Over 700, she said shortly. It was a conservative answer. On the most recent monthly exam after the summer cram, she'd gotten a perfect score in math, the only perfect in the grade. Her total was 706, 15 points ahead of second place. She shrugged, as if it were no big deal. If he really gets 700, whether he can beat her is anyone's guess. But coming in second? That's basically guaranteed, someone said aloud. 700. The classroom erupted. Who wouldn't he change their face? Chun Shuren only let his eyelids droop. No big reaction. It wasn't he indifference, he just had no concept. 700 was only a number to him. To Lin Mingxiu, that calm face read like a provocation. She lifted an eyebrow and gave a short, disdainful snort, an "oh" that said it all. She tapped her pen on the edge of her notebook 3 times, quick and clipped. Each tap was a verdict. No self-awareness -1. Too ambitious -1. Passive-aggressive -1. Chen was still wondering how hard it would be to get 700. Unaware, his deskmate had already run a little tally in her head. The bell rang. Morning study was over. The PA started playing the March of the Athletes. Time for morning exercises. The school adjusted exercise times with the seasons. When it was warm, right after morning study when it was cold, after the second period as a recess routine. Plain and practical. Gather up, gather up. Class rep Su Zihan shouted toward the room, though he was still sitting, horsing around. No one hurried, they lounged, smiling, then slowly got up to line up. Chen closed his book, pushed his chair under the desk, and stood. Where do we line up? He asked Lin, who was still looking down. In the middle of the field. Just follow everyone, she said without looking up. She didn't like exercises. Usually efficient, she dragged her feet when faced with things she disliked. While others stalled with jokes, she bowed her head to work on problems and read, using schoolwork as an excuse. Chen Shuren wasn't the sort to drag his feet. He looked unhurried on the outside, but when it was time to act, he was crisp and efficient. When he needed to move, he moved. He stood and walked out of the classroom. The hall was noisy. The boys were clustered there, their voices a rough, raucous roar. When Lin Mingxiu sat next to him, no one dared come over. Her presence was like a wall, keeping all mischief and idle chatter at bay. The moment Chen left, the curiosity showed itself. A few of them, like kids who'd smelled candy, swarmed in. Hey Taoist, did you really live up on a mountain and serve as a Taoist? Someone called. Yes. His voice was calm, as if confirming something ordinary. Can you do magic? Another pushed forward, eyes bright. A few little tricks. He smiled, no sharp edges to it. Show us something, man. Some shoved and jostled, trying to make a scene. Now's not a great time. His tone was gentle, but he set a clear boundary. Most of the questions were in jest. They didn't exactly take a Taoist seriously. There was laughter and exaggeration. But they were testing him, too. Chen didn't flinch. His replies were simple, free of arrogance. Friendly smile, steady tone. People like that were easy to get along with. Their way of making friends was direct. You didn't have to be exceptional. Fun to be around. Loyal enough, that was enough. So after a few jokes, the mood relaxed. Someone got serious, pulled out his phone, started firing off technical questions. Doctrinal details, classical allusions, the steps of practice, he answered them all clearly. Questions came in a stream, and he answered without missing a beat. His voice was steady, like reciting something he'd memorized. The most surprising thing, he dug a stamped certificate out of his backpack. Their doubts slowly receded. Badass, badass, someone pounded his chest and yelled. Who cares about being friends with some internet celeb? I'm friends with the Taoist. Another gushed, waving his arms. Earlier Liang had helped him carry a pile of books. Someone asked out of curiosity. Taoist, what are those books Liang brought you? Chen set the books on the desk and pointed at the covers. He said simply, they're all middle school textbooks. I need to shore up the basics. The classroom froze for a beat. Then laughter rolled back in like a tide. Middle school textbooks? Master Dao, you didn't actually go to school, did you? Always training up on the mountain. Heard so. As soon as Chun Xian finished, the classroom fell silent for half a beat. Then the noise burst out like a gate blown open. No way. Badass. Badass. Someone thumped the desk. Applause and laughter collided. Phones buzzed on desks, screens flashing on and off. He even dodged the whole 9-year mandatory schooling system? For real. Damn. Master Dao, how'd you pull that off? I skipped one middle school class, and my mom nearly beat me up. Zihan, your mom hits you? Wasn't she just in the group chat saying we're a bad influence? Don't even. You'd corrupt us way more. My mom only hit me once. Didn't knock me down. Damn. Are you born tough, or what? Master Dao, take me as an apprentice? I don't want to keep studying forever. I want to learn that kind of cultivation. Chun Xian stood there, listening to the chorus of chatter. He opened his mouth, and in the end, only 2 words came out. His expression froze. A smile was forced onto his face, but inside he felt like something had put a layer between him and the world. How had studying become everyone's joke? He lowered his head and tapped his fingers on the desk 3 times. The sound was very light, very lonely. At that moment, someone came in from the back door, padding in with slow, measured steps. Lin Mingxiu walked in deliberately. She was taller than Wen Jixiao, about 5 feet 6 inches. Her top didn't push out any obvious curves, but it had its own understated style. What drew the eye most were her legs, well proportioned and hard to fault. The pant legs gathered into tiny creases around her ankles, revealing only a flash of pale skin when she moved. Her steps were small, like walking on cotton, almost soundless. When she turned, her waist made a gentle arc, like a willow branch swaying in a painting. The room was noisy and full of everyday life. Her gaze swept the crowd and fixed on Qin Xian. He was laughing with those boys. She looked, and a chill rose in her eyes. Umph. Hanging out with those idiots -1 point. The kids in class 5 weren't stupid. If they were, they wouldn't be sitting next to Qin Xian. Word got around fast. People's minds turned even faster. At first, everyone assumed he'd been transferred in because he was a top student. Then the truth leaked out. He had to relearn the basics of middle school from scratch. The red XS on his tests were as dense as raindrops. There were quiet laughs in the classroom. Heads shook. Chun Xian twirled the cap of his pen between his fingers like someone half asleep. Yunqi No. 1 high school had a reputation. It wasn't easy to get in. Transfer students were an exception, either top grades, some special talent, or strong family backing. Chun Xian fit none of the first 3. His grades were poor. His so-called talent was strange. He kept saying he was cultivating, as if training some kind of inner energy. Someone murmured, "Is that a school-approved specialty?" No one answered. I started searching for that last possibility. Some lifted the curtains on the principal's office. Some looked toward Lin Mingxiu. She sat near the front. Teachers would instinctively take a different route around her desk. Qin Xian sat beside her. The class came to an immediate conclusion. Someone lowered their voice and said, "This kid's getting special treatment, must come from some powerful background." Mr. Liang was the homeroom teacher. He was unusually warm toward Qin Xian. His steps softened and his smile widened a little when he was around him. With 2 heavyweight figures in a medium-sized class, the air tightened. Gazes jabbed like needles. Fingertips tapped rhythms on the desktops. The curiosity that had belonged to Lin Mingxiu began to shift to Qin Xian. On the chilly morning field, students clustered in 2s and 3s. Qin Xian was pushed to the front. Someone patted his shoulder, smiling, eager and testing. "Taoist, our class is over here." The voice was short, with a flicker of excitement. He looked up. The morning light flashed at the corner of his eye. He said nothing, just followed the crowd. The lines were still loose. 10th through 12th grade cues stretched like long snakes from left to right. 11th grade class 5 sat slightly left of center. "Do we need to line up?" someone asked, the question sounding like an ice cube dropped into water, making a small, bright ripple. "Okay, boys in one line, girls in another. Daoi, find your place and stand straight." The sports monitor, Su Zihan, sorted the ranks and ran to the front to lead the exercises. Qin Xian was tall and stood at the end of the boys' line. There were fewer girls in the science class than boys, so the extra boys fell in behind the girls until the 2 columns matched. They moved quickly, like gears clicking into place. It was his first time joining the morning exercises. It felt new. A cool, slightly damp morning breeze hit his face, brisk and waking. Around him, people whispered and laughed. Voices rolled like tides, nudging everyone forward and back. He scanned the crowd. No sign of Wen Jixiao. She was small, probably lined up with Class 11 at the front. Lin Mingqiu was easy to spot. She was in his class and tall, standing in the girls' line a few spots diagonally ahead of him. She didn't speak or smile. She stood perfectly still, shoulders drawn like a taut bow. Under her uniform, the shoulder blades showed faint lines, like folded butterfly wings. When the wind ruffled the ends of her hair, the sound was so soft it seemed deliberately muted. Other boys looked at her with admiring eyes. Those looks were like stones cast into water, sending out ripples. She, however, stared into space as if she neither heard nor saw them. Chen Xian was watching her. She suddenly turned her head, her gaze sweeping past the boys in front and resting on his face for a moment. She didn't look at anyone else before turning back. The movement was short, like she was confirming something, or like she wasn't. What did that mean? Was she checking whether he had come? He smiled to himself. He'd always been good at reading people, but he often couldn't figure her out. His master always said women were hard to read. Su Zihan's voice called out commands from the front. Everyone adjusted their posture, ready to begin the exercises. The lines began to spread. Students drifted outward. From the teaching building, it looked grand. 3,000 or 4,000 people parted like an invisible giant hand, radiating outward from the center. The human wall that had been airtight slowly opened with gaps. Morning sunlight rushed in. Light sliced between moving figures, weaving patches of bright and dark. In no time, the loose crowd snapped into a regular grid. Air started to move. Sightlines cleared. A thin coolness rode the wind. The pavement gave a faint rasp as soles scraped. Someone spoke in low tones. Someone else snickered, the sounds pulled out like stretched lines. Chen Shuren glanced toward Class 11 again. Through a gap, he finally saw Wen Jixia. She stood talking to a girl behind her, clutching textbooks, looking up now and then. The sun picked out a copper gleam in her hair. He turned and asked Zhou Xiaoquan, who was playing with a pen and came over at the call, grinning broadly. Xiaoquan, what's Class 11 like? The Humanities Honors class, Zhou answered, a little proud. Lots of girls. It's the opposite of our class 5. Your side's got more boys. Theirs are mostly girls. How are classes divided here? Chen asked. By course choices and grades, Zhou recited like lines. They sort students in the second semester of sophomore year. Then there's the elite class, the key class, the regular class. After the big exams at the end of each term, there are promotions and eliminations. Don't worry, Zihan's the idiot who's going to get weeded out. Not you, Taoist. He cracked a smile like he was telling a joke. Someone nearby chuckled. Chen Shuren's face hardly moved, only the corner of his mouth twitched, like a light brush. Taoist, can you do the exercises? Zhou suddenly changed the subject, eyes curious. What exercises? The morning broadcast calisthenics the set the school does together. Never learned. Then how do you keep fit at the temple? Do you run? Zhou winked, as if trying to pry a secret out of an old martial arts master. Sit in meditation, work on breath work, run through a few sets of Daoyin Bajuanjin, 5 animal exercises, that sort of thing, Chen Shuren said crisply. The circle of guys brightened instantly, admiration written on their faces. You can train your breath? Someone blinked. Yeah, he shrugged. Don't treat it like ordinary inhaling. Breathe deep into your belly, like filling a bellows. Exhale slowly, like dousing a fire. There are long breaths, short breaths, holds, slow releases. At a higher level, you move the qi like a tide through your body. Keep your breath steady, and your mind steadies. When your breathing's out of whack, you get out of whack too. Brother, take me as your disciple. I really want to learn this. Someone lunged forward, hands nearly grabbing his sleeves. Chen smiled faintly and pulled his hand back. Don't rush. You have to mean it. If you don't, you won't learn it. And it'll only hold you back. The others didn't think he was putting on an act. He was young, but his speech was steady and his movements sure. Everyone figured, learn even half of this, and it'd be hard not to show off. The morning exercise music came over the loudspeakers, a steady beat. Students moved to the rhythm. The front rows were neat, the back looked like leaves scattered by the wind, movements starting and stopping. There was the click of soles on the ground. The sun warmed the back of their necks. When the wind blew, it brought the smell of frying oil and cut grass. Chen stood to the side, watching before copying. His moves lagged a half beat. He watched the formation and mirrored it with his hands. Not quick, but natural and smooth. When it finished, he shook his head and smiled. This set is mainly to loosen the joints and stretch the tendons. Simpler than what I usually do. My training isn't just about hands and feet, it's more about cultivating that steadiness. No need to say more, it was better than doing nothing. Compared with real, hard martial training, this routine leaned toward relaxing the mind and coordinating the body. After the exercises, the students didn't disperse right away. They gathered again, waiting for the speeches. It was the first day of school. Administrators stood on the stage. Principal Lin stepped up. His voice wasn't loud, but his rhythm was plain. Short and to the point. People liked that. He always thought about how tiring it was for students to stand, so he spoke little and directly. When Vice Principal Zhou took the mic, it gave a faint buzz. Once he opened his mouth, it was like turning on a faucet. Words flowed, and didn't stop. Students exchanged looks, their smiles threaded with resignation. There was a girl in the audience. Her head bowed. She rolled her eyes now and then, half stifling a laugh, half annoyed. She never glanced up at the stage. Chen Xian just stood there, watching her for a long while. Her face gave nothing away, but her movements were plain. Principal Lin up on stage was different. His gaze kept cutting through the crowd to that row. Sophomore class 5, as if he were looking for something, as if he were looking at his own child. Every time his eyes hit that spot, the corners of his mouth lifted a little. His voice was soft and his words simple. Welcome the new students. Urge the older ones to work harder. Vice Principal Zhou didn't take the microphone today, so there was one fewer voice of debate on stage. The PE teacher took the baton and signaled dismissal. The crowd parted like a curtain being tugged. Quiet for a few seconds, then noisy again. Footsteps, the scrub of backpack zippers, low conversations. The stairwell jammed. Students near the academic building burst out like runners at a starting pistol, their steps lightning fast. The slower ones were boxed in, barely able to move. Chen Xian was one of them. He didn't push. The crowd was too dense and the air a little stale. He turned and saw the bulletin board. In a metal frame was an honor roll. The numbers were crisp, scores listed in rows. The top name caught the eye. First in the sciences. Sophomore class 5, Lin Mingqiu. Chinese 136. Math 150. English 140. Physics 95. Chemistry 93. Biology 92. Total 706. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes and did the math in his head. Second place was a full 15 points behind. The top 10 clustered around 670. The cutoff for the list was 600. In other words, anyone on that board had to be in at least the top 100. The figures were cold, but their weight was heavy. Being on the list made people bow their heads to look at you. He didn't understand the details of the scoring, but he could see the gap. Lin Mingqiu's name was like a stamp set in the brightest place. People whispered by the board, pointed to that line, then glanced toward the classrooms. After his master left, Jingxin Temple was down to just him and Feima. The air hung with a quiet dust. The house, still new, was so silent you could hear the second hand on the clock. Feima spent his days either eating or sleeping. As long as he didn't embarrass the Jingxin monastery, he figured he'd done his part. Restoring the monastery's reputation? That wasn't something he could be trusted with entirely. Chen Xian didn't want to bomb the exams and lose face either, but he had just enrolled. There wasn't much his grades could do in a short time. He needed a target. No target, and all the effort would be wasted. Chen Xian wasn't going to aim for just the 100th place. He stared at the ranking list, his eyes jumping down the lines. His finger rested unconsciously on the paper's edge. He looked for a long time at Lin Mingqiu's rank and score. His little desk mate was not to be trusted. She'd been shouting before, 700, and I'll be first. Now it was clear she hadn't even counted herself in that 700. Chen Xian snorted, a little disdainful smile tugging at his lips. He pushed through the crowd to the liberal arts board. The list lay in the sun like a white slab, the handwriting crisp. The first name was familiar. Liberal arts number 1. Wen Zhixia, senior 2, class 21. Chinese 141. Math 138. English 146. Politics 89. History 92. Geography 88. Total 689. Wen Zhixia was vivacious like a little bird, exactly the opposite of Lin Mingqiu. Yesterday on the bus, she had talked non-stop, complaining about how hard and exhausting studying was, sometimes envying Taoist priests, sometimes envying cats, crying and laughing as she insisted she didn't want to study at all. Qinshan had assumed she was just an average student. Seeing the list, he froze for a moment. She had quietly raced to the top of the liberal arts rankings. He folded the list and headed back to the classroom. Voices came from the doorway, the floor giving a soft creak. When he returned, Lin Mingxiu was already seated. She wasn't reading or doing a worksheet, probably had just finished morning exercises and stood in the sun for a bit. A thin sheen of sweat clung to her face. She held a water bottle in both hands. Taking small sips, the bottle made a faint clinking sound. She tipped her head back slightly. The bottle's rim brushed her lower lip, setting off a tiny tremor. The sound of water sliding down her throat was soft and arced smoothly. A few strands of hair at her temple were stuck by sweat. The exposed brow had relaxed, a faint flush spreading across it. Like a marshmallow warmed by the sun, soft, a little bit charming. Chen Shuren stood to the side and watched for a long moment. For an instant his eyes softened. Then he walked toward the empty seat beside her. She immediately put that warmth away. Her expression went cool, like a room with the lights off. Lin Mingxiu didn't reply. She tightened the bottle cap with a click. She put the water back in her backpack and pulled out the math test they'd be using later. Her fingers brushed the edge of the paper, as if confirming something. She had seen him at the stairwell staring at the honor roll names, ranks, scores all there. She remembered the short "oh" he'd made then. She drew her breath small, waiting for him to say more. He didn't say a word. Chen Shuren remained silent. He took a 7th grade math textbook from the pile, opened to the first page, and his eyes swept upward like checking the table of contents, like a casual flip through. Then he took a sip of water. The sound was low and clear. The little expectation she'd reserved felt like a feather blown away. A faint prick of pain pressed at her chest, and her fingers went stiff. She pushed the unease down, snapped the pen cap on, and pulled out a scrap of paper. Her pen began to move numbers and symbols. The scratch of pencil on the desk sounded in small, precise bursts. She grew more absorbed in the problems. She wanted to compress the world into a few lines of numbers and lock it on the page. But reality liked to toy with people. She looked up for a moment and found Chen Shuren's gaze lifted from his book. He wasn't looking at the questions, he was looking at her. His eyes quietly rested on her writing hand, lingering again and again. Chen Shuren kept his eyes on the tip of her pen. It traced line after line across the paper. Symbols and numbers were like little boats she pushed across the surface with each stroke. The sound was soft and rustling. Chen listened and felt oddly at ease. He couldn't follow every step of the reasoning, but he could see the expressions getting simpler, cleaner, as if someone were gradually carving them down. Suddenly the pen stopped. Its tip pressed into the scrap paper and bled a tiny ink blot. The air seemed to hold its breath. He looked up. She was watching him, her gaze plain and direct, like a question without sound. "What are you looking at?" Chen wasn't embarrassed, he smiled. His voice was even, curious, and sincere. "What problem are you working on?" "A math problem," she answered simply. "What kind?" "Proving a sequence inequality." "I don't really understand that," he shrugged. "But I just saw your transcript. You scored 706. Full marks in math." Her face didn't change at once. A light appeared in her eyes, like a valve opening and letting something flow out. Her shoulders loosened. Her breath came a little easier. "You're really good at math," he went on, his eyes steady. "Not because of the score, because of how you work. Confident, focused, your equations neat and decisive. It's nice to watch." The girl stayed silent. Then the corner of her mouth moved, like the first crack across ice with warm light beyond it. She lowered her head and put the paper away, her finger brushing the ink from the pen tip without meaning to. Finally, a small smile gathered on her face. Chen Xian was always straightforward. His words were sincere. Lin Mingxiu listened, but felt the lobe of her ears suddenly warm. It was an involuntary heat, like someone had brushed the back of her neck. "It's not the answer that draws me," he said calmly. "It's the way you solve the problems." The line landed like that flash when you find the unique solution. Maybe it didn't make sense, but she felt pleased. She didn't answer. She kept working. From the corner of her eye, she noticed him watching her again. His gaze was like a magnifying glass, fixed on the tip of her pencil. Being watched while you write felt strange and delicate. He had praised her before. The compliment lingered like residual warmth in the air. Her fingers, pale and soft, tightened a little. The pencil pressed harder into the paper. She sat up straighter. Each symbol grew slower, steadier. The tiny scrape of pencil on paper sounded like the tick of a clock. When she finished, she set the pen down and looked up. Chen's eyes finally left the page and landed on her face. "Done?" he asked. She answered shortly. "Was it hard?" "Not really. I don't get any of it." "You're weak on the basics," she said lightly. "You're really good at math." He smiled clean and pure, without anything extra. Then he suddenly turned serious. As if placing the words into her hands, his voice softened. "Class monitor, can you teach me math?" There were snickers in the room. Pages shuffled. Sunlight slanted in through the window and hit his face, that smile frozen like a single frame. Lin Mingxiu almost said yes. The word was on the tip of her tongue, but she stopped. Her movements grew careful. She slid her pencil into the case. Her fingertips felt cool. "Teach, and you can ask me when you have questions" weren't the same thing. One meant sitting down together every week, flipping through books, explaining problems. The other meant the occasional word of guidance. Two images popped into her head: carving out time every day, or him tossing problems at her and her answering offhand. She looked up at him. His expression, expectant, was like a blank waiting to be filled. She slowly let a sentence out, her voice calm and decisive. She fell silent. Chen Shuren wasn't in a hurry either. He didn't turn his head, still staring at her the same way he had when he'd asked her name. His gaze was heavy, like a stone. Lin Mingxiu felt uneasy. She hated being stared at. She lowered her eyes and swallowed. Finally she spoke, her voice a little steadier. "I'm not very good at teaching. You have no foundation. It'll be hard for me to teach you." "What foundation? You never went to school." "I just never went to school. It's not that I wasn't educated." Lin Mingxiu curled her lip and then asked, "Do you know basic arithmetic? Addition, subtraction, multiplication, division?" "Yes." She tossed out a problem casually, like throwing a pebble. "What is 743 plus 849? The answer popped out as if without thinking, clean and crisp: 1592. She froze. The question had been offhand. She'd done the math in her head, and the numbers matched exactly. But next to his speed, she felt clumsy. Another problem came. "What about 367 times 276? This time he paused half a beat, but still answered quickly: 101,292. Lin Mingxiu's fingers began tapping a rhythm on her knee. She was calculating in her head, numbers flipping inside her. Multiplication with so many digits made her thoughts jumble. Her breath shortened. There was sweat on her forehead. Waiting to check the answer stretched the moment out, like slowed film. She wanted to lengthen her thinking time, to solve it twice over. He looked at her, his voice carrying a hint of a smile. "Are you thinking about the next one?" Lin Mingxiu's face flushed red. She wouldn't admit she hadn't worked it out. Her mouth went stiff, as if to protest, and she grew a little flustered. "Wait, let me think about the problem." Her head was in a tangle. She really couldn't do the mental math quickly. She waved her hand, giving up on checking it on the spot. Grabbing a pen, she scribbled the problem down, her eyes refusing to leave Qinxian. She'd calculate it later. She'd verify it later. Lin pushed the paper over, voice low and clear. "What is 178,945 divided by 321? Chen blinked. He looked as if he were flipping through a book or counting tree trunks. He said calmly, 557, with a remainder. There was a 2-second silence at the table. Someone cleared their throat. Lin's heart sank. She cursed herself inwardly. Never ask him basic addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division again. Either he'd bluff an answer, or he'd actually work it out. His expression was composed. There was no sign of effort in his eyes or brow, as if he'd casually said a familiar word. Lin could see it. Those questions posed him no difficulty. Some people can train themselves to be lightning fast at mental arithmetic. Lin knew that. But she also knew Chen hadn't attended formal school, no systematic training, no speed calculation classes. That left one possibility. He was born with a sensitivity to numbers. Numbers behaved like living things in his mind, things he could pick up at will. His gaze carried a precision that seemed to hush the air. But math isn't only about speed. Problem types, derivations, and the line of reasoning, that's the real test. She took a deep breath, pressed the surprise down in her chest. After a moment, she lifted her head again, as if testing his limits. and asked a more abstract question. Her voice was steady but provocative. X plus 1x2 equals 2xx plus 3 1. What is x? Chen froze for a beat. Tilting his head, he looked at her seriously, as if listening to a foreign language. He blinked and asked, "What does x mean?" "It's the unknown," Lin said coldly, pointing at the equation. Her fingers still trembled, as if afraid he'd try to be lazy again. Chen casually went, "Oh," drawing the syllable out, sounding both surprised and as if he were mocking. Lin glared at him, the corner of her mouth twitching. "Don't owe me. 1 point off." The problem had a bit more variation than ordinary addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Qinshan wasn't that quick with the calculations. For this kind of equation simplifying question, Lin Mingxiu couldn't do it in her head either. He kept a straight face and didn't move. Lin Mingxiu breathed a little easier, at least he still held some ground. Qinshan pulled a notebook and pen from his backpack. He circled the X neatly. He copied the expressions down line by line, then started brute forcing the math. The pen raced back and forth across the scrap paper. The sound of pages being flipped was crisp and audible. Before long, he had filled a whole page. Finally, he looked up, voice uncertain. 1/3. Lin Mingxiu stared at the dense calculations and couldn't help speaking. She reached over, took the pen, made a few marks on the paper, then tapped a few denominators with her finger. Her voice was calm. Multiply both sides of the equation by the least common denominator, x2 x plus 3, and the denominators disappear. Expand, move terms, combine like terms, and the answer comes out. It's a lot easier than grinding through it step by step like you are. Qinshan hesitated. His eyes brightened. Oh, he looked down at the few steps she'd drawn, as if he'd found a shortcut. Lin Mingxiu drew the pen back. She didn't give a long lecture, just glanced at him, a touch of seriousness in her tone. "You're fast at calculation and your mental math is fine. But you always write out every single step, and you slow down when expressions get a little complicated. Learning math isn't just about computing, it's about finding the right path." Her words were like a light going on in his head. Qinshan smiled, a little embarrassed. "So class monitor, will you teach me?" Lin Mingxiu gave a faint smile and nodded. "Okay, take your time, practice the way of thinking step by step." Lin Mingxiu's face flickered with complicated emotions. Regret hit her before the words had even finished leaving her mouth. She'd always hated trouble. How could she have been impulsive enough to get herself into it? It was all her dad's doing. She bit her lower lip, a calculating look flashing across her eyes. First, she'd dock his points. Once his score really fell below 60, she'd have solid grounds to go to Dad and ask to switch seats. The bell for class rang. Qinshan pulled out his 7th grade math book and casually flipped to the exercise page. From the corner of his eye, he saw Lin bent over a scrap of paper, doing calculations, her pen skittering back and forth. Curious, he glanced. Lin suddenly shot out a hand and slapped the paper shut. She glared at him hard, her eyes like knives. Chen froze and quickly apologized. "Sorry, I shouldn't have looked." The air went heavy for 2 seconds. Her cheeks flushed faintly. Her fingers gripped the edge of the paper, her breathing was short. Underneath the sheet, the numbers were still clearly visible, 367, 276. Being caught like that in front of someone, embarrassment surged over her like a tide. The rasp of chalk on the board sounded sharp in the classroom. Today, of the 3 back-to-back periods, Chinese, math, English, the first 2 were both math. Mr. Zhang stood at the front, lifting and lowering his chalk with an unhurried look. Mr. Zhang was in his 40s. His hair was thinning, and his thick glasses made his eyes into narrow slits. His white short-sleeved shirt was tucked into his waistband, his belly protruding. The thin, pale arms under the sleeves made for a strange contrast. Chen cast a quick look and a thought crossed his mind, but he pushed it away. He wasn't there to play doctor. In front of their books, all private matters were put on pause. The tempo of the class carried them into the exercises. Mr. Zhang stepped up onto the podium. He held a stack of supplementary materials, his fingernails tapping the clipboard. Twice the sound echoed through the classroom. He looked up and said loudly, "Class." Qiu Yufu in the front row stood up. Her voice was crisp, like clocking in, "Stand up." She stood perfectly straight, clutching a pile of test papers, her eyes like a sentry S. Qiu Yufu was the vice class monitor of Year 2, Class 5. She handled all the things the class monitor didn't want to touch: organizing rosters, collecting homework, tracking down absent students. If she could carry it herself, she did. If she couldn't, she went to Lin Mingqiu. Who was Lin Mingqiu? The classroom's atmosphere could answer that. She didn't speak much, but when she appeared, the air sank. Laughter died on people's lips, pencils paused midair. She had the administration backing her. Whenever someone heard her name, their voice went quieter. Sometimes Chio's friends complained in private, wondering how she did most of the work and was still only vice monitor. Chio would just smile and tuck the lists away. She knew she didn't want the title, she wanted the class to run right. So she and Lin became a two-person act. One took the visible heat, the other steadied things from behind. Because of them, Class 5 had fewer troubles and more rules. The command to stand fell. Desks and chairs scraped. Some students sprang up like coiled springs, others moved like an old clock, half a beat late. Chen Xian was in the slow group. His hand still rested on the desk corner, his eyelids heavy. When he rose, there was a hesitation, as if being pulled back into reality from a dream. A chorus went up. "Good morning, teacher." Mr. Zhang nodded, his voice even. "All right, sit down." After the class reshuffle in the second semester of his first year of high school, none of the faces around him had changed. Old faces, familiar seats. Mr. Zhang couldn't be bothered to make a production of it. He braced both hands on the lectern, body tilted slightly, smiling as he swept his gaze across the room. His eyes stopped on Chen Xian. Chen Xian was easy to spot. Lin Mingqiu had been sitting alone, now she had a deskmate. When the empty seat between them was filled, attention naturally drifted that way. There were whispers. Liang had already told everyone yesterday. The new kid was a transfer Taoist. When they said Taoist, the kids' voices carried curiosity and a little mockery. "A new student in our class?" Mr. Zhang said with a bright smile and a clap of his hands. The class erupted. Someone shouted, "A Taoist," loud enough to slap a label on the novelty. Fingers pointed, others leaned in to exchange low theories. Pages flipped, chair legs scraped the floor with that irritating rasp. Heat kindled through the room. Chen Xian stood up with clean, efficient movements. He bowed slightly toward the lectern, no excessive ceremony. The bow was both polite and steady. Mr. Zhang's eyes brightened. This student wasn't shy or flashy. The smile deepened into genuine approval. He clapped to quiet the room and added, "Welcome." Applause answered, short and quick, the sound hitting the lectern's wooden edge and throwing back a small echo. Mr. Zhang watched Chen Xian with a gaze that measured and wondered. His expression was no longer mere routine politeness, he was genuinely intrigued. Chen set his books on the desk as he sat down, fingertips leaving a faint sheen on the cover. The classroom noise ebbed. The teacher went on with the lesson, chalk scored thin gray-white lines across the blackboard. The room settled back into its normal rhythm, only a few murmured conversations lingering at the edges. Mr. Zhang stacked the tests on the podium in neat piles. His movements were decisive. His voice was too. "Take out your tests. We'll spend 2 periods on this." He pointed at the list and the scores posted on the blackboard. The handwriting looked a little harsh under the fluorescent lights. It's a different story if students in the regular classes found it hard. But in your class, how can anyone only score in the low 90s? He looked around, his gaze measuring them like a ruler. The classroom went quiet in an instant. The friction of paper, the soft click of pen caps being snapped shut, everything sounded clear. Chen Xian's ears were even keener. He heard the low murmurs beside him, like fine threads vibrating in the air. "This one was really hard," someone said. "Mr. Zhang might not have scored higher than us back in his day." "Who got 91? Another voice whispered. "Zihan, I think." "Just saying 96 doesn't sound right, does it?" someone mumbled. The voices dispersed like leaves in the wind. Impatient, Mr. Zhang continued. "Except for Mingqiu, everyone else copied down the problems you got wrong. Check them yourself. Class reps, remember to collect the wrong answer notebooks after evening study hall." He put extra emphasis on the words, "copy them." Chen Xian looked at the paper on his desk, the original test from yesterday's diagnostic. The sheet was white, with hardly any erasures. After every question, he'd drawn a small circle. Neat little circles, like marks made in divination. He hadn't filled in a single multiple-choice bubble. A diagnostic test was just that he didn't want to fill in answers at random. Guessing was pointless. More important, He couldn't understand the questions. Not at all. So he circled each one, as if asking. He turned to his deskmate, Lin Mingxiu. Her paper was almost entirely blank. The only marks were sparse scratch calculations in the corner used as rough work, like branches scattered after a rain. Chen blinked and dropped his voice a notch. Weren't you supposed to get a perfect score? How come you didn't do it either? Lin Mingxiu looked up. Her expression was calm, like a lake that had been ruffled by a pebble and gone still again. She didn't answer right away. The classroom fell quiet once more, the only sound a pen or two gently tapping on paper. She pushed the topmost test paper aside. The answer sheet underneath slid out. The black handwriting was neat, the red score bright. The 150, at the top, like high noon light, made you squint too glaring to look at directly. Lin Mingxiu straightened her chest without thinking. She saw the surprise on Chen Shuren's face. The expression was so clear it seemed magnified. She wondered what he'd say this time. So there was an answer sheet after all. No wonder, Chen Shuren murmured, trailing off as if trying to swallow his astonishment. Lin gave no reply. She didn't like people who talked too much in class. She pulled the sheet out and pushed it sideways into the empty space between them. The paper rasped softly. This was done pretty well, Chen said with a smile as he took it, pinching a corner, his eyes flicking between questions and answers. His hand trembled a little, as if weighing something. Lin glanced at him. He frowned, as though trying to piece meaning out of the words. She thought of his own test, the circles he'd forced to look round. She judged inwardly. Whether he understood these problems would be obvious at a glance. Sure enough, Chen froze for a long moment, confusion in his eyes. After a beat, he flipped the sheet back, as if reading annotations in a foreign tongue. At last his mouth twitched, and he said nothing. The air grew heavy. The classroom sounds tightened until only low breaths and the faint rustle of pen tips turning pages remained. At the front, Mr. Zhang was going over the test. He bent to pick up a half stick of chalk that had fallen to the floor. The chalk smelled dry and dusty. His voice carried irritation and a middle-aged rasp. This problem looks scary, but broken down it's all fundamentals. Why are so many people still getting it wrong? As he spoke, he drew a heavy circle at the vertex of the parabola. Chalk dust sifted from the rim like snow, like ash. The classroom fell silent, everyone's breathing suddenly careful. Chen Shuren looked up at the blackboard. The teacher was talking. Chalk scraped a sharp sound across the board. He couldn't make out anything except the circle the teacher drew when she was angry. His expression darkened. Beside him, Lin Mingxiu finally spoke. Her voice was flat, like she was talking to herself. "Don't bother," she said without looking up, her pen sliding across the paper. "Start by shoring up the middle school basics." Chen Shuren froze for a moment. Lin Mingxiu looked up, her eyes said plainly, "We're different." Her tone was spare, but unmistakable. He stopped forcing it. He closed his test and handed her back her answer sheet, his fingers rubbing the edge of the paper. The classroom was still full of the scratch of chalk and the low murmur of students. He took out the 7th grade math textbook. The cover was a little worn. He pressed a fingertip to the corner of the book as if holding something tethered there. He sat up, opened to the first page, and the pen began to move again. His breathing slowed. There was no look of defeat on his face, only a clear, immediate resolve. The elementary problems were familiar: whole numbers, fractions, decimals, tangible, like counting money or slicing a cake. Add, subtract, multiply, divide. Short steps, a brisk rhythm. Middle school stretched the steps farther. The range of numbers widened. Negative numbers appeared, like IOUs pulling to the left. Radicals felt like taking a square and turning it back into a side length. Algebra let numbers where letters. Equations were like scales that had to be balanced. Geometry talked about area and angles the way folding paper reveals shape. Statistics and probability put possibilities on the table and asked you to calculate the odds of something happening. Those images popped into his head one after another, turning abstract symbols into things he could touch. Problems were no longer just obscure marks on a page, but objects you could take apart and rearrange with equations. He glanced down at the practice problems at the bottom of the page. The difficulty climbed step by step, but each step was like a stair. If you put your foot on the first one, you could see the next. The classroom sounds faded into the background. The chalk became ambient noise. Chen Shuren buried himself in the exercises. His pen made a steady rustle on the paper. Each time he got one right, his brow relaxed a little. Step by step, he found his way back to the starting point and then moved forward. Chen Xian stared at his textbook, twisting his pen between his fingers without stopping. X and Y. So that's what it means. He murmured, his voice low, as if he were having a private conversation with the problem. There was a light in his eyes, not the noisy kind of excitement, but a quiet joy. Understanding surged in his chest like a warm current. He gripped the pen tighter, its tip scratched a crisp rustle across the workbook. Equations were written out line by line, then corrected line by line. Whenever one concept settled, another problem popped up like a spring, knocking in his mind as if to challenge him. Sometimes the textbook's solution surprised him enough to look up. When his eyes brightened, he saw different routes the same problem could be solved along completely different paths. He took formulas apart and reassembled them. Complex expressions peeled open like an onion, layer after layer revealing patterns. Whether a circle was as large as a wheel or as small as a fingertip, the ratio remained the same. That constancy made him feel that everything had a source, an order. He thought mathematics was that kind of source. It was like an invisible line threading together the world's changes. From the simplest numbers to complicated formulas to the laws that describe the motion of the cosmos, everything flowed along that line. He was completely absorbed. His breathing even. His hand kept dancing over the paper. The noise outside the classroom faded into the background, low whispers, the scrape of desks and chairs like distant waves. The bell rang, its metallic chime sharp and sudden. But Chen Xian didn't look up. Mr. Zhang stood at the front calling his name, his voice threaded with anxiety and helplessness. Chen Xian, class is over. Chen Xian, can you hear me? The words drifted away as if carried off by the air. It was as if he had cotton in his ears. He kept writing, kept calculating. Lin Mingxiu watched him, surprise written all over her face. She could settle her mind too, but rarely could she remain as undisturbed as he was. When others made noise, she would be pulled back to reality. Chen Xian seemed separated from the world by a thin layer. There was nothing performative about his expression. His concentration was visible. She saw his eyes narrow, heard the rhythm of the pen on the page, noticed the sudden smile at the corner of his mouth. Those small movements said everything. In the space of a single class period, he flipped through more than 20 pages of the math book. On the scratch paper, 3 double-sided sheets were crammed with equations and erasure marks. Lin Mingxiu watched him. His fingers turned the pages fast, but his eyes were unnaturally focused. She remembered he'd just been called out by the teacher, his cheeks still a little flushed. Normally someone like that would quiet down for a while, but he seemed lit from within. The more he read, the more driven he became. Chen Shuren, came a voice from the front. Again, the third time was clearer. Lin picked up her pen and gave his arm a light poke. The pen had a springy feel and sent a tiny vibration through her fingertip, like plucking a taut string. A fluttering tingle rose in her chest. She poked him again, impatience in her voice. Teacher Zhang is calling you. Chen Shuren looked up, a trace of puzzlement in his eyes. Around them, the break time din, students talking, chairs scraping the floor made everything feel muffled, as if a layer of cloth separated their voices, even though they were close. Teacher Zhang walked over smiling and stopped at Chen's desk. What were you looking at during class? I called your name a while and got no response. Chen stood and gave a slight bow, his voice steady and polite. Sorry, Teacher Zhang, I didn't hear. I was looking at 7th grade math. Teacher Liang lent it to me to brush up on the basics. There was an evaluating edge to Teacher Zhang's smile. He glanced at the notes on the desk, then at the unremarkable boy before him, and thought, had Teacher Liang exaggerated? But the dense spread of calculations made it hard for him to make up his mind. Mr. Zhang felt his chest tighten. The textbook in his hand nearly slipped. On the cover, 4 words, 7th grade math, first semester. This wasn't right. It shouldn't be like this. He looked up, his voice trembling a little. Old Liang told me you took this month's exam too, right? Bring me the paper. Let me see. The boy passed the test over, his voice even. Mr. Zhang, here. The paper whispered under the light as Mr. Zhang opened it. Apart from the questions, the answer areas were almost blank. There were only a few little circles, as if someone had absent-mindedly tapped the answer bubbles. He froze. He pressed the back of his fingers to his forehead, and his breathing shortened. He murmured, so low it sounded like talking to himself. The answers, did you write them on the test? Yes, on the test, the boy said calmly. And these problems, Mr. Zhang tapped the empty answer boxes with a slow, deliberate finger. You did them all? The boy shook his head, his eyes were honest. I couldn't do any of them. Mr. Zhang, I haven't been to school. This morning, Mr. Liang told me I could study on my own during class. He said he'd spoken to you. That sentence landed like a stone in still water. Mr. Zhang gripped the paper until his knuckles went white. His mouth twitched, and his gaze turned cold, like it could cut right through a person. After a moment, he put the paper back into the boy's hands, his voice a bit rushed. I'm going to the office. We'll talk in a bit. The boy straightened at once. Where are you going, sir? I'll just take the paper to look at, Mr. Zhang said, and hurried off, his heels clicking sharply down the corridor. When the door shut, the only sound left was the rustle of pages. He came back not long after the test had folded corners and a few small puncture marks, like someone had prodded it with a fingertip. He set it on the desk, his hand trembling slightly, and forced his voice even. If you're falling behind in math, don't panic. Read the book on your own first and write down the problems you can't do. If you have questions, come see me after school. All right. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, the boy whispered. There was a light in his eyes, as if he had grabbed at a lifeline. Mr. Zhang let out a long sigh, his shoulders loosened, but his face darkened. He watched the boy's profile and muttered an unasked judgment, barely audible. Old Liang really careless. The bell clanged. The classroom erupted, pencils tapping on paper, chairs scraping, a tide of noise that washed away the awkwardness and silence that had just been there. Mr. Zhang returned to the front and went on to explain the last two big problems. His voice echoed around the classroom. Chen Shuren glanced at his paper again. He still didn't understand the questions. So he folded the sheet, shoved it into the drawer, and went back to 7th grade math. The tip of his pen rasped on the paper, as if keeping someone else's tempo. Lin Mingqiu shot him a look. That same expression as before, a blank gaze, steady breathing, his body like a relaxed bowstring. The classroom noise seemed cut off by a thin ring of mist around him, sounds receded, and time itself seemed to slow. The pen moved in his hand as if of its own accord, precise and quiet. Some people call that state flow. Plainly put, it's being focused until only one thing remains and everything else disappears. She had experienced it too back, then her mind felt unnaturally clear. Writing and solving problems flowed effortlessly. People could call her name, and she wouldn't hear when she came out of it. She realized how well she'd done, feeling both calm and energized. But she'd never seen Chen slip into it so quickly and come out so quickly. She thought of his life as a Taoist. Perhaps only someone raised in a mountain hollow, far from noise, would have the chance to cultivate such concentration. In modern cities, attention is shredded by short videos and bite-sized information. Finding 20 minutes of quiet is a rarity. The clock on the wall ticked. Sunlight slid across his profile. Time flowed, and the problems still lay on the desk. After 2 self-study periods, Chen Xian flipped his textbook to the 70s. He was about halfway through the 7th grade math book for the first semester. He put the book down. The pen stilled with it. The bell rang right then, a clear tone cutting through the classroom clamor. People laughed. People called out. Chairs scraped the floor in waves. He stretched his fingers, interlacing them and pulling outward. His knuckles made a soft pop. Tiredness slid off his shoulders, and he let out a long breath. The pen cap tapped the desk once, like a little closing ritual. Lin Mingqiu's gaze landed on his still open math book. She paused for a second, then looked up. Their eyes met. How's it going? She asked first. Her voice was calm, not so much concerned as curious. Pretty good, he answered crisply. We just finished adding and subtracting expressions. Next chapter should be one variable linear equations. Any problems you couldn't do? She asked, a note of expectation in her tone, as if waiting for a surprise or planning to hand him a trick question. He shook his head. Haven't hit anything hard yet. Lin Mingqiu's smile faded. She took a sip from her cup. The rim gave a faint clink. She switched the cup to her other hand and grabbed a pen from the desk with her right. The tip scraped cleanly across scrap paper. A few equations appeared briskly, her strokes sharp as a blade. She pushed the notebook toward them. The problems were simple, like the extension exercises in the textbook, not very hard. Her handwriting was neat and steady in that typically girlish way. Chen Xian took the paper. His eyes skimmed the problems, his fingers moved a little quicker. The pen in his hand worked fast and quiet. 2 quick strokes, and the equations were done. The answers came out in confident, flowing lines. The classroom stayed noisy, pages rustled. A kid by the window imitated the teacher's voice and got a round of laughter. Sunlight slanted through a gap in the curtains and fell across the 2 sheets of paper. The surfaces caught the light faintly, as if gilding those simple problems with a quiet glow. Is this answer right? Yes. Lin Mingqiu nodded. Her voice was flat, but decisive. But I'll have to deduct points. Why? She snapped the book shut and tapped the corner of the page twice with her finger. Grading's based on the steps. You skipped several. Even if the final answer's correct, you won't get full marks. Chen Shuren shrugged, smiling with a hint of helplessness. He didn't sound too bothered, but he put on a serious tone and said, I see. Thanks for the heads up, class monitor. Only the ticking of the clock and the soft rustle of pages from the desk beside them filled the classroom. Chen Shuren licked his lips, his eyes brightened. Could you give me a tougher problem to try? Go find practice problems yourself. Where can I find them? The bookstore has workbooks, just buy a set. How much is each? Probably a few dozen yuan. Lin Mingqiu replied coolly. Chen Shuren's smile froze for a moment. He patted his pockets as if looking for something, then held his hands up empty, a little embarrassed. I don't have any money. Lin Mingqiu was taken aback for half a second, eyebrow lifting. She looked at him as if inspecting something curious. Then why didn't you say so? There was a touch of reproach in her voice, and a little helplessness. He dropped his gaze, earnest in an awkward way. Class monitor, do you still have your middle school workbooks? Could I borrow them? I'll use them for now and give them back another day. Lin hesitated. A few old workbooks lay on her desk, their covers worn at the edges. She reached out and touched them. The paper made a faint rubbing sound. Those are the ones I used. I've written the answers in them, so they might affect how you do the problems, she said bluntly. She paused, then added, but if you really need them, I can bring them for you another day. Relief, like a heavy stone being lifted from his chest, made Chen Shuren laugh out loud. That's great, thank you so much. Lin Mingqiu pursed her lips and said nothing. She packed her books, slung her bag over her shoulder, and walked with steady steps. Light slanted in through the window and fell across them, as if freezing the moment in place. She glanced at the Taoist in front of her. Her gut told her he wouldn't flip through her used workbook or call her out to her face. So, reluctantly, she nodded and agreed. She never lent things. Few people wanted to lend to her. A workbook felt intimate, handwriting, wrong answers, bored doodles, all hidden in the corners of the pages. The idea of someone rifling through it made her stomach tighten. She didn't say any of that aloud. The tension on her face was disguised in her movements. She held the cup and pretended to pour water into it. Her hand paused for a long moment before she realized the cup was already empty. She slid her long legs out from under the desk and turned to face Chen Xian. Even standing up when you sat next to your deskmate had to be done cautiously. Chen Xian looked up at her. Just as he was about to speak, he picked up his book and stood. He turned toward the aisle and pushed the chair neatly back under the desk. The chair made a faint scraping sound against the floor. His movements were clean and efficient, no unnecessary gestures. His thoughtfulness caught her off guard. When he made room, she stood as well. The cup felt light in her hand. She walked toward the door at an unhurried pace. As they brushed past, she was exactly at the level of his mouth. She kept her lips tightly pressed together, as if she were afraid of showing something. Her nose, however, gave her away first. A fresh scent rolled over her like a pine forest after rain, with a faint hint of laundry soap. The smell was very clean. She identified it in her head and realized it didn't feel unfamiliar. Lin Mingqiu felt her heart skip a few beats. Her earlobes burned. She kept her head down and sped up, as if she could shrink herself into a speck and disappear into the corridor. Gurgle bubbles rose in the water bucket. Her steps faltered at the sound, and she glanced back lightly. Chen Shuren was still standing there. A seat by the desk was empty. He had deliberately left it for her. He leaned against a stack of books, his back slightly hunched, head bowed, writing problems on the paper. The scratch of his pen was audible, as if announcing he was taking this seriously. People in the office exchanged glances. Someone smiled, someone shook their head. The math teacher up front had already turned over his test paper, his expression complicated. No one was there to flatter him anymore. Apart from Chinese, most of his answer sheets were blank. His score looked as if it had been drained out. Teacher Zhang, don't be too discouraged. Teacher Liang stood and spoke with awkward cheerfulness. Shuren is clever. Principal Lin has praised him. He said the boy has good character, that he's steady in speech and deed. He didn't study at our school, but it's not hopeless. 2 years, who knows? Old Liang, you sure know how to talk. Someone sneered, the words threaded with anger and helplessness. At that moment, Principal Lin cleared his throat twice by the door, a hint of embarrassment on his face. I think Teacher Liang has a point, he said calmly. The office fell silent. The air felt pressed down. 2 periods of math ended, and 2 periods of English began immediately. Yi Mingmei was still smiling when she walked into the classroom. She was 35, but looked like someone in her early 20s. She wore white backless leather shoes year-round. Her voice had a sweetness to it when she smiled. Little dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. The kids in the class liked her. To them, she was a gentle guardian. This class, though, her smile didn't hold. She opened that English test paper, and the pen gripped between her fingers had left them slightly pale. There wasn't a single circled answer. Not one. Her brows drew together, and the classroom fell into silence. Shuren, why aren't you doing the multiple choice? Ms. Yi, I don't understand. Just pick one at random. It's fine. Chen Shuren pulled his chin into his collar. His voice was as thin as wind through paper. I'm afraid, if I guess right, my score will look better than I really am. The teacher will think I understand. That's unfair to me, and it would mislead you. Ms. Yi was taken aback. Her brow lifted slightly, like someone handing over a cup of hot tea on a winter day. By the time she spoke again, the classroom hadn't quite caught up. Then she made a decision, and her tone softened. Come on, let's talk outside. Okay. There was a rustle of whispers at the doorway. Footsteps were muffled as if on a carpet. Only a few phrases floated clearly. Oh no, it's going to get scolded. Every time Ms. Yi calls someone out, it's like a trial. You're exaggerating. She talks like a mom. Some students snickered, some shook their heads. Expectation mixed with a little unease in their voices. Chen Shuren stood and followed Ms. Yi. The strap of his backpack rubbed against his shoulder with a faint scrape. When the classroom door closed, the sound was swallowed by the hallway, leaving only a thin echo. Outside the classroom, it was quiet. From a distance, the scratch of chalk on the blackboard was dulled by the walls, soft and far away. The bells carried down the corridor and back, as if reminding them that time was passing. Sunlight slanted in from the balcony, pulling a long strip of light across the floor at their feet. Dust danced in the beam like tiny golden fireworks. Ms. Yi stopped and put her hands behind her back. She looked at Chen Shuren without reproach, only a calm, quiet curiosity. Her voice dropped, almost close enough to be a whisper against his ear. Tell me, why are you afraid of guessing correctly? Chen Shuren swallowed, his fingertips tracing the edge of his textbook, the white crescent of his nails visible. He looked up with a stubbornness that refused to be shaped into someone else's idea of him. I don't want my grades to lie. I don't want to be fooled by surface numbers, teacher. Ms. Ye's expression softened into a smile that held surprise and admiration. She reached out and laid a hand on his shoulder. Her palm was warm, like a promise. All right, we'll start from the beginning. Read the question out loud. Don't be afraid of getting it wrong. If it's wrong, we'll figure out why together. Chen Shuren's shoulders loosened. A few quiet laughs and murmurs drifted from the classroom, but more than that, there was a focused silence, like ripples spreading across the surface of a pond. Ms. Yi leaned against the balcony rail, one arm wrapped around the other, her body slightly turned. Sunlight settled on her shoulder. Her voice was low, warm as a blanket. Just as the rumors said, she spoke softly. I heard from Teacher Liang. She began, eyes on Chen Shuren. You were taken in by a Taoist on the mountain? Raised there with your master? Chen Shuren kept his head down. His voice sounded as if he were walking on pebbles. Yes, I've been with him since I can remember. Ms. Yi fired off questions short, clean cuts. Family? Current studies? What school do you want to apply to? What do you want to study? Each question landed like a light tap, precise and detailed. He answered them all, each reply brief. His tone was blunt but polite. His fingers twined at the hem of his shirt. He avoided her gaze. There was nothing fanciful in his words. Ms. Yi nodded, then pulled a workbook from her bag. She flipped to the English page and pointed at the letters and words. Have you had English lessons? Do you know these? Shin's fingertips traced the paper, sliding over the shapes. He could recognize the letters and sound them out as symbols A, B, C, like reciting charms. He couldn't make them into words. When he saw an English word, his eyes froze, like looking at a picture he didn't understand. She took out his math book next and set a simple addition problem. His numerals were childlike. Half the answers were right. He wrote slowly and carefully. In that moment, Ms. Yi sketched a rough diagnosis. Arithmetic at elementary level, English limited to letter recognition. He told her he had no parents, that his master had brought him up on the mountain. He spoke calmly, no plea, no complaint. Ms. Yi tapped the rim of her cup. The tea inside caught tiny flashes of light. Her expression softened. As a mother of two, she could immediately imagine that absence. A flash of pity crossed her face. It wasn't that he didn't want to learn. Fate had closed the door too early and never given him the chance to enter a classroom. Silence stretched on the balcony, just the wind and distant footsteps. She murmured not reproach, but thought. She spread the workbook on her lap and circled a few places to start. Her plan formed quickly. Begin with the basics. Don't cram, get the letters and simple arithmetic in order, then expand. Teach language with rhythm, like singing. Bring math back to the feel of numbers, not formulas. She looked at him, her gaze gentle and steady. Her voice settled into that reassuring calm. We'll take it slow, okay? She wasn't as desperate as Ms. Zhang. As an English teacher, she was calm. She didn't rush when she spoke. She knew the path of learning a language. With a different language, you start from zero. It's not like math or science where each link depends on the last. Miss one step and you're done. Learn English by listening more, reading more, memorizing more, speaking more, practicing more. Time will tell. Xian, wait for me a second. Okay. Ms. Yi hurried back to the office. Her heels clicked along the corridor, a crisp rhythm. Before long, she returned holding a small object. It looked like a pen, and yet it wasn't. Thicker than a pen. The top formed a U shape with a small sensor inside. The body was a glossy screen with 2 buttons on the side. Press one, and it gave a faint buzz. Here, take this. She handed it over, encouragement in her eyes. Xian took it, his hand trembling. He'd come from the mountains and had never seen anything like it. City kids had. City kids could pick one up and use it right away. Ms. Yi spread the test paper out. She brought the pen's sensor close to a line of English. When the sensor touched the edge of the paper, the screen flickered. A Chinese translation popped up on the display. Then a standard female voice flowed from the pen, clear and steady, like a recording from afar. Good morning. The voice had no warmth, but it was clean and precise. Chen blinked. Those characters that had once looked like symbols suddenly made sense. He reached out, hardly daring to believe it, and scanned again. The screen lit. The voice spoke. The translation appeared. With every word he scanned, the device seemed to whisper into his ear how to say it. He knew how to go online and use some things, but he'd never seen a gadget like this. Surprise spread across his face, as if a new light had been switched on. He had never thought the hardest part of learning English was memorizing vocabulary. It was not understanding spoken English and not knowing how to read. Looking things up in a dictionary was a hassle. Asking someone else felt even more awkward. Now with this thing, you tap it and it reads. Doesn't that make learning a lot easier? How is it? Think you can use it? Ms. Yi asked. Chen Shuren tried it, tapping the pen's tip with his finger. The tip flashed. A clear, female electronic voice read a word aloud. He nodded and smiled. I can use it. This talking pen is great. The pronunciation is accurate, and it's convenient for looking up words. Ms. Yi pushed the pen across to him. Her smile held encouragement. Shuren, take this and use it for now. I know your foundation is thin. I have classes to teach during the day, and I go home at night to take care of my child, so I can't always be here with you. You have to practice on your own. If you don't understand something, grammar, pronunciation, whatever, come to my office anytime. She spoke calmly and unhurriedly. She glanced at her wristwatch. The simple movement made her meaning clear. But don't worry, learning English isn't actually that hard. You just have to put in the work, she added earnestly. Let's set a small goal, 10 words a day. Keep the amount steady at first, then slowly increase it. High school vocabulary is only a little over 3,000 words. You have 2 years until the college entrance exam. If you do 10 a day, steadily, you'll notice a big difference by then. Vocabulary is the foundation of everything. Chen Shuren handed the pen back. His voice was polite. This pen probably wasn't cheap, right? Please take it back, teacher. I'll buy one myself later. Ms. Yi shook her head and pushed the pen back into his hand. The plastic made a faint rubbing sound between them. She smiled more warmly. Don't mention it. It's not expensive. Consider it a little help from your teacher. Use it well. He took the pen, his fingertips still felt its warmth. Thank you, Ms. Yi. Keep at it. She patted his shoulder, her voice full of trust. I believe in you. You have to believe in yourself too. Chen Shuren sat up straight, holding a small electronic reading pen. When it touched a word, it read it aloud like a pen that could speak. There was a light in his eyes as he imagined using it to sweep away every vocabulary word. Soon, all the words would disappear as if blown away by the wind. He was full of confidence, a smile tugging at his mouth. In the classroom, the English teacher stood at the front commenting on the monthly exams. Chalk scraped a low sound on the blackboard. The clock ticked in a steady rhythm. Class 2-5 of the second year was as quiet as a sheet of paper. Chen flipped to a 7th grade textbook and tapped wherever he didn't understand. His fingertips slid along the lines the pen produced a clear female voice. It wasn't loud, but its pace was steady, each word dropping into his ear one by one. Beside him, Lin Minxiu stared. She scored high on that monthly test, 140 points on the report. She froze. A second-year boy, during class, was playing with a 7th grade book like a child. She didn't know whether to laugh or feel exasperated. He suddenly turned his head, and their eyes met. Lin felt caught, peeking, her cheeks warmed. She looked away reflexively, then stole another glance. Class monitor, why are you looking at me? Chen asked evenly, as if asking for someone else's opinion. Keep it down. Her voice was very low, each word clipped. He froze for a moment, then lowered the pen's volume one notch. He could have used Bluetooth earphones, but he had none, so it was on speaker. The sound was now softer than before, almost inaudible. Only a faint electronic hum remained, like a pin dropping on soft cloth. He turned it down again until the volume was nothing more than a whisper. Lin cupped an ear but could only pick up the faintest noise. Even a mosquito would be louder. The classroom stayed on, chalk scraping, pages turning. Chen blinked and asked naturally, "What's wrong? Am I bothering you?" Chen Xian turned around. Lin Mingxiu was staring at him again. No, he replied lightly. She couldn't help asking, "You turned the volume that low, can you even hear it?" Yes. The answer was short. The classroom settled into silence again. She told herself she wouldn't look, but her eyes drifted back. She wasn't usually that interested in others, yet she couldn't stop wanting to see what he was doing. There was a winning kind of excitement in his gaze. She caught that look and felt an odd tightening in her chest. Everyone expected there'd be a contest, but he seemed overly confident. Come on, he was so careless most of the time, how could he possibly take first place? If he actually came out on top, the straight-A students who'd spent years cramming would be shocked. She glanced again. Chen Xian had already slipped into his groove. He looked focused, holding a small electronic reading pen. Its tip tapped the textbook so lightly the sound was like an echo beside a heartbeat. Each time it tapped a word, the tip slid to the next. She stared for a moment. He'd already gone through half a page. His movements were smooth, like flowing water. She didn't believe he could really absorb the book, but the pressure was there. Her chest tightened, as if someone had pressed a countdown button. She pulled her gaze away and bent her head back to the problems. The faint scratch of pen on paper became a new rhythm. 2 back-to-back English periods ended. The lunch bell rang clear and decisive. Okay, go eat. And don't forget to hand in your composition tonight, Teacher Yi said with a smile. Thanks, teacher, came the chorus. Someone half-jokingly shouted, Thanks, Mom, and laughter promptly drowned out the tease. Everyone rose. The rustle of backpacks and the scraping of chairs made a little drum roll. Teacher Yi never kept them late. That was one reason they liked her. If it had been Liang, they'd probably have been held a few extra minutes. He was the homeroom teacher. In class, he never talked about managing the class. He taught Chinese like normal. The moment the bell rang, though, he'd pull them back into the classroom and start lecturing about discipline. The students sighed. Some rolled their eyes in their seats. Some started packing up. The habit of saving the serious stuff for last had become part of their movements. Not keen on eating? Problematic thinking. Someone whispered from the back, and the whole room erupted in laughter. Student life meant real hunger. How hungry? At home during the spring festival, there might be a pile of candies on the coffee table nobody touched. Bring them into the classroom, and they instantly became a feast. Someone would bring the lunchbox their mom made. A container of little crispy pork. Once the smell spread, the whole dorm would swarm, passing it around like madmen. After a morning of intense studying, your head felt like a used-up engine, out of oil and on its last light. Who wouldn't be hungry? If you weren't, something was either wrong with your body or with your head. The lunch bell rang. A crisp note, like weapons clashing, like a flare. Lin Mingxiu looked up. Normally, she hardly left her seat except to fetch water or use the restroom. But when that bell sounded, she stood. It wasn't the usual noisy scramble. Her movements were quick, as if practiced. Qinshan moved too. He packed up in an orderly way, only faster. He had supernatural power, but his stomach still growled. Magic couldn't keep hunger at bay. His master often said, there were legends of people reaching the state of bigu able to live without food. The disciple was curious. Master, if you really reached bigu, could I skip making you a meal? Qinshan asked with a grin. The master shook his head, a familiar smile in his eyes. No, you'll still make my food. I thought you'd be able to go without eating or drinking, Chen said, arching an eyebrow. So Bigu still eats? The master reached out and flicked aside the dried grass strips hanging in the doorway. Being able to survive without grain is one thing. Eating is another. Eating is a kind of connection. Joy, anger, sorrow, pleasure, hunger and thirst, hearing and sight, they tie us to the outside world. Without those sensations, what is the difference between living and dying? All right, I'll go cook. What as for today? The Chinese tune is doing well this year, the master said. Along the courtyard wall there really was a Chinese tune tree. Its spring shoots were thin and fragrant. Their scent sharp, a smear of them on rice was the taste of the season. Every spring the wind carried a warmth to it. The Chinese tune tree woke up. Clusters of dark red tender shoots pushed out on the branches, their edges tinged with green. At that time, scrambled eggs with Chinese tune became a small seasonal joy for the master and his apprentice. There was a plump little pet in the yard called Feima. He was round and chubby, but his paws were nothing if not deft. Feima would dart up the tune's thin branches, hook a claw, and a shoot would snap off and fall into the bamboo basket beneath. The basket touched the ground with a soft little sound. Qinshan bent to pick up the shoot's quick, neat movements. Once he had enough for a meal, he went off to fetch eggs laid by the free-range hens in the hills. His master sat cross-legged on a large stone, eyes fixed on the distant ridge where green was just starting to show, quietly chanting the spring poems he made up. His mouth tipped up at one corner. He looked busy. Actually, he was waiting to eat. Occasionally, he would reach out and rub his belly, making a little gurgling sound, half reminder, half hint. Just thinking about it made Chun's tongue tingle. He wanted that plate of Chinese tune scrambled eggs. Too bad it was September now. The tune was out of season. You couldn't find it in the school cafeteria, and even if you did, it probably wouldn't taste like the memory. Did you get a meal card for the cafeteria? Lin Mingxiu asked, stuffing her water bottle into her backpack without looking up. Her movements were crisp, like a folding fan being snapped shut. Uncle Lin gave me one, Chen said. He said it's a staff meal card. He said it, and then looked up at her with curiosity. Do you have one? Lin froze. Her hand paused on the bottle cap, her fingertip pressing a little harder than necessary. Her face first rolled its eyes, then she couldn't quite force a smile. She thought, whose father is this? She remembered when she first started high school, Lin Ming had told her he didn't want people gossiping about her using a staff meal card. And then he turned around and given his card to Qinshan. It occurred to her, not entirely seriously, that at least she already moved into the single teacher's apartment the school had assigned her dad. There was only one room in that apartment. If there'd been another, Chen might have been asked to move in with them too. A picture popped into her head. If this were ancient times, her dad might have tried to marry her off along with her to this little Taoist priest. The thought made her expression even stranger. She tugged at her backpack strap, as if trying to sort out an inexplicable doubt. A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Mingxiu's eyes. She hadn't expected that, once her father made it, he'd look after people from his old village like this. The cafeteria ladies, the sanitation workers, the security guards, all of them were hometown folks. That wasn't too surprising. But Chen Shuren's master, the man who had dragged her out of that accident years ago, treated him so gently? That was curious. She cut to the chase. Can I ask you something? Sure. Do you know what happened between your master and my dad back then? Chen Shuren shook his head, his tone even. No, my master doesn't talk much about his past. Either he doesn't want me to know, or he doesn't think it matters. You can ask Uncle Lin. Let me know what he says. Lin froze for a moment, a helpless smile flickering at the corner of her mouth. So you didn't care? If my dad had told me earlier, I wouldn't have to ask you now. She asked another question. Uncle Lin said you live in the teacher's dorms? Yeah. Then where does someone like me, who doesn't board, rest at noon? In the classroom. You're the only one in our class who doesn't live on campus. She packed her books to leave. Chen stood too, pushed his chair in and made room. Want to eat together? I'll pack it and eat back at the dorm. She answered shortly and left the classroom. Lunch was only an hour and a half. The next class started at 1:30. There wasn't time to waste. Chen Hen grabbed his backpack. He took out his meal card and headed for the door. It was dismissal time. The stairwells on both sides were like a burst dam, packed so tight people could barely move. Some dragged backpacks, some tugged at jackets. Footsteps, chatter, and phone ringtones blended into a single roar. The air smelled of food. Steam rose from downstairs and tickled the back of his nose. He pressed his fingers to the cold handrail and shuffled down with the crowd. Luckily, Class 5 was on the second floor, a low landing, so the flow began to move quickly. Yunchi No. 1 High School was huge. Between the cafeteria and the classroom buildings, there was a wide open space. When he walked out there, he saw a lot of people running. The slap of soles on pavement sounded like a series of urgent drum beats. Some were gasping for air. Some were yanking at their backpacks. Chen Shuren muttered to himself. If they de-swapped the school uniforms for those disaster relief jackets, the scene would look about the same. He thought of the fat cat at home. Had the cat food run out? Let it go hungry for a bit to slim down. In his head, the cat pawed at the door. Its meow was like a little trumpet. Right then, a small hand tapped his shoulder. Hey, Taoist. He turned. A girl was standing there, sunlight bright on her face. Chen Shuren broke into a smile. Xiaoji, it's you again. I'm not Xiaoji. I have a name. You just called me Taoist a moment ago. Because you really are a Taoist. When Jixia said it seriously, the way she spoke seemed to brighten the air itself. Chen Shuren grinned at her. Why are you walking so slowly? Aren't you hungry? She glanced around. The smell of food drifted from a distance. It was mealtime. Students on the path were hurrying to the cafeteria. No, I'm hungry. Then why are you moving so slowly? The cafeteria isn't going to run away. The cafeteria won't run away, but there will be lines. Hurry up, she said it, then kicked off with her short legs and sprinted ahead. Worried he might lag behind, she looked back and he was already at her side. She was breathing hard, hair whipping in the wind. Her steps were quick and urgent. Chen Shuren's were quick too, but more like a brisk walk, steady, quiet. 2 paces running side by side, like a flowing river and a sudden gust of wind. How are you walking so fast? When Jixia asked in surprise. The difference between running and walking is easy to spot. When you run, there's a moment both feet leave the ground. Chen Shan wasn't running. He was walking, but something was off. Each step looked light, yet it spanned a long distance. His legs weren't especially long, his movements weren't exaggerated, and still his stride seemed stretched. The wind flowed around him, not pushing back, but as if being led by him. The air gave him a small, gentle shove. When Jixia froze, she thought of stagecraft, how actors use posture to turn air into a wall and fool the audience's eyes. Could Chun Xian be doing that kind of body control trick? Ordinary people only see the surface. If you haven't trained in body movement, you can't tell. He offered no explanation. He just smiled and said, I have long legs. Humph. Big deal. I'm not short either. When Jixia pouted, angled her body, and ran a couple of steps, as if to prove it, he looked her over. His gaze was light, like he was measuring with a ruler. She wasn't tall, but her leg proportions were unusually good. Chun Xian filed that away, a smile at the corner of his mouth. The campus was large, over 4,000 students. 3 cafeterias were spread across it. From a distance, you could already smell cooking oil and noodles. When Jixia slowed, playing the local showing a visitor around, pointing ahead and gesturing with both hands. Cafeteria number 1 has pretty good noodles. The noodles are chewy, lots of dishes, and it's a bit pricier, she said, inhaling as if she could taste the steaming broth. Number 2 is more homestyle. The contractor is from the principal's hometown, so the flavors skew local, fewer choices, and it's cheap. Number 3 is for teachers. Clean and quiet. Student cards don't work there. Student cards only work at the 2 student cafeterias. Teacher cards work at all 3. She looked up at him, her smile turning teasing. So noodles or rice? The doorway was crowded. Both of them had come alone. They exchanged a glance and, with that silent little understanding, became meal partners. The cafeteria steamed and smelled of oil and sauce. Long lines curled up at the serving windows. 10 or so people stood at each window, the queues looking as if they had no intention of moving. Trays clinked. The women at the woks shouted orders, their voices swallowed by the steam. I'm getting food. You? Chun Xian glanced toward the windows, his tone casual. I'll go too. When Zhixiao looked at the line ahead and gave a helpless little smile. So many people. Don't worry. Chen smiled. Food tastes better when you're a little hungrier. She fell into step behind him at the familiar back of the line. Chen had stood here. Yesterday his usual spot was still open. When Zhixia drew close and lifted her small hand over his head, fingertips coming nearly to his ear like she was measuring. Chen turned and saw the hand and smiled. You measuring height? Your hand is crooked. No, I'm not. She blinked. It should reach about my chin, he said. She leaned in and spoke quickly, in a low voice. How tall are you? Around 6 feet, he said. You? I'm 5'3". She answered crisply. Chen raised an eyebrow and sneaked a glance. She was in flats and standing straight, definitely on the shorter side. But he could tell there was more behind her words. I meant without shoes, he added. I'm 5'3" without shoes too. She blurted out, a little flustered, her cheeks pink. Not 5'2" are you? He laughed more openly. No way. Her voice dropped. Then a string of little defensives tumbled out in shoes. I'm 5'3.1". Who goes out barefoot? What could I say barefoot height? All fast and hard to catch. The line shuffled forward a couple of steps. Someone ahead scooped food onto a tray. A few drops of rice soup flicked up and made a crisp sound. When Zhixia kept glancing toward the serving window, her eyes narrowed, a little urgent. Seeing her view blocked, Chen reached out and nudged her shoulder. Why don't you move up in front of me? You'll see more. She smiled like a flower opening. Okay. Then she stepped in front of him, clutching that small, inexplicable pocket of comfort. When Zhixia didn't back down anymore. It was a done deal that they would eat lunch together today. Who went through the line first didn't matter. Standing in front of him was a short girl. A tall kid ahead of her actually opened up her view a bit. Her back was facing him. He caught a glimpse of her profile. Her jawline was clean and neat, flowing into her neck. She tilted her head up just a little, drawing a slim curve along her throat. Her short hair stopped right above her collarbones. Beads of sweat gleamed on her pale skin. A lock of hair brushed her flushed earlobe. For a moment it felt like the damp, fresh air of early summer had washed over him. There was an unnameable calm about him, like a mountain spring that could sweep away stifling heat. Chun Xian willed it, and suddenly there was wind in the air. The breeze was light, barely moving the tips of her hair, but it carried the heat off her skin. Her little hand, which had been fanning herself, slowly came to rest. She touched her neck, then looked up, eyes wide with surprise and delight. She turned and called to him with a smile. Taoist, do you feel that breeze? It's so much cooler here than where I was standing. It's not so stuffy all of a sudden. Someone next to them piped up. Oh, so hot you couldn't even talk. I thought you were being quiet. Yeah, it's so hot the more you talk the more you sweat, she complained. The school so stingy knows the line is the hottest spot, and still 1T put in more fans. Chen Xiang gave her a sidelong look, his voice flat but curious. Do you usually eat by yourself? He looked up and glanced around. The cafeteria was a jumble of voices, the clatter of trays, and the sharp tap of chopsticks against bowl steam, carrying the smell of food drifted through the air. Most people sat in 2s or 3s, only a few were alone. I usually eat by myself, when Zhixia said, slowly picking up a piece of food with her chopsticks, her movements light and steady. Chen Shuren was a little surprised. From the way she seemed, you'd think she had plenty of friends. He probed, You don't have friends? Of course I do. She looked up and smiled naturally. Then why don't you eat with them? They don't want to sit with you. When Jixiao rolled her eyes, a trace of helplessness in them, she spoke quickly, half explaining and half mocking herself. They're all living in the dorms, so they have to get back to rest after eating. I eat slow. I'm always the last one. Either they wait and feel awkward, or they leave first and I feel even more awkward. I figure it's better to come alone. It's quiet, and nobody has to be bothered. She brought the bowl to her lips and took a small sip of soup. The steam at the rim cast a band of light and shadow across her face. Chen Shuren watched her and revised his impression. She wasn't careless, she was thoughtful and considerate. She looked at him again and asked, "What about you? Why are you eating alone too?" Chen Shuren was about to answer when she went on without waiting. "Oh right. You just transferred. Eating with people you don't know must be awkward. I'd rather be alone too." "What am I supposed to say to that?" He laughed helplessly. "Humph. Saves you the trouble," she said, lifting an eyebrow like a smug little fox. She murmured to herself, "It's weird we've only known each other 2 days, but sitting with you doesn't feel like sitting with a stranger." "Maybe it's just a vibe," he shrugged. "You know, one of those you just click things." "You think I'm easy on the eyes too?" She blinked, part testing, part pleased. "I'm just saying you're fun," he said plainly. When Jixia immediately lit up, her laugh, like little bells. "Fun means interesting. I'm an interesting person, don't deny it." She gave his shoulder a light, playful flick, half cheering herself on, half claiming credit. Chen Shan suddenly understood where the sunshine in her came from. "How about we eat together from now on?" he said casually. "Like you said this morning, be meal buddies." She blinked. "I eat really slowly. I'm not fast either." "Really? Don't you guys usually sit down and leave with empty plates in 5 minutes?" He smiled and walked slowly. "See? I even walk slow." She exhaled, and her eyes brightened. In that moment, she wasn't hearing comforting words so much as a promise to match her pace. She hated inconveniencing others by being slow. She would rather wait herself than make someone else wait. That mattered to her. The line in the cafeteria edged forward. Steam hung with cooking fumes. Voices rose and fell like a distant tide. The clatter of trays and the clang of spatulas turned the wait into a rhythm. Having someone to talk to made time easier to bear. Finally, it was her turn. She slipped her meal card between her fingers and leaned forward, scanning the plates behind a glass. Steam carrying the scent of chilies hit her face, and her mouth twitched. Her finger darted out, quick and decisive. "Ma'am, not too much rice. I'll take this, and this, that's all. Thank you." She ordered 3 spicy dishes, poached pork slices in rolling red chili oil numbing, spicy tofu, and hand-torn cabbage, crisp and fiery. The plates steamed, the heat tracing a red arc through the air. The contract for cafeteria number 2 and most of its staff came from Principal Lin's hometown. Janitors, guards, cooks, many of them were from the same small town. Lin also had a vote on the school board, so favors like that were nothing new. People were used to it. No one minded much. Beyond those ties, they did their jobs honestly and responsibly. Some still remembered that when Lin couldn't afford college, the townspeople had chipped in, little by little, to help him. The food at cafeteria number 2 tasted like home cooking. The spicy broth gleamed with oil and steamed with a hint of garlic. The man at the wok was an old banquet chef from the town. Meals were cheap. Boiled pork slices 3.5 yuan, numbing spicy tofu 1.5, hand-torn cabbage 1, rice 0.5, about 6.5 yuan for the whole set. When Jixia ordered 3 dishes, the auntie filled the compartment tray to the brim. Steam rose and red oil rolled in the bowls. She tapped her pink meal card on the reader. It was covered in little cat stickers. Chen Shuren would later find out the cat was Hello Kitty stickers she had put on herself. "I'll go over there and grab the chopsticks first." "I'll wait for you," she said. "Okay," he replied. When Jixia went off carrying her tray, Chen Shuren joined the line for food. He was in his school uniform, fresh from a haircut, and wearing a new style. The auntie serving food didn't recognize him. She looked at him and slipped 2 extra pieces of meat onto his plate. Hot oil met the meat with a soft sizzle. He stepped out with his tray. She was already there, bent over, ladling soup from a big tub. The ladle clicked against the metal rim with a bright sound. Steam had dampened strands of her hair. She looked up, smiled, and handed him 2 pairs of chopsticks and the ladle. "I'll get it," he said first. "No." It's fine, I already served everything. Here, this one's for you. She set the soup down in front of him. Steam rose, the bowl still gave off a thin white mist. She stared at the bowls, careful with her hands, setting one on his tray and the other in front of herself. The bottoms touched with a light metallic clink. Huh? Where are the chopsticks and spoon I just grabbed? She'd forgotten the utensils. They're with me. Come on. Where do you want to sit? He said, steering her back. Carrying their trays, they squeezed through the crowd, tray clacks and footsteps and lunchtime noise falling behind them. They found an empty table at the back of the cafeteria and sat down. She leaned over to look at his plate the second she sat. The colors jumped out: braised pork with potatoes, fish, fragrant eggplant pockets, tomato, and scrambled eggs. Her eyes lit up. What did you order? Want me to share a little? No. Want to try mine? He said with a wink, reaching for the bowl of tofu. His hand moved slow and bold. The spoon drew a small arc through the tofu. She froze for a beat. He smiled. If you want some, help yourself. Don't be shy. She didn't stay shy. The spoon struck the bowl, a scoop of tomato and egg slid onto her plate. The sweet and tangy scent came steaming up, and spoon against porcelain rang crisp. She ate with more gusto than before. Watching her, even his own rhythm of eating seemed to take on flavor. Want some braised pork and potatoes? He asked. No, I'm trying to eat less meat. I'm dieting, she said firmly, though her eyes couldn't hide the red oil shimmering on the bowl of spicy poached pork, its aroma sharp, and her chopsticks had already reached for it twice. He raised an eyebrow, picked up a piece, and bit into it. The bite sounded crisp. The meat was rich, tinged with the numbness of Sichuan pepper, the heat hitting his tongue. He looked at her and smiled faintly. You're not fat. Why do you want to lose weight? Just want to be thinner, she shrugged, then grabbed another piece. Her chopsticks scraped the bowl softly. He studied her. She was light and quick in movement. Saying she wanted to be thinner felt like answering some invisible rule. Who'd tell you to restrain yourself in front of something that good? He smiled, shook his head, and nudged the spoon back toward her. Don't play tough, have some meat. Lunch should be enjoyable. Relax, eat. Studying burns a lot, can't do it on an empty stomach. You know this trick too? I know a little. How do you do it? Hurry, tell me. When Zhixiao's eyes lit up. Girls liking to look good, that was instinct. Meridians are like little rivers inside your body. Energy and blood flow along them. When they're clear, you feel warm and your spirits lift. When they're blocked, the body starts acting up. Just eating less won't slim you much. You've got to get that flow moving. But we're in class every day. When would we find time to exercise? She frowned. Spend 10 minutes before bed every day. I'll teach you a few moves. You'll sleep better for sure, and over time your figure will improve. He put his bowl down and began to demonstrate on her. First, he raked his fingers through her hair like a comb. Under his fingertips, her scalp tightened, as if kissed by a warm breeze. Then he rubbed her abdomen, circling the navel from the upper right to the lower left. Light pressure, but she could feel something rolling inside. Finally, he pressed along a line, pushing downward from beneath the ribs, like nudging water stuck in a pipe. You don't have the same internal surge I do, he added calmly. I can gather the energy so the effect is stronger. It's okay if you don't. Small changes add up. Stick with it and you'll see results. When Zhixiao ate and watched, she didn't really understand the technical terms. But as he moved, the warmth of his fingers reached her. Heat spread from her abdomen outward. Her breathing slowed. The world in front of her quieted. Even the clink of chopsticks against the bowl softened. Does it really work? She asked, half doubtful. If I were making this up, why would I teach you these moves? Why demonstrate them? He said, blinking. When Zhixiao couldn't help but laugh. Are you trying to fool people? Then tell me, how's my complexion and aura? She froze for a moment. Staring at him felt involuntary, not at his hands, but at his face, the smooth jawline, the quiet eyes, the curve of his mouth. That different kind of presence made the air around them seem a little heavier. She came back to herself, cheeks flushing, and turned her head, teasing, not bad. Then it must be useful. I've practiced this since I was a kid, Qin Xian said calmly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. When Zhixiao blinked, half skeptical, a smile at the corner of her mouth. The moves didn't look hard. She filed them away mentally and decided to try them another day. The topic shifted. She asked about today's class. Huh? Teacher Yi gave you a reading pen? She leaned in, her eyes lighting up. Yeah. Qin Xian nodded. A reading pen, one of those electronic pens that can read the textbook aloud. Does teacher Yi teach your class too? When Jishao went on. Yes, he teaches our 2 classes. I see. Is the pen any good? It's pretty good, he answered crisply, a hint of pleasure in his voice. It can read words out loud and even explain their meanings. Say a sentence for me. When Jishao reached out, as if to tap play on an audio clip, Chun Xian swallowed, glanced up at her, then mouthed in a low voice. How do you greet people? The sentence fell out, and he froze. It was chopped up, each word split and pronounced separately, stiff and mechanical. His tongue seemed to knot, his articulation was rushed and then slow. All that hung in the air were fragmented syllables. He immediately shook his head, rubbing his chin. Nope, I need to practice my pronunciation. When Jishao laughed brightly and patted his shoulder, offering encouragement like a piece of candy. Actually, that's pretty good. You've never learned English and you managed a whole sentence. That's impressive. Speaking and listening can't be learned from books alone. You have to practice. Want me to teach you? Let's be study partners. There was a little pride in her voice, a small smugness tucked into her smile, warmed by the sunset. Chun Xian grinned, a hint of mischief. You said your grades are average? First in humanities. Highest English score in the whole grade, 146. Average? How did you know that? She cried, flushing instantly. Her ears warmed, and her eyes brightened like she was about to burst into laughter. She giggled, a clear, bell-like sound. Chun Xian winked at her. Sunlight softened the line of her face. They walked side by side, their steps light, their conversation drifting on. When Jishao never cared much about the honor roll. It was only when Chun Xian mentioned it that she felt something shift inside. Her cheeks warmed, a smile creeping up at the corners of her eyes. Then do you still want to be my study buddy? He asked. Of course. Didn't we agree to that? She replied light. She thought for a moment. How about we walk to and from school together every day? I can help you with speaking and listening practice. I can help during meals too. We'll be meal buddies and walking buddies. Okay. He nodded. What's your WeChat? Let's add each other. She lowered her voice, glanced around, and slipped a hand into her pocket. Her phone screen lit up. She sent him her ID and hit add. A little while later he accepted. Her friend list gained an avatar of a cartoon kitten and a name that read Gigi. Chun Xian looked at the icon, the corner of his mouth twitched. It's awkward to message during class, when Jishao said. Let's make a simple plan. Say you're on the 2nd floor and I'm on the 4th. If you want to wait to eat with me, wait in the 1st floor hallway. If something comes up, go ahead. If I don't see you, I'll know you've left. If you've waited 10 minutes and I'm still not down, you go on without me. And on the way to school, it's my turn to wait for you at the corner. All right. His voice was calm, like he was accepting an old-fashioned promise. She suddenly reached out her right hand. Her 4 fingers curled slightly, only her pinky was hooked, delicate as the tip of a fruit branch. What's that? He asked, a little puzzled. Come on, pinky swear, she said, smiling like a child. He blinked. He set down his chopsticks. They clicked softly against the bowl. He hooked his pinky too. Their pinkies touched. Warmth passed between them, like a thin line of promise. Okay, pinky promise, they said in unison. His voice rang clear, like sunlight on pebbles in a mountain stream, clean and sharp. She had been the one to suggest a pinky promise. But when their pinkies actually hooked together, when Jishao's heart skipped a beat, the instant their little fingers touched, a faint tingle crawled up from the knuckle. His fingertip was sun-warmed, just a shade warmer than hers. It brushed against her skin like a feather across her chest, so soft it took her by surprise. The pressure was light, yet she could feel the contours of his knuckles. Her heart began to race, and her cheeks slowly flushed. When their pinkies parted, she jerked her hand back, so suddenly she almost couldn't hold her chopstick steady. Eat, eat, Chun Xian urged with a laugh. There was a familiar ease in his tone. For him, eating was an extension of conversation, not a ritual. Even when he ate with his mentor, they always talked through the meal. His voice wasn't hurried, it kept time like a metronome. His movements were metronomic, too steady, neither rushed nor slow. Even in plain clothes, his manner of eating carried a calm elegance. 2 minutes later, at the same unhurried pace, he leisurely put his chopsticks down. When Jishao watched him, her heart blooming. She never liked making others wait for her, yet she often didn't mind waiting for others. Chun Xian was perfectly in sync with her. Are you finished? he asked, setting down his bowl and chopsticks. I'm done. Here, a napkin, he said, reaching for one. When Jixia took a packet of tissues from her pocket, it was larger and thicker than the usual pocket pack. She pulled one out, tore it in half, and handed him a piece, the warmth from her fingers still lingering. At school, tissues were more coveted than money. If $10 sat on a desk, nobody would touch it. But a pack of tissues would appear and be gone in an instant. When Jixia tore off a sheet and handed it over, the tissue made a fine, rustling sound. Chen Shuren had been about to say he had a handkerchief, but when he saw her small hand already extended, he smiled and took it. The tissue smelled faintly sweet. You should start by practicing English the way I showed you, Wen Jixia said. Her voice was calm, like giving instructions for something routine. I wasn't good in junior high either, she added. I got better later. Sounds like it works. Chen Shuren had things he wanted to say, but he agreed with his mouth. At lunch, when Jixia talked through a lot of memory tricks. Not abstract ideas, but concrete actions. Turn vocabulary into little stories and say them while you draw. Read passages with a rhythm, like singing. Before sleep, read aloud twice. Then trace the lines in the air with your finger. They were all memorization techniques, simple, practical. Chen Shuren listened intently. His finger tapped the rim of his tray, as if knocking each sentence into his head. Let's go, Wen Jixia said, standing up and carrying her tray. Do we have to wash this? He asked. No, just put it in the return area. Come with me. The back door of the cafeteria opened onto the dish return. They dumped leftovers into the slop bucket. The liquid made a light splash. As they stacked plates, ceramic clicked crisply, the sound traveling up through their hands to their ears. They walked side by side along the school path. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the ground. The soles of their shoes rubbed against the gravel in a steady rhythm. You're going back to the classroom to rest too? Chen Shuren asked. Yeah. Commuters nap in the classroom, Wen Jixia shrugged. Home's too far to go back. It's 12:40 now. Class starts at 1:30, she said plainly. How many commuters are in your class? He asked. Seems like I'm the only one, Wen Jixia said. Same here, Chen Shuren smiled. They exchanged a smile and walked a little lighter. A distant classroom bell struck once, a reminder that it was time to go back. Do they all live far away? Not exactly, Wen Jixia said, counting off on her fingers. Some have no one at home to cook. Some find it more convenient to study at school. The school assumes everyone boards day students have to apply separately. So at noon the classrooms, just you? No way. She shook her head and laughed. There are at least 7 or 8 in our class who stay in the classroom at noon. They're all boarders. They don't nap, they study. I don't know about your class, but there are definitely a few. They study after class too? Chen Xian raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. The teachers never mentioned that. Seems the students made it up. Yeah, competition at our school is fierce, she said. Didn't you see the grade list? If you don't get 600, you won't make the top 100. Just attending class isn't enough. Lots of people hire tutors and keep studying after school. He thought to himself, class time is already long enough, how could it still not be enough? That's a good attitude, he said. When Jixia curled the corner of her mouth, imitating an adult's tone, and recited, line by line. Teachers and parents say, study hard. Don't study, your grades will be bad. Bad grades, no good university. No good university, no good job. No good job, no money. No money, life is over. She paused, then turned to Chen Xian, her voice softer. But you really are different from us. How different? You're the exact opposite of us. She shrugged, a little smug. You already have a job. You're a Taoist. Whether you study well or not doesn't change that you're a Taoist. Jealous of me again? Chen Xian smiled at her, his eyes bright. The girl drew in a deep breath, as if she were stretching her voice to the limit. In the end, she just clenched her small fist, blinked, and in a playful tone said, Gee louse. Chen Shuren smiled at her. His laugh was bright and crisp, like it had somehow lit up the morning air. They chatted as they walked toward the classroom building. Not far ahead was the campus mini-mart. When Jixia thought for a moment and said, You go on up. I'll grab a pack of pen refills, I just ran out. Where do you get them? The little store. Just swipe your meal card. All right, I'll come with you and take a look. The bell over the door tinkled a few times. When they pushed it open, a blast of cool air met the warm, doughy smell of bread. The shelves were few snacks, bread, stationery, drinks lined up in short rows. In the corner, a steamer let out a thin plume of fragrant steam. A few posters advertising student discounts were stuck by the register. It felt like a corner grocery shrunk down a familiar little world made new. Chun Shuren stood in the aisle and ran his hand across the cover of a notebook. His fingertips touched matte paper. He heard the rustle of plastic wrapping and smelled the five-spice scent of tea eggs. Suddenly, the campus felt more three-dimensional. He didn't offer any preachy observation, he just smiled softly and said, "Schools these days have everything." When Jixiao was already digging through the stationery section for refills. Her movements were brisk, her eyes seemed to work like magnifiers. She picked a box of thin refills and dropped it into the basket. She pulled a pen from her bag and, out of habit, twirled it twice the barrel, turning between her fingers with a fine sound, like pebbles circling on glass. She held on to that pen if something was handy. She didn't like to swap it out. "You're always like that?" Chen asked, curious. She shrugged, put the pen back in her pouch, and smiled faintly. "Just a habit. If something's convenient, don't mess with it, change it when it breaks." At the register, the clerk glanced up and nodded. When Jixiao tapped her meal card on the reader, the screen flashed, and the receipt came out. The bell chimed again. They stepped back into the sunlight, their shadows stretched long. Around campus, little details of life were slowly stitching together the shape of the day. Chen Xian hadn't meant to buy anything. The lollipops by the register caught his eye. He picked out a few 5 cents each, different wrappers, different flavors. "You still eat lollipops?" When Jixiao asked as soon as they stepped outside. "Haven't had one in ages. Wanted to try." He peeled the wrapper open with his nail, it made a crisp sound. Colors jumped. Pink, pale green, bright yellow. Chen Xian remembered once from childhood. He was 3. He had followed his master to a family's house to perform a ritual. Someone handed him a small lollipop. His sister laughed, saying that in his ritual robe, he looked like a little grown-up. The candy was apple-flavored. After the candy ball was gone, the white plastic stick could be used as a whistle, making a little trill. Such a tiny thing had him staring and asking his master why it was different. His master smiled, reached across, snatched the lollipop, and blew on the stick while saying, "Come, let your master have a taste." Everyone in the room laughed. Chen Xian stood there watching his master share the candy with others. In that moment, he learned a simple truth. Good things are better when they're shared. He snapped the 2 sticks in his hand apart and handed one to Wen Jixia. The motion was brisk. So was his tone. "Here, partner's fee. You're learning fast," Wen Jixia said, smiling as she took it, then pushed it away a little. "I'm dieting. No sugar. If you get fat, we'll get fat together." He said it like a bet. She hesitated, then took it. They stood side by side and tore the wrappers. Hers was strawberry, pink. His was apple, pale green. The candy balls gleamed under the lights like tiny suns. They popped the lollipops into their mouths at the same time. The candy melted on the tongue, first cold, then a clean sweetness that hit the nose. The plastic sticks clicked softly between their fingers. She licked, he licked. The candy rolled in their mouths as their tongues circled it. The air smelled of sugar and of their quiet laughter. They exchanged a glance. "How is it?" "Hee, tasty." Chen Shuren went back to class 5. When Jixiao returned to class 11. The clock read 12:45. 45 minutes until the first class of the afternoon. He wasn't sure if Wen Jixiao had taken a nap. She didn't look like she had. There were bloodshot veins at the corners of her eyes, her brow tightened now and then. She was probably studying in the classroom, which would explain that half-sleepy, half-restless look. The classroom for class 5 should have been empty during lunch break, but 7 people sat there reading. Wind moved the leaves outside, tapping the glass. Inside, there was only the hum of the lights, the rustle of pages, and the faint scratch of pens on paper. The 7 were spread out. 5 were girls. Each kept their head down, so quiet they looked like a painting. The students who stayed to study after hours were the conscientious ones. Chen Shuren didn't know his classmates well yet. Apart from the names of a few noisy boys, he couldn't call anyone by name. The faces were all memorized, printed into his mind, but the names had never been written down. Of those 7, he only recognized the vice class monitor, Chiu Yufu. He'd seen her name on the grade board in the hallway that morning. She ranked 27th in the grade in science, with a total score of 656. 656 would put you in the top 3 at many county high schools here in Class 5. It couldn't even get you into the top 10. Lin Mingxiu's score topped 700, an insurmountable peak. Chen Shuren stepped into the room on light feet. For people looked up at him, the other 3 only noticed after a moment. No noise. No interruptions. No rowdy heckling. Only the turning of pages, the scratching of pens, and a few pairs of eyes sinking back down to read. The air was calm, serious, as if endless practice problems and scores had worn away every sharp edge. No wonder the school split classes so carefully. Atmosphere decides everything. Chen Shuren sat down. Lin Mingxiu's seat was empty, like a cup that hadn't been set down yet. He felt a little off. Oddly enough, on her side, having an extra desk mate made things awkward. 40 minutes to go. He decided not to nap. The classroom was evenly lit. The clock's second hand ticked against the tabletop, as if reminding him of time's breath. Chun relaxed his shoulders, let his legs fall naturally apart, and placed his palms flat on his knees. The chair was narrow, so he didn't sit cross-legged. The posture didn't matter. What mattered was settling. He closed his eyes. First, he heard his own breath inhale, his chest swelling slightly exhale, his shoulders sinking inch by inch. Air flowed gently at the edges of his nostrils. The grain of the chairs wood behind him let out a faint creak. The noise of the world was pulled away, like turning down the volume on a TV. This was his daily practice. His teacher taught him to divide the skill into 3 steps. Chen replayed his teacher's metaphors in his mind, like reading a short map. Step 1. Let the body be quiet, like shutting off an engine. Relax every muscle, adjust the breath, stop the body's reactions to the outside. He could hear his heartbeat about 2 beats slower than usual. Step 2. Smooth the surface thoughts. The teacher said this was like calming the ripples on a lake. Those thoughts, tomorrow's homework, his deskmate's jokes, the taste of lunch were like little stones tossed into water. The ripples were soothed. The mind stopped chasing outside information. The inner chatter grew faint, like footsteps in the distance. Step 3. Still the root layer. That's something deeper, like an undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Clear it out as if emptying a bucket, so old emotions and memories aren't stirred. Some people never reach this level in a lifetime. The teacher said it's shaped by both nature and nurture. He moved through the 3 steps. His breathing slowed further. His chest felt covered by a soft cloth. Light slanted through the window crack and fell along the desk edge in a narrow strip. The classroom, sounds became background. His awareness sank, layer by layer, like a pebble dropping into an ever deeper well. The 4th level is where body and mind finally settle. So still that it's like a lake holding its last ripple. No stray thoughts, yet a clear brightness remains. Thoughts feel polished, each one gleams like a morning star. You can hear subtler sounds, the faint scrape of clothing, the distant cadence of leaves tapping in the wind. You also feel a soft vibration spreading from the dantian to your fingertips. It's neither pain nor heat, but a low-frequency life humming through the stillness. At this level, the world's textures seem magnified. Even the tiniest things have order. A marvelous, subtle resonance flows between your fingers. The 5th level is called entering stillness, stepping into the void. This is absorbing that insubstantial resonance into the body. Like the tide pulling back, cold places suddenly host a warm current. The breath moves as slowly as the tide. There is light moving inside your body. Your heart begins to become like a mirror, able to reveal the inner and reflect the echoes of the outside world. Movements are few, but each step has weight. Each breath feels like tucking a sliver of the world's information quietly into your bones. At this level, people dare to say they have entered the way, meaning they have begun to put the way into their bodies, not just speak its name. The 6th level is unity of heaven and man. Here the boundaries are sharply torn. The outline of the body is no longer a limit. It dissolves into the surrounding air like mist. You can feel the universe as a wind passing back and forth through your chest. You can hear echoes stirred up in distant valleys. Thought can be sent outward like throwing a stone into a lake. The ripples of consciousness cross mountains and rivers. Sometimes you feel both magnified and diminished at once, both inside your body and 1,000 miles away. Phenomena called out-of-body experiences or long-distance voice transmission manifest at this level. Their strength varies. Each person, with different foundations and histories, shows different degrees. Some only hear a distant rhythm, others can stitch a sound into someone else's dream like a needle. The metaphors for these levels are like walking out from a hollow. First, a small pond. You walk and find a larger pool, then a harbor, a lake, and finally, before you lies a vast sea. The sea has no visible end. The farther you go, the more boundless it feels. Chen Shuren once asked his master, after the 6th level, "Is there anything higher?" The master laughed, shook his head, and said, "I don't know. It's just a line I drew to help you remember." He quoted an old line, "Heaven and I were born together, all things and I are one." The meaning is that people and heaven are one, that maybe there aren't fixed tiers. Ultimately, it's about unity with the way, returning to the clarity of the original heart. Chen Shuren didn't fully agree with his master's divisions. The master said the 5th level already counted as entering the way. Chen Shuren felt that only at the 6th level could one truly be said to have entered it. The deeper he went, the more he felt the way had no bounds. And the more he realized that the predecessors' doctrines were only directions. The real road must be walked by yourself. Seeking the way, at its root, is a quest for knowledge. Step by step, bring the unknown before you, probe it, verify it, then move on. The spirit essence came from heaven and earth and was used within the self. It was like air, like water, intangible, yet able to push the blood and stir the mind. When Master was young, he came down the mountain 3 times. Each time lasted 20 years. On the last descent, he took in Chen Shuren and passed his robe and the lineage to him. If you talk differences, the first was talent. Chen Shuren was born sharp. Even at a young age, he had reached the 6th level. That sort of realm was like standing on the shore of an endless sea, with deeper currents hidden beneath the surface. The young boy looked at the unknown with nothing but excitement and curiosity in his eyes. Master spoke with a smile, his tone part self-mockery, part pride. "I didn't fully realize the great way. Don't underestimate me." He shrugged. "In my life, I ended up teaching a disciple more capable than my own teacher." Someone teased, "Master, aren't you bragging?" He laughed plainly, not really bragging, just stating a fact. The second difference was attitude. Chen Shuren knew nothing of predecessors and had no set path. Every step had to be cut for him. He relished the thrill of pioneering. Master had only reached that level late in life and had seen too much for him. It was a heavy responsibility. Young people can stride out lightly, the old are more cautious. Attaining the way was not an endpoint. It was more like a journey, like solving a complex problem with different tools. Some use math, some use mystic methods. The aim is the same, to clear the fog from the world. Chen Shuren went down the mountain to study and to see more of the world. The farther he went, the more he understood his master's old cares. Other students fought for college entrance exams. He ran after the way. Different roads, different goals, each walking their own path. The midday classroom was quiet. Slanting sunlight lay across the desks. Chen straightened, closed his eyes, and in fewer than 10 breaths slipped into meditation. A thin spirit essence seeped into his skin like mist, first a chill, then a warmth climbing from his chest into his arms. His breath grew fine, like a plucked string sending ripples outward. The classroom sounds fell away. Only the scratch of pen on paper, the soft rustle of turning pages, the low hum of the fan blades remained. His breathing was gentle and steady. The spirit essence flowed through him like water down a newly cut stream. Every inch of his meridians felt that current, like fine needles passing through his back, like fire dancing in his palms. In the stillness, there was movement. In the movement, stillness. Sounds were stretched by that subtle presence into a slow, measured rhythm. The school ran the air conditioning on a set schedule. There was none during the lunch break. The classroom had only old fans, buzzing. Sweat beaded down the spine. The heat clung to skin like a damp rag. Then a coolness spread through the room. It wasn't the kind of cold that comes from an AC blowing from the walls. It felt more like a push of cold from the chest outward, first a loosening in the heart, then a sudden clarity. The sultriness was pulled away. Even his mind felt cleaner. The coolness came slowly, like water seeping into soil. The students absorbed in study didn't notice. A few who'd been held back by the heat did, and they exchanged looks. Someone turned toward a corner of the room. Their eyes landed on Chen Xian, sitting motionless. "Even the Taoist master sleeps weird sitting up?" Someone snickered. Chen Xian hadn't actually closed his eyes in any obvious way. His awareness had already stretched far. He wasn't fully out of his body, but the boundary had been pushed aside. His vision blurred into a few patches of light, like looking through thin mist. His hearing, however, was astonishingly clear. Within 2 kilometers, the smallest sounds came to him. His consciousness fluttered like a butterfly, drifting out of the classroom, over the field, past the school gate. The street was a river of lights and shadowed figures. Wheels scraped the dry pavement. A distant shop's metal door clattered up. He folded the pre-lunch noises into his mind one by one. A short meow drifted in. Then voices. Huh, where'd a stray cat come from? We're closing for lunch, nothing to give you. Meow. Okay, we'll cut you a piece later. The knife's slice sounded like thin wood being split. The cat's light shadow was small and round, flashing bright enough to make you squint. Its meow was like a familiar bell. Qinshan's face twitched. A stray, contextless thought popped into his head. You, Fatimo. I told you to mind the place, and you run all over town scamming for food. Don't embarrass our sect. The sound struck his mind like a sharp beat. No one in the classroom heard it, but Qin watched the cat bow and beg among the crowd. Then a kind person sliced off a little piece and fed it. The cat ate contentedly, its tail waved like a small flag. A black cat in front of the fast food place pricked its ears. It glanced toward the school. The moment the drumstick hit its mouth, it slipped away like an arrow released from a bow. The paper bag rustled as it was grabbed. Tiny paw prints and a smear of grease gleamed on the ground. The shop owner muttered a short, helpless curse from behind. The school's midday din slowly rose. Chen Shuren crawled back into reality from behind half-closed lids. He'd been focused through the morning classes, and his head felt heavy. Sitting still, he counted his breaths. Exhale, his chest loosened. 2 minutes later, he felt clear again. He stretched his fingers, laced them together and tugged, his spine seeming to get a pat. He picked up his water bottle and took a few sips. Coolness slid down his throat. He looked back. The 7 classmates who'd been studying were all bowed over. The prep bell had just sounded 10 minutes until class. After a whole morning of staying up, people gave up in the last 10. Sleep was the more urgent rescue. None of the others had his knack for snapping his focus back so fast. Some simply rested their heads on their desks and dozed. Others tore open instant coffee packets and poured hot water into cups, the ripped paper making a faint, grating sound. High school life, it turned out, meant not just being hungry, but always short on sleep. When his bottle was empty, Chen Shuren stood and carried it to the water cooler. It was just a regular bottled water jug. The big jug on the dispenser was nearly empty. He took the empty one off the stand. His palm against the plastic felt a thin sheen of cold sweat. He lifted the new jug, used his nail to pry up the thin seal at the mouth. The film tore with a crisp sound. He flipped the jug and set it firmly into the dispenser's recess. The weight settled with a low thud. A few chills traveled along the plastic into his wrists. Water began to churn inside the machine, gurgling a few times, and clear running sounds came from the spout. Someone beside him chuckled softly twice, then buried their head back on the desk. Sunlight slanted in through the window, throwing a cold gleam off the metal edges of the dispenser. Chen Shuren twisted the bottle cap, returned to his seat with efficient, precise movements. The classroom sank into silence again, like the surface of a pond settling back to calm after a breeze. He changed the water with a clean, efficient motion. The bucket, holding several dozen pounds of water, felt as light as an empty one in his hands. He lifted it, slammed it onto the water dispenser, and with a clack the bucket snapped securely into place. Dao Yi, you're so strong. The voice came from Dong Wenyu, who had just woken up. He was about the same height as Qin Xian, but built like a stick, long-limbed and thin. Glasses sat on the bridge of his nose. His palms were big, his arms thin, and his legs thinner still. A gust of wind, and he might have blown away. Not really, it's not that heavy, Qin Xian replied coolly. Not heavy. Dong Wenyu didn't believe it. He crouched down and tried to lift one of the spare buckets. The moment it left the ground, his whole body trembled like a scrap of paper shaking in the wind, like a puppet about to fall to pieces. Come on, don't fall apart, man, Qin Xian thought, but he didn't say it out loud. He moved quickly, one hand taking the bucket, the other pressing on Dong Wenyu's shoulder. A steady weight settled on that shoulder. It wasn't a strained, forceful grip, it was like leaning against a big rock, something solid to brace against. Dong Wenyu finally found his balance. Sweat beaded on his forehead and his chest heaved for a long moment. "You okay?" Chen asked. "I'm fine. I just stood up too fast from squatting, got a little dizzy." Dong Wenyu rubbed his eyes, voice weak. Chen watched him and already knew the diagnosis. No exercise, too many late nights, a chaotic schedule. Too much use of his head, and his body couldn't keep up. It wasn't multiple illnesses, just fatigue worn into weakness. "You should start exercising," Chen said bluntly. There was no blame in his voice, just a statement of fact. Dong Wenyu nodded, stammering. "Okay, I'll pay attention." A few classmates chuckled softly. Someone called out, "Dao Yi again," out of habit. Chen shrugged, took the bucket, and turned to leave. The air still held the metallic coolness of the bucket and the low, sloshing sound of water settling into the machine. "No big deal. I just haven't had the time. After the Gaokao, I'll fix my schedule and start exercising properly," Chen Xian said, sounding certain. There was a little urgency in his voice, like he was making a promise to himself. Dong Wenyu blinked, half believing him, half skeptical. In the silence, someone muttered, "You make that sound so easy." Chen wasn't very convinced. From what he knew, people who'd held themselves back for a long time usually ended up letting go, eating more, sleeping more, staying out later at night. Lots of people talk about changing, few actually do. "Master Dao, want some coffee? I still have some. Want me to make you a cup?" Dong said as he started grinding beans. The room filled with the bitter scent of coffee. "No, thanks," Master Dao refused lightly. Dong poured hot water while studying him with surprise. "Weren't you just sitting over there asleep?" "Not asleep. Meditating. Clearing my breath, calming myself," Master Dao said evenly, offering no further explanation. "Does that actually work?" Dong asked, skeptical but curious. "Try it when you have time." Master Dao finished and wiped the rim of the cup. Chen took his cup and went back to his seat. The classroom slowly filled. Before class officially started, he stood up to use the restroom, and Dong followed. "You going?" Dong asked. "Yeah, just to pee," Master Dao answered calmly. "Let's go together," Dong said with a smile. The restroom was close. Their footsteps tapped crisply down the hall. They walked lightly, as if not to disturb the lazy afternoon air. When they came back, most of the students were already halfway seated. Except for Dong. The ones who dozed in the morning were awake now, hair a mess like they'd been blown through, eyes a little vacant. One or two still had sleep lines at the corners of their eyes. They'd only slept 10 minutes, but they looked like they had crawled out of a different dream. Someone rubbed their eyes and let out a low hum, soft, like something sinking into cotton. Even the kids who'd gone back to the dorm for an hour didn't seem refreshed. Yawns came one after another, even talking felt like a chore. Someone complained, "When we were little, naps were torture, but in high school a nap is heaven. A bed doesn't ask questions, doesn't criticize. It's warm and soft. It's always waiting. The bed is the best. When will these miserable days ever end?" Someone suddenly shouted, half joking, half despairing. Laughter rippled through the room, followed by a long sigh. Chen sat down. The seat next to him was still empty. Lin Mingxiu hadn't shown up yet. He was thinking that when he heard footsteps behind him and the back door opened. A girl walked in, not hurried, like she had just woken up, a little flustered in her eyes. She set her backpack down, glanced around the classroom, then went to her desk and sat. He stood up and gave up his seat before she could say anything. Lin Mingxiu shrugged her backpack off. It was heavy. The straps left thin red marks on her fair fingers. She pulled her chair back and sat down. The bag hit the desk with a dull thud. She didn't look at him. She took out a tissue and wiped the sweat from her cheeks and neck. The rubbing was clean and brisk. She tossed the used tissue into the trash bag hanging at the side of the desk. The paper crumpled and made a soft rustle. Chen Shuren's gaze settled on her face. Something had been off since she came in. Her movements were a little heavier than usual. That push when she set the bag down felt like she was holding something down. He had stood up quickly before now. He seemed a little stunned. Outside, the afternoon sun was hot. A slant of light hit her face and brought out a flush. A few strands of hair stuck to her temple and hairline. With long, slender fingers, she hooked them back in a decisive motion. She reached for her water bottle and twisted off the cap. In the corner of her eye, she saw Chen watching her. She turned. They met in silence. Her expression was a question mark. Chen broke the silence first, his voice soft. Is the teacher's dormitory far from the classroom? Not far, she answered shortly. But you look like you've come a long way. I went home, she said softly. Oh, he made a sound and seemed about to ask why, then held the words back. She didn't say more. It wasn't too far to walk home 10 minutes or so, and lunch periods were packed tight. But she had promised him something that morning. She had said, I'll lend you the workbooks I used in middle school later. That was why she'd gone home to get them. She kept all of it inside, her eyes calm. The classroom held only the ticking of the clock and the distant hum of cicadas outside. She'd said in the morning she'd bring them over on the weekend. But she was the kind of person who couldn't let something go once she'd promised. After picking up a boxed lunch from the cafeteria at noon, Lin Mingqiu thought for a moment and decided to take it home. She didn't want to push it off until the weekend. Her father, who was drinking porridge at the table, stared for a second when she walked in. After asking a few questions, he shook his head and smiled. You could have said something earlier. I'm free today if you'd told me. I would have cooked and invited Qinshan to join us. That would have been livelier. His words tugged at her in a way she couldn't ignore. Lin Mingqiu's face warmed. She looked across at Qinshan and felt a strange flutter if it weren't for their obvious differences in features. She might have almost thought he was family. She had planned to nap for half an hour in the teacher's dorm, but she hadn't slept. After lunch, she dove into the study and started rummaging through boxes, hunting for the math practice books and past mock exams from middle school. She kept at it through the whole afternoon, the sound of pages rubbing together, the corners of notes glinting under the lamp. She pulled out pile after pile and finally chose only the most useful ones, stuffing them into her backpack until it bulged and the papers inside made a muffled rustling. She regretted promising so quickly, but the thought of keeping her word gave her a small relief. The zipper squealed as it opened. A cool, papery smell spilled out when the pack unfastened, like the chill that comes from flipping through books. Qinshan looked up, curious. Lin Mingqiu took out nearly 10 practice booklets of varying thickness and a bound stack of exam papers and slapped them down in the center of their small table. The pile hit the tabletop with a soft thud. The backpack finally went limp, like a deflated balloon. She looked up, her voice steady but firm. You can borrow these practice books. They're all 7th grade, both volumes. Do these, and you should get the hang of it. I'll give you the rest once you're caught up. Qinshan froze for half a second when he heard that, then broke into a smile. He pushed the workbook that had been between them toward himself and flipped through the pages. The paper rustled. You actually went home just to get the workbook? He asked, a little surprised, warmth in his voice. Didn't you say you'd bring it on the weekend? Class monitor, thank you so much. I grabbed it since it was on the way, the girl answered softly, the short sentence sounding like she was hiding something. Still, thank you. You really went to a lot of trouble, he added. Her cheeks flushed suddenly. A moment ago she hadn't felt hot, but now it was as if the sun had come out. Her small hand kept fanning her face, sending a little breeze through the pages. From the corner of her eye she couldn't help but glance at him. Watching him carefully turn each book as if protecting something made the feeling of being cared about swell up in her chest. The annoyance melted away. She felt soft inside. There are so many workbooks in your grade. Next time I'll just go to your place and bring them, so the class monitor doesn't have to run back and forth, she suggested. No worries, they're not heavy. Qinshan waved his hand, voice light. The amusing scene in the classroom was obvious in its contrast. Dong Wenyu nearly lost his balance carrying about 33 pounds of water. The class monitor shouldered about 22 pounds of books and walked over 10 minutes under the blazing sun, yet still looked effortless. Who was having the harder time went without saying. Students took their seats one after another. The bell rang, clear and crisp. Sleepiness rolled in like a tide. The worst thing wasn't just being drowsy, it was being drowsy for first period, Mr. Liang's Chinese class. Mr. Liang pushed the door open with a stern face and scanned the room. Why so listless? Take out your monthly exam papers, we'll go over them this period. His words were flat, but like throwing a log into water, the classroom let out a silent sigh. Reviewing papers was even more soporific than a normal lesson. With Chinese, it's hard to score low and even harder to score high. Chairs scraped back, pens tapped idly on desks, and the classroom sank into the rustling sounds of the review. The Chinese scores were all bunched into a narrow band. The highest was 139, the lowest 116. The gap was visible, but not large. Some shrugged. Some looked down, calculating whether they could beat someone next time. No one treated Chinese like a weapon to pull ahead. This was the honors class. The questions weren't hard enough to weed anyone out. Relying on Chinese to leave everyone else behind was unrealistic. So most students treated the subject as just don't be the weak link. The classroom felt more calm than heated. Mr. Liang's goal was just as direct. He wrote a few requirements on the board and spoke in a low voice. He wasn't there to produce a handful of top scorers, he said plainly. Raise the class average. The students took notes. Chalk scratched a thin sound on the blackboard, like a needle combing fabric. Of the 60, the most serious was Chen Xian. He sat straight as a pin. The tip of his pen rustled across the papers. As Mr. Liang went over the test, he matched each line against the answer key. Some whispered in the back. Some sneaked a look at their phones. Only he kept his gaze steady. His movements had a rhythm. Listen, note, correct. When the teacher pointed out a key issue, he underlined it on the original paper and wrote the reason in the margin. The pen rubbed the paper with tiny crisp sounds. Occasionally he looked up, calm-eyed, as if he were engraving the teacher's words into his memory. Lin Mingqiu leaned over to peek. Her eyes lingered on his handwriting neat, little flags marching across the page. She scanned his answers to the reading questions, clear claims, evidence laid out plainly, tight logic. She was a little surprised, unsure how she should score it. Finally, she flipped to the essay. The whole piece was written in a classical-style short, clipped sentences, and deep imagery. There were many words she only vaguely understood, but she could see the student controlling rhythm and building structure. The voice felt practiced, like a painting sketched in ink. No one in the class dared write an essay in that classical register. Too risky. Too easy to make mistakes. Chen Xian did it anyway. He kept his head down and kept correcting. His pen began to flow across the page again. Not only did he write in classical Chinese, every character was in traditional script. The whole exam paper, even the answers to other questions, was like that. Lin Mingqiu looked down at the page. Her fingertips slid across the paper. The sentences felt as familiar as old songs. When the sentences ran together, she could follow their sound aloud. But when she broke the characters apart, she often couldn't recognize them. She frowned, staring at an isolated character as if trying to make out an unfamiliar map symbol. A quiet respect rose in her. This boy had changed her view. If vestiges of classical learning hadn't already been rooted in her reading memory, she wouldn't have been able to make sense of that script or format. She thought that if it had been her, and she hadn't been to school, there was no way she could have produced a paper like that. Her gaze moved to Chen Xian. He kept his head down, the pen tip tapping the paper with a steady rhythm. Light slanted in through the window and fell across his profile. He didn't look like a high school student so much as someone practicing for a different era. Lin gave a wry smile. He shouldn't be here taking the modern college entrance exam. In ancient times, he would have been taking the imperial examinations: poetry, prose, policy essays, not math, English, and physics. Chen seemed to sense someone watching. Heads turned. The class monitor's eyes landed on him, a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. Lin looked away coolly and stopped watching. She put her finger back at the edge of the page, pretending to trace the shape of the characters. Chen gripped his pen. The tip drew a thin line across the paper. The corner of his mouth twitched, as if he were adjusting his breathing. The class monitor muttered something from his seat, not loud, but enough to prick his curiosity. The afternoon Chinese class wasn't a double period. After class, Mr. Liang collected the chalk and stepped down from the podium. He walked between the desks with light steps. The rustle of paper was clearly audible in the room. Mr. Liang stopped at Chen Shuren's desk, rested a hand on it, and smiled. "How's it going, Shuren? Are you keeping up?" Chen looked up, his tone even. "Keeping up. The teacher explains things clearly." Mr. Liang beamed and swept a glance over the class, a little pride in his eyes. "I'll give you an assignment. Take the paper you did, reorganize it according to what I said in class, and turn it in for me to check. I've already revised it, teacher. Please take a look." Chen handed over a stack of papers, speaking as he extended his hand, his motion decisive. The pages made a faint rustle in Mr. Liang's hands. He flipped through them quickly, a slight lift to his brow. The revised writing was neater. Sentences were arranged logically and the handwriting was steady. Only in a few places had the answers strayed from the questions, and the wording was a bit stiff. Mr. Liang tapped the margins with his pen, smiling, not in a hurry. Basically not bad. A few answers wandered off topic. Go home and practice some more, write it a few more times, and it'll be fine. If it's about essays, practice writing in modern style. Unless you can produce that level of classical writing every time, stick with modern prose. Some prompts really aren't suitable for classical Chinese. Okay, thanks, Mr. Liang. Mr. Liang turned and walked away. The click of his heels on the corridor faded, and the classroom door closed softly behind him. The vice class rep, Chiu Yufu, came over to Group 4. Her steps were unhurried. The hem of her skirt brushed past a few chair backs. She stopped at Chen Xian's desk. Chen glanced at her, then at Lin Mingxiu, who was quietly working on problems. Her gaze jumped between the two of them as if searching for something. Chen Xian. She stopped and drew out a sheet of paper, the surface whispering as she smoothed it. She pushed the form toward him. It was the latest seating chart and duty roster. The names were neatly arranged like rows of small flags. We take turns on duties every day, erasing the board, cleaning the classroom, taking out the trash. You just arrived, so you haven't been scheduled yet. She tapped a cell on the chart. Sign your name in your spot, and I'll slot you in according to the list. Chen took the paper. It felt a little cool. The ink on the pen strokes wasn't fully dry. The handwriting was small and clear. He scanned the names, recognized a few familiar faces, then reached for a pen. The tip scraped lightly across the paper as he signed by his name, steady and neat. Besides erasing the board and cleaning, there's taking out the trash too, he said, looking up, his voice calm. Yes, those, Chiu Yufu nodded. She folded the chart back up, but didn't turn away right away. She bent slightly and leaned toward Lin Mingxiu. The only sounds in the room were pen tips and the rustle of pages. Her voice dropped low, as if not to disturb those doing problems. Mingxiu, with that, will you still do duty with Yining and the others? Zheng Yining and Xie Mingxian sat in the row ahead of Chen Xian. The two of them always did duty together. Lin Mingxiu hadn't had a deskmate before and had just drifted over to help. Now she had a new desk partner, but was still grouped with them. Splitting Chen Xian off felt a little odd. Chiu Yufu hesitated. She turned to Lin Mingxiu and asked in a low voice, "So want to switch?" Lin didn't look up. She was flipping through her textbook, her fingertips tapping the cover. After 2 seconds of silence, she replied evenly, "Just leave it as usual." "All right." Chiu nodded and walked to the blackboard. Chalk scraped the board, making a faint, grating sound. She wrote 2 names, Chen Xian, Lin Mingxiu. Chalk dust sifted down like snow. Chen looked back. His expression was simple. Chiu returned to her seat and barely had time to sit down before he called out again. "Class monitor, I'll do duty with you tomorrow." She answered. Chen asked quietly, "Where should the trash go?" Lin finally looked up. She glanced at him like someone doing a quick calculation. There was no smile at the corner of her mouth. "You'll find out tomorrow," she said. The answer lightened the air a little. Chen almost asked another question, but stopped himself, reached to straighten his desk. The sound of his fingers rubbing paper was clear. Just as he was about to drop the matter, Lin added casually, "By the right-hand side of the school's north gate." The words landed. Chen turned to look at her. She hadn't spelled it out, but it left him frozen for half a beat. His mouth twitched as if to smile, and then didn't. The last 2 periods of the afternoon were physics and chemistry. The teacher sat on the podium going over the monthly test papers. Chalk and whiteboard markers scratched in turn. There was the soft rustle of pages being flipped. Chen listened seriously for 2 minutes, then realized he didn't understand. The teacher's concepts were a tangled net he couldn't grasp. He gave up on listening. He snapped his pen shut and rubbed his chin. On the blank corner of his desk, he wrote a few neat lines. Bring up Chinese, math, and English first. Those 3 subjects counted for the most points. Math was especially important. It was the foundation for subjects like physics and chemistry. He told himself to take it slow. You couldn't fix gaps in the basics in a day. Voices, chalk, and the clock's ticking kept moving through the classroom. He put his pen away, his gaze steady and quiet, as if gently tucking a plan into his chest. Chinese and English were easy to handle. You could get by on memorizing, rote recitation, and drills. For those 2 subjects, Chen Shuren usually managed with self-study. Math was different. Math required time, a feel for problem types, repeated thinking. Ask him to spend more time reviewing after class. He wouldn't. A day's lessons were long enough. He knew there were physics, chemistry, biology to worry about too. Even learning a little math in other classes was a way to save time, wasn't it? The science teachers didn't object. In class, several students were either asleep or causing trouble. The teachers shrugged and kept going over problems. For them, a student who sat quietly and listened was worth more than anything. In physics, Chun Shuren filled in a chapter he had already taught himself from the 7th grade book. During the last period of chemistry, he took out the 7th grade math workbook Lin Mingxiu had given him. The cover was creased, the page edges slightly yellowed from being thumbed. Chalk rasped quietly. The teacher was explaining reaction equations up front. Pencils made a dry sound on paper. Chun Shuren buried his head and worked the problems. The workbook problems varied more than the textbook's. Textbook problems were basic, steady as a primer. The workbook was a winding route that forced you to think. Sure enough, extra practice was needed. He found Lin Mingxiu's answers from back then. The handwriting wasn't the same as now. 5 years earlier, the strokes were clear and a little clumsy, like carefully stacked blocks. Now her writing flowed, connected like running water. More interestingly, there were corrections, eraser crumbs, ink obscured, then rewritten. The sheet that later earned a high score clearly hadn't looked that way at first. Chun Shuren raised an eyebrow. Curiosity took root. After school, he handed the workbook back to Lin Mingxiu and looked straight at her. "Class monitor, how were your grades in 7th grade?" he asked, his voice steady. Lin Mingxiu tucked a strand of hair back, tapped the page with her fingertip twice. She smiled faintly, as if pulling out an old coat. "Average," she said, but there was no embarrassment in her eyes. The answer was short, like a reply to an unimportant question. "Generally, what does that mean?" "Top 10 in the class." "Oh." Chun Shan nodded. He didn't know he'd just lost another point. He read the problems and wrote. Most of the workbook questions were just variations of the textbook. Slow at first, faster once he got used to them. He stopped to think when he hit a hard one. Today's question made him slow down. Where Lin Mingxiu usually answered with a blue pen, there was only blank space in that line, later corrected with red pen. Beside the problem was a tiny pencil sketch, a little crying rabbit. The strokes were as light as feathers, many places rubbed into gray smudges. You could still see it, like a hurried line drawn in some old, fleeting moment. Chun Shan leaned over, pointed at the rabbit, and pushed the workbook toward her. Lin Mingxiu straightened. Pride flashed in her eyes first, as if to say, "What you couldn't do finally showed up." Then her expression froze. Her face went red all of a sudden, like an apple turned rosy by the wind. "Class monitor, did you draw this?" Their deskmate, the boy nicknamed Stinky Taoist, laughed out loud, eyes bright as if he'd discovered a new continent. He pursed his lips, like he wanted to say something but was too embarrassed to say it. His gaze flicked between her and the drawing, like reading a secret diary. Lin Mingxiu instinctively shielded the workbook, fingers pressed to the cover, knuckles white. She couldn't manage a smile. Her breaths came a few beats shorter. Like a hedgehog whose belly had been pinched, she curled in on herself, afraid her weakness would be seen. The classroom sounds faded into the background, leaving only the soft scrape of pencil on paper. She moved fast. Her hand shot out and grabbed the eraser on the desk. 2 swipes. A soft, whispering rasp. The little crying bunny was wiped away to blank. "Hey, what? You erased it." Chun Shan jumped up, tried to stop her, but he was a beat too late. The pencil sketch of the rabbit was gone from the page, as if someone had pinched a corner out of a memory. Lin Mingxiu looked up, her face calm. Her fingers rubbed the eraser as if brushing off dust or wiping away a piece of the past. She spoke quickly, each word clipped like a staccato note. "It wasn't me who drew it." "Well, you didn't have to erase it like that, did you?" Chen asked in a small, shocked voice. "Notmed or awit." She stretched the words into 4 clipped syllables, as if clenching something between her teeth. Chen froze, said nothing more. He carefully took the workbook back from her hands, like reclaiming something fragile. Eraser crumbs fell across the desk. Gray-white specks like snow lay in the grooves of the lines. Lin Mingxiu's small hand flicked once and the desk was clean again. The rabbit's gray was gone for good. She stared at the blank spot. Something bright stirred in her eyes, and then she looked as if it was nothing at all, like a child finishing a trivial chore. The classroom sounds came back. Pens scratching on paper, the clocks ticking. Chen bent his head and went back to his problems, not asking anything more. Quiet settled over them like a lid. In truth, Lin Mingxiu couldn't even remember when she'd drawn that rabbit. She turned to the page and let her fingertips skim the blank. The paper still held faint pencil traces, like creases in an old photograph. She remembered a blurry light at some moment. Unable to solve a problem, the corner of the paper curling up or sitting under a lamp, thinking of her mother, tears warming the back of her hand. The two sensations overlapped. Maybe she had drawn it out of habit. In the moment, she couldn't work a problem and remembered her mother. She was 17 now. Her hands were steadier. Her gaze had tightened. Failures no longer turned immediately into drawings. Longing no longer needed a crying rabbit as proof. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and closed the workbook, like putting a cover on a past page. She brushed the eraser crumbs into her palm, like ash, and let them fall. She returned to the problems. The pen touched down, the soft rasp rose again. The little crying bunny had truly been taken away, quietly. She knew the fragility was still there, only hidden somewhere else. She would not draw that rabbit again. She buried her feelings so deep it had become as natural as breathing. Lin Mingxiu told herself this was what growing up looked like. You can't be soft. You can't make people worry. She drifted. The pen wandered across her notebook. A little rabbit sprang up on the page, simple strokes, like a child's drawing. Her hand wanted to add a few tears. The tip of the pen froze, as if it had struck an invisible stone. Then she pressed down hard. A few swift strokes, the black lines spread like an ink cloud. The rabbit's eyes were swallowed, its outline was smeared into a dark blot. The pen scraping the paper sounded heavy. She ripped the page out in one harsh motion, crumpled it, and shoved it into the trash bag by the desk. The ball of paper made a muffled sound inside. Her face cooled. Her jaw tightened. Her knuckles went pale. Chen Shuren saw it. His eyes swept over, then quickly looked away. As if burned, even his breathing became careful. He did not step forward. He did not ask. Silence felt safer than any words. He closed his eyes and let out a quiet breath. It made no sound, but it was like pulling aside a thin veil of mist. The tautness in the air eased. Lin's brows relaxed a little. Her shoulders lost some of their stiffness. Her fingertips still trembled, but the pen steadied. She flattened the remaining sheet and went back to her problems. The pen bent low to the paper in the quiet. Only the faint rasp of the tip could be heard. The room slipped back into its old rhythm. Like a calm river, only the pressed-down ripples, quietly fading. Chen Xian let out a long breath. The tightness in his shoulders finally loosened. He still couldn't understand why Lin Mingxiu had suddenly been like that. But it was his doing. Somebody had to go soothe her. Besides, he was using the workbook she'd gone out of her way to bring and lend him. Before the bell rang, he flipped through a few more pages. His gaze stopped. Next to a hard problem, someone had sketched a little rabbit in pencil simple lines, 2 dots for eyes, and teardrops beneath. He smiled, pulled his hand back as if afraid someone might see, and gently covered the rabbit with his fingertip. It was cute, it would be a shame to erase it. So he picked up his pencil and added a second rabbit. The other one raised its paw and patted its head. Don't cry, don't cry. He wrote a few small words beside it. The tip of the pencil left a crooked line of handwriting, like a quiet comfort. He let out a soft chuckle, barely audible, more to himself than anyone else. The last chemistry period ended. The bell rang, clear and echoing. The classroom erupted, chairs scraping desks, the muffled thud of books closing, laughter and chatter surging like a tide. He closed the workbook. His palm still felt the paper's warmth. He slid it back into his bag with steady, neat movements. He ran through what he'd learned that day. In Chinese class, the teacher had gone over the scoring points for modern high school essays. He kept those keywords in mind. He'd drilled 346 English words, the sounds replaying in his head. Math he'd taught himself, first semester 7th grade material. 3 of the big chapters he'd worked through on his own. In class, exercises were less than a third finished. He tapped the cap of his pen. The 7th grade first semester book had 6 major chapters, starting with rational numbers, then algebra, polynomials, linear equations, and finally basic geometry. Each chapter got more abstract and harder to grasp. He knew learning fast now didn't mean he always would. The key was consolidation. Doing problems wasn't just to get through today, It was to train quick association and sharp judgment. Like muscles, they needed repetition. The college entrance exam was still far off. The thought sat like a stone at the bottom of his chest, not heavy. He wasn't in a rush. Build a solid foundation and you can go far. Amid the post-class noise, he put on his backpack and stood. His steps were light and steady, as if he'd already decided what to do next. Put physics, chemistry, and biology on hold for now. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Take it one subject at a time. There was still evening study. It was 5:10 now. Class started at 6:30. In theory, he had an hour and 20 minutes of free time. For dorm students, though, not so much. Eating took 15 to 20 minutes. Showering and doing laundry another 10 or 20. That left only 40 to 50 minutes. Life kept nibbling away at his time. Qinshan stood up and decided to go eat first. He packed his bag, stepped out of the classroom, and went down the stairs. Footsteps from the afternoon classes still scattered through the hallway. The air was a little stuffy, with the lingering scent of the cafeteria's stir-fries. He waited in the first-floor corridor. The rule was simple. If you were eating together at noon, meet in the hallway. Wait 10 minutes if no one shows. Go ahead. If one person left first, the other would see the empty spot and get it. Simple and clear. Chen liked that company, but his own space too. Before when Zhixiao appeared, someone barreled down the stairs clutching a basketball. The ball thumped a rhythm against his arm. Canvas shoes scraped the steps with quick, harsh sounds. "Dao Yi, come play," Su Zihan called as he ran, slapping the ball against the wall with a low, powerful thud. Gojia and the others already claimed half the court. "I can't play," Qinshan said, shaking his head, his voice even. Don't be a wimp." Su grabbed him and started pulling him outside, grinning like he was dragging a treasure. "Just try to experience high school life. Except for me, they're all rookies. A few rounds and you'll be fine." The court wasn't far just past the track. The evening breeze blew over the grass, bringing a little cool. On the court, Lu Zhuoran, Zhou Xiaoquan, Wang Yuze, and Li Kai were already squabbling over space. Backpacks were tossed by the hoop. They'd taken half the court. A few dribbles, a few jokes. Raw, lively noise filled the air. During the break, a cluster of boys crowded the balcony. Sunlight hit the iron railing. Sneakers squeaked against the floor. Someone spotted him and shouted, "Taoist." The Taoist's playing ball too. 6 of us is perfect, split into 2 teams, half court. Does the Taoist even know how to play? Is he going to shoot using his Taoist arts? Come on, show us a couple moves. They shoved and laughed, curiosity and expectation woven through their shouts. Qinshan walked over. His pale robe fluttered in the breeze. An old backpack hung slung across one shoulder. He smelled faintly of medicinal herbs. His steps were light. He didn't look nervous about the attention. A boy tossed the ball. It arced through the air and landed in Chen's palm with a dull thud. When others get a ball, the first thing they do is bounce it, dribble, get a feel, find their spot. Chen didn't. He cradled the ball to his chest like a newborn. He took 2 steps forward, set down his backpack, leaned against the railing, and smiled a little sheepishly. "I don't know how to play," he said, looking up with a sincere gaze. His voice was calm. "How do you play this? You just throw the ball into that hoop, right?" There was a flash of surprise, then laughter splashed out. "For real? You grew up in the mountains? No basketball at the temple." This is his first time touching a ball. Some of them put on exaggerated looks of astonishment. Some were already composing jokes in their heads. Others bent forward, hands on their knees, laughing so hard they were out of breath. "You know the rules?" someone asked. "You score by throwing the ball into the rim, right?" Chen repeated the question, as if confirming something utterly foreign to his life. The ball was bounced again on the balcony. The tempo quickened. The laughter carried an invitation. The boys passed the ball to him and waited to see what he'd do next. Sort of. But the rules are a bit more complicated. Let me give an example." Before he finished, Qinshan made a barely noticeable move. He pushed his hands forward. The ball shot out as if launched, tracing a perfect arc. Swish, nothing but net. All anyone heard was the clean sound of the net being brushed aside. The rim and backboard weren't touched at all. The ball hadn't hit anything on its way in. He was standing 2 meters behind the 3-point line. His feet never left the ground. His body hardly moved. Yet the ball had flown across half the court. It felt like the air had been sucked and everyone's breath lagged by half a beat. Did you see that?" someone whispered. Master Dao's got moves, someone shouted. Do it again, another urged. Zhou Xiaoquan picked up the ball and casually tossed it back toward Qin Xian. The pass was a little off. Qin made a light hop and reached out with one hand. Clap, he caught the incoming ball dead center, as if catching a basketball were instinct. He launched the ball again with that same unorthodox, novice form. The ball drew the same gorgeous arc through the air. The same crisp swish, another nothing but net. A ripple of astonishment ran through the crowd. The first time, some might call it luck. After the second, nobody did. Surprise had replaced doubt. Su Zihan laughed and patted Qin Xian on the shoulder, pride and excitement in his voice. I'm not alone anymore. I never expected there'd be another ace in our class. In a school as big as Yunxi No. 1 High, it's only you and me who still count. Cut the crap, Zihan. You can't even hit a three. Who made you the judge? Hey, Dao, can you dunk? Slam one so I can see. They lined up in a row, their gazes hemming Qin Xian in. Laughter bounced around like marbles. Qin scratched his head, his voice barely a breeze. I really can't. Don't joke, who believes you can't? I'll go first. Zihan took the ball. It trembled low in his hands, the leather whispering as it rubbed. He started dribbling, short, quick steps. Then, with a sudden burst, he lunged and jumped. Wham! The ball slammed the rim, the hoop shuddered twice. Zihan's hand slapped down hard, pain making him grit his teeth, but he didn't make a sound. Dao, you're up. We're about the same height, I bet you can jump. You could totally dunk. Come on, dunk one for us. Just throw it down. Don't be shy, use some force. The crowd egged him on, the noise building in layers. Qin Xian took the ball with a helpless shrug and walked under the basket. His steps were light, his eyes calm. It didn't look like he could make it. Then, all at once, he leapt. Time stretched. The air seemed half a beat slow. Qin sprang up. His body hung in midair, as if held up by something. His right hand gripped the basketball steady. He raised his arm and drove it down toward the rim. Boom. The sound hit like a cannon. The clear glass backboard cracked first around the hoop. Cracks spiderwebbed outward, spreading instantly, turning the glass from clear to opaque white. Crash. Shards of glass fell like snow. The basketball followed, dropping from the sky toward the pavement. Qin landed with it. The ball bounced on the ground with a sharp, urgent patter. All that was left of the backboard was an empty frame. The rim swung, pendulum-like in the breeze. The crowd went silent. Unbelief sat in everyone's eyes. After a long moment, the quiet ripped open. Someone shouted first, voice hoarse and stunned. Oh my God, that was brutal. That guy just shattered the whole rim with a dunk. No way it actually fucking broke. Is that using magic to play basketball? Unreal. School announcement. Somebody else gotta announce it. The broadcast came through in a formal tone, every word crisp. Attention, all students. This afternoon, an incident occurred at court number 2. While attempting a dunk, a student generated an instantaneous force that damaged the backboard and rim. The scene has been secured. No injuries have been reported. Please remain calm. Reminder from the school. Please exercise caution during physical activities and avoid attempting moves beyond your ability. Court number 2 will be closed until repairs are complete. Facilities will announce reopening times later. The classroom noise ignited like gunpowder. Phones flashed. Desktop surfaces were slapped as people took pictures. No way someone actually broke a hoop. Which class was he in? It didn't say. I heard he's in 10th grade, class 5. Even the honors classes have hidden beasts, huh? ISNT at that new transfer? He just arrived yesterday. The one who wears that long robe, like a Taoist? Yeah, the guy who looks like he's practicing Qigong. People say he can push things with his Qi. You're kidding. That is straight out of a movie. Anyone got video? Post it. This is gonna go viral. Voices piled up, getting louder and more fevered. Someone mimicked the sound from the court snap crack, and everyone laughed. People dove into social apps, screen capping, forwarding, commenting. The conversation spread like cracks in glass. The hallway outside class 5 was even noisier. Someone burst in, out of breath, with a bit of court dust still in his eyes. I watched the video. The backboard shattered like glass. The rim bent, the net fell off. There was even wood splinters flying. Sounded like a firecracker, one boom, and the echo shook half the court. He jumped and passed the rim like a gust of wind. It wasn't just brute strength. It felt like he was displacing the air itself. You're exaggerating. Swear it's real. You can hear him breathing in the clip, and the air around him looked like it was glowing, like a heat haze. Someone whispered and put on a mock serious tone, imitating a Taoist, half teasing, half reverent. You guys don't get internal power. I know a little about hand-to-hand myself. There was playful sarcasm and a sliver of on. No one could say for sure whether it was a trick or raw power. Phones were swarmed. Someone started a poll. Do you believe it? Others shook their heads. If he is practicing magic and gets hurt, that'd be awful. Meanwhile, imaginations ran wild. The school team recruiting him, picturing him in the team jersey. Outside the classroom, the late sun stretched the corridor long. Wind slid in through the window cracks. Bits of paper fluttered. The discussion short, rhythmic, charged hung in the evening air like aftershocks across the campus. In Zhou Xiaoquan's exaggerated retelling, the moment froze like a movie frame. Qinshan leaped up. His palm brushed the backboard. The metal hoop let out a dull crack. The net tore with chips fell like rain. Dust kicked up. The echo hung on the playground for half a beat, then detonated into uproar. The boys gaped as if they'd seen a miracle. The girls murmured, all eyes on him. No one expected this polite-looking classmate to suddenly unleash that kind of force. The contrast was like a calm lake turned to waves. Lin Mingxiu lifted an eyebrow. She usually tuned out the courtyard noise, but this was worth noticing. She stepped forward, her voice small but clear. You actually broke the backboard? Qinshan's hand was still hooked in his pocket. He looked a little embarrassed. His voice was unexpectedly calm. I didn't mean to. Do I have to pay for it? He did the math in his head. The backboard looked expensive. He was short on cash. A few guys had egged him on to dunk. He hadn't planned to use that much force. But the board cracked. If they made him pay, he really couldn't. No. Lin Mingxiu said it crisply. Her look was like a blade, plain and decisive, as if announcing a rule. Maybe she wasn't so strict with others, but to Qinshan that no carried weight. She added, more calmly, don't worry. You won't have to pay. Qinshan relaxed and let out a breath. His shoulders slumped. He slid back into low profile. Making such a scene on the first day, he felt like a kid who'd just been scolded and set straight. Lin Mingxiu shot him another glance, as if checking for injuries. Her eyes were quick, her tone flat. Want to go to the infirmary? Thanks, I'm fine. He shook his head. She turned back and refocused on her book. Her pen rasped across the paper. With the class president present, the class immediately quieted down. Whispers were swallowed. Only a few students still exchanged looks. Zheng Yining in the front row couldn't hold back her curiosity. She turned quietly and slipped a small note to Qinshan. The paper made a faint rustle through the air. Lin Mingxiu stopped writing and let her gaze slide over. She saw the note, but said nothing. The classroom settled again, leaving only the ticking wall clock and sunlight drifting across the desks. Qinshan unfolded the note. A few lines of tiny handwriting read, Qinshan, people say you know some strange moves. Your dunks look like they're sliding through the air. Don't be afraid. Trust science. He answered with a simple smiley. The bell rang. Vice Class Rep Qiu Yufu climbed onto the podium. The evening study session began. Class 5, which had been noisy a moment before, slowly shrank into a low rustle of turning pages. All that remained in the classroom was the monotonous hum of the fluorescent lights and the soft scratch of pencil on paper. They were only in their second year of high school. Evening study was mostly self-directed. Everyone hunched over their own work. Teachers took turns on duty, only stepping in to nudge when necessary. In senior year, the schedule would be pushed back and sessions would end later. Pressure sat on your shoulders like a backpack. The closer it got to dark, the heavier it felt. Lin Mingxiu was used to going back to the dorm early to shower. She lived in the faculty housing, so she never had to wait. After hot water, she dried her hair and slipped into a fresh summer uniform. Not slippers, not sandals. She wore white canvas sneakers, their soles making a soft, floor-scraping sound in the corridor. She always ate alone. On the table there was only a tray and a half-cooked soup. She didn't wait for anyone, and she didn't let anyone wait for her. After dinner, she went straight to the classroom, arriving half an hour before the time the class was due to start. The lights were already on. A few students were waiting for the teacher's patrol. More were absorbed in problems. She sat by the window. The side lamp cut her outline into light and shadow. Her short sleeves were pushed up, revealing pale arms. The thin fabric of the uniform faintly showed the straps beneath. She kept her head down, flipping pages, working problems, breathing evenly. Her movements were timed, as quiet as the night outside the window. The rub of pages, the raspy scratch of pencil on test paper, someone clearing a throat softly beneath it all. The air in the classroom smelled of chalk dust and sweat, mingled with the leftover scent of dinner. Then a small buzz sliced into the quiet. A tiny mosquito traced an irregular arc in the light and settled in Chun Xian's line of sight. Its wings buzzed annoyingly. Lin Mingxiu was bent over her worksheet and didn't hear it. Her eyes were fixed on the paper, the pen dancing between her fingers. The little spotted mosquito was brazen. It landed on her pale forearm like a black speck on white paper, impossible to miss. It lifted its thin proboscis, ready to pierce the skin and sip that sweet blood. Suddenly, danger descended from above. A thumb came down like a hammer, landing on the mosquito and pinning it solid. The mosquito flapped, trying to fly, but couldn't move. Its fine legs twitched in the air. Its thin body was flattened with a soft pft. Blood and a dark smear stuck to the fingertip. A second later, it was dead. Lin Mingxiu flinched. She drew her arm back, eyes snapping wide as she stared at the hand that had pressed the mosquito. Her expression was wary and a little surprised. She said nothing, but the question was clear. What are you doing? Chun Xian lifted his index finger in front of her. On the tip sat the squashed mosquito, a little black-gray blob. There was a mosquito just now, he said calmly. I killed it for you. Those spotted ones are the worst. Their bites itch like crazy, he added, half a reminder, half an explanation. Lin Mingxiu looked uncertain, then glanced down at her arm. Sure enough, there was a small gray-black mark on her fair skin. Her skin reacted easily one bite, and she swell up and itch for a long time. At the thought, her face softened. Thanks, she said quietly. You're welcome, he replied evenly. She ripped a tissue off the box and handed it to him to wipe his fingertip, then took one herself and dabbed at the mark on her arm. The used tissue dropped into the trash. She reached into the drawer and pulled out a bottle of bluish-green mosquito spray. Pressing the nozzle produced a few hissing sprays. A cool, minty scent wafted out. She sprayed her forearm a couple of times, then rolled up her pant leg and sprayed around her calf and ankle. Chun Xian watched her go through the motions as if she were sealing herself off, frozen for a moment before blurting out, "Want me to spray you too?" He had just helped her swat a mosquito. Lin Mingxiu clicked the nozzle of the mosquito spray. A white mist fanned out into the air, smelling faintly of camphor. She handed him the bottle, calm and polite. "Want to use some?" Chun Xian shook his head. His voice was light. "No, mosquitoes don't bite me. It's fine in the classroom. There are more up in the mountains. I wouldn't dare go to places like that." Lin Mingxiu's chest tightened and the corner of her mouth twitched. Names like the Mountain Ravine and Jingqin Temple sounded like they belonged to another world. She pictured damp tree shadows and a dense, humming swarm, and suddenly felt certain she would never go to a place like that. By evening, the playground's noise hadn't died down. The sound was like a broken backboard, snapping and reverberating. The heat of the campus clung to the air. To avoid attention, Chun Xian sat obediently in his seat as soon as evening study ended, head down, his pen making a fine scratching on the paper. No one dared come near him. Lin Mingxiu was used to time blurring. The end of class was a button she often hit by mistake if a problem caught her. She'd stare at it for half an hour. Only after finishing a problem and feeling tired would she twist open her water bottle, take a long swallow, and let her shoulders loosen. Every time she did that, she looked over at Chun Xian, her eyes casually sweeping from her workbook to him. She'd lent him that workbook a good half day ago, dog-eared pages, dense notes. He'd clearly worked a lot of problems. And yet he hadn't asked her a single question. Her fingers tapped the desk twice and then stilled. Her brows lifted a little, but she felt like her mouth was full of air and couldn't get the words out. Part of her was annoyed, part of her disappointed. Teacher Liang and her father had both said, "Help him out more." She had expected to be bothered more often. Instead, apart from borrowing books, he hadn't come to her for real help even once. The gulf made her feel overrated. She cleared her throat. Her voice came out softer than she'd meant. "How's it going? Any problems you don't understand?" The pen on the paper stopped. Chun Xian looked up. His eyes were calm, like the surface of a lake ruffled by faint ripples. There was a flicker of anticipation in the girl's eyes. He wanted to speak up. He wanted to ask about the doodle, a crying little rabbit. He had flipped through several pages of the workbook and found 3 of them in total. It was the only thing he couldn't make sense of. He didn't say it. His finger paused on the page. Then he slid the workbook sideways onto the table between them. Yeah. She nodded. He cleared his throat, low and even. I'm thinking about this problem. Short words. Her face brightened at once. She held the water bottle, turning the cap with a soft click. She always liked having something in her hands. When she talked, it made her more at ease. She tilted her head and looked at the problem he was pointing to. Her gaze followed the paper down to her own old solution. She smiled, a little proud. Did you look at the answer? She asked. Not yet, he said. There are actually 3 ways to solve this. She rested her pen across the page as if sketching a route. What I wrote here back then is the standard method. You can first translate the conditions into inequalities, set up a system of inequalities, and then she unpacked each step, syllable by syllable. Her voice was clear, and her hands moved with it, pointing with the pen, drawing lines with her fingers. She wasn't used to teaching. She worried about going too fast and losing him. So she broke the complicated idea down into smaller pieces. He listened closely, replying occasionally with "Ah, I see." Each short response felt like a gear engaging. The third method needs you to be a bit more flexible, she said, shedding some of her pride, her tone gentler. Since you're just starting, get the first 2 down first. Any other ways besides those 3? He asked. I can't think of any right now. She shook her head and exhaled. Oh, she was still looking at the workbook with that easy confidence, as if she had this in the bag, when her gaze suddenly tightened. Her voice and movements froze. Her eyes went sharp in an instant. Again, someone in the back shouted. The voice was like a knife, amused. As if you actually came up with it, another voice chimed in. You don't even know the 2 basic methods. I'll take a point. Laughter followed in bursts. Qinshan smiled. He looked down at the scrap of paper and wrote, his hand quick and steady. Now you get it? He asked Lin Mingqiu, with not a hint of lecturing. Got it. You explained it well, class rep. Lin Mingqiu's voice was very light. The short sentence felt like both confirmation and closure. She closed her book, a faint look of satisfaction on her face, but she didn't want to say more. Self-study resumed. She put on her headphones and went back to her problems. Qin folded the scrap paper and slipped it quietly into his pocket. His movements were soft. He glanced at her desk as if to make sure the secret hadn't been discovered. Can't let Lin Mingqiu see, he thought, tucking his smile away into his backpack. At 9:45 the bell rang. The classroom filled instantly with noise, the scrape of chairs, the slap of books filling the space. Qin kept packing up while watching her still bent over the desk, clearly not planning to leave right away. I'm off, class rep. See you tomorrow, he said, keeping his voice casual. Lin didn't look up. In her peripheral vision, she saw him stand, sling on his bag, and push his chair back. There was laughter and chatter all around. She was about to put her headphones on, wanting a little quiet, when a big hand reached over like a stone dropped. When it pulled away, 2 lollipops lay on the desk, their wrappers flashing red and white. This is today's deskmate fee, he said, dropping the last word and turning to go. Have one. Lin froze for 2 seconds, then reached for a lollipop. It was a little cold. The sweetness hadn't started to melt. When she looked up, Qin was already moving down the hallway with his backpack on. His steps tapped the tiles in a steady rhythm, as if driving off the dusk. Deskmate fee, she murmured, a smile in her voice and a bit of puzzlement. The lollipop stuck cool to her palm. The classroom noise thinned. The corridor lights hummed low. Qin waited by the hallway that led to the school gate on the 1st floor, leaning against the wall, his shadow stretched by the light. He faced away from the campus, staring out at the dark portico, as if waiting for something or planning the next small thing. From afar, at the half-court of court number 2, a ring of yellow and black caution tape circled the backboard. The tape winked in the breeze, making a faint, snapping rustle. The broken glass had already been swept away and the ground was clean, but phone cameras kept flashing as students pushed forward to take pictures and whisper. The PA hadn't named anyone. Word traveled faster than the intercom. Someone said it was that new self-proclaimed Taoist from Class 2-5. The story grew wilder as it went. People painted his face with mystery. Some said he looked like he'd stepped out of a period drama. Others compared the rumor to a race car's screeching brakes, each retelling making it louder. Chun Xian stood in the crowd, his closely shorn hair caught a dull gleam in the sun, his uniform buttoned neatly. He glanced left and right, hands shoved into his pockets, keeping his head down as much as he could so he wouldn't be recognized. The tape at his feet rose and fell in the wind, like someone holding their breath. Quick footsteps came from the stairwell. A familiar silhouette came down. Her eyes swept the first-floor corridor and locked on him like radar. The strap of her backpack made a faint rubbing sound. She hurried over as if she wanted to get the question out first. "Was it you? Was it you?" she burst out, unable to hold back, words tumbling. Chun Xian looked up, voice low. Was it you who smashed the backboard this afternoon? Everyone's saying it was that new Taoist from Class 2-5, she blurted, eyes full of surprise and curiosity, as if she wanted to take him apart and examine every piece. She talked fast, like she wanted to claim the scoop. Those big eyes scanned his whole person, the normally polite lines of his face, and the raw force behind that one blow that shook the backboard felt oddly out of sync. She laughed in disbelief. "You look all quiet and bookish, and then you pull something like that like a compact car with a truck engine in it." Embarrassment colored his face, his palms were slightly damp. He dropped his gaze, voice even lower. "This don't make a big deal out of it." "So it was you." She slapped her thigh in astonishment and then laughed. "No wonder you skipped dinner. Turns out you were off, vandalizing school property, huh?" "Don't say it like that. It sounds like I did it on purpose," he replied, helpless. She giggled, rubbed the back of her head, then grew curious. "Have they made you pay for it?" "Not yet." He didn't look up. At that, she immediately got smug. "Good. Your family's got pull. I'm sure the school won't dare do anything." She stated it like a fact, as if she'd tossed out a coin and was waiting to hear it land. Chen thought he'd better apologize to Uncle Lin some other day. He hadn't even started winning honors for the school before he'd already stirred up trouble. He took a couple of steps, glanced back, and saw the girl still staring toward the basketball court. A wind pushed in from the end of the corridor, carrying the court's smell of sweat and rubber. Shoe soles skimmed the tiles, making a fine, crisp sound. "Are we going or what?" he asked. His voice was calm. "Wait up." When Jixia hurried to catch up, her steps urgent, like she was trying not to miss something important. They fell into step together, their footfalls matched. "How do you usually train? Are you any good at basketball?" she asked, eyes wide with surprise. "I train up on the mountain. Today was my first time playing," he said, shrugging. The sleeve of his shirt wiped the sweat from his brow. "For real? Your endurance is insane. Among the athletes in our class, hardly any of them can dunk," she laughed in disbelief, a little teasing, a little admiring. "Our school has a sports specialty class," he replied. The sun stretched their shadows long. "Yeah, and music. Aren't those specialty classes? Do you have any talents?" She leaned in a step, as if ticking off trophies on a list. "Helping spirits move on. I'm fast at it," he said simply, his eyes matter of fact. When Jixia blinked, then curled her lip into a smile. "That counts as a talent. I'm really fast," he added in a low voice, offering no further explanation. His fingers unconsciously traced his palm, as if pantomiming an invisible motion like a light sweep of cold air that quiets something down. "Have you learned anything else?" she asked again, curiosity accumulating in her voice. "Eru, flute, guqin, painting, calligraphy, swordplay, chess, woodcarving. Learned them on the mountain when I had time," he recited, listing them one by one as if laying out small objects. When Jixia's eyes widened, "How do you have so much time? You really learned all that?" He smiled, neither warm nor cold. "There was no school schedule up there. Lots of time. Learn if you want." "How well?" Enough to get by." She looked half convinced, her mouth twitching. They stopped at the school gate. Outside was sunlight and the noisy playground. He lifted a hand and pointed to an invisible place over his chest. "Where I'm from, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting aren't just technical skills. Music is like the sound of the sky. Chess is a battle of yin and yang. Calligraphy steadies a person's heart. Painting puts thought onto paper. Those things help with cultivation. Skill and the way go together." His words were few, but like a pebble dropped into water, the ripples spread slowly. When Jixia was silent for a moment, as if picturing that mountain quiet and the invisible gestures he could make with his hands, Chun Xian's words drifted over like something from another classroom, not the orderly logic of a lecture, nor the casual banter between classmates. When Zhixia listened with wide eyes, her fingers unconsciously pinching her chin as if chewing on a new term. You mean there's a way to everything? She said slowly, testing him. Pretty much. Everything has its rules and an attitude. He replied briefly, his voice calm. So, is the tea ceremony a way? Yes. And swordsmanship? Yes. Then what about foot therapy? She tilted her head, eyes flicking to the little shop across the street with a foot therapy sign. The sign gleamed faintly under the street lamp. Someone stepped out to take a sip of water, and the doorway curtain fluttered in the evening breeze. Chun Xian paused and squinted. That one. I'd have to try it myself to know. When Zhixia smiled, the corner of her mouth curving like a crescent. You're really just looking for an excuse to get a foot massage. This is rigorous academic rigor. You can't draw conclusions about things you haven't experienced, he said in mock seriousness, tapping his chest with a comically precise gesture. Talking to you is fun. She breathed in the night air, which carried the spicy scent of street food and the cold glow of distant headlights. She felt unexpectedly light like summer nights as a child, sitting on the doorstep while Grandpa fanned and told stories, the fan buzzing and crickets singing in the grass. That comfortable, novelty-filled feeling crept up on her. Did I understand any of that? Chen asked, his tone lacking urgency, as if confirming something small. It's exactly because I didn't fully understand that it felt interesting, she said after a moment. Like a kid knowing nothing, hearing adults talk about their secrets, and everything seems fresh. Chen nodded, smiling. That's the impulse to want to know everything. As you grow a bit and think you know more, old stories become annoying. When others offer different views, you just think they're wrong. When waved her hand, folding that shift into a gesture. That's rebellion, he finished plainly. When tilted her head, her eyes bright with questions. So what do you do then? Don't worry, it's all natural, Chun Xian said lightly. Will you? When Zhixia asked. I won't. Why not? Chun Xian stopped and looked up at the sky. The moon was hidden behind a thin veil of clouds. Its light looked like crumpled paper. My master taught me two things long ago, he said slowly. Each word seemed held in his palm and turned over for inspection. Self-discipline, inner stillness, not to possess others, not to force anyone to depend on me. He lived like that himself. When Zhixia walked behind him, sticking close like a little chick, she listened and nodded. The gravel underfoot crunched in small, crisp sounds. No wonder Chun Xian was different. It wasn't just that he grew up in a temple. It was his pace, his breathing, the way he viewed the world, things others couldn't see. While everyone else spent a decade chasing high scores, he had spent 18 years learning how to be himself. She couldn't quite name the feeling. She only knew that whenever she got close to him, it was like approaching the sea. The closer she got, the calmer she felt. The closer she got, the more intrigued he seemed. When Zhixia sighed, the sound escaping like air from an untwisted bottle. If cultivation did this much good, if it made you understand so much, I should go up the mountain and become a nun. I'm sick of exams every day. Without the right state of mind, shaving your head is just changing your hairstyle. Chun Xian said, laughing a light laugh like the wind. Get lost, she said, and lightly swatted him. Her hand met his chest with a muffled thud. Her face flushed, as if two small flames had been lit. Night hid most of her embarrassment, leaving only two bright eyes. She stole another glance at him. Seeing his expression untouched, she relaxed and the corner of her mouth lifted. School started in September, and the weather began to turn cool. Days were still muggy, but the nights carried a hint of autumn. The wind on their faces smelled of grass and dust. Streetlights stretched their shadows long, like two skinny poles. People walked beside them in pairs, their paces varying. Crickets chirped along the roadside, rising and falling like a distant breath. When Zhixia usually went to and from school alone, at night she always felt a little nervous. The instinct of being a girl made her quicken her steps. She gripped her backpack straps tight, glancing back now, and then only when she saw no one following did she let out a small sigh. With him there in the dark, when Zhixia wasn't afraid. He wore a Taoist robe, a folded talisman tucked at his belt. A faint scent of sandalwood clung to him. His presence was steady as a mountain, even shadows inching close would back up half a pace. And then there was that blonde thug. His fists were like iron hammers, could make a basketball backboard creak. Who could stand one of his punches? When Zhixia leaned closer, her back relaxing, her steps suddenly lighter. The smell of grilled sausages drifted from the roadside. The stall light cast a warm yellow glow. Hot oil sizzled on the griddle. The sausages scored with neat slashes, their skins gleaming with oil so tempting it made her mouth water. Chen Xian paused and cocked his head to listen. A low grumble came from behind them, like a tiny protest. When Zhixia flushed, she covered her belly and, in a voice barely more than a secret, said, I'm kind of hungry. You're hungry? He asked, his tone calm. How did you know? She asked without thinking. I heard your stomach, he said, his voice steady as old wood. When Zhixia felt both flustered and amused. With the kind of intense studying she did every day, who wouldn't be hungry? She'd planned to go back, take a shower, and go to bed early to rein herself in. Now that he'd called her out, her willpower surrendered at once. She grabbed his sleeve, her eyes blinking like little lights. Are you hungry? If you're hungry, then eat. Why ask me? He raised an eyebrow. Tell me, she pressed. He shrugged and answered simply, hungry. Only then did she relax. If he was hungry too, she wasn't the only little glutton. She stopped at the stall, waved to the vendor, voice sweet as sugar. Boss, how much is one of those? The man handed over the tongs with a smile in the corner of his eyes. 3 yuan each. Then I'll have 2, she said, quickly paying, a small feeling of victory tucked in her chest. You want it spicy? The vendor asked. When Zhixia blinked, turned to Chen Xian, cheeks reddening again. Do you want it spicy? He blinked. I'm treating. Hurry up, spicy or not, she ordered like a tiny commander. He thought for a moment and said calmly, a little. The tongs flipped, the sausages sizzled louder. Steam rolled toward them, hot with the scent of chili and frying oil. Under the lamp, each holding a sausage, the night narrowed to their breathing and the food's aroma. Boss, make both of them spicy. I'll take these 2. When Zhixia stuck out her pinky and pointed at the 2 most eye-catching sausages on the grill. The casings were slightly charred, glistening with oil and scent. The meat bulged a little through the splits, as if it were sweating. The vendor took them deftly. With a flip of his hand, he sprinkled seasoning, brushed on sauce, and shook on chili powder, his movements as quick as a trick. The sausages sizzled on the iron rack. When the spicy sauce hit the heat, it sent up a thin wisp of smoke, smelling of grilled meat and chili. When Zhixia pulled out her phone and scanned, the QR code in the window was swallowed by the light. Her phone beeped. 6 yuan paid. Need a bag? The vendor asked. No need, thanks. She smiled and slipped her phone back into her pocket. Her fingers were still a little oily. She took the 2 sausages, her eyes lighting up. Then she nudged one toward Chen Xian and said softly, Here. The streetlights were cold, the stall light warm. It cast a soft glow on her face. She smiled so genuinely, as innocent as someone sharing a piece of candy. Chen Xian took the sausage. Steam kissed the back of his hand. The fresh heat traveled down to his fingertips. They started walking slowly, eating as they went. On the first bite, the casing made a soft crack. The meaty aroma came with a caramelized char and a hit of spice that slid down his throat. His mouth tingled, as if blossoms were opening. The tip of his tongue lit up. A bead of sweat gleamed at his temple. How is it? Too spicy. When Zhixia blinked. A little spicy. You're really good with heat, Chen said, taking another small bite. Oil gleamed at the corner of his mouth. Spicy is what makes it tasty. Hunger was satisfied. That simple sausage made them feel comfortable all over. The air smelled of smoke and spices. Their steps slowed and their hearts softened. Since you treated me, next time I'll mix you a beauty tea, Chen said suddenly. Really? Do you buy the ingredients or make it yourself? If I can find the herbs, I'll pick them myself. If not, I'll buy them. I'll put together a blend that's not unpleasant to drink. What goes in it? Rose, hibiscus, goji berries, red dates, lotus leaf, hawthorn, plus white peony and poria. He listed the names like he was spreading out a map of flowers and herbs. Some are floral, some tart, some boost qi and blood combined. They're gentle and tasty. Will it be bitter? No. If it tastes bitter, just add some honey. Honey. When Zhixia's eyes lit up again. She loved sweetness. It felt like the safety of childhood. They ate slowly, with half a sausage still in her hand, when Ji Xiao was already home. The direction she pointed happened to pass right under his building. It was on the way and very close. I'll go first. Meet you at this corner tomorrow at 6:15. Bye, she said, then walked off. Bye-bye. Chen Xian felt awkward. He copied her shallow wave. He had lived up on the mountain as a kid. His classmates were in the village. Getting to school together was rarely convenient. Years later, he felt that same little tug of loss and small joy. His mouth twitched, but he felt comfortable. Not bad at all. After parting with Wen Jixia, he went back to his complex and pulled out his phone. 10:03 p.m. They dawdled for more than 10 minutes. Battery 42%. An old phone at standby drained a lot. He barely checked his phone all day and didn't rely on it, so he wasn't anxious about battery life. He remembered once trying to recharge a phone with the energy in his body. It was his master's ancient Motorola, no internet, nothing fancy. The energy didn't charge it. Instead, the phone was damaged, the screen spiderwebbed. At that moment, he didn't hear success. He heard the crisp crack of breaking glass. After that, he never dared try to recharge a phone with his energy again. Chen had loved tinkering since he was small. He'd grabbed exposed 220-volt wires with his bare hands. The first time he practiced fire magic, it backfired. The old study was blackened by smoke. Pages curled at the edges, and the air smelled of char. Thinking the bell wasn't loud enough, he secretly stuffed a small explosive talisman into it. When his master struck it, the sound hit like a fist. The windows all shattered with a whoosh, and glass rained into the courtyard. His master stood in the doorway, cloak stirring, his face a mix of anger and helplessness. Sometimes Chen thought maybe his earth-shaking stunts made his peers' little mischief seem tame. He had a childhood like anyone's, only his came with a few extra sparks and bangs. Turning 18 felt like a single instant. Suddenly, he no longer felt like a child. Getting to 18 hadn't been easy. Apart from his own hardiness, it was mostly thanks to his master's patience. His master took care of him, but never treated him like property. He taught him, but never decided his life for him. For 18 years, his master had been that way. That was real legacy, not some flimsy apprentice certificate. When he was little, he used his spiritual energy to charge his master's phone. The phone began to buzz. White smoke leaked from the screen. The plastic warped from the heat, popping sharply. His master hadn't yelled at him then. Chen Xian had been entirely sure he was right. Now, thinking back, he was wrong in his arrogance, wrong in his ignorance. He didn't know what went on inside a battery. He didn't know how chemistry and metal interacted. Recklessly shoving spiritual energy into a phone, the result was obvious. Once he could reliably top up a phone with his power, that would finally close the book on childhood foolishness. A red dot glowed in the corner of the screen. The number read 3 unread messages. Having lived on the mountain so long, his life was out of sync with the outside world. Calling and texting, for him and his master, felt more like the sect's voice transmission skill. They could carry a voice across the valley for maybe a kilometer. Beyond that, it blurred. Modern signals, though, could cross oceans and even reach space. He didn't understand the principles behind it. It seemed incredible. He planned to study physics when he had time. Maybe he could improve his own transmission technique. Of course, wireless signals had dead zones. Most of the mountain had no reception. Sometimes his master and that cat would go off, and he wouldn't know where they'd gone. He'd made a whole meal. He set the soup bowl on the table. Steam still rose from the pot's rim. He inhaled softly and focused. The transmission slipped into the air like a silent stone. Soon 2 answering shouts came from the other side of the mountain. The voices drew nearer, and the crisp crunch of shoes crushing dead leaves followed. He swiped the screen and opened WeChat. The screen lit up. 3 little red dots waited for him. He only had 2 friends on WeChat, Li Wanin and Wen Jixia. Right now, there were 3 new messages in the chat, 2 from Li Wanin, 1 from Wen Jixia. 8:36 p.m. Xiaohuayin sent a photo. 8:36 p.m. Xiaohuayin. What time do you get out of evening study? I made mung bean sweet soup. It's cooling in the pot. Come drink it with me when you get back from class. She added an emoji of a silly grin with a tilted head. Chen Xian smiled. He thought this back and forth was kind of fun, so he answered her. 10:04 p.m. Chen Xian. Almost home. 10:04 p.m. Chen Xian replied with the panda mischievous face emoji. he borrowed yesterday. That sticker was too useful, it could handle almost any situation. Then he looked at Wen Zhixia's message. 10:01 p.m. Zhi home. 10:01 p.m. Zhi. Showering then bed, don't oversleep tomorrow. She sent a little green dinosaur emoji lying down asleep. 10:04 p.m. Chen. I'm home too. 10:04 p.m. Chen replied with the same sleeping little dinosaur emoji. When Zhixia didn't he respond again. Probably gone to shower. Li Wanyin sent one more message. Xiaohuan, you took your keys, right? Chen, I did. By the time he answered that, he was already on the 9th floor landing. His footsteps rang clearly on the tiles. The motion light in the hallway clicked on. Light poured down from above, stretching his shadow long. He pressed the key into the lock, twisted with his knuckles. Metal scraped the tumblers with a clean, decisive sound. The door opened. Light from the living room and the low murmur of the TV spilled through the crack. The apartment felt warmer than the corridor. A faint sweet smell hung in the air, the scent of mung bean soup, drifting from the kitchen. On the couch, only a black cat lay sprawled. Its round eyes were fixed on the TV, its tail draped lazily over the armrest. Meow? At the sound of the door, the cat rolled over and slowly lifted its head. Its pupils flashed in the light. It saw him, then saw the smile in his eyes and instantly looked a little sheepish. Chen chuckled, his voice low and soft. Feyamo, did you sneak out this afternoon to play? The cat didn't answer. It cocked its head as if pretending not to hear, turned back to the TV, and flicked its tail gently, as if to say, I was just watching TV. He picked up the cat and half-jokingly scolded it. You know how to get home. What's wrong with wandering around for a bit? If you run into someone kind who gives you something to eat, that's normal, right? You're not out there mooching off everyone. The cat looked up at him and let out a soft meow. Its nose was wet and shiny. Its tail flicked twice. He set the cat bowl under the lamp. The silver spoon hit the bowl with a clear clink. There was still half a bowl of neat, pristine kibble. You haven't eaten any of this? He asked, surprised. Didn't you eat well this morning? The voice called Wanyin out from her room. She'd just finished showering, a few drops of water still clung to her hair. Shorts and a t-shirt. Slippers on her feet, the slap of the slippers against the wooden floor was soft. The first things to appear were the legs extending from her shorts. Fair skin, glossy from the shower, like she'd just rubbed on lotion, smooth and luminous. She saw the cat bowl in his hands and smiled. Her voice was gentle. Sure, and you're back? Yeah. Wanyin, when did you get off? He put the bowl back on the table. The bottom made a small sound. The cat wound around his ankles and rubbed against him. I got back around 6, she said, her hands still a little damp. She walked to the kitchen and lifted a lid. A faint scent of mung beans and rock sugar rose up together. The steam had cooled, dispersing in the air like mist. I bought mung beans and rock sugar and made some mung bean sweet soup. It's cooling now, perfect for a late-night snack. She set the ladle on the rim of the bowl with a light clink. They'd only met yesterday. Today she spoke more casually, taking care of him like a younger brother. Last night he'd taken her out to eat and even shared some watermelon with her. She remembered those little details, and her smile felt more natural. He picked up his phone, flipped to the photo of the soup, then looked away. I saw the picture you sent. Thanks, Wanyin. She teased him with a laugh, her eyes bright. Don't mention it. I'll cook a proper meal this weekend, our little celebration for being roommates. The cat jumped onto a chair and stretched its claws, scraped the fabric twice. It leaned into Wanyin and let out a low purr. The room filled with the sweet scent of the soup, the slap of slippers on wood, the metallic clink of bowls and spoons, the cat's rumbling purr. Night slowly settled in. Li Wanyin stepped into the kitchen. Steam still curled through the air. She picked up the ladle, tapped the rim of a bowl, scooped a small taste, and pursed her lips. A slight smile curved her eyes, and she nodded. She switched bowls, ladled out 2 bowls of mung bean sweet soup, and carried them over. The ladle clinked crisply against the porcelain, and warm steam carrying the bean scent rose to meet them. Wanyin, I can take it. Chun Shan reached out to grab it. No. She pushed the bowl toward him. You try it first. See if it's too sweet. He took the bowl and stood there, sipping. He'd just finished a sausage, and his mouth felt dry. This sip felt like a damp breeze, soothing his tongue and throat. The soup was warm, the mung beans breaking down into a fine, sandy texture with a faint bean aroma. From the other side of the kitchen came the hiss of the pressure cooker. Li Wanyin had cooked the mung beans until they opened up, soft as sifted sand. She skimmed the scum off the surface with a spider spoon, her movements light and practiced. She hadn't used granulated white sugar. Instead, the bowl held chunks of raw cane sugar, reddish-brown, with a toasty, caramel note. Compared to white sugar, the flavor was deeper and felt more nourishing. Good cooking looks simple, but getting mung beans to be grainy without turning sticky takes precise heat and time. Chun Xian drank another mouthful, sat down, kept nodding, his eyes bright. This is really good, Wanyin. You're a great cook. It's nothing, just some sweet soup. She smiled softly, something warm tucked behind her voice. His praise steadied her hands. Watching him drink bowl after bowl warmed her more than the compliment, the highest praise for anyone who cooks. Careful, it's hot, she warned. Don't put it in the fridge and freeze it too cold. Isn't good either. I'm fine. He shook his head and squinted. Warm is best. Mung beans are cooling by nature. If they're too cold, your stomach will protest. Back on the mountain, we always drank them while they were still a little warm. You knew that? She said, surprised, smiling. Li Wanyin was a little surprised. She ate more casually than Chun Xian looked, sitting back in her chair, spoon cupped in her hand, ladling the soup slowly, one mouthful at a time. A thin wisp of steam rose off the broth. Bits of mung bean rolled gently in the bowl, the sweetness carrying a cool aftertaste. My mom used to make mung bean soup when I was a kid, she said. She'd snip some wild greens and toss them in what's that called? Guggen kai? Chen offered. Right. That one. It gives the plain soup an extra note, clean and refreshing, a little bitter, but really good. I can't believe you know that roadside weed. Chen smiled, a touch proud, not at all like most city kids who'd never heard of it. There were tons of it on the steps of our temple. The leaves were thin, like a hidden freshness in the grass. Eat it in the summer, and you feel cool all over, like the heat's been blown away. Li Wanyin was even more surprised. She hadn't expected this shy-looking boy to describe a childhood flavor of hers so precisely. Once they started, the conversation opened up and ran on. They warmed to it, finding an old current between them. It had been a long time since she'd talked like that, like picking up a piece of the past and holding it again. They ate while the black cat trotted over, a bowl in its mouth. The rim clipped the table leg with a clear sound. It set the bowl down, looked up at them, eyes spelling out two words, feed me. Li Wanyin remembered and pointed to the bowl in the corner of the living room. I just got home from work and saw Shimo's bowl was empty, so I topped it up. Chen blinked, glanced at the crumbs in the bowl, then laughed. So it was you, Wanyin. I was wondering why there were cat food scraps in that bowl. It's so ravenous, she shrugged. Other cats pick at it grain by grain. This one dumps half a bowl in its mouth at once, like it's trying to stuff its belly into a ball. Laughter bubbled around the table. The chatterbox in the corner cracked sunflower seeds, and Fema the fat cat rolled over with lazy indifference to their commentary. Xian, can cats have mung bean soup? Li Wanyin asked, curious. The black cat gave a short, sharp meow. Chen shrugged and grinned knowingly. Not sure about cats. Pigs, though pigs will eat anything. The cat meowed again, as if unimpressed, then buried its head in the bowl and began to gorge, contented sounds punctuating each bite. The scent of the soup, the herbal coolness, and the clink of bowls filled that little kitchen together. Chen Xian said this as he tipped the last third of his bowl of mung bean soup into Feima's cat dish. A few beans splashed up. Feima lifted his head, sniffed, gave a satisfied little purr, then lowered his head and dove in, the bowl making soft slurping, licking sounds. Wanyin, is there any more sweet syrup in the pot? He asked. There is. I made a lot, Li Wanyin replied. Then I'll ladle another bowl. Okay. When the syrup was gone, the room fell quiet for a few seconds. Both human and cat relaxed. Feima yawned and rubbed his paws along the rim of the bowl. Chen instinctively picked up the bowl and chopsticks and headed for the sink. Li moved to refuse. It's fine, I can wash them. I'll do it. You made the syrup, I'll clean up fair. He bent down and turned on the tap. Warm water ran, suds foamed, and bowls chimed against each other. Chen moved with practiced ease. The brush circled the bowl, bean residue on the spatula was scraped clean, and the soup pot thudded softly in the water. He set the used spoon and lid aside, then wiped the counter until it was spotless. The cloth left a faint rasp over the wood, and the air smelled faintly of dish soap. Li Wanning stood in the doorway watching his hands clean, efficient. The motions were the kind of practiced habit of someone who had worked in kitchens for years. Yet he was still in a high school uniform, his face still a little boyish. The two things together looked oddly mismatched. "You cook, don't you?" she asked casually. "I do. When we were up on the mountain, I usually did the cooking." "How old were you when you started?" "For a 5, I guess. Standing on a stool, just tall enough to reach the stove, trying to copy what I saw." "You were that small," she exclaimed. Chen smiled, part helpless, part self-mocking. "My master was lazy and a smooth talker. He always said before you learn alchemy refining spirit pills, you have to learn to cook. If you can't even make a decent meal, how could you refine good medicine?" Li smiled and said she started around 13 or 14, learning during summer breaks. They kept chatting, and in just a few minutes the kitchen was neat and orderly. The counter shone, the dishes were lined up. Li looked at it all with genuine surprise. Chun's movements had been unhurried, but everything was done properly. She saw Chun Xian heading out and stepped aside to let him through. She'd just finished eating and wasn't in a hurry to go back to her room. She wanted to stay a little longer. Talking to him felt easy. By day she handed out flyers as a part-time job. People came and went. She spent the whole day repeating the same line until her lips were dry and her voice hoarse. Customers took the flyers perfunctorily, nodded, and left. No one chatted with her like a friend. Only at night, with someone under the eaves and the TV murmuring, did she feel like she was still talking to someone. The television cast a warm yellow light. The set in the corner hummed, like something breathing. There had been no TV when they were kids up on the mountain. She remembered the time he was practicing some sort of lightning trick snap, and a white flash shot through the window. The TV's casing split the screen through up black bars, and the plastic still smelled faintly burned. They never replaced it. Chen glanced at the TV and asked, curious, "Were you watching just now?" She shook her head, voice soft. "No. When I came back, I watched 2 minutes of a show, then left it on for Shimo. He likes things that move and won't let me turn it off. It's just background noise." The cat, napping on the armrest, rolled over at the sound of its name and let out a short, affectionate meow. It was the most coquettish sound in the room. The TV dialogue, like distant rain, filled the gaps. Li Wanning sat down on the sofa. The couch smelled faintly of detergent and the dampness of clothes not fully dry. The black cat was less wary now. As long as she didn't reach out first, it would give up half its territory. She watched the TV for a moment, then looked at Chun as he headed for the balcony and said, even and brisk, "I just took in the clothes you washed yesterday. The dew was heavy and I was afraid they'd get soaked. I brought mine in too. They're on that chair." The balcony door was pushed open and closed. A cold breath slipped through the crack, carrying the damp of the night and the echo of distant whistles. The hangers clinked with a clear metallic sound. Chen answered, "Okay, thanks, Wanning." The room returned to its low hum. Her fingers rubbed the armrest as if counting the conversations she'd lost during the day. The TV light flickered across her face. Outside, the night was quiet, like a sheet of paper waiting to be written on. Chen Xian followed her finger with his eyes. The robe he'd washed last night and his school uniform were folded over the back of a chair. Not folded with military precision, but clean and neat. The edges still carried a faint scent of detergent. "Did the uniform you washed yesterday dry?" Li Wanning asked. "I checked this morning, still a little damp." She leaned in, amusement in her eyes. "Aren't you afraid you'll catch a cold wearing that?" Her voice was soft, but reproachful. Chen shrugged, smiling lightly. "A little shake, and it'll dry." She didn't answer, she just rolled her eyes. A small gesture, but unmistakable. She thought of the boys back in school getting soaked and refusing to change, shivering but stubborn about adding another layer. Girls were different, even a little thing could make them give up everything. She smiled at the memory, but kept it to herself. "Have you showered, Wanning?" Chen asked. "I have. You go ahead." She replied calmly. Chen nodded and went to the bathroom. The door shut behind him with a crisp click. The sound of running water stopped. The room was left with only the low rumble of the TV and the flicker of images. Patches of light moved across the wall like a motionless sea. Li Wanning had meant to go back to her room, but the cat Shimo was staring at the screen, perfectly still. She dragged over a soft pillow and pulled the cat into her lap. Its fur was warm, its breathing light, a steady purr vibrating in its throat. She put her legs up and her phone lit. It was a message from an old classmate. They were all catching up. She opened the chat and her fingers tapped quickly at the screen. Short sentences, emojis, complaints like whispers passed under a classroom desk. I give up, this boss is outrageous. Sent the file at 10 and needs it by tomorrow morning. Girls, should I go in? Should you go in? No way, don't get up. Sleep is more important. Where's Jayan? She wouldn't actually get up to work overtime, would she? Ah, he just called me. Li Wanyin let out a soft snort of laughter, set the phone aside, and leaned back against the chair. Laughter came from the TV. The cat rolled over and continued to purr. The room settled again into quiet. Only the light, the faint sound, and the slow rise and fall of someone's breathing. Her phone buzzed 3 times. Group messages fell like rain. Called 3 times in a row. That is really awful. I can't do this anymore. I'm quitting tomorrow. Maybe hang in there. You're the only one who has found a job right now. If you quit, how are you going to pay next month's rent? More bubbles popped up on the screen. Someone sent a few cry laugh emojis. Someone sent a voice message. The light jumped across her face. She just watched. Her finger didn't move. Girls, I'm leaving Yunchi and going back home the day after tomorrow. Anyone free to go out for dinner these 2 days? Lucci, you're going home? Yeah. My dad wants me to start at my uncle's factory doing office work. Clerk, 2,800 a month. Let us all grab dinner. When you're free, how about hot pot tomorrow night? It's on me. Definitely, I'm in. What about Wanyin? Has she been busy? She has barely popped up in the group lately. At Xiaohuiyin. Li Wanyin pressed the phone to her thigh. The screen's glow made her eyes look faintly bright. She wasn't the person who answered first in the group anymore. The year she graduated, something happened at home. She learned to swallow things. She couldn't help with other people's troubles. She didn't want to talk about her own. The chat faded into ripples. She went from the one who spoke the most to a corner, a quiet observer. Xiaohuiyin, I can. She finally typed one word, like a faint filament someone had lit. Wanyin, what have you been doing lately? Still at Yunchi? Found a job yet? At Xiaohuiyin. Xiaohuiyin, not yet. Xiaohuiyin, doing some part-time stuff to get by. Do you remember Senior, who used to chase you? He asked me for your contact again. His family's rich. I heard he's a junior manager now. Ah, Candle Bro? He graduated a year ago and still pines for our Wanyin? Ha ha ha, Candle Bro. The messages rolled like a heat wave. Someone laughed louder than anyone. Xiaohuiyin sent a sticker of a hand covering a mouth, with the caption, "Don't even hand over mouth," laughing out loud. She looked at the words, and the corner of her mouth twitched. The phone's vibration stopped, but the group noise kept going. She set the phone back on the table. The light pooled on the back of her hand like a handful of night glow. It was one of those things the dorm would laugh about for the rest of their lives. They called him Candle Guy. The name was blunt, and it fit. That night he arranged a ring of candles under the girls' dorm. The candles formed a heart. The flames leapt in the wind, the light stretching people's shadows, then breaking them into pieces. He stood in the glow like a puppet nailed in place. He called Li Wanyin's name from his throat, his voice shaking. He kept calling. No one came down. The wind ran over the candles, making them hiss softly. Footsteps came down the stairs. The dorm supervisor flipped on the lights. The hard glare ruined the whole romantic setup. Candle Guy pulled out his phone and messaged Li Wanyin. One word came back. You have been blocked. Li Wanyin remembered the feeling, the cold at the nape of her neck, her face flushing hot. Her voice in her ear felt thinned by the wind. Even the embarrassment had an edge. She said nothing and just deadbolt the door from the inside. There was a burst of laughter in the room, then quiet. Chen Xian had warned her yesterday. It wasn't that no one chased her, it was that she didn't want to date. The sentence was plain, like a pin stuck into her thoughts. The group chat blew up again. A few short lines, passing the baton. Wanyin, you really planning to stay single forever? I used to like being single. Now I want someone reliable. Someone who won't blow money, just mutual support. Lucci, you got something going on. My mom set up a blind date. I'm going home and might as well meet him. Feeling so boxed in. You've got a blind date? Jiayin you. What about me? I'm just surprised, Wanyin. Are you being asked or interrogated? Nice deflection. The messages were like quick knives, one after another. She had meant to lie low and not reply, but watching the chat bubbles pop, she typed a few words. No. Don't joke. Seriously, don't. Now is not the time. What are you thinking about then? Making money. Always thinking about making money. A lot of money. When I'm rich, I'm going to keep a young, handsome boyfriend and call the shots myself. Her reply was half a laugh and half a kind of sharp confidence. The chat fell quiet for 2 seconds before laughter filled it again. Candle Guy's story got dug up and replayed. Everyone imitated the frozen look he'd had in the light and laughed until they ran out of breath. The shadows under the lamp, like crumpled memories, flickered. The chat finally went back to its usual rhythm. Someone shouted, "I want to make money." Another, "I want to be rich." And someone bluntly demanded, "We need some male models." Li Wanyin kept quiet, lurking at the bottom of the group, watching the screen without a sound. After a while she looked up. The bathroom door opened. Chun Shuren came out, a towel slung over one shoulder, his freshly washed school uniform and socks tucked under his arm. His hair was still damp. He ran a hand through it and exposed a clean forehead. His skin was clear, no acne marks, just out of the shower, with a faint scent like detergent mixed with soap. He walked past the mirror on light feet. Sunlight slanted in from the balcony and hit his simple, retro tank, tracing the lines of his body. The ordinary tee looked as if it had been refitted for him, youthful, but a little rugged. He looked up and caught her watching. Their eyes met. Li Wanyin drew her gaze back slightly, then turned her attention to the TV and asked, as if making small talk, "You done?" "Yeah." He nodded. "Wanyin, do you need the bathroom?" "No, did you hand wash those?" she asked, voice calm. "Yeah, not much, won't take long to dry." He headed for the balcony, the clothes still dripping. As he hung them out one by one, the fabric made soft slaps against the line. The breeze shook the wet garments and the sun turned the droplets into tiny sparks. "Then I should chip in more for utilities," Li Wanyin said half-jokingly, though her eyes kept stealing glances at his back as he worked. "No need." Chun Shuren shook his head, his tone clean and matter-of-fact. "We live together. Don't worry about that." His words were light, but carried weight. Heat rose to Li Wanyin's face. She tapped the remote absently. A picture floated into her head, her as a little rich woman, making him breakfast, paying the bills. It was unbearably sweet. She immediately shoved it away, coughed as if someone had pulled her out of a dream, and muttered, "Don't daydream. I only said it in passing, and they actually took me seriously." Li Wanyin spat once. Her voice carried a mix of annoyance and amusement. She hurriedly changed the subject. "Xian, how was class today? You've missed so much, can you catch up?" she asked. Chen Xian tossed a shirt onto the clothesline. The fabric snapped crisply. Steam still rose from the bowl he'd cooked earlier. "My Chinese is fine. The other subjects I can't keep up with in class," he said as he clipped the hanger. "The teacher and classmates have been helping me. I'm slowly rebuilding the basics from middle school." "How was work today, Wanyin?" He looked up at her, a smile in his eyes. "I made noodles this morning and meant to dish you a bowl. The broth was still steaming. But you didn't wake, so I only served Fei Mo and myself." Li Wanyin chuckled and patted her face, as if wiping away sleep. "It's okay. You had to get to class. I can handle breakfast. Works so-so. I handed out flyers for 2 days. It didn't do much. But today I brought 2 customers into the shop. At checkout, the register chimed twice, and I got an extra $20 in commission." She sounded a little proud, smiling softly. Chun Xian blinked, his eyes lighting up. "That's awesome. There's commission?" "There is. But its luck only counts if you bring them into the store on the spot," Li Wanyin shrugged. He turned back to straighten the drying clothes and quoted his master with half teasing, half seriousness. "My master always says the hardest thing in this world is making money. Wanyin, you're already impressive for earning your own. I haven't earned any real money yet." Li Wanyin burst out laughing. "You're still in school. After you graduate, you'll definitely make more than me." He shrugged, rubbing the corner of a shirt between his fingers. He fished through his waist pouch, found nothing but scraps of paper, felt the emptiness, and slid it back in with a wry shrug. "I don't think about money that much. My master never talked about it when I was little. But studying in the city costs money. I have a few debts. Sometimes I think, when I go out to try my luck, figuring out how to make a living is something I can't avoid." Li Wanyin tilted her head, curiosity bright in her eyes. Outside, children shouted and the distant clink of bowls came from a nearby restaurant. She asked, her voice soft and direct, "So how do Taoist priests make money?" Chen Xian hung his clothes up and went back to the living room. He sat on the couch and, on a whim, scooped up the lazy cat and laid it across his lap. The cat began kneading his thigh with its paws, like it was kneading dough. A glass tapped the coffee table with a clear, delicate chime. Chun poured water slowly. The rim of the glass made a faint tinkling. He spoke in an even, unhurried voice. Usually the worshippers leave a bit of a donation. They come to pray or to hold memorial rites. Some people ask us to read faces or check feng shui. Master isn't much of a businessman, so the temple doesn't have many side trades. Sometimes we sell handwritten talismans or little wooden plaques. Li Wanyin blinked. You can read faces? She said, a little surprised, with a half-playful curiosity. She didn't normally put stock in this sort of thing or spend money on fortune-telling, but with her roommate sitting there, she found herself interested. A little, Chin replied, his fingers brushing the cat's fur. The cat gave a low, contented purr. See, can you look at mine? Her voice carried expectation and a touch of shyness. Sure. He turned his head. His gaze was calm. What do you want me to look at? Money. She answered instantly, like someone flipping a switch. She shifted to the side, one hand on the edge of the couch, leaning forward slightly. Under the light, her skin looked smooth. Her eyes were bright, but a little shy. When she smiled, the corners of her mouth lifted, warm with life. The cat and he both watched her. The cat's paws started pressing again, a steady, clock-like rhythm. The room was filled only with the purr and the soft sloshing of water in the glass. Chen narrowed his eyes and slowly scanned her forehead, brows, the bridge of her nose and the corners of her mouth. His hand didn't touch. He moved as if tracing circles in the air, reading an invisible map. He stopped at the bridge of her nose, as if finding a landmark. He spoke plainly but with quiet certainty. Wanyin, your features are good. She froze for a moment. Then couldn't help laughing, a sudden, springy sound, easy and bright. So is that good or not? Tell me. She leaned in, her eyes wide with childlike curiosity. He looked away and a faint smile touched his face. You'll be steadier. You're not going to have huge ups and downs all at once. You'll see opportunities, and you'll be able to hold on to some of them. If you really want to improve things, I can show you a few small tricks. He said it like he was talking about ordinary household matters. The cat kept kneading, as if nothing was urgent. Li Wanyin sat up straighter, a small light in her eyes. So does that mean I'll have a chance to get rich? There'll be a way in, he said, short and matter of fact. He reached up to stroke the cat's ear, the motion casual. But you have to do the work. Just waiting one tea cut it. Chen Xian withdrew his gaze, smiled as he offered a compliment, then looked at her seriously. Your forehead is smooth, with that central line deep and clear, sharp thinker. Your nose bridge is straight, like a steady bridge, which suggests a solid family background and stable finances. Your jawline is rounded, which means steady money luck. You're a steady person and likely to get help from others. Wanyin, let me see your right hand. Okay. Li Wanyin smiled and reached it out. He took her fingertips. Her skin was warm under his touch. Her palm lay open naturally, the lines clear in the light. Chen turned her hand gently, his eyes tracing the patterns. His movements were light and practiced. Her hand wasn't fragile. The skin was soft, the nails neatly kept with a faint pink-white hue. Her knuckles were full, not thin. The skin at her wrist was thin and translucent, faint blue veins visible beneath. Her hand was like her, simple, gentle, with a natural softness. How is it? Her voice carried a little urgency, laughter flickering in her eyes. Their hands brushed now and then, and when they drew close, her heart suddenly quickened, her breath shortened. Chen let go of her fingertips and smiled. Your money line is very clear and wide. In the future, not only will your family be well off, but you'll also make your own way. You have the look of someone who can do big things. You're not even that old. How are you so good at sweet talk? Li Wanyin's cheeks flushed instantly. Her tone turned coy. I'm telling the truth. He put away his smile and said it with conviction. Really? She asked again. Really? He nodded. Li Wanyin couldn't help laughing. The sound was bright, as if it blew away the room's shadows. She relaxed completely. Her chest felt light, her eyes shining like little stars. A day that had been heavy suddenly seemed carried off by a warm breeze. Good-looking, considerate, and a pleasant voice. Li Wanyin smiled to herself, then immediately gave herself a little mental shake. Don't overthink it. The city was full of people, yet they seemed separated by glass. Heads bowed, earphones plugging them into another world. She'd barely spoken to anyone all day. Back in the apartment, the hour of conversation felt like wind, blowing the stale air from her chest. She sank onto the sofa and relaxed. Her laughter softened, she no longer spoke so cautiously. The tension around her eyes melted into warmth. Her fingers idly skimmed the cushion, as if to confirm this was just ordinary comfort. It's 11. I'm going back to my room. Sean, you should get some rest too, she said, getting up in a casual tone. She added with a smile, Are there mosquitoes in your room? I brought a mosquito coil. Chun Xian shook his head, his voice even. It's fine. Mosquitoes don't bite me. Go on, I'm heading back too. Good night. Good night, Wanyin. They rose from the sofa. She hit the remote, and the TV went black. Only a faint wash of streetlight filtered into the living room. The cat leapt up and padded softly into Chun Xian's room. The door closed behind it with a short, soft click. Li Wanyin walked to the center of the room and turned off the fan. When the blade stopped, the air lost its little rustle and the apartment grew quieter. She switched off the lamp, felt for the doorknob in the dark, and went back to her room. The door made a small sound as it settled shut. Outside the weather was fine. Chun Xian hadn't turned on the AC or shut the window tight. The night breeze nudged the curtains, bringing a dry evening air. He stood at the window with his back straight, the streetlights stretched into long lines in the distance. The cat's purring came from inside like a low metronome. He looked up at the sky. The stars were clean and bright. No clouds, only the hum of streetlights and distant traffic in the air. In the night, his breathing was steady. The wind outside sent the thin window covering tapping in tiny, scattered sounds. On the mountain, he usually lights out just after 9. Staying up until 11, like tonight, was rare. But now it looked like staying up past 11 might become the new normal. Did I do my reflecting today, Fema? He asked. Meow. He lay back and pulled the sheet over himself. His voice was so quiet it sounded like he was talking to himself. The black cat stretched and yawned. It curled into a ball against the pillow, its fur blending with the night. Only those two bright eyes picked it out of the dark. At midnight, the light slipping through Li Wanin's door went out. The room fell still. Footsteps in the hall and distant car lights seemed swallowed by the night. At 5 in the morning, when the sky was just beginning to gray, Chun Xian woke as usual. The nights in the city were a little longer than on the mountain. He slept less, but he still woke on time. He hadn't slept well the night before and felt a little groggy. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and pushed the drowsiness back. A few minutes of sitting quietly, and his energy came back. He didn't often use sitting meditation as a substitute for sleep, but sometimes it could tide him over. Meditation could gather the body's energy faster, like herding scattered water into a jar. You speed the pouring, but the jar's capacity doesn't change. He tried to keep it simple. Progress wasn't something you achieved just by sitting and thinking. The real key was whether you could get a feel for the way heaven and earth moved. Those who understood that order could draw energy in from outside. It was like wind piling grains of sand into a little dune, slowly making it higher. The energy didn't only appear while sitting. The vibration from chewing while eating could gather it. The sound of each footfall while walking could bring a thread of energy back into the body. Sleeping, talking, reading ordinary actions quietly accumulated energy. It was just happening too slowly to notice. Sitting's advantage was that it multiplied the speed, like pouring more water into the jar. But no matter how diligent you were, how much the jar could hold was still determined by its size. Talent and insight were the rim and the thickness of the walls. Thinking that, he checked the time. He inhaled again and held it, listening for the faint echo of airflow in his lungs. Fema purred softly by his ear, like a little machine steady and real. Outside the city, the sky was brightening. Morning light tinged the edges of the curtains gray-white. Another day was about to begin. When your magical power gets stuck at a certain point, you have to go into seclusion. Shut the door, fiddle with the incantations, try to push open that invisible wall. The other way is to go out and move. Both methods aim for the same thing, breaking through yourself. Magic, at its core, borrows the rhythm and strength of heaven and earth. It's like tuning into a frequency. Some people can tune steadily and draw a lot of power. Others are still feeling for the beat and can only pull in a little. Chun Xian sat cross-legged on the bed, palms resting on his knees, eyes closed. The fog of sleeplessness thinned with each breath. After a few breaths, his mind cleared and his body snapped back to its own tempo. He opened his eyes. A butterfly fluttered in the lamplight, probably slipped in through an open window last night. Fema by the window gave a flick of its tail, ready to pounce. Cats are always thrilled by moving things. A butterfly wasn't much of a meal, but it was a perfect toy. Chun Xian lifted a hand and hooked a finger lightly, as if an invisible line had looped around the insect. It beat its wings, trying to escape, but an unseen force tugged it, inching it toward him. He didn't harm it. He cupped it in his palm and felt the faint tremor of its wings. At the sill, he opened his hand and gave a soft lift. The butterfly flapped twice, slipped out the window, and vanished into the morning mist. He stood at the window and drew in the morning air. The city's air felt heavy, like it was wrapped in an invisible layer of dust. It was nothing like the wind at the Taoist temple, which passed through pine groves with the astringent tang of needles and the cool of dew wind that could snap you awake to your core with a single breath. A clatter came from downstairs. Trash bins rolled as sanitation workers cleaned the street. Someone had woken earlier than him, starting their day to their own rhythm. Chun Xian glanced down at the street, then turned back into the room. A life that always ran between two fixed points wasn't what he wanted. He decided not to study. There was still time before class. He would go out and walk, try to collide with some different rhythms. He slipped on his shoes, grabbed his keys, and stepped out onto the 9th-floor balcony, hesitating for a moment. A surveillance camera on a pole watched from afar. Chun Xian sighed, turned, and took the stairs. "Meow," he called, poking his head out. "I'm going out for a walk. Fema, you coming?" "Meow." The cat answered. Fema wasn't the sort of cat who obediently took the stairs. He was a fat ball of fur, but he moved like a spring. The black body first arched. His claws caught the balcony rail, his tail flicked. He pushed off and shot out like an arrow, tracing a parabola as he ran along the wall. His claws scraped the concrete with a faint SCR. It was as if someone pulled a string. In no time, he slid from the 9th floor down to the 2nd. With a final kick, he sprang, landed without a sound, the touch of his feet light as a feather than a soft pat. Chun Xian went down the stairs. Fema didn't wait for him. Tail high, stride steady, he walked with the confident ease of a cat who knew the route, heading toward the complex gate. He'd already scoped the place yesterday. Just after 5 in the morning, the complex was as quiet as a blank sheet. Only a sanitation worker pushed a cart in the distance, scrubbing the ground. The air smelled of cement and grass. Footsteps were swallowed by the wind. Soon familiar steps came from behind. Chun Xian stepped out, unhurried in demeanor, but precise in movement. Their calm face belied how clean and efficient his pace was. Inside the security booth, the guard lifted his eyes from his phone. He'd been scrolling short videos all night. His eyes were still half asleep. He yawned, sipped a bitter cup of tea, a cigarette dangling as he sat back to get some air. The iron gate was closed. Fema didn't go through it. He made a nimble leap onto the low wall beside the gate and flipped over. The black blur slipped past like a large rat. The guard stared, rubbed his eyes, not yet fully upright. A kid in a sweaty t-shirt burst out of a nearby doorway, chest heaving, his steps carrying the rush of an early morning run. The complex was old. The main gate usually stood half open. Only late at night and early in the morning was it really shut, and you needed a key card to get through. Chun Xian stopped in front of it and fished out his access card. His sweat-soaked t-shirt clung to his back. His breathing hadn't quite settled. The security guard waved him over, voice low and rough. "You don't have to swipe to go out. Just hit that button next to it." Chun glanced, nodded. "This one." The man pointed. The button clicked crisply. The iron gate slid open slowly. The morning breeze came in, carrying a few scraps of paper and the smell of dirt. "Out for a run this early?" the guard asked with a smile. The corners of his eyes creased like a sun-bleached map. "Yeah, just moved in. Thought I'd walk around." Chun smiled back. His voice was calm, the way you'd greet an old neighbor. "You look new here." The guard squinted. "No surprise you don't seem like someone who's lived here long. How should I call you?" Chun asked, taking the cue. Talking came naturally to him. Back on the mountain, he'd been close with the neighbors, like family. In the city, he wanted that same easy familiarity. "Zheng Ergu, just kidding. I'm Zheng." The guard shrugged and laughed, the sound like pages being flipped. "Chun Shuren." He said his name quietly. It had an old-fashioned ring to it, not like the flashier names you hear now. The guard said, "Oh," twice and laughed. "That's an old school name, has a bit of the older generation about it. Your clothes too, like your dad's lot." Chin glanced past the gate at the thin, cool morning light, nodded, and said nothing more. They stood there as the iron doors closed slowly. The world felt like a page being turned, leaving behind a faint hush. "You still in school? Where do you go?" "Yunshi #1 middle school next door." The security guard's eyes lit up, and he nodded, smiling. "That's pretty good. My boys about your age couldn't even get into the high school back home. Kids these days really hit or miss." The more he talked, the quieter he grew. The harder he stared at Qin Xian, the more familiar the face seemed. Qin said evenly, "Uncle Zheng was talking about that Taoist. He must mean me." The guard slapped his thigh and laughed out loud. "Oh wow, so it really is." Before he finished speaking, the young Taoist had already stepped out of the complex and started running. "I'm off." He didn't even know whether he meant it for anyone or just himself. A shadow leapt from a corner and landed beside him. Not a rat, a black cat. The cat wasn't like an ordinary cat. It kept close to his side, running as if an invisible string tied it to the boy's feet. Qin Xian's route was never a straight line. Sidewalks, narrow alleys, dead ends. Sometimes he skirted the road, but he almost never ran along broad streets. When he hit an obstacle, he vaulted at walls, iron railings, low roofs tracing a spiral on a map, ring after ring spreading outward. Wind cut past his ears. Shoe soles slapped the ground in a clear rhythm. The black cat's claws made a fine, staccato tapping on the flagstones. His breath steamed white in the cold morning air. Every leap, every backtrack etched a street, a corner, a window into his mind. The map took shape inside him. Occasionally someone up early would stop and watch. Some stood agape as he casually cleared a 3-meter-high dead end. The top of the wall was studded with broken glass, cold glints flashing in the morning sun. A bystander murmured, "That's parkour, right? Kid's got real skill. How on earth did he get through just now?" The buildings were a forest pressed together, blocking half the sky. Qin Xian threaded his way through the blocks like a shadow, like the wind, like someone leaving a string of footsteps on the roofs. He avoided the main roads, slipping along alleys, vaulting low walls, crossing yards piled with junk. He leapt eaves, slid past iron railings, dropped down a rain pipe in one go. Every move was clean and sharp. The slap of his soles on pavement rang bright, like clock chimes marking the hours. Heart steady, breath even. Half an hour went by, and he was still that fast, as if time had been stretched and then cut short. He wasn't sweating much, just a faint cold stickiness across his back. Near the agreed time, he stopped and turned back into the housing complex, not through the main avenue, but back into the alley he'd skirted. Old posters peeled at the corners from the walls, shirts hung on clotheslines. He remembered every broken tile, as if memorizing the way home. "Well, look who's back, little Chun," the guard called from his booth, voice husky with mourning and laced with a smile. He approached the gate. The guard looked up. The rising sun stretched both their shadows long on the ground. "Yeah, just finished my run. I'll come back another day," he said, rubbing his temple, sounding casual. "Gotta get my head on straight, class soon." "You ran for half an hour and you're not soaking?" The guard teased, eyebrows up. "I'm fine." He covered his mouth and smiled. "Autumn's coming. Mornings are cool." A black cat flipped down from the wall, its silhouette flashing in the light. It meowed twice, like a report of a job done, then raced along the outer wall, claws finding mortar like invisible steps. It cleared 2 balconies and at the 9th floor level made a light leap into its own balcony. The tiny scuffle of claws on brick mixed with the city's early bird calls, perfectly natural. The lock clicked and he went inside. The clock on the wall read 5:45. The kitchen smelled of steam. The crisp clink of a knife against a bowl. Water boiled in the pot, noodles rolled and hissed. Like yesterday, he made a simple bowl of egg noodles, quick, precise movements. He split half an egg for the cat and poured a small saucer of cool boiled water. The cat sniffed, then ate with an air of refinement, like an old master. "If you're hungry, eat your kibble, don't go begging from people," he half joked. Fei Mo meowed twice, tail swaying slowly, eyes flickering with hesitation. If the city's rats weren't so greasy, it might actually want to contribute. The taste of the few times it had rummaged through the trash lingered still. After eating, he washed up quickly, changed into a clean school uniform, buttoned the collar, slung on his backpack. He tightened his laces, his ankles felt a slight stretch. It was 6:10. He stepped out. He had arranged to meet Wen Jixiao at the corner at 6:15. He was always on time. The morning light sliced the street shadows like a thin blade as he walked toward the agreed spot, his steps rhythmic like a taut string. He left the apartment complex and walked toward the school. From a distance, he could see Wen Jixiao's back. She looked just like yesterday. Her backpack hung from both shoulders. In her left hand, she balanced a cup of soy milk. In her right, she carried a bulging bag of breakfast. The morning sun warmed her. She leaned against a lamppost, her body tilted slightly. The straw was still between her lips, her head bobbing. Up close, she was actually asleep with her eyes closed. Maybe she was that out of it, or maybe he had walked too quietly. It wasn't until his voice sounded that Wen Jixiao's eyes flew open like an alarm being yanked off. "Morning, little Ji. Taoist. When did you get here?" Startled, she squeezed her hand. The soy milk hissed out of the straw and slid down between her fingers, the cool liquid making her flinch as it stuck and dripped onto the back of her hand and the bag. The paper bag rustled, the straw still bobbed at her lips. "Oh, it's all over my hands," she squealed in a small, panicked voice, rubbing at her fingertips. Chen Shuren couldn't help laughing. His laugh sounded clean in the morning air. "What are you even doing?" Nodding off while standing. "Quick, help me carry this." She hurriedly shoved the cup and big bag into his hands. He took the soy milk. The cup was still warm. The breakfast bag was heavy and the paper folded and creased at the edges. He lifted them with his arm bent slightly, as if taking on the weight. When Jixiao fumbled a tissue out of her pocket and balled it up, wiping her hands in quick, clumsy strokes. The rustle of the tissue mixed with her short, breathy breaths. "I'm so sleepy I could die," she complained, eyes still drowsy. "Aren't you tired?" "I'm practically resurrected." "Resurrected?" He raised an eyebrow, smiling. "Like want to die when I get up, only feel alive again when I get back in bed." She said it deadpan, though the corner of her mouth twitched. "Weren't you home earlier than me? How did you stay up so late?" he asked. She ran through the night's sequence like a tape. There was a bit of grievance in her voice. "Home at 10, shower done, not until 10:30. My aunt made soup. Ate that, and it was already 11. It's all your fault." "Why are you blaming me?" He feigned innocence. "You wanted to study English, remember? I even sorted out the grammar points you'd need and kept reading in bed, so I didn't sleep until midnight." She shot him a look, part complaint, part proud of her effort. Chen Xian blinked. He hadn't expected that he'd be partly to blame for Xiao staying up late. When Jixiao shifted her backpack from her shoulder to her chest and zipped it up, the zipper clicked. She pulled out a few sheets of A4, for they rustled between her fingers, and the smell of ink floated through the night like a faint coffee aroma. The pages were printed with key English points, tenses, voices, common mistakes neatly laid out line by line. They were her own notes, tidy handwriting, the headings shaded lightly. "Here, take them." She handed the papers over, her voice a little quick, as if she were hurrying against something. "Thanks." Chen Xian accepted them carefully. The coolness of the paper reached his fingertips. The type was clear. A single glance made the essentials jump out. It felt like a little sluice gate had been opened inside him. Learning English wasn't that complicated. Intonation was like a song. Sometimes it makes you understand, sometimes it doesn't. Words were the bricks, the raw material for building. Grammar was the blueprint, telling you how to put everything together. He memorized words quickly. The talking pen Mr. Yi had given him was like a speaking assistant. His listening and sentence practice had a solid support. What remained was the blueprint, on this sheet the framework of grammar. At that moment, he exhaled in relief, as if a heavy stone on his shoulders had been shifted a few inches. "Xiaoji, you're really kind," he said, plain and sincere. The girl's cheeks flushed. She looked down, her voice lost some of its nervousness, as if a breeze had scattered it. "And nothing. I actually made them for my cousin. I couldn't finish in one night, so I just copied two." "Still, thank you," he smiled. The paper in his hands had its corners slightly curled, like a helper that had answered an invitation. The air between them softened into a gentle arc. "It's nothing, really no big deal." When Jixiao smiled, the corners of her eyes still tinged with last night's redness. She'd stayed up all night getting the materials in order. The stack of printed pages in her hand still held the warmth of her fingerprints. She handed them to Qin Xian, her voice light. He took them and nodded. Thanks. She blinked. Not everyone earned a sincere thank you. And that one made her smile even brighter. You look totally wiped. How are you going to make it through class? She asked, worrying at his eyelids. I'll just brew a cup of coffee in the classroom, he said with a faint smile. What time did you get up? She asked again. 5 a.m. 5. She made an exaggerated face. She remembered the first time she met him. He said the same, waking at 5, trekking 2 hours over mountain paths, then taking an hour-long bus to school. She'd thought that was an exception. She hadn't expected 5 a.m. to be his regular routine. You're like an Iron Man, she said, half joking, half amazed. I have ways to stay awake. He lifted a hand. Like simple meditation, or pressing a few points to perk yourself up. You really won't fall asleep sitting up? She asked skeptically. You can try. He explained in plain terms as he pointed to her hands and face. Press these points, the tiger's mouth, on the back of the hand, between the thumb and index finger, the inner wrist, about 2 finger widths down, and the spot between the brows. A light press wakes you up. She tried, her fingers clumsy, her frown growing deeper. I'm doing it wrong. It doesn't seem to work, she said, laughing a little awkwardly. Want me to try? He handed her the breakfast and the thermos he'd been holding. Don't move. Stand steady. She took the food. When her fingers brushed his palm, she felt a warm spot. For a moment, the morning wind turned both their breaths white. He freed his hands and stood beside her. Cars hummed low along the curb. The sun stretched long shadows across the paving stones. They stood like that, simple and quiet. Qin Xian stood in front of her. When Zhixia suddenly grew nervous. Before she could even say forget it, he spoke. Close your eyes. She did. The moment she shut her eyes, her heart kicked faster. Don't squeeze them shut so hard. Relax a little. His voice was low and steady. She agreed. The sound so small it felt held down. Just as she was about to retreat in awkwardness, 2 warm fingers brushed the stray hairs from her forehead. The pads of his fingers settled into a hollow between her brows. It was fragile and sensitive. Pressing it sent a sour, swelling ache through her. Not a sting. A sourness edged with coolness, like a stream slowly running over taut nerves. Her lips trembled. The forget it stuck in her throat. His fingertips were steady and light, rubbing in a small circle. Clockwise. The pressure was just right, the warmth seeping from the skin inward to strike the ache's source. There was comfort inside that sourness, and the comfort itself held her in place. She stood rooted, unable to move. Her heart felt pressed by a warm hand, her breath slowed by a beat. Lift your head just a little. His voice and his touch came closer at once. She tilted her head up. His thumb moved to her temple, the other 4 fingers resting naturally on the crown of her head. This time he pressed a bit harder, with a rhythm, like loosening a tightly wound spring. At first it was a dull pain. Seconds later the dullness turned to warmth. Warmth spread from her temple to the top of her head, then flowed down the back of her neck like warm water through her body. The stiffness in her shoulders eased quietly. She felt unbuttoned, her breathing deepening and slowing. The drowsiness and the tightness felt as if someone had gently pulled them away. Her brows, without her noticing, smoothed out. The air smelled faintly of laundry detergent. The warmth from his fingertips mixed with that scent, like a soft blanket wrapping everything around them. Feeling better? Qin Xian slowed his movements and tapped her temple twice with his fingertips. Then he withdrew his hand, clean and efficient. When Zhixia stood there a moment, reluctant to let go of that quiet, hesitant, she finally opened her eyes. The world wasn't blurred anymore. The soreness around her eyes had gone. Her mind felt wiped clean, fresh and light. How's it? He asked again. I'm really not sleepy anymore. She nearly jumped up, both delighted and incredulous. How did you do that? When I press myself, it's nothing like this. I'm not sleepy at all. I know a little trick. You don't. So of course it's different. He shrugged with a smile, his tone easy. I don't buy it. Spill. Did you hide something just now? She said, blinking, half joking, half accusing. Okay, enough dilly-dallying, we'll be late for class. He gave his jacket a shake, urging but not unkind. Let's go. She pushed him, her voice urgent and laughing. It had been a long time since she felt so fully alive. Like waking after a whole night's sleep, pulling back the curtains to perfect sunlight, the world so clean it makes you want to laugh. Every part of her felt light, like a feather. But from the moment his fingertips drew near, her heart hadn't stopped. Each beat was a tiny hammer, warming her chest. She didn't feel overheated, yet a current of warmth seemed to envelop her whole body. Her fingers twisted together, without her meaning to her eyes began to dart away. She didn't say anything. Her face was faintly flushed. Her body felt a little stiff, as if tugged by an invisible thread pulled toward him and away at the same time. They walked side by side on the way to school. Heels clicked against the sidewalk, crisp. The wind carried a hint of books and breakfast. When Jixia took advantage of the rare lull and started teaching him spoken English. "Afternoon, the weather is very nice this afternoon," she demonstrated once, her voice steady. Qinshan repeated, "Fa tu none." When Jixia smiled, she put a hand by her mouth, as if cutting a little cookie. "Not fa tu none. Listen carefully, af ter noon. 3 syllables. The first syllable is stressed, the second light, the third drawn out. Relax your mouth, the final sound should be rounded, like oh. She was patient, slow, breaking each sound apart. People passed by, but they were separated from the world by a kind of atmosphere. All that remained was her voice and his mimicry. Thankfully, his younger cousin wasn't around. She would have been rolling her eyes. Chen's first attempt was still stiff, his voice like a rusty hinge. When Jixia nodded and demonstrated twice, puckering her lips into a small circle, like whistling or blowing out a tiny candle. On the second try, Chen copied her. His voice loosened, like a knot being washed smooth by running water. "You said that's the British pronunciation, so is the American pronunciation different?" he asked, curious. His voice held a little thrill, as if he'd discovered a new signpost. "We're learning British English," she said, making it perfectly clear. "There'll be some American mixed in. Just follow the textbook. I'll recommend a few English movies. The more you listen and speak, the better your speaking and grammar will get." "Okay," he nodded, the relief of someone who'd just received useful information in his voice. They walked into the campus side by side. Morning light turned the grass on the field a pale gold. The wind carried steam and the smell of frying from the breakfast stalls. Footsteps echoed off the walls of the academic building. "I really envy your class," she said, looking up at the floor, so low, you don't have to climb many stairs. "If the school would just shuffle the humanities and sciences between floors, it would be perfect." "Complaining about the floors again?" He laughed, the sound short. "You were jealous of people first, then jealous of the cat, and now you're jealous of the floors?" She laughed back. He put his smile away and countered calmly. "Our class on the 2nd floor still has 2 flights of steps. You guys on the 4th floor only have 2 more flights. The classes above the 7th might be jealous of you." Before he finished, she stopped at the 2nd floor corridor. Her hand went into the breakfast bag, searching. The plastic crackled softly. She pulled out a cup of soy milk. The cup still held warmth. White steam rose from the rim, carrying the scent of soy. She pressed the cup into his hand. The heat transferred, warm like a small hand placed in his palm. "Buying me soy milk again?" he said, surprised. "Made at home. Don't be formal." She winked. "Take it. If we're eating together at noon, wait for me on the 1st floor by the cafeteria entrance." With that, she waved, slung her bag over her shoulder, and walked up the stairs briskly. Her steps climbed floor by floor like a metronome. Chen Shuren's timing was, as always, exact. As yesterday, he got to the classroom 3 minutes before class. The bell at the door hadn't finished its last chime. Most of the students were already there. Some lay over their desks reading. Some ate breakfast, the muted sounds of chewing at their mouths. Some paced the aisles, shoe soles scraping the floor in a dull, steady rhythm. There were more people moving around today than yesterday. The group leaders were handing out papers. The sheets rustled together. They weren't quiz papers, just blank math worksheets to leave for everyone to do after class. The leaders passed stack after stack to classmates, fingers brushing the edges of the paper like flipping pages. On Chunshan's desk lay a freshly handed-out test, placed carelessly. Someone passed down the aisle, and the hem of their sleeve brushed the paper. The sheet flipped like an autumn leaf, turned over, and floated to the floor with a faint sound. It didn't stay there long. The girl at the desk beside him leaned over and bent to pick it up. Her long hair slid over her shoulder and softly brushed her cheek. Her pale hand reached out, her fingertips touched the paper's edge. When she lifted it, The sheet made a soft rustle. She hadn't fully straightened when a pair of black canvas shoes appeared in the aisle. The toes were scuffed in the light. The stride was steady. Her gaze tightened slightly. As she rose, her eyes traveled up from the shoes and landed on Chen Xian's face. "Thanks, class monitor," she murmured. He answered, his voice calm. Lin Mingqiu said nothing more. It was a small courtesy, something she'd have done even if he weren't her deskmate. She set the test back on his desk. The leg she'd extended slid back under the table. She sat up, shoulders easing, breath steadying. But her eyes never left Chen Xian. He set down his cup of soy milk. The rim tapped the desk with a crisp little sound. A strap slipped from his shoulder as he hung his backpack on the side of the desk. He drew out his chair. It scraped briefly across the floor. He sat, movements clean and efficient. The space beside him seemed to shrink in an instant. The light hadn't changed, but the distance between them felt filled. The previous emptiness was gone, the stiffness softened. Her gaze lingered on him, as if testing a new limit. "A math test," he murmured, flicking at the corner of the page. Lin Mingqiu didn't answer. She kept watching his every move, a faint, scattered gleam in her eyes. Chen Shuren had read most of his 7th grade math book yesterday. The test paper in front of him still looked like a foggy mess. The problems seemed like wobbling symbols, no clue at all. He hesitated, unsure whether to do the test and turn it in like everyone else. The class monitor's voice cut in from beside him. "You're late today." "Huh." He froze. The topic jumped too fast for his brain to follow. He glanced at the clock. 2 minutes until the official time to be in class. Lin Mingqiu fixed him with a look, impatient but with a hint of command. "We're on duty today. You should have come earlier to take out the trash." Chen suddenly understood. "We have to take it out in the morning too." "We do." She nodded. "Sorry, I thought we only cleaned in the afternoon." He set the paper down and stood up. The movement was simple, like making a decision that had to be made. At the back of the classroom sat a big white plastic trash can, thick handles on both sides. The duty student had emptied it the night before, but after an evening of study sessions, it was half full again. Paper scraps, plastic bags, leftover lunches. A warm, greasy smell hung in the air, like refuse baked by the sun. He dragged the bin into the aisle, ready to lift it onto one shoulder. The plastic rubbed, and the rim left a rough feel in his fingers. The contents bumped softly, as if complaining. Lin walked over and looked at him holding the battered can with both hands, an eyebrow arching as if he'd become a joke. "You planning on carrying that by yourself?" Her voice had both reproach and undisguised surprise. Chen straightened, his voice small and defensive. "I can do it." She rolled her eyes and grabbed one handle. "Don't try to be a hero. 2 people lift easier and safer." They hoisted the bin together. It swayed slightly, and the trash inside gave low thuds. The can scraped chair legs at the classroom door with a dry rasp. The corridor's smooth floor echoed their footsteps, short and rhythmic. As they stepped out, Lin glanced at him again. "Don't be late next time. School rules aren't suggestions." Chen nodded. It was a quiet, earnest nod, like someone taking on a newly learned responsibility. Lin Mingqiu didn't answer directly. She shot back, her voice a little colder. "Didn't you just tell me to take out the trash?" Chen Shuren smiled, as if he'd been poked in a sore spot. "I never said you had to go alone. How could you handle it by yourself?" He then repeated her earlier words, verbatim, stretching the tone like a recording. "Today it's our turn to clean. You should come to the classroom earlier to take out the trash." The room fell quiet. Lin Mingqiu's gaze turned icy. She lifted her chin, but said nothing. Her expression spoke louder than words. After a few awkward seconds, Chen's smile softened, as if to ask, "Is that better?" The question died on his lips under that look, and he swallowed it back. "Fine then. We'll go together." He stood up straight and set the heavy trash can down. Metal scraped against the desks with a short, metallic clink. The can was heavy. Chen shifted to stand by a handle, hands ready to lift. Lin stretched out one hand not to grab the handle, but to hand him a tissue. The motion was clean and quick. He blinked, took the tissue. Before he could speak, she had another piece ready and wrapped it around the handle with practiced ease. The paper rubbed against the cold metal with a faint sound. She placed her hand on it, pale fingers, knuckles pressing slightly. Chen got it. A brief look of apology crossed his face. Then he imitated her, winding tissue onto the handle and gripping. His palm was swallowed by the metal's chill. Their breathing slowed. "Shall we?" he asked, his voice lower, as if afraid to disturb something. "Mm." She nodded. The hallway behind the classroom was narrow. They had to walk single file. The trash can swayed between them, dragging with a dull scrape. Heels squeaked on the floor. Desk legs bumped benches with soft clicks. The air smelled of old paper and chalk dust, with an occasional sour note from the trash. When they pushed open the door at the end of the hall, a cold gust rushed in, carrying the voices of students returning to campus for the evening. Both of them steadied the can and quickened their pace. No one spoke, only the rhythm of footsteps and the can's bottom rasping the floor like two synchronized beats. They walked completely out of step. Chun Shuren a half beat behind, Lin Mingxiu a half beat ahead. The reason was simple. A few classmates were stealing glances their way. Lin's cheek warmed. She hurried to get away. Her fingers tightened around the trash can handle without thinking. The bin swung between them with a clatter. It first bumped Chen's heel, a crisp click. Then it was yanked the other way, metal striking in uneven bursts. At last they reached the classroom door and both stopped. One wanted to go left, the other right. The bin pulled taut like a stretched rubber band, trembling, its rim whining. If it had any spirit, it would probably split right then. "Aren't we taking the right staircase?" Chen asked, his voice steady. "Left's closer," Lin whispered. "There's a recycling bin by the back door." "Oh," a short reply. Lin wanted to laugh and to push the feeling away. At once her eyes flitted. She hunched her shoulders and quickened her pace. People breathed in the corridor. The rustle of pages, low voices reading, ebbed away like a tide. They walked side by side, holding the bin. Their steps made a clean rhythm on the tiles. With every step, the metal sent a dull vibration into their hands. They went down the left stairs and out the left ground floor exit. Outside was a straight campus path leading to the north gate. To the right stood 3 classroom buildings. To the left was a low wall, beyond it, the street. Compared to the busy avenue at the main gate, this place was as quiet as a deep well. The morning mist hadn't lifted. Pale gold light spilled over the wall, staining it with a warm patch. A row of evergreens lined the wall. Wind passed through, and the leaves made a soft susurrus. On the newly watered lawn, blades of grass wore beads of water. When the sun hit them, the drops flashed like shards of glass, scattering tiny colors. A few birds lifted off the treetops and settled on the wall, tilting their heads as if listening. Then they shook their wings and chased one another, making bright little calls. Chun and Lin walked on like that. The bucket in their hands was cold metal. The paving stones underfoot were damp with dew. The air smelled of wet grass and cool leaves. Sound, light, and breath gradually pushed the morning into clearer focus. "This path is beautiful. I've never been here before." Chun Xian walked slowly, a smile at the corner of his mouth. His steps were light, as if he'd discovered a new brook in the woods. Sunlight lay across the flagstones, kicking up heat. A breeze passed, carrying the scent of cut grass. Lin Mingxiu said nothing. She watched him, then let her gaze follow his to the enclosing wall. A few sparrows perched on the top. Something was hollowing a nest out of a crack. The most obvious bird held a grasshopper in its beak. The grasshopper thrashed, making tiny sounds. A few chicks beside it fluttered their wings and chirped, begging for food. "That's a white-crowned," Chen said flatly. Lin Mingxiu blinked, said nothing, only lifted an eyebrow. "The one with the grasshopper is the female," he added, pointing. His voice was calm. "The ones beside her are just out of the nest. The mother is teaching them how to find food." She turned her head and stared at him a while longer. After a 2-second silence, she finally asked, "How do you know that?" He smiled. His hand drew a circle in the air, as if tracing the grain of the rock wall. "I've seen a lot of them up in the mountains. Those little birds like to nest in stone crevices and wall holes. Our temple has them every year." Lin Mingxiu's mouth twitched, as if she was about to say something mocking, but she didn't. She angled her hand and pointed at another sparrow, curiosity in her eyes. "What about that one?" "That's a wame," Chen said neatly. "They sing the loudest at dawn and dusk." The sparrow gave 2 crisp notes, as if agreeing with him. In the sunlight, the edges of its feathers caught a fine light. Lin Mingxiu glanced back at the wall and murmured, "Your temple walls really do have a lot of cracks." Chen shrugged, smiling more faintly. "Old walls, lots of cracks. Birds like them." She blinked and couldn't help asking more directly, What exactly did you do in the mountains? How do you know so many birds? Chen laughed easily without answering. A leaf skittered to her feet in the wind, making a dry sound. The birds renewed their fussing, as if reminding them to stop chattering and keep walking. She'd never heard the name by dinner before. She had heard of the two Huame, though just never seen one, never paid attention to what it looked like. When Chen Shuren said it, she suddenly realized those birds had actually often been in her field of vision. She had simply never let her eyes linger on them. She remembered going back to her father's hometown as a child. Her father held her hand as they walked along the ridges between the fields. The wind smelled of dried grass and earth. A cow chewed not far off, its breath sending the blades of grass trembling. The water buffalo's broad back looked like a small hill as it stood. Her father laughed. Looks fierce, but they're the gentlest, his voice full of old, familiar comfort. He always loved pointing things out and naming them trees, birds, wild fruits, the words of home. He spoke them so fluently, it was like reading a topographical map aloud. She found it wondrous then, but also felt it was someone else's world. She held the little fruit her father handed her. Her fingers were soon stained red with juice. Mosquitoes buzzed at her legs. The flesh was sweet and sour, with a little bite of tannin, like summer concentrated on her tongue. Back in the present, the memory kept turning over. Lin Mingxiu thought for a moment and slowly picked her words. She spoke haltingly, as if looking for a name on a map. Do you know a fruit from the fields, red, like little beads? The outside seems to have spines, tastes sweet and sour. Chen Shuren looked up, a light in his eyes. Sipeoer, the single word unlocked a flood of memories. She could almost hear her father's voice again. This is called sipeoer. When I was a kid, I couldn't get enough of them. They only come around March or April. The green ones are still hard. The deep red ones are the best. One bite, and your whole mouth is sweet. Her mouth twitched, as if she'd tasted that season again. Sipeoer, so that's what they're called, she murmured, nodding. Have you tried them? Chen Shuren asked. She answered briefly. The girl was by nature quiet. She answered the question and did not elaborate. They had been walking and talking together since this morning. Only the two of them were on the school path. The wind was cool, and the air had that just washed morning smell. This stretch of road was more open than the part outside the classrooms. Sounds took longer to return, and their conversation felt lighter. Strangely, Lin Mingxiu didn't notice at first. She was walking very slowly, slower, even than when she took out the trash with other classmates. Except for the short piece right outside the classroom, it was as if something had snagged her stride. She came back to herself. He was dawdling. Chen Shan always moved slowly. They were carrying the garbage bin together. He was loafing, and she had to slow her pace. It left a petty, put-upon feeling. She mentally docked him a point. -1, she'd deal with it back in the classroom. They finally reached the north gate. It was small. Teachers and students called it the back gate. It was usually closed, opened only for vegetable deliveries and garbage trucks. Beside it sat the trash pit. 2 sanitation workers stood there, metal shovels constantly turning the rubbish. The scrape of shovel on concrete was sharp. Plastic bottles clinked against each other with bright tings. Flies buzzed over it all like a steady backing track. They picked out the sellable cardboard and plastic bottles and stacked them to one side, movements practiced, like they were dividing up money. The trash pit was soaked through the concrete, bore deep stains. From a distance, it looked like a ring of dark marks. There was a sour, rotten smell in the air. Not strong enough to make someone faint, but it clung in the nostrils like a damp rag. Lin Mingxiu didn't cover her nose. Her brow tightened, and she began to hold her breath. Her chest rose slightly, breath shortening. The wind brushed her cheek, bringing a little coolness, but it couldn't lift the smell away. Chen Shuren pretended not to notice. Lin Mingxiu said nothing. He didn't push her either. Together they lugged the trash can to the refuse pit and tipped it over. With a clatter, snack wrappers tumbled out, followed by balled-up paper, drink bottles, and a used notebook. There was also a half-eaten bowl of instant noodles. The curved noodles, slick with gluey broth, dripped down the rim 1 drop at a time. Tick, tick. The last drop took forever to fall. The greasy smell of the noodles hit them, sharp and sour, making them wrinkle their noses. Lin Mingxiu went pale. She'd been holding her breath for some time, not out of affectation, but because she wanted to do the job with him. Her hand didn't loosen. She gripped until her knuckles whitened. Chen Shuren looked at her with a little admiration. Seeing her close to breathlessness, he lowered his voice. Let me. He pulled hard. The small hand still clung to the rim, refusing to let go. Only when the last drip slid into the pit did Lin Mingqiu finally exhale. She sprang aside like a frightened rabbit, barely touching the ground with her toes as she nimbly avoided the dirty streaks. Within 2 steps, she was on dry pavement and finally began to breathe heavily. The air felt like cold water pouring into her chest. Chen Shuren turned the can over and knocked it against the rim a few times. Gunk stuck to the bottom plopped into the water. The last scraps of paper slurped down. Ripples spread across the surface, carrying a faint stench. Ma'am, there are a lot of empty bottles over here, he said as he gathered them into a pile. Oh, very good. Thank you, kids, the woman replied with a smile. Lin Mingqiu, like a whale surfacing for air, took a deep breath, straightened herself, and came back. She reached for the other handle of the can. Still a little hoarse from holding her breath, she couldn't speak, but she pointed at the faucet by the pit and asked with her eyes if they should rinse the bin out. Want me to? Chen Shuren asked. Lin Mingqiu nodded. She didn't say anything. They carried the buckets to the faucet. A hose was attached. Chen turned the tap. Water gushed out. The hose hissed like an unbridled snake, spraying wildly. Lin jumped aside, startled like a rabbit. None of the water hit her. She held her breath, silent, and shot him a hard look. Sorry didn't get you wet, did I? I'll do it. I'll do it. He hurried to apologize, a bit flustered. This time she didn't move forward. There was only one hose. Someone had to wash the bucket. He worked with practiced hands. The big trash bin behaved under his touch as if it were alive. The stream rushed into it, carrying years of grime down the inner wall. The stains washed away like soil after rain. The water sounded thin and clear. After rinsing the inside, he flipped the bucket and scrubbed the outside until it was clean. Each slap of water on the metal rang out distinctly. Lin watched his motions with some surprise. Before she could fully understand, Chen asked, "Want to wash your hands?" She nodded, bending slightly and offering a pair of pale little hands. He turned the pressure down. The flow narrowed to threads, falling on her hands. The water was cool, sliding between her fingers and taking the stickiness from her palms. She rubbed, feeling as if even unseen dirt was being swept away. Her brow relaxed. She had meant to pass the hose back to him so he could wash too, but he didn't need it. His hands worked under the stream, alternating left and right, efficient, as if wringing the grime from her fingers. Her hand hovered, then withdrew without a sound. Embarrassment flickered across her face. This time when she reached out, she had a tissue in her hand. Her voice was almost a whisper. "Thanks, class monitor." Chun Xian smiled and took the tissue, wiping his hands. Then he looped the tissue around the trash can handle, tying it like a knot. Heading back, he asked. Lin Mingqiu nodded. After holding the silence for what felt like half the sky, she finally let out a full sentence. "Next time you're on duty, remember to come earlier." "Got it," he answered quickly. There was still a chill on his shoulders from fetching water outside, and his palms were a little sticky. They came in through the back door. Morning reading had already been going on for 15 minutes. The English voices rolled like waves and were swallowed by the rows of desks. Chen couldn't understand, but he smiled confidently he'd get it sooner or later. They carried the new trash can. The front rows didn't notice. Someone in the back looked up, curious eyes pierced the air like needles. A few faces froze at the sight of the brand new metal pail. Someone murmured. The sound was flattened by the tide of English. The class monitor stood at the back of the room. Her gaze was cool, like a winter wind. No one dared make a fuss in front of her. Chen set the can down in the corner. The metal still held a coolness. It gave a soft clink. Lin didn't go back to her seat. She took a marker from the bulletin tray. The pen tip clicked on the paper. Her handwriting was brisk and forceful. She wrote 3 lines, each line hit like a nail. "Keep the classroom clean. Please pour soup and liquids into the restroom sink. Do not pour them into the classroom trash cans." When the pen stopped, a soft rustle of whispers swept the room. Some faces went slightly red and lowered their heads. Fingers drifted over backpacks as if searching for excuses. That half bucket of instant noodles still haunted the air. People could recall the sizzle when the broth hit the can and the sharp, choking smell that followed. In Lin's ear, the sound was like an alarm. She rarely involved herself in class affairs. The less she spoke, the heavier each of her words felt. Eyes began to sweep the room. searching for whoever had made the mess. A few looks locked onto one another, the classroom settled into a hush, leaving only the broken cadences of English readers. It's gotta be Jouet's instant noodles from last night. Damn, who stole my sausage? This is infuriating, someone actually dumped their cup noodles. Lu Xiaoran stood off to the side, his face a sick shade of green. Silence hung in the air like awkward steam, slowly dissipating. Yesterday evening, after basketball, they went back to the cafeteria. Lu Xiaoran was hungry again. He bought a cup of noodles and casually swiped a sausage from Zihan. People's appetites are strange. You could eat a whole cow, but 2 bites into cup noodles, and it suddenly tastes off. The broth was still bubbling when he grabbed the cup and, with a clatter, dumped it in the trash. Steam still rose from the noodles, drops of grease hit the bin and gave off a sour smell. Now someone in class had noticed. The consequences arrived fast. Quiet whispers started to ripple through the room. All Chen Shuren could hear were accusations and snickers. Chen followed Lin Mingqiu back to her seat. At the edge of the hallway, a hand suddenly caught his sleeve. Before he could turn, the hand shoved a nearly untouched sausage into his palm. It was warm, its skin glossy with oil. You could still smell the charred, grilled scent. Dao Yi, tell the class rep I'm sorry. I didn't dump the noodles on purpose. Liang came back all of a sudden. It wasn't intentional. Dao Yi, we played ball together yesterday, so do me this one favor. Here, take the sausage. Fuck, that's my sausage. Cut the crap. I needed something in a pinch. I'll give you 2 next time. You already stole 1 from me last night. Chen Shuren's voice sounded muffled, as if stuffed in cotton. The stream of accusations still hadn't faded. He glanced back at the hand that had shoved the sausage into him. Dao Yi neither pushed it away nor pulled it in. He shrugged, muttered something under his breath, then turned and walked back to his seat. His steps were light, as if nothing had happened. In the classroom, Lin Mingqiu was already seated. She folded the unfinished math test, took out the English morning reading packet. The soft sound of her fingertips rubbing the paper was sharp and rhythmic, like a metronome. Class rep, Lu Xiaoran just admitted it. He dumped the cup noodles. Chen said quietly. Lin didn't look up. Her voice drifted away like wind. Cut him some slack. The room held its breath for 3 seconds. Then it returned to the rustle of pages and quiet breathing. Lin didn't answer. She began reading the passage, her voice steady, like the tick of a clock. Chen sat down, pulled out his 7th grade English book, then took out the audio pen Mr. Yi had given him and the grammar notes he'd copied from Xiao Zhiliao. The scratch of pen tips on paper filled the air. He poured his energy into the 3 main subjects. Math took up the most time. In class, his eyes always drifted back to the numbers and formulas. Physics, chemistry, and biology weren't ignored either. He would slip his math book under his current textbook and look down at it. The only sounds in the classroom were the chalk on the board and the teacher's explanations. He penciled formulas on scrap paper, as if doing private drills. Chinese and English were different. He only studied those 2 during their respective classes. His Chinese was solid, just follow the standardized drills and fix the habits of answering questions. English was all mechanical practice. Learn words, memorize sentences, listen, speak, repeat. He didn't learn vocabulary from the glossary at the back of the textbook. Instead, he used a talking pen with audio. He tapped words in the text and repeated after it. The pen's clear female voice made each word pop up. He listened and wrote them down, mentally reshuffling the vocabulary as he went. Yesterday, he had 2 English periods in a row. Relying on the pen and the readings, he memorized 346 words. The numbers sat heavy in his mouth, like a string of solid weights. For the earlier passages, he no longer needed the pen to get the meanings. It was only pronunciation that was still off. When he tried to pull words out and assemble them into sentences, his ear felt stiff, like puzzle pieces forced into the wrong slots. Luckily, he had grammar notes from Wen Jixia. They were a stack of printed sheets, clear font, short example sentences. They sat at the corner of his desk, and he would glance at them now and then, like reading instruction manuals, slowly piecing together the skeleton of grammar. Lin Mingqiu's peripheral glance landed on the pile. She squinted to get a better look. The soft rustle of pages sounded sharp in the quiet classroom. Before she could look away, she asked, "Did Teacher Yi give those to you?" Chen Xian looked up, a little surprised. He followed her gaze to the sheets and tapped the edge with his finger. "You mean these?" No, not teacher, yes. They're from my study buddy. Study buddy? Her voice dropped, edged with challenge. Her smile tightened, and she stepped half a pace closer, eyes sharp. You've only been at the school a few days, and already you have a study buddy? Who is it? Her name is Wenji Xia, Chen said evenly. The materials she gave were useful. Lin's fingers twisted the cap off her pen. She turned the question into a reproach. Didn't we agree you'd come to me when you didn't understand something? Why didn't you ask me? A few quiet snickers rose in the room. Chen closed the sheets and answered calmly. Everyone has their own way of studying. You know English has to be practiced over and over. His words landed and Lin's face darkened. She didn't press further, but her eyes never left the pile of papers, as if she wanted to pry the answer out of the pages themselves.